The blade-like tip of the pen glided gently across a slate blue card. Delicate blue lines flowed smoothly from the tip, gradually increasing in number on the palm-sized card, until a complex and enigmatic pattern emerged, becoming ever more perfect with each stroke. Chun Mu's gaze was intensely fixed on the card, his breathing slow and measured, as if he feared disturbing something ethereal. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that his right arm remained utterly still throughout the process. Only his wrist moved with the grace of a serpent, supple and seemingly boneless. A gentle twist of the pen's tip revealed an elegant arc on the card. Suddenly, the tip came to a firm halt, abruptly altering its previous lightness, and with a swift, sharp flick, the pen stroke cut through like a knife. The pattern on the card suddenly illuminated, only to quickly fade back to its original state. Chun Mu casually placed it among a pile of cards on the table. His movements were fluid and natural, revealing no hint of hesitation. Despite completing this card, his expression remained focused. He had only finished 15, leaving 10 more to complete his task for the day. The card he was currently crafting was a 1-star energy card, the most basic of energy cards, yet one of the most widely used and consumed. Just then, the room was engulfed in darkness. Damn it, the energy is depleted again, Chun Mu muttered as he swiftly extracted an energy card from the pile with his left hand, pressing it gently against his right wrist, where a device emitted a beam of bright light. With the aid of the beam, he cautiously navigated to the corner of the room, careful not to disturb the chaotic clutter. On the wall in the corner hung a square instrument with a slot beneath it, into which Chun Mu inserted the energy card. As soon as the card was inserted, the room was flooded with light. The instrument displayed the number 100. To his dismay, the energy had run out, meaning he would need to produce one more card today. Returning to his desk, Chun Mu quickly resumed his work. His entire livelihood depended on these rudimentary cards. Since he learned to craft energy cards 3 years ago, he had never missed a day of producing 25 cards. Chun Mu's room was small, scarcely 40 square meters, furnished with a somewhat worn work desk. Aside from the relatively tidy workspace, the rest of the room was cluttered with heaps of miscellaneous items, piles of old books, and scattered raw materials. He had lived in this humble abode for 3 years, a relief house provided by the federal government, where a room like this could be rented for a mere 150 UD per month. For someone like Chun Mu, this was the most affordable option available. Moreover, he considered himself fortunate, having witnessed families of 4 crammed into similarly sized rooms. At 5 in the afternoon, Chun Mu finally completed his daily quota of 25 energy cards. After meticulously counting the cards twice to ensure accuracy, he carefully stowed them into a card holder within his clothing. Stepping out onto the street, the night had begun to deepen. The vibrant lights shimmered enticingly in the dusk, while the distant whir of shuttlecraft occasionally illuminated the sky with fleeting trails of brilliant fire. Chun Mu tightened his coat slightly, tilting his face upward to gaze at the heavens. The chill in the air was palpable. Winter was surely approaching. With no time to ponder the passage of time, he calculated the impending costs of heating in the coming cold months. Passing by the back entrance of the East Guard Academy, a route he had traversed for 3 years, he couldn't help but feel an inexplicable emotion rise within him each time he saw the students entering and exiting in groups. Steeling himself, Chun Mu hastened towards a small shop beside the academy. The establishment, known as East Guard Grocery, was one of at least 20 similarly named shops in the vicinity of the academy. For the past 3 years, Chun Mu had frequented the shop daily, come rain or shine, never once failing to do so. However, he did not come here to purchase goods. Rather, he was there to sell them. Upon entering, the proprietor noticed him and greeted warmly. "Ah, Mu, you're here?" "Yes, Uncle Hua," he replied, acknowledging the shopkeeper. Uncle Hua, a man in his 50s, bore the unmistakable marks of time-fine wrinkles, graying hair, and spectacles perched on his nose. "Here are today's goods," Chun Mu said, carefully retrieving the card holder from his chest and presenting a stack of energy cards to the shopkeeper. 25 cards. Uncle Hua accepted the cards without glancing, placing them on the shelf with a smile. "Thank goodness for you, Ah Mu, bringing cards every day. Otherwise, I would be running low on stock." Chun Mu offered a slight smile, but did not respond, understanding that Uncle Hua's words were mostly in jest. The 1-star energy card, while the cheapest available, was also one of the most consumed, especially in a location near the academy where it was unlikely to sell only 25 cards in a day. Knowing Chun Mu's temperament, Uncle Hua did not linger on idle chatter and directly inquired, Do you need cash or transfer? Transfer. Chen Mu replied succinctly, handing over a light green daika that he had prepared in advance. After settling the transaction, he bid farewell to Uncle Hua and turned to leave. Suddenly, Uncle Hua called out on Mu, "Wait a moment." Chen Mu halted, turning back with a hint of surprise. "Is there something else, Uncle Hua?" Uncle Hua retrieved a pale yellow note from a drawer, smiling as he looked at Chen Mu. "I almost forgot. This is a lecture pass for a card-making training course. A gift from the distributor when I restocked yesterday. It would be a waste to leave it here. You take it." Touched by Uncle Hua's kindness, Chen Mu felt a surge of gratitude. He understood how much this elderly man had aided him over the years. Without him, the current life he led would seem utterly unattainable. 3 years ago, when he first learned to craft energy cards, he struggled to sell them, with few merchants willing to purchase. The demand for one-star energy cards was immense, and merchants preferred to buy in larger quantities. Chen Mu could manage only a maximum of 30 cards a day, a mere drop in the bucket for them. Fortunately, he encountered Uncle Hua, who agreed to buy his energy cards, albeit at a rate of 103 udi per card, slightly lower than the wholesale price. Nevertheless, Chen Mu was immensely grateful to Uncle Hua. For years prior, he had been a homeless waif. Once, he met a dying card maker and used 5 months' worth of saved provisions to extend the man's life by 7 days. During those 7 days, he learned the skill of crafting one-star energy cards. After the card maker passed away, he left no possessions behind, and Chen Mu buried him in the wilderness. To this day, he did not even know the man's name, but his fate began to change from that moment on. He spent a year working various odd jobs, during which he took on 6 different short-term positions at the age of 12. In that year, he finally managed to save a small sum of 1,000 udi, which he used entirely to purchase the raw materials needed for making energy cards. The card maker had once told him that the wholesale price for a one-star energy card was 105 udi, with a standard retail price of 110 udi, while the production cost was only 98 udi. Every card craftsman is capable of producing a one-star energy card. However, the disparity in pricing remains a mystery to many, and even those who are aware seldom contemplate exploiting it. The one-star energy card is among the simplest of cards, having been fully industrialized in its production. Even a master card craftsman can produce no more than 20 or 30 energy cards in a single day, a meager output indeed. Moreover, for the card makers, the meager profits garnered from this price difference are hardly worth bending down to pick up if they were to fall to the ground. Yet for Chen Mu, this money is sufficient to fill his stomach. He successfully crafted 8 cards for the first time, incurring a loss of nearly 200 udi, but this ignited a flicker of hope within him. However, he was unprepared for the obstacles he would encounter while attempting to sell the energy cards. Merchants exhibited no interest whatsoever in the scant few cards he possessed. After an entire day of fruitless effort, and without a morsel to eat, he stepped into Uncle Hua's shop at 8 in the evening. As he entered, his legs trembled, on the brink of fainting from an entire day without sustenance. Although the price of 103 udi was lower than the wholesale price of 105. Chen Mu felt enveloped by immense joy. He sold all his energy cards, purchased the cheapest food available, and used the remainder of his funds to acquire raw materials for card production. From that moment onward, Chen Mu's life finally stabilized that he consistently produced 25 energy cards each day without fail. This routine continued for 3 years. Throughout these 3 years, he focused solely on crafting one type of card, the one-star energy card. By the second year, he had managed to reduce his production costs to 97 udi. Though this was only a 1 udi difference, it served as a tremendous encouragement for him. Apart from crafting energy cards, he devoted all his time to researching methods to further reduce costs. Finally, in the 3rd year, he succeeded in lowering the cost of energy cards to 95 udi, allowing him to profit 8 udi from each card. His daily income stabilized at 200 udi, a figure that he could scarcely have imagined 3 years prior. Earning 6,000 udi each month enabled him to lead an ordinary life. Yet he continued to reside in a welfare apartment that required only 150 udi per month. Coming back to his senses, Chen Mu smiled at Uncle Hua, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Uncle Hua." He accepted the lecture certificate and carefully placed it into the card holder nestled against his chest. Training programs, particularly those for card craftsmen, are among the most prevalent types of educational courses available today. They often boast extravagant advertisements, as evidenced by the claims on this certificate, which proclaims that the Dongwei Academy recognizes its qualifications and that a senior master card craftsman from the academy will be delivering the lectures. However, Chenmu was acutely aware of the reality behind these assertions. The organization hosting this training session had only the slightest affiliation with the Dongwei Academy. They merely paid a fee to the academy to maintain the facade of a joint event. Nevertheless, Chenmu intended to attend the training sessions to discover what they had to offer. Card crafting is one of the most intricate disciplines, and for many years he had not given up on self-study. Albeit with little success, it was only last year that he came to understand the root of his struggles. His foundational knowledge was woefully inadequate, having endured over a decade of a nomadic existence without any formal education. For a young man with no foundational skills, self-learning the notoriously complex subject of card crafting posed a formidable challenge. Yet, he had never doubted his own intellect. He had once learned to craft a one-star energy card solely from memory within a week, earning praise for his talent from a card craftsman of the time. From that point on, he set aside the lofty goal that was temporarily beyond his reach and redirected his focus to mastering the most fundamental theories. Regardless of how exhausting his workday was, he committed time each day to absorb this dry knowledge. After bidding farewell to Uncle Hua, Chenmu walked south through a narrow alley. Today was Saturday, and he had another job to attend to. After traversing 2 streets and walking for approximately 20 minutes, he arrived at a second-hand card acquisition station. "Hey, buddy, you're here," greeted a slender, bald man named Xiao He, the owner of the station. Every Saturday and Sunday evening, Chenmu would come here to work short shifts for 3 hours. He nodded slightly at Xiao He, though his expression remained somewhat wooden. Xiao He had long grown accustomed to Chenmu's demeanor. When Chenmu first approached Xiao He seeking short-term work, he had initially refused. The station had been managed solely by Xiao He, since it was inherited from his father. "Hire someone? I can't afford that." However, when Chenmu offered to work without pay, Xiao He eventually relented. Of course, Chenmu still received compensation. He typically selected a few discarded cards to take home as his payment. Occasionally, he would also rescue a few unused energy cards from the pile of waste. Xiao He calculated that the savings from this arrangement amounted to a significant sum each month. Yet his curiosity piqued at the silent and reticent Chenmu. How did he know which cards still contained residual energy? Nevertheless, ever since that realization, Xiao He greeted Chenmu with a wide smile every time they met. Chenmu squatted down, beginning to sort through the discarded cards. The assortment was diverse, including energy cards, item cards, entity cards, and even some rare plant and animal cards. However, every card here was utterly useless, and Chenmu's task was to categorize them. He worked quickly, clearly familiar with the process, with a flick of his wrist. He tossed a card to Xiao He. "Here, this card still has some use. This 2-star energy card still contained at least half of its energy." Chenmu couldn't fathom why its previous owner had been so wasteful. With a capacity of 1,000, that meant roughly 500 units of energy remained. "Thanks a lot, Brother Chen," Xiao He exclaimed, beaming as he held the 2-star energy card. He hurried over to the energy meter, inserting the card. Upon seeing the illuminated number 523, Xiao He's face lit up with glee. Chenmu paid little attention, focusing intently on his sorting task, while some mid-level cards, such as 3-star and 4-star cards, occasionally appeared. They held no value for him. His sole interest lay in the 1-star energy cards. 3 years of crafting had imparted him with a unique understanding of these most basic and rudimentary cards. The methods for producing 1-star energy cards were not limited to a single technique. Chenmu had gathered 12 different structures of 1-star energy cards. The variety of these structures greatly inspired him, and it was through borrowing techniques from these cards that he successfully reduced the cost of producing 1-star energy cards to 95 UD. However, such fortunate discoveries were not a daily occurrence. Up to this point, he had only managed to collect 12 cards. Yet today, fortune seemed to smile upon him. As he examined the 1-star energy card in his hand, he noticed that from the surface pattern, it represented a new structure he had never encountered before. He set this card aside and continued his meticulous sorting. The sheer volume of 1-star energy cards was overwhelming, but Chenmu diligently inspected each one without complaint. His speed was remarkable. Merely brushing his hand over these 1-star energy cards allowed him to discern whether they met his criteria. This skill stemmed from his intimate familiarity with 1-star energy cards, honed over 3 uninterrupted years of production. He could determine the card's classification and structure solely by touch, Without needing to look, he was so intimately acquainted with them that he recognized every detail. Suddenly, his fingers halted over one particular card. This card, Chapter 2. The mysterious card. A flicker of intuition sparked within Chenmu, prompting him to deftly extract a one-star energy card from the pile. Placing it before him for a closer inspection, at first glance, nothing about this one-star energy card appeared extraordinary. It employed the widely used Barcus structure, the most common design. Nevertheless, Chenmu sensed an unusual quality about this card. Its weight. This card was slightly heavier than an average one-star energy card. Having produced tens of thousands of one-star energy cards, Chenmu was intimately familiar with their weight, regardless of the structure employed. A one-star energy card would not exceed a specific weight range. Clearly, this card fell outside that range. Closing his eyes, he gently rubbed the surface of the card with his thumb and forefinger, keenly attuned to the slightly raised patterns on its surface. The texture felt shallow and insubstantial, a sensation that triggered a memory within him he recalled. Chenmu's eyes suddenly brightened, just like the results when painted on a shallower material. Yet something felt amiss, that a greater confusion arose in his mind. From the tactile feedback, this one-star energy card felt extremely hard and dense. Conventionally, the patterns etched upon it should possess a stronger texture. What could account for this peculiar sensation? It was truly perplexing. After conducting a thorough examination of the energy card in his hand, Chenmu still could not ascertain the cause of this extraordinary phenomenon. The pattern bore no flaws, and judging by the fluidity and elegance of the brushwork, it was undoubtedly the work of a master. Even after 3 years of crafting one-star energy cards, his own skills could not achieve such graceful lines. This only deepened Chenmu's bewilderment. The notion of a master-level one-star energy card is inherently peculiar. Which card-making master would invest their efforts in crafting a one-star card? If one were to possess a 5-star energy card, it would appear far more conventional to Chenmu. After some contemplation, Chenmu placed this rather strange card alongside the newly discovered one-star energy card with an unusual structure, finally completing his work. Chenmu exhaled a sigh of relief. Having been wholly engrossed in his task, he now felt a twinge of fatigue. "I'll take these 2 cards with me," Chenmu said, raising the 2 one-star energy cards toward Xiaohei. No problem, no problem," Xiaohei replied with a grin, pleased with his bounty for the day. Chenmu had assisted him in locating 5 unused energy cards, enough to make his smile nearly crooked. In Xiaohei's eyes, Chenmu was quite an eccentric character. His attire betrayed his humble origins, a clear indication of his impoverished background. Children from such households never overlooked any opportunity to save even the smallest amount. The unused energy cards in Xiaohei's possession represented a significant sum of money to them. Yet, Chenmu seemed oddly disinterested in these unused cards and displayed a keen fascination for the one-star energy cards, particularly those that had already been consumed. Naturally, these thoughts remained confined to his mind, and he was more than content with the situation. Had Chenmu been more conventional, these energy cards would never have landed in his hands. After all, they were a form of currency. As he indulged in the self-congratulation of his foresight, he bid farewell to Chenmu with a smile. Upon returning home, it was already 10 o'clock at night. After hastily consuming a morsel, Chenmu eagerly retrieved the 2 energy cards he had acquired that day for examination. The first one-star energy card immediately captivated Chenmu's attention. This card featured a structure he had never encountered before, with intricate patterns composed of pale blue lines adorning its entire surface. This one-star energy card was the size of a playing card, with a slightly flexible texture. Its surface was smooth, yet upon careful touch, one could feel the raised patterns. Ordinary individuals would likely find such a complex design dizzying and bewildering, unsure of where to begin. However, Chenmu's eyes sparkled with excitement. For 3 years, he had faced similar patterns daily. While the structure differed from what lay before him, the complexity was equally formidable. The 12 new structures he had encountered had also bestowed upon him a wealth of experience to decipher a card's pattern structure. One must identify its starting point, the location of the first stroke, by following the line's contours and delving deeper, understanding becomes considerably easier. Although the one-star energy card was intricate, it was nonetheless the simplest among all cards. However, even so, it took Chenmu 3 hours to truly grasp the function of each stroke. Yet to replicate such a one-star energy card, he would require extensive practice, but he ultimately abandoned this intention, as ample practice would entail substantial consumption. At least for now, although he had some savings, it was insufficient for such extravagance. Most importantly, he had already calculated that the cost of producing this new structure one-star energy card was slightly higher than that of the cards he currently crafted. Spending a significant amount of money to practice a structure that held no personal significance was not in his character. Nevertheless, this energy card possessed elements worthy of consideration. A return-shaped compressed structure might well be integrated into his own energy card designs. As Chunmu pondered this, his fingers instinctively glided across the surface of the other one-star energy card. His gaze fell upon the second energy card he had just acquired. The design of this one-star energy card held no remarkable features. It adhered to the most widely circulated and commonly used standard for one-star energy card designs. However, what captured Chunmu's attention was the stroke work on this card's surface. The lines were graceful and fluid. Executed with remarkable proficiency, each curve rounded and full, a hallmark of a master's hand. This card appeared rather aged, indicative of its considerable history, presumably an early work of some master. Yet, what initially drew Chunmu's interest was not these attributes, but rather its weight and thickness. This antiquated one-star energy card was a tenth heavier than a typical energy card. Given that one-star energy cards are inherently light, even a tenth more would be difficult to discern. However, having crafted countless one-star energy cards, Chunmu immediately felt the discrepancy upon lifting this one for the first time. The thickness was similarly notable. This one-star energy card was slightly thicker than the ordinary variety. This variance was the primary reason it captured Chunmu's attention that one-star energy cards were the earliest to emerge and the most frequently used. Their standard specifications had been established since their inception. Even to this day, the so-called standard structures and materials remained virtually unchanged from their original formulations. How could a master-crafted one-star energy card exhibit such disparities? Was it possible? Chunmu naturally began to consider the material aspect. Could it be that this unknown master had discovered a new material for the one-star energy card? For his livelihood, Chunmu had long been dedicated to finding ways to reduce the cost of one-star energy cards. And this particular card piqued his interest immensely. Removing the energy card from the energy device plunged the room into darkness. After a moment's hesitation, Chunmu gritted his teeth and inserted the peculiar one-star energy card into his home energy device. To his astonishment, it did not illuminate. The room remained shrouded in darkness, devoid of any light. Chunmu was taken aback. How could it possibly not light up? Impossible. This was the first thought that sprang to his mind. The card bore no signs of previous use, and Chunmu could easily identify an energy card that had exhausted its energy that he could guarantee that, despite its age, this card was one that had never been utilized. Furthermore, the structure on this card was flawless, with no errors, surpassing the quality of the one-star energy cards he had crafted himself. There was no reason for such a card to be defective. However, the reality was that it truly failed to provide even the slightest amount of energy. Inserting his own energy card back into the device restored the room's brightness, ruling out any malfunction with the energy device itself. So, where had the issue arisen? Under the light, Chunmu scrutinized the energy card closely. As his fingers brushed against the card, a sudden hypothesis struck him. Could this card inherently be a defective one? Would a master create a one-star energy card that was fundamentally flawed? Such a possibility seemed unlikely to Chunmu as he contemplated. Methodically eliminating various factors, he noted that the structure was accurate. There were no signs of prior use, and no indications of energy depletion, yet it was incapable of providing energy. The material. A sudden flash of inspiration ignited in Chunmu's mind as he recalled the slightly thicker feel of the card. The more he pondered, the more he believed it might be related to the material. Holding the card's edge to the light, he observed two faintly colored dividing lines barely a millimeter thick. It turned out that this card was composed of 3 different materials bonded together. Due to the close resemblance in color among the 3 materials, it was challenging to discern without a closer inspection. A failed experimental piece. This appeared to be the most plausible explanation. Many years ago, a master had sought to improve the one-star energy card but had ultimately failed, and somehow, this failed experimental piece had persisted. Fortuitously discovered by Chunmu, this seemed to be the most likely hypothesis. Chunmu felt a pang of disappointment. If this were indeed the case, then this defective card would hold no value. His fingers unconsciously traced the card's edge, when suddenly, he felt something unusual. Chenmu quickly brought the card back to his line of sight. Perhaps due to its age, the card's edges had begun to flake. Having initially lost interest in this defective card, Chenmu now felt a flicker of curiosity that if his supposition were correct, then this master must have believed that the combination of these three materials could enhance the one-star energy card. Chenmu possessed a clear understanding of his own abilities. He likely fell short of even the most basic beginner, that he had never undergone formal training in card crafting. Yet, he harbored a confidence unique to him. Particularly regarding one-star energy cards. From the very beginning, he had exclusively studied one-star energy cards and had become intimately familiar with them. Since his last minor adjustment to the one-star energy card, he had not achieved any breakthroughs. Today, however, this card had inspired another thought. If he could not innovate in structure, why not experiment with materials? With this thought in mind, Chenmu's interest in the materials of this experimental card grew. Though this experimental card was a failure, it undoubtedly bore the mark of a master, and the knowledge it contained was not something he could easily match. It was precisely because he held the spirit of learning that Chenmu decided to meticulously examine the three bonded materials. Gently peeling away the outer layer that had begun to flake, Chenmu couldn't help but reflect on how, regardless of how sturdy the material, it is vulnerable to the ravages of time. Losing its former brilliance, as Chenmu fully removed the surface layer, he suddenly found himself utterly transfixed, staring at the card as if struck by lightning. Rendered speechless, the card's surface was as dark as the night, adorned with countless silver lines as fine as hair, resembling a spider's web that covered the entire card. At first glance, it appeared chaotic, yet within any small section, one could discover exquisite arcs, rigorous structures, and a complexity that was astonishingly intricate. Although the silver lines were as thin as hair, distinguishing them with the naked eye proved challenging. They appeared akin to the capillaries of the human body, evoking a sensation of silver fluid flowing slowly. What is this? A card? Chenmu murmured absently. His mind plunged into a state of semi-stasis. 10 full minutes passed before he emerged from this haze. Rubbing his eyes vigorously to confirm that he was not imagining things, his own conjectures had completely strayed from the correct path. What a failed experiment this was. It was evidently a card that had been cleverly disguised. With Chenmu's limited knowledge, he naturally could not recognize what kind of card this truly was. In fact, the complexity of this card far surpassed Chenmu's understanding. The exquisitely intricate lines and the superb craftsmanship were unlike anything he had ever encountered. Nor had he even dared to imagine such sophistication at the acquisition station. He had seen high-grade cards, albeit mostly as discarded remnants, yet none had been as intricate and refined as this one. What kind of card could this possibly be? Chenmu's curiosity surged to unprecedented heights. Section 3. Training class. Over 5 centuries ago, the founder of card theory, Rosenberg, first proposed the concept of card theory and successfully created the very first card. Since then, through more than 500 years of evolution, a myriad of card types has emerged. Prior to this, the primitive forms of cards existed abundantly within various religions, believed to represent a form of supernatural power. Even now, some religions still boast master card makers and card artisans whose origins trace back even further than the time of Rosenberg, their traditions shrouded in mystery and obscurity. However, it was Rosenberg's groundbreaking contributions that shattered the mystical aura surrounding the card system. He systematically studied and articulated the structure of cards, inventing many types, such as today's energy cards, whose standard structure he was the first to propose. The enigmatic allure that once cloaked cards was thoroughly dispelled, establishing cardology as a novel discipline. Approximately 300 years ago, another great card maker, Heine van Sant, ushered the development of cards into a golden age. Coincidentally, the year Heine van Sant was born marked 200 years after Rosenberg formally introduced card theory. These two most illustrious card makers of the past 5 centuries seem to resonate with one another in this regard. The era in which Heine van Sant thrived was one teeming with heroes. During that century, countless cards were invented by numerous ingenious card makers, with Heine van Sant himself leading the creation of no fewer than 97 distinct cards. Many renowned card makers of later generations emerged during this time, such as Roki and Kimoxi. After so many years of development, contemporary cardology has diverged significantly from its form 5 centuries ago. The entire discipline has become increasingly intricate, with numerous branches and deepening research. With the formal establishment of diplomatic relations between the Mohadi domain and Baiyuan Prefecture, the theory of cards from the Tianyu Federation was introduced to both regions, where the remarkable individuals swiftly assimilated and adapted it to create unique card theories reflective of their local characteristics. Consequently, the theoretical framework of cards was further enriched and expanded, leading to an endless array of new cards that was a splendid and resplendent era, one that countless individuals yearned for deeply. The theoretical framework of cards continued to evolve. The emergence of various peculiar cards made categorization increasingly challenging to this day. No authoritative classification method has been established. However, if one wishes to discern the function of a card, there exists a most direct and simplistic approach to utilize it. The use of cards necessitates a device known as a degree instrument, which coincidentally was also invented by Rosenberg, the founder of card theory, and later perfected by Heine van Sant. Although today's degree instruments have become ever more sophisticated, with various auxiliary functions, such as the spotlight feature on Chunmu's device, their core mechanics remain unchanged. A degree instrument appears as a rectangular box, equipped with 3 straps for securing it to the arm. Atop the device, there is a card slot designed for card usage. Typically, a degree instrument possesses at least 2 card slots, with higher-grade instruments featuring an increasing number of slots. One slot is designated for basic cards, such as energy cards, while the other is for the card the user wishes to employ. In essence, the degree instrument serves as a conduit that links energy cards with other cards, enabling the energy provided by the energy card to activate the intended card for use. Undoubtedly, Chunmu's degree instrument was not of high quality. What superior item could one acquire for merely 200 udi? Despite the widespread use of such devices, Chunmu seldom utilized one without hesitation. He inserted the card into the upper slot of the degree instrument and placed a previously unused 1-star energy card into the lower slot. After completing these actions, Chunmu took a deep breath and promptly pressed the activation button on the instrument surface. Beep! Suddenly, a semi-transparent light screen appeared before Chunmu, displaying a line of text. Energy card does not meet specifications. Please use a 3-star or higher energy card. A 3-star energy card. To his astonishment, it required a 3-star or higher energy card. Chunmu's astonishment confirmed that this card was undoubtedly a high-grade one. Generally speaking, the higher the card's rank, the greater the requirements for the energy card's level, leading to an increased rate of energy consumption. This was a point of knowledge that Chunmu possessed. Yet, he found himself in a predicament. He did not have a 3-star energy card on hand. To ascertain the nature of this card, he would need to purchase a 3-star energy card. However, the price of a 3-star energy card was not insignificant. A 1-star energy card has an energy capacity of 100 units, while a 2-star energy card holds 1,000 units, and a 3-star energy card boasts a staggering capacity of 10,000 units. The standard retail price for a 1-star energy card is 110 udi, implying that each unit of energy costs approximately 1.1 udi. A 2-star energy card is priced at 1,250 udi, averaging 1.25 udi per energy unit. Meanwhile, the price of a 3-star energy card reaches an astonishing 15,000 udi, averaging 1.5 udi per energy unit. This is precisely why 1-star energy cards are the most widely utilized. After all, the majority of individuals in this world are of modest means. Over the past 3 years, Chunmu had been frugal, working tirelessly day and night, and had accumulated a total of 80,000 udi. To suddenly produce 15,000 udi was a daunting proposition for him. Having experienced a life of wandering from a young age, he valued money more acutely than most, for he understood that it was the foundation of existence. After much hesitation, reason ultimately triumphed over impulse, and Chunmu resolved to set the matter aside for the time being. He did not discard the 2 thin films affixed to the card. Instead, he preserved them carefully. Life gradually returned to a serene state, yet Chunmu developed a new habit. Each day, he found himself instinctively toying with the card in his hands. With every examination of the card, he became entranced in the intricate perfection of its patterns. Nonetheless, life must continue, and during this time, he achieved notable progress. He successfully integrated the helical compression structure from another 1-star energy card into his own design, thereby reducing the manufacturing cost of 1-star energy cards by an additional 2 udi. This meant that his daily earnings had increased by 50 UDI compared to before. That it could be said that his current one-star energy card structure differed significantly from the standard design, though it would be challenging to discern without careful scrutiny. However, who would meticulously study a newly acquired one-star energy card? The course attendance certificate that Uncle Hua had given him was now in hand. According to the date, today was the day. The training class was held in a building adjacent to the Dongwei Academy. Originally, Chenmu had thought that attendance would be sparse, but upon entering the classroom, he was met with a cacophony of voices. The room was filled with young men and women, and naturally, young people quickly formed lively clusters, laughing and joking together, thoroughly enjoying themselves. Chenmu casually chose a seat by the window. Years of wandering had endowed him with a keen ability to read faces and gauge circumstances. That a quick scan revealed that these individuals likely hailed from ordinary backgrounds. That it was only logical. If their families were affluent, why would they send their children to such a rudimentary training class? They would surely enroll them in the prestigious Dongwei Academy. Gazing out the window at the Dongwei Academy, separated only by a wall, he had a clear view of the school's playground. The students, clad in neat uniforms, radiated confidence with their bright smiles and courteous greetings, presenting an image that was strikingly impressive. Unaccountably, Chenmu felt a twinge of discomfort, a hint of bitterness rising within him. That he withdrew his gaze, sitting in silence for a moment, before suddenly bursting into a wry smile. What was wrong with him? 3 years ago, he could hardly have dreamed of living such a life. Now, what more could he possibly desire? Internally, he reminded himself to be content. He was indeed very fortunate, having come to this realization. Chenmu redirected his gaze to the Dongwei Academy, his eyes still tinged with a faint envy, yet imbued with an unusual tranquility. Just then, the instructor entered the classroom, and an immediate hush fell over the room. The lecturer was a young man in his 20s named Jia Ming. That he had an unremarkable appearance, but his verbal dexterity was impressive. He began with an extensive monologue, boasting that he was a direct disciple of Professor Jia Xiling from Dongwei Academy, and that they maintained a partnership, assuring the students that securing employment post-graduation would be a straightforward endeavor. His exaggerated proclamations captivated the students, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. However, Chenmu furrowed his brow. His years of hardship had sharpened his perception of the world, far surpassing the naivety of these youthful individuals that to him. This lecturer appeared far more akin to a charlatan than a legitimate card maker. Half the morning was consumed by this grandiloquent display. Yet Chenmu emerged profoundly disappointed. Jia Ming was merely reciting from a script. Over the past 3 years, Chenmu had been self-studying, poring over countless foundational texts, many of which he had memorized thoroughly. He was even aware that Jia Ming was currently reading from the 2004 edition of Introduction to Card Theory compiled by Wang Jing, a universally accepted textbook across various academies. That he has read this book no less than 10 times. Yet due to his inadequate foundation, he still finds many sections rather perplexing. Soon, he focused his attention on the lecture that in the 4th section, Zhutingyi. It becomes evident that Jia Ming's proficiency is quite poor, and he is certainly not a disciple of Professor Jia Xiling. However, he does have a slight connection with Professor Jia Xiling of Dongwei Academy, as he is the professor's nephew. Relying on this relationship, he has established this training course under the name of Jia Xiling. Although Jia Xiling is aware of his nephew's endeavors, such matters are not uncommon and do not significantly impact him. Occasionally, he may lend his support. Despite Jia Ming's limited abilities, he possesses the art of persuasion and is well versed in the tricks of deceiving others. Merely reciting the textbook is insufficient, as the subject matter is limited and requires additional content. He is keenly aware of the caliber of the students attending the training course, which leads him to devise an effective strategy. For anything basic and straightforward, he elaborates extensively, meticulously discussing even the simplest theorem for an extended period, delving into derivations. Conversely, he glosses over the more complex topics. To an untrained ear, it may seem that the instructor's lectures are quite comprehensive and rich in detail. However, to a knowledgeable audience, it is utterly dismissible, a mere charade. Yet, Chenmu is utterly captivated. His foundational knowledge is so lacking that when confronted with confusion, he has no idea where to look for reference materials. Lamentably, without guidance, Chenmu's progress has been painfully slow over the past 3 years. To card makers, these fundamentals are taken for granted, and they believe it unnecessary to explain them in such detail. Nonetheless, Jiaming's extensive discussion of basic content aligns perfectly with Chun Mu's needs, illuminating many of his previously perplexing doubts. From that point on, Chun Mu attended every single one of Jiaming's classes without fail. Theory and practice complement each other, each fostering the other's growth. For 3 years, Chun Mu has been attempting to refine a 1-star energy card through trial and error, which has endowed him with a wealth of experience that in comparison, his progress has been remarkable. What once felt somewhat ambiguous regarding the 1-star energy card has now become increasingly clear to him that as the current course period nears its conclusion, Jiaming announces, "I have some good news to share. Due to our collaboration with Dongwei Academy, we are eligible to participate in the annual continuing education examination held by them. Each of you is to create a card and submit it to me next time. If any of you are selected, there is a good chance of being chosen for further study at Dongwei Academy." Jiaming spoke earnestly. Although his knowledge may be somewhat limited, he possesses a silver tongue and a witty demeanor, fostering a surprisingly good rapport with his students. The following day, everyone submitted their crafted cards. Chun Mu presented a 1-star energy card. The so-called continuing education examination at Dongwei Academy is specifically designed for those attending training courses in collaboration with the institution. Its original intent was to provide exceptionally talented students with an opportunity for formal study. However, over the years, it has gradually devolved into a mere formality, with both the organizers and the academy showing little interest in the process. Awkwardly, in over 30 years, only 2 students have been selected. Jiaming, not taking the matter seriously, is well aware of his students' capabilities and doubts anyone can produce a complete card. Thus, he did not bother to register the names of these cards, simply tossing them into a paper bag. Alas, what a tough fate. "I have to manage 3 classes," he sighed. After completing all the courses, Jiaming made a trip to his uncle's office at Dongwei Academy, casually tossing the 3 paper bags onto the desk before seeking some leisure to unwind. Upon returning to his office, Jia Xiling noticed the 3 bags and frowned slightly. Now over 50, his square face bore numerous wrinkles. Although he understood that these matters were merely spoken of without much significance, since they had been mentioned, he felt compelled to follow through. However, how could such a matter be handled by a distinguished professor? Pressing the activation button on his wrist device, which was far more exquisite and compact than Chun Mu's, he noted its palm-sized, pure silver design adorned with intricate patterns, and its straps made from the skin of serrated crocodiles sourced from Mohadi. The device featured 4 card slots, indicative of its considerable value, that a translucent screen emerged before him, displaying a lengthy list of names. This indicated that the communication card within his device had been activated. The invention of the communication card is only about 30 years old and has since become widely adopted. The card's level varies with distance, and the highest tier can facilitate clear communication throughout the entire Tianyu Federation. However, its cost is prohibitive for most. Typically, ordinary residents use 1-star to star-level communication cards, while Jia Xiling possesses a slightly more advanced 3-star card, enabling communication across the entire district, with a finger adorned with a sapphire ring. Jia Xiling lightly tapped on a name displayed on the screen. After approximately 5 seconds, an image of a handsome young man appeared, his hair styled in a somewhat androgynous manner, with an air of coldness in his brows and eyes. "Teacher, is there something you need?" Zhuotingyi inquired respectfully, his tone icy. Aware of his student's nature, Jia Xiling responded, "Come to my office." Approximately 10 minutes later, Zhuotingyi arrived. "Sort these items," Jia Xiling instructed, gesturing towards the 3 paper bags on the desk. Zhuotingyi acknowledged the request and began organizing the cards. Observing Zhuotingyi's lack of impatience, Jia Xiling nodded in satisfaction. Zhuotingyi was his prized pupil, not only exceptionally talented and academically accomplished, but also deeply respectful of his elders. Approaching tasks with meticulousness, nearly all of his instructors held him in high regard. Moreover, he was quite considerate, often presenting lavish gifts during festive seasons. He was, without a doubt, the epitome of the ideal student in the eyes of his teachers. As Zhuotingyi sorted through the cards, he discovered that most were in a deplorable state, riddled with errors. Although his expression remained neutral, he felt a twinge of helplessness. Being burdened with such trivial matters was genuinely vexing. Waste card, waste card. This one is utterly absurd. 15 mistakes on such a simple card. Another waste card. Zhuotingyi lamented, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Finally, he stumbled upon a card that resembled something decent. Taking a deep breath, Zhutingyi felt a sense of relief. Under normal circumstances, he would have dismissed a one-star energy card without a second glance. Yet, in this context, this one-star energy card evoked a sense of excitement. After organizing the 3 bags, only one card remained before Zhutingyi, a one-star energy card. Just as he was about to report to Jia Xiling, he hesitated and decided to be more cautious to avoid any embarrassment. The dismal waste cards had left even the usually composed Zhutingyi a bit anxious that he quickly examined the remaining one-star energy card closely. He exclaimed softly, his expression shifting. Hearing Zhutingyi's soft exclamation roused Jia Xiling from his drowsy state. He forced his eyes open, tidied his appearance, and, satisfied that his hair was in place, cleared his throat and asked, "Tingyi, what is it?" Zhutingyi appeared oblivious, his gaze fixated on the card in his hand. Jia Xiling frowned slightly and raised his voice, a hint of annoyance creeping in. "Tingyi, what on earth is going on?" Only then did Zhutingyi snap back to reality and quickly turn around. "Teacher, this card is rather peculiar." "Peculiar? In what way?" Jia Xiling inquired, somewhat puzzled. Zhutingyi promptly presented the one-star energy card before his teacher, stammering, "It's this card, this card." He struggled to articulate his thoughts. What on earth is wrong with him today? Jia Xiling mused, slightly furrowing his brow. Zhutingyi was typically decisive, articulate, and never hesitant. "Let me see it," Jia Xiling said directly. Receiving the card from Zhutingyi, he regarded the one-star energy card with mild indifference, questioning what was so remarkable about it. However, he still took a closer look. He abruptly sat up, the earlier indifference evaporating, replaced by a profound seriousness. Indeed, it was rather strange. Jia Xiling murmured to himself, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the one-star energy card in his hand. Even he, a senior card maker at Dongwei Academy, found it difficult to ascertain whether this one-star energy card was indeed flawed. The structure of this card differed significantly from the standard design. Jia Xiling, drawing on his extensive experience, discerned that this structure was based on the standard one, having undergone certain alterations. Yet whether these alterations were intentional changes or mere errors remained uncertain, that he felt somewhat at a loss, as he had never encountered such modified structures before. Zhutingyi noticed Jia Xiling's confusion and suggested, "Teacher, why don't we test it to see if this energy card works?" Jia Xiling's eyes brightened at the suggestion. Yes, by checking whether this card functions, they could ascertain whether it is erroneous. However, he maintained an expression as though he had already anticipated this, clearing his throat. "Well, Tingyi, you've made some progress and are thinking along the same lines as I." Zhutingyi humbly responded, "Your wisdom is as vast as the ocean, far beyond what a student can compare." Jia Xiling felt a surge of joy within, yet replied, "There is no need for such modesty. Among the students, few can rival your abilities. All credit goes to your guidance, which has led to my current standing." Zhutingyi bowed slightly. "It is commendable that Tingyi remembers the kindness of his teacher." After the two had finished their mutual praise, Jia Xiling feigned profundity and remarked, "Very well. Let us go and discover what is remarkable about this one-star energy card that I in Jia Xiling's card-making studio." An array of sophisticated devices was readily available. Although card-making is a complex discipline, it attracts a considerable number of learners. Among card makers, a stark polarization exists, with a significant disparity between the wealthy and the impoverished. Low-level card makers often struggle to make ends meet, finding it difficult to sustain their livelihoods. That mid-level card makers, however, can earn a decent income. Once one ascends to the status of a senior card maker, they become highly sought after, drawing the attention of various factions eager to recruit them. Low-level card makers are limited to producing 1-star and 2-star cards, which are now largely mass-produced, thus exacerbating the difficulties faced by those at the lower tier. In contrast, cards rated 3 stars and above can only be crafted by skilled card makers, which accounts for the high demand for mid to high-level card makers. The Dongwei Academy offers generous incentives to attract these senior card makers as instructors, providing not only competitive salaries but also substantial research funding that is highly coveted. Jia Xiling possesses his own personal card-making chamber, equipped with various instruments funded by the Dongwei Academy. Currently, he is utilizing a card analysis device, a highly specialized instrument that requires intricate operation, typically acquired and mastered solely by card makers. Its capabilities are formidable, allowing for the analysis of a card's materials, structure, and production timeline, among other aspects. Naturally, its price is also exorbitant. Indeed, It is a novel structure. Upon reviewing the final analysis report, Jia Xiling, disregarding the astonished expression on Zhutingyi's face, fell into deep contemplation. His knowledge far surpassed that of Zhutingyi, and he was well aware that, beyond the standard structure, one-star energy cards could exhibit a variety of structural designs. The analysis report was exceptionally detailed, revealing that the materials used in this one-star energy card were identical to those of a standard one-star energy card. Although the design differed, its performance remained on par with that of the standard card, devoid of any enhancements that IT holds no value. Shaking his head, Jia Xiling felt a twinge of discouragement. After dedicating half a day to this endeavor, he had unearthed nothing of worth as a senior card maker. He could scarcely fathom that the optimization of this one-star energy card lay not in its performance, but rather in its cost. To him, the notion of meticulously refining the cost of a card priced at merely over 100 UDI was perhaps a rather peculiar idea. Casually tossing the card aside, Jia Xiling resolved not to squander any further time on this matter. After all, the time of a distinguished senior card maker is a precious commodity. Zhutingyi, too, had not anticipated that the optimization of this one-star energy card would pertain to its cost. Coming from a wealthy background, he regarded money as trivial and could scarcely conceive that someone would seek to profit from a card costing only a little over 100 UDI. In truth, he had never utilized any energy card rated below 3 stars. Nevertheless, as the sole intact card among the 3 paper bags, Zhutingyi harbored a modicum of admiration for its creator, particularly after witnessing the countless discarded cards that had suffered degradation that he had initially intended to assist the creator in participating in the promotion examination. But after searching in vain for the card's maker, the matter was left unresolved. Chun Mu's life remained unchanged. He continued to produce one-star energy cards with unwavering consistency. However, owing to the insights gained during a recent training course, his learning had progressed at an extraordinary pace. This advancement was most evident in the fluidity of his strokes when drawing energy cards, which had become noticeably smoother and more refined. He estimated that this could enhance the efficiency of his produced energy cards by approximately 3%. Given the inherently low energy of one-star cards, such an increase was hardly discernible. Chapter 6. Perception at times. Chun Mu would recall the intricately patterned black card with silver lines, resembling a vast starry sky, tucked away in his drawer. Yet, the moment he considered the staggering price of 15,000 UDI for a 3-star energy card, his heart would sink that IT had become a habit for him to spend some time each day handling this mysterious and complex card, which now lay casually on his desk. Although he was filled with curiosity about the silver-lined black card, he refrained from purchasing a 3-star energy card. His decision was the result of careful deliberation. Beyond the factor of the 3-star energy card, his own limitations were the fundamental reason for this choice. His foundational skills were exceedingly poor, so much so that he could not even match the capabilities of an ordinary low-level card maker. To invest time in that card now would yield little benefit for his personal development. With a shaky foundation, the ascent would only become perilous and constricted, while he did not comprehend grand philosophies. The simple truths gleaned from his childhood of wandering were clear to him. In recent days, he had been immersed in the exhilarating sensation of rapid progress. Years of accumulation had led him to never cease his contemplation, despite being hindered by certain key issues that remained elusive. Once those obstacles were removed, the rush of breakthroughs was simply unparalleled, that he believed he was now ready to attempt crafting a 1-star illusion card. Illusion cards are a traditional forte of the Tianyu Federation. The renowned card theory founder, Rosenberg, specialized in illusion cards. The initial stage of illusion cards is the projection stage, while the advanced stage is the simulation stage. The utility of basic illusion cards is rather limited. They merely project images that, while lifelike, are ultimately harmless and easily discernible by the experienced. In stark contrast, the power of advanced illusion cards is formidable. They are capable of channeling the energy of energy cards and, through unique arrangements and combinations, simulating physical objects, thus serving as a hallmark of high-end weaponry and a preferred armament for card users. Such advanced illusion cards are referred to as illusion technique cards. Generally, when everyday individuals speak of illusion cards, they are referring to the basic variety. The crafting of illusion cards differs significantly from that of energy cards. Energy cards can be produced once the card maker comprehends their structure and possesses sufficient drawing skills. In contrast, illusion cards necessitate a certain level of perception from the card maker. Perception, defined as the ability to communicate with energy, is the most essential skill that a card maker must master. Perception can be enhanced through specialized methods, making it a crucial component of every card maker's curriculum. Within the current evaluations for card makers, perception stands out as one of the most vital and foundational abilities with a stringent system of classification. Naturally, perception is not solely the domain of card makers. Certain professions, such as card users, also require a substantial degree of perception. In fact, during the early development of the card system, in the era of Rosenberg, the profession of card users did not exist at that time. Card makers, as the creators of the cards, were also the most familiar with them, wielding adeptness in both crafting and utilizing the cards. The era was predominantly characterized by card masters, individuals skilled in both card making and card techniques that it was not until 3 centuries ago, during the time of Heinrich van Sant, that the number of card makers had significantly increased after over 200 years of development, leading to a substantial variety and quantity of cards circulating beyond the realm of card makers. As the card system grew increasingly intricate, the knowledge required of card makers expanded considerably compared to the era of Rosenberg, prompting card makers to gradually focus on research and learning. It was during this period that a new profession emerged: card users. These specialists devoted their energies to maximizing the potential of cards, often surpassing card makers in their prowess with the cards. Human energy is finite. Thus, those who attempt to master both card making and card usage often find themselves lacking in both domains. Over time, the distinction between the two professions became ever more pronounced. Nonetheless, there were exceptions, such as Heinrich van Sant, who was both a genius card maker and one of the most exceptional card users of his era. He also became the last recorded card master. In modern times, the training of perception for card makers and card users emphasizes different aspects. Card makers predominantly focus on energy perception, while card users concentrate on energy control. Numerous methods exist for training perception, yet they share a common requirement: the use of a medium. The nature of this medium directly influences the characteristics of the perception, which in turn affects the cards produced by the card maker. The inherent qualities of the cards subsequently impact the card users who employ them. Consequently, in many instances, within certain schools of thought, card makers and card users coexist harmoniously, with the latter utilizing cards from their own school. Due to their shared training and perception, they can often unleash the maximum potential of these cards. For instance, the renowned Kuji Temple produces various heart cards that can hardly be utilized effectively by anyone not trained at Kuji Temple. Even if they can be used, the card's full power remains untapped. In comparison to card makers, there are far more card users. The prestige of card makers is unquestionable, yet this is contingent upon reaching at least a mid-level status. In contrast, card users demonstrate a greater adaptability, serving as personal bodyguards, adventurers, and mercenaries. Moreover, card users adept at controlling water-related cards can navigate effortlessly underwater, making them ideal candidates for marine exploration. Similarly, card users skilled in detection cards are not only indispensable for maintaining public safety, but also essential members of every exploration team. The variety of cards is vast, and the card users themselves are equally diverse. Chapter 7. Card anomalies. As the creators of cards, card makers also assume the role of repairers. Ordinary cards are seldom taken for repairs, as mending one often diminishes its performance and incurs exorbitant costs. However, in the case of a rare card, it may be priceless yet elusive, making it impossible to procure even if desired. If damaged, the only recourse is to seek restoration. Chunmu's perception is rather limited. The card maker from years past did not instruct him on how to cultivate this sense, although professional textbooks elaborate on the subject. Chunmu has diligently followed the prescribed methods, yet progress remains minimal. Upon reflection, he finds solace in the fact that what circulates in the market are merely common goods. For a card maker, the exclusive techniques for enhancing perception constitute the most vital secrets. In today's fiercely competitive society, who would selflessly disclose such knowledge? There exist numerous methods to enhance perception, many of which are quite renowned. Within the 5 major districts of the Tianyu Federation, each boasts its own illustrious schools of card making. In fact, within these districts, card makers and card restorers often coexist within the same lineage. The Kuji Temple in the Vanna district employs the heart as a medium, honing this medium through rigorous practice to elevate perception.
The 5 major districts are home to 5 esteemed academies. The Moing in the Balian district, the Zhongda Shufu in the Shangan district, the Xingyuan in the Zuohua district, the Kuji Temple in the Vanna district, and the Xuanyue Hanzhou in the Tiandongli district. Alongside the Federal Comprehensive Academy in the capital, these comprise the 6 most prestigious institutions within the Tianyu Federation. The federation consists of 5 major districts and 22 common districts. Chunmu resides in the Dongshang Weiqing, which is one of the cities in the Dongxing district, a common district. Relocation between the 22 common districts is quite flexible. However, settling in one of the 5 major districts proves to be a more formidable challenge, requiring a specific skill level and title. The conditions in the 5 major districts far surpass those in the common districts, making it the lifelong aspiration of many to establish residence there. Short-term tourism and sightseeing do not fall within this category. The Dongwei Academy, though its national ranking is uncertain, holds considerable renown locally. Alas, Chunmu has yet to find the opportunity to study there. He has been practicing a rather rudimentary method, and his innate talent in this regard is quite limited. Thus, despite 2 years of training, his progress remains negligible. Nevertheless, Chunmu perseveres, diligently practicing each day. The method he employs requires very ordinary mediums, allowing him to use what he is most familiar with, a 1-star energy card he crafted himself. This energy card, now significantly transformed through his training, has grown more intricate and crystalline that it seems to possess a profound connection with him, the nature of which he cannot quite articulate. Thanks to his relentless dedication, although his perception remains low, it suffices to barely produce 1-star and 2-star illusion cards that he has memorized the structure of a 1-star illusion card countless times and is ready to attempt the creation of his first 1-star illusion card. Alas, a mistake has been made. The first card is rendered useless. The second card fails as well. The third card meets the same fate. Sweat begins to bead on Chunmu's forehead as he finally comprehends the differences between crafting an illusion card and a 1-star energy card. Material-wise, a card primarily consists of 2 components, card material and card ink. The card material serves as the carrier for the ink, while the ink is used to outline the patterns. The composition of card ink is exceedingly complex, and mastering its formulation is fundamental for every card maker. Creating an illusion card is no longer a simple matter of sketching with a pen. It necessitates the control of perception to harmonize the ink with the material. This significantly escalates the difficulty of the task. Chunmu finds it increasingly challenging to maintain focus. His inherently low perception barely allows him to produce 1-star and 2-star illusion cards. This series of attempts has left him mentally exhausted. The experience is more tiring than crafting 21-star energy cards. Unknowingly, Chunmu slumps over his desk and falls into a deep slumber, utterly fatigued. Outside, the starry sky twinkles as the temperature drops. The vast expanse of stars exudes a chill. Their cool light streams through the open window, casting a soft glow upon Chunmu's slumbering form at the desk. The mysterious card lies quietly in a corner, bathed in the gentle starlight. The room is eerily silent, save for the soft sound of Chunmu's breathing. Suddenly, the fine, spiderweb-like silver threads on the card's surface begin to shimmer, while the black card body grows increasingly profound and pure. Gradually, certain sections of the silver lines fade, becoming nearly imperceptible, while the intersections of the silver strands remain unaffected, continuing to brighten. This transformation persists for a full 10 minutes. The card surface undergoes a complete metamorphosis. The previously intricate silver lines on the black surface vanish without a trace, leaving behind countless silver specks, reminiscent of stars scattered across the night sky. Chunmu awakens 5 hours later, roused by the chill seeping through the window. Rubbing his bleary eyes and shaking his head to dispel the lingering drowsiness, he takes a deep breath of the crisp air, which quickly revitalizes him. Out of the corner of his eye, he catches sight of the desk and suddenly freezes, as if turned to stone. It takes him a full 5 minutes to regain his senses. The first thing he does is pinch his arm. Though he seldom dreams, he wonders if this is indeed a dream. However, the sharp pain in his arm confirms that the scene before him is no illusion. The mysterious card has undergone a dramatic transformation. The countless silver threads on its black surface have vanished, replaced by a chaotic scattering of silver dots of varying sizes, that if he could previously discern that this was a high-grade card. Its current appearance renders it impossible to assess.
The card's transformation far exceeds Chun Mu's comprehension, leaving him momentarily stunned as he gazes at it in his palm. Suddenly, inspiration strikes him, and he deftly slots the card into the gauge on his wrist. Beep! The image projected by the card remains unchanged from the last time. What alteration has occurred? Chun Mu's curiosity intensifies, and he feels an overwhelming urge to rush into the street and purchase a 3-star energy card. Impulse is a devil. Impulse is a devil. Chun Mu mutters to himself, reminding himself that it is no trifling sum. After considerable effort, he manages to rein in his desire. Most would have succumbed to the temptation by now. But Chun Mu possesses remarkable self-restraint. Gradually regaining his composure, he realizes that his primary focus must be on mastering the creation of illusion cards, which represents a qualitative leap for him. Though this may seem a simple aspiration. For someone like Chun Mu, who has been groping in the dark for so long, this day has been long anticipated. He cannot afford to be distracted by other matters. His reluctance to dip into his savings is solely for the sake of this ambition. He is uncertain how long it might take to explore this path or how many materials he would need to expend, hence his steadfast resolve to refrain from purchasing a 3-star energy card. Although the card remains enigmatic, the creation of illusion cards has been Chun Mu's dream for years as a child. While wandering, he would often lose himself in the mesmerizing advertisements of illusion cards that flickered with vibrant colors outside shops. Momentarily forgetting the biting cold that his thin clothing could not withstand. Presently, his basic needs are fully met. If not for this aspiration, he would not delve so deeply into card theory. Merely producing energy cards suffices to maintain his current lifestyle. And truth be told, he is quite content with it. He is not a person of grand ambitions. His childhood dreams were simple: to have enough to eat, to stay warm, and to have a place to call home. Dreams he has already fulfilled. The only remaining aspiration is that flickering memory of the colorful illusion card advertisements from winter nights. With a deep exhale, Chun Mu releases all the air from his lungs and gently places the mysterious card into a drawer. Until he masters the art of creating illusion cards, he will not attempt to unravel the mystery of this enigmatic card. Gazing at the pile of discarded cards on the table, Chun Mu remains silent. Resuming his seat, he has long since grown accustomed to failure. For as long as he can remember, he has navigated this journey alone. Failure has been a constant companion, that if he were to become disheartened by setbacks, he would never have reached this point. He resolves to try harder. Chun Mu clenches his fists in determination. 7 days pass. Chun Mu's face betrays signs of fatigue, his eyes bloodshot. Before him lies a mound of cards, none of which bear a complete pattern. All are failures. For 7 consecutive days, he has tirelessly attempted to craft illusion cards. Yet not once has he succeeded. He cannot seem to direct his perception to control the pen in his hand. He feels the strong material properties of the ink flowing from the pen tip, yet he cannot wield his perception to meld these liquids with the card material. The ink-soaked tip behaves like a wild stallion, refusing to obey. Given his already low perception, the repeated exertion forces him to rest, awaiting the recovery of his senses. For 7 consecutive days and nights, he tirelessly toiled to create the illusion cards. Yet he had not succeeded in crafting even a single one. But the blow to his confidence was far more exhausting than the toll of physical and mental fatigue. Where had he gone awry? Chun Mu, in anguish, tugged at his disheveled hair. Despondently seated in a chair, he gazed at the heap of discarded cards strewn across the table, lost in thought. The toll of these days had not merely depleted Chun Mu's energy. It had also drained a considerable amount of money. The primary expenditure had been on materials, and despite the cards being of the most basic level, he had already spent nearly 10,000 udi. His meager savings could scarcely withstand such repeated turmoil. A bitter smile crept across Chun Mu's face. Rising to his feet, he pushed open the window, and the radiant sunlight bathed his face, the warmth coaxing him to squint contentedly. Regardless of the circumstances, he decided it was time for a respite as he strolled down the sun-drenched street. His spirits, initially tainted by the failure to produce a basic illusion card, began to lift imperceptibly. Sunny, clear weather was a favorite among the homeless, for it alleviated the worries of the cold and the silent threat of losing life to the biting wind. Humming a tune, he casually strolled with his hands intertwined behind his head. Before long, he found himself at the entrance of Dongwei Academy. Having never ventured inside, Chun Mu felt a surge of delight and, without a moment's thought, made his way into the academy. Dongwei Academy did not restrict access to non-students. Its stunning scenery and numerous historical sites attracted many visitors. The revenue generated from these tourists was substantial, prompting each session of the school council to diligently maintain the academy's environment, which became one of its defining features. Although Dongwei Academy could not claim a position among the top 100 in terms of strength, it consistently ranked among the top 10 in the annual selection of the most beautiful academies in the Federation. A point of pride for the residents of the entire Dongshang Weicheng. Upon entering Dongwei Academy, he was greeted by clusters of tourists that it was easy to distinguish between visitors and students, as the latter always wore neatly pressed uniforms. However, wherever he roamed, Chenmu stood out conspicuously. With his unruly, tousled hair, wrinkled and soiled attire, worn slippers, and a face unwashed for days, he bore the unmistakable appearance of a beggar, oblivious to the gazes of those around him. He nonchalantly laid down on the grass. Having grown accustomed to the world's indifference during his days of wandering, he had long developed immunity to the scornful and disdainful glances. The act of reclining on the ground felt utterly natural, leading passers-by to further confirm their assumption of him as a beggar, prompting them to steer clear. Chenmu paid no heed to this, closing his eyes and basking in the sun's rays, feeling lazily relaxed. Just then, the sound of conversation drifted into his ears. "Yinner, why the long face? Is there some trouble you wish to share with your sister? Don't bottle it up inside," a woman's voice, soft and melodious, reached him. Chenmu couldn't help but mentally assess the tone. Yet he had no intention of opening his eyes, that it held no allure for him anymore, and he recalled a stunningly beautiful woman who had viciously trampled on one of his fellow homeless companions with her high heels. Her lips spewing venomous curses that he had never imagined that such a dulcet voice could utter words he had deemed the most malicious in the world. The incident had merely arisen from his companion accidentally dirtying her shoes while begging. At that time, his companion was merely 6 years old. While he was 8, that without a second thought, he had lunged at the beautiful woman. But alas, his youth had rendered him powerless in the end. Both had emerged with numerous bruises. His companion had also departed from this world that winter, never to awaken again, for that winter had been unbearably cold. Since then, whenever he heard a melodious female voice, he involuntarily envisioned that scene. Chenmu furrowed his brow momentarily, but then relaxed it again, that he reminded himself that it was not worth disrupting his good mood over this sound. Yet the conversation persisted, infiltrating his ears. "Sister, I can't seem to create the blue-skinned rabbit illusion card. No matter what I do, that I've tried countless times, but nothing works. My perception is the highest in the class. Yet I'm the only one who hasn't produced an illusion card." The voice, bright and crisp, was tinged with frustration. It belonged to a young girl, and Chenmu could surmise her age without opening his eyes. She was certainly no older than 12. The Yinner, share with your sister what it feels like when you attempt to make the card. The sister coaxed gently. "Dada, I can't quite explain it. It feels like the pen in my hand is unresponsive, that I know the structure. Yet when it comes time to create, I simply can't finish it." Lying on the ground, Chenmu suddenly opened his eyes. Although his back was turned to the sisters, his ears perked up, fearing he might miss a single word. The young girl's predicament mirrored his own almost precisely. "Yinner, don't be anxious. The basic illusion card is quite simple. That you're so clever. You will surely succeed." The sister offered encouragement before delving into the crucial details. "Yinner, since you have never made a card before, it is perfectly normal to lack experience, even with your high perception. Many teachers don't clarify this point well, that we don't use perception to control the compatibility of materials. Rather, we guide their compatibility. It is like a catalyst, merely leading the way. The actual compatibility changes depend on the physical properties of the materials themselves. That do you understand, Yinner?" A sudden epiphany struck Chenmu, illuminating his mind like a bolt from the blue. Induction. So that was it. In that moment, all his questions seemed to unravel. By the time he rose, the two sisters had already vanished from sight. Unbeknownst to him, they had been gone for over an hour while he had been lost in thought. Eagerly, he took off running. If only he had an illusion card for flight, he could soar back. He dashed through the door, nearly crashing into it. As soon as he entered the room, he sat down at the table and immersed himself in crafting a basic illusion card. His heart brimmed with confidence, and he had a premonition that this time he would undoubtedly succeed. Taking a deep breath to calm the tumult within, Chenmu gradually settled his racing thoughts. Once his chest felt at ease, He picked up a blank card, placing it before him, and gently grasped the pen with his right hand. Without hesitation, the pen tip descended upon the card's surface. The clarity and precision of his perception enveloped the tip like a delicate thread gliding over an incredibly smooth surface, devoid of any hindrance. The entire pattern flowed seamlessly from Chunmu's hand, and he no longer felt the slightest difficulty. The sensation was exquisite. With pride, he placed the completed card before him, filled with a sense of accomplishment. Indeed, the marvels of this world were boundless. Breaking through that thin layer of glass had transported him to an entirely different realm. Inserting the finished card into the activation slot, he pressed the activation button. A sphere of light, roughly the size of a fist, floated in a being before him, warm and radiating a soft white glow. Excitedly, Chunmu reached out a finger to gently touch the sphere, feeling as though he were plunging his digit into thin air, merging with the light. This sphere was but a phantasm, an image, not a tangible entity. Such was the nature of basic illusion cards. Whereas advanced illusion cards could simulate physical entities using energy, marking the fundamental distinction between the two, that the success of the basic illusion card allowed Chunmu to finally release the tension that had been building within him. The relentless work of the past days had brought his body to the brink of danger. Now, having relaxed, he was immediately engulfed by an overwhelming wave of sleepiness that he slept for a full 2 days and 2 nights, only to be roused by hunger. Upon waking, Chunmu hastily searched for something to satisfy his appetite. Habitually sitting at the table, he found himself in a daze. The greatest question that had lingered in his heart, the creation of the basic illusion card, had been successfully resolved. Now, continuing to refine his skills in crafting basic illusion cards was merely a matter of detail, a slow endeavor that required day and night accumulation to yield results. Creating illusion cards was Chunmu's aspiration. And now that his wish had been fulfilled, he felt a sense of bewilderment that as for the advanced illusion card. The principles of crafting an advanced illusion card were no different from those of the basic one and posed no challenge for him. In that moment, Chunmu found himself somewhat adrift, devoid of direction. Once, the basic illusion card had seemed an unattainable dream, and he had tirelessly pursued that goal that he had never contemplated what he should learn after mastering the creation of a basic illusion card. Oh well, life must continue day by day. He might as well keep producing basic energy cards, for he had already spent a considerable amount of money during this period, and his savings had significantly dwindled. Grasping a card, Chunmu was about to begin crafting a basic energy card when suddenly, the thought of that mysterious card struck him. The pen froze mid-air. That enigmatic card seemed to possess a peculiar allure, lingering in his mind, refusing to fade away. Setting the pen down, Chunmu retrieved the card from his drawer. The intricate silver patterns that once resembled spider silk had long since vanished, leaving behind a pitch-black card adorned with numerous silver dots, varying in size and brightness. Each time Chunmu gazed upon this card, he was enveloped by a profound sense of vastness. Vastness. What a peculiar sensation. A self-deprecating smile crept on Chunmu's lips. 15,000 udi, he mused, staring at the strange card, uncertain of his next move. The constraints of a long-held desire to create a 1-star illusion card had finally dissipated, and a powerful curiosity drew him in, causing the scales of his heart to swiftly tilt towards that card. Without hesitation, Chunmu resolutely decided that he could spend a few more months earning the money back if necessary. Determined, Chunmu stepped out to purchase a 3-star energy card. Once again venturing into the streets, his mood was entirely different from the last outing under the sun. The sky was filled with shuttles, their exhaust flows faintly audible in the air. Shuttles were an expensive luxury, certainly beyond the means of someone like Chunmu. The core component of a shuttle was a card capable of generating high-velocity airflow, which, through the shuttle's intricate internal structure, produced tremendous thrust. Those skilled card manipulators did not even require shuttles. They could deftly control such airflow cards to achieve flight with greater speed and agility, unable to afford a shuttle or manipulate airflow cards. Chunmu had no choice but to rely on his own legs to progress. The 3-star energy card could only be found in more upscale establishments, as it was far from cheap. It was Chunmu's first time entering such a high-end card shop, with its gleaming, polished floors reflecting light and a subtle, refreshing fragrance wafting through the air. Various premium cards were displayed in glass cases, resting on crimson velvet, each accompanied by detailed descriptions. The sales assistant, elegantly attired in a neat uniform, greeted him with a warm smile. "Hello, how may I assist you?" She showed no hint of disdain for Chun Mu's disheveled appearance, demonstrating exemplary professionalism. Accustomed to seeing a wide array of clientele, they understood that many seemingly unremarkable individuals often splurged extravagantly, as not all wealthy patrons were overly concerned with their attire. Scholars deeply engrossed in their research, who paid little heed to their appearance, were a common sight that a 3-star energy card, Chun Mu stated succinctly. The sales assistant inwardly rejoiced, recognizing him as a likely affluent customer that a 3-star energy card cost 15,000 UD. And today's sales figures would meet their targets perfectly. Chun Mu was never one to dawdle. Once he decided to make a purchase, he acted decisively and paid promptly. This further convinced the sales assistant that he was indeed a man of considerable wealth. "Is there anything else you require, sir? Our store boasts a comprehensive selection of cards in the city. Should you seek a card we do not have, we can help you place an order for a custom creation from our affiliated MasterCard designers." She enthusiastically promoted. Overwhelmed by the dazzling array of premium cards, Chun Mu swallowed hard and shook his head, but no thank you. "There is nothing I need here." Stepping out of the card shop, the cold air immediately invigorated Chun Mu's mind. After standing in silence for a moment, he suddenly chuckled at himself, realizing how easily he had succumbed to temptation. Those cards had dazzled him. Casting aside those unrealistic thoughts, he recalled the mysterious card still at home, igniting a fervent curiosity that compelled him to sprint back. Bursting through the door, panting heavily, he entered his home. The questions surrounding the mysterious card had lingered in Chun Mu's mind. What type of card warranted such elaborate disguises? What was the purpose of its concealment? The dual layers of disguising film were undoubtedly the work of a master. Which master had crafted it? Such inquiries stirred the curiosity of anyone, yet the most peculiar aspect was not these questions. The most extraordinary feature of this mysterious card was that, overnight, its surface patterns had undergone a dramatic transformation. Chun Mu had never heard of a card whose patterns could change. Once a card's patterns were established, they became exceptionally stable. The interlocking materials were irreversible. This binding force was formidable. Even the inexorable passage of time could only cause it to gradually loosen and flake away, but could not rearrange it into a different form. If this card truly was the creation of someone, what astonishing skill must that individual possess? All these enigmas stirred an insatiable itch of curiosity within Chun Mu. Now, the time had finally come to unveil this mystery. Chun Mu felt a surge of excitement as he picked up the mysterious card from the table, gently caressing its surface with his palm. With a deft flick of his fingers, he inserted the card into the slot of the device. Following that, he swiftly placed the 3-star energy card into another slot of the device. Without a moment's hesitation, he pressed the activation button. Suddenly, the surroundings darkened, and Chun Mu felt as if he had been transported to an entirely unfamiliar realm. What an incredible illusion card! The astonishment within Chun Mu was beyond words. He had never imagined an illusion card could reach such heights. This was truly a realm of vivid authenticity. This was undoubtedly a highly advanced illusion card. Never had he anticipated encountering such sophistication. Though fully aware that what he was witnessing was mere illusion, Chun Mu's expression still changed. The card completely severed his connection with the surrounding environment. All around him was an expanse of profound darkness, as if he floated alone in an endless void. First, please complete the following 18 actions. Suddenly, an ancient voice echoed beside Chun Mu's ear. The words seemed to be whispered directly into his ear. Clear yet understated. Unable to resist, Chun Mu turned to look behind him, but all he found was the same vast black void. Just as the voice faded, 18 lifelike puppets appeared before him, each performing distinct actions. Their features were indistinct, yet their forms were flawless. They endlessly repeated their movements, over and over again. Each of the 18 puppets moved differently, some performing exceedingly bizarre actions. Suppressing his astonishment, Chun Mu began to closely observe their motions. His gaze fell upon one particular puppet, and suddenly, a plethora of text appeared beside it. Chun Mu quickly read the text, which detailed the action and provided important notes. After finishing, he attempted to mimic the actions of the puppets. The 11th action, a fitness exercise. Having lived a life of wandering, Chun Mu had experienced some nutritional deficiencies in his youth. However, once his circumstances improved, his physique began to solidify. Although he may not appear particularly muscular, he possessed excellent physical fitness and rarely fell ill. Yet, when he tried to execute one of the actions, he found it exceedingly strenuous, demanding significant strength from his lower body, which was not his forte. After several attempts, his legs felt like jelly. Chen-mu was uncertain if he had truly performed the actions, but the fatigue in his legs was unmistakable that he attempted all 18 actions but could only successfully complete 3. Moreover, he discovered that as soon as he accurately executed one of the actions, the corresponding puppet would dim, that if his movements did not precisely match the puppet's demonstrations, they remained unchanged. Despite his efforts, no other alterations occurred in the surrounding environment. Exhausted from his attempts, Chen-mu realized his most pressing concern was not how to finish the 18 actions, but rather how to escape this illusion. Around him was an empty void, devoid of any other markers aside from the 18 puppets. Could it be that he needed to complete these 18 actions? Chen-mu quickly dismissed that notion, recognizing that all 18 puppets were merely illusions or was it necessary to perform these 18 actions? He chuckled bitterly. If that were the case, he was in dire straits. Completing these 18 actions would require considerable practice, far beyond his current capabilities. Breaking the illusion, that was out of the question. Such an advanced illusion was beyond his ability to dismantle. Where could the key to exiting this illusion lie? Recalling various legends about advanced illusion cards, beads of cold sweat began to form on Chen-mu's forehead, but if he could not locate this key point, his fate held but 2 possibilities. Either the energy card providing power to the illusion would be depleted, causing the illusion to dissolve, or he would perish from thirst or hunger before that occurred. A droplet of sweat trickled down his nose, ultimately falling into the endless darkness below. Having never encountered such peril before, Chen-mu did not panic. This was not his first encounter with danger. During his childhood as a wanderer, he faced not only hunger and cold, but also many threats. Stray dogs could be lethal to a homeless child, and those nefarious human traffickers regarded wanderers as prime targets. Yet, he had never felt so utterly powerless in the face of danger to him. This illusion card represented the pinnacle of illusionary artistry, an unattainable peak. For a fledgling card designer, barely grasping the basics of a 1-star illusion card, it was an existence to which he could only look up in awe. This sensation of danger was not merely external, but arose from the depths of his heart. Chen-mu forced himself to remain calm. He believed that the purpose of creating this card was not to entrap its user within an illusion, that if that were the case, the space would be filled with various lethal attacks. Rather than the tranquility he currently experienced, that it could only mean that he had yet to find the key to exiting the illusion. Lacking formal training in card design, it was evidently unrealistic to rely solely on his acquired knowledge to resolve this predicament. After contemplating for a considerable time, Chen-mu resolved to employ a rather simplistic method, elimination, that he would systematically rule out each possibility, given that there were not many entities within the illusion. However, he had nearly interacted with everything in the illusion just moments ago, and none had yielded any response. Where could the answer lie? In the void, the puppets, or perhaps within himself? A flash of insight illuminated Chen-mu's mind. Indeed, he had consistently overlooked one possibility: himself. Aside from the void and the 18 puppets, he was present in the entire illusion as well. His gaze fell upon his wrist, and he was taken aback to see his gauge prominently displayed there. Almost instinctively, Chen-mu pressed the activation button on the gauge. With a whoosh, the scenery before him transformed, and he found himself back in his familiar room. His legs weakened, and with a profound sigh of relief, Chen-mu plopped down onto the floor. He was utterly exhausted. At that moment, he couldn't even muster the energy to move a single finger. The exertion of attempting those 18 movements had drained him significantly, compounded by the heightened tension he had endured. Both his body and mind had faced a rigorous trial. Thus, the fatigued Chen-mu succumbed to slumber right there on the floor. Once again, Chen-mu awoke to the gnawing pangs of hunger. The sensation of being awakened by hunger was utterly dreadful, that he harbored a strong aversion to the feeling of emptiness in his stomach, a lingering shadow from his days of wandering, that he was not picky about food. He merely desired to fill his belly. Opening the fresh food cabinet, a rush of cold air greeted him. The core of the fresh food cabinet was a refrigeration card designed to maintain the freshness of the food within. While its price was modest, its energy consumption each month was considerable. Cards like the refrigeration card and the heating card for the thermal pot were not particularly advanced, merely rated at 1 or 2 stars. Yet they had become indispensable components of people's lives. Their mass industrial production had further reduced their cost. The application of low-level cards permeated every aspect of ordinary life. Within the card realm, two masters stood unchallenged: Master Rosenberg and Heine Vansen. Master Rosenberg initially proposed the card theory and created the first energy card and illusion card in human history. Meanwhile, Heine Vansen not only elevated Rosenberg's illusion cards to unprecedented heights, but also devised numerous cards that diverged from Rosenberg's style. Both masters had ascended to the pinnacle of the card world. Yet, there existed another remarkable figure who radiated an equally dazzling brilliance in an entirely different manner, often regarded as the closest to the two masters. This was Roki. The identity of Roki as a senior card maker paled in comparison to those illustrious card makers of history. Nonetheless, this very card maker ignited an unprecedented revolution within the card world. He dedicated his life to connecting cards with the lives of ordinary people. Many cards, once deemed unattainable, became integrated into the daily existence of the masses, including fresh food cabinets, thermal pots, and looms that he consistently exhibited remarkable creativity, unlocking immense value from seemingly inconspicuous 1-star and 2-star cards, thereby transforming the lives of many struggling low-level card makers. This also brought him immense wealth. His business acumen was equally shrewd, allowing his fortune to snowball. And within just a few decades, he became the wealthiest individual in the entire Tianyu Federation. Even now, the Roki family remains one of the few prestigious families in the Tianyu Federation. Roki was a figure surrounded by controversy. To traditional card makers, he epitomized the archetype of one who strayed from the righteous path. At that time, Heine Vansen derisively referred to him as a person reeking of copper. Yet, in the eyes of many, he was a bona fide genius, an unconventional prodigy. Chen Mu viewed him in such a light. Breaking conventions was not something everyone could achieve. Chewing on hard bread, Chen Mu's gaze returned to that enigmatic card. This puzzling card remained an enigma to him that he had yet to uncover any answers. Initially, he had thought that possessing a 3-star energy card would reveal the nature of this mysterious card. Yet he found himself still in the dark. The vividly realistic illusion within the card severed all connections to his surroundings, as if he were in another world, nearly leading him to despair. And it left him profoundly shaken that the illusion could achieve such a feat. Reflecting on the illusion cards he had crafted, Chen Mu felt a wave of frustration wash over him. However, this feeling of defeat lasted only a few seconds. He believed that in today's world, there were indeed very few capable of creating such illusions. Soon, a surge of encouragement followed. The illusion card, Tianyu Federation's most traditional card, was indeed formidable, subconsciously chewing on the hard bread. Chen Mu's mind was filled with those 18 distinct movements. They were certainly not offensive maneuvers. Chen Mu was not a combatant, yet brawling had been a commonplace occurrence during his wanderings, making him quite the adept in such matters. Thus, he could readily discern that these 18 movements held no aggressive intent. They resembled something akin to a fitness routine. However, the notion that such a sophisticated card could be created solely for a set of fitness movements made Chen Mu want to slap himself. It was utterly absurd. Recalling the puppets that dimmed with his completed actions, he pondered whether this was merely the first step. Yes, the first step. He recalled the elderly voice stating, "First step, please complete the following 18 movements." It appeared that there was more to uncover. Indeed, he had been intimidated by this card. Such a simple question had led him on a convoluted path before he arrived at the realization. Chen Mu indulged in self-mockery as he sorted through his thoughts that he had rediscovered his life as subjectives, to unravel the secret of this card and to enhance his illusion card-making skills. The illusion within this mysterious card stimulated him greatly, and while attempting to craft a 3-star illusion card in the short term was unrealistic, he could work on making his illusion cards more lifelike, akin to the illusions conjured by the enigmatic card. Nevertheless, he still needed to continue producing 1-star energy cards daily, as he had incurred considerable losses during this period. Munching on the hard bread, Chen Mu arranged his plans for the future. With a snap, a freshly minted schedule was affixed to the wall, and Chen Mu nodded in satisfaction. Life for him remained unchanged. The only remarkable aspect was that his efficiency in producing one-star energy cards had improved by nearly half compared to before. It was uncertain whether this was due to his newfound understanding of how to utilize perception, but he now found the process of crafting one-star energy cards surprisingly effortless. This newfound efficiency afforded him more time to devote to the other two objectives he had set. However, progress on the latter two fronts was relatively sluggish out of the 18 movements. Chunmu could only execute half. The physical requirements for these movements, strength, flexibility, and reflexes, demanded a considerable level of fitness. Nevertheless, the practice over the past few days had significantly enhanced his physical condition, which he deemed a pleasant surprise. His advancement in illusion card creation was minimal. Achieving an indistinguishable blend of reality and illusion was no simple feat, requiring continuous observation of his surroundings. Chunmu was not in a hurry. He understood that this was a gradual accumulation process, and urgency would bear no fruit. Carrying the one-star energy cards he had produced, Chunmu made his way to Uncle Hua's grocery store. Uncle Hua appeared somewhat unwell, yet he beamed with joy upon seeing Chunmu. "Mu, it's been a while. What have you been busy with lately?" He followed this with a fit of intense coughing. "Are you all right, Uncle Hua?" Chunmu expressed concern, for Uncle Hua was one of the few individuals who genuinely cared for him. Gasping for breath, Uncle Hua managed a weak smile. "Don't worry. It's just a slight cold. Your Uncle Hua is still robust," that he then continued. "What about you? I haven't seen you deliver energy cards lately. I was worried something had happened to you," observing Uncle Hua's pale complexion. Chunmu felt a pang of emotion, forcing a smile. "What could possibly happen to me? I've been busy learning how to make illusion cards, which has delayed me for a bit." "Oh, have you learned?" Uncle Hua's interest was piqued. Chunmu nodded, "Yes, but I've only mastered the one-star and two-star cards." "Haha, I knew you could do it, Mu. You are so clever and diligent. You have a bright future ahead." Uncle Hua's joy was palpable, akin to hearing of a relative's success, but this excitement triggered another bout of coughing. Chunmu watched Uncle Hua with concern, unsure of what to say. Eventually, Uncle Hua's coughing subsided, and his complexion shifted from pale to flushed as he cheerfully stated, "Mu, you must work hard. I've always wanted an illusion card advertisement board, preferably one adorned with a ghostly blue orchid, which is a specialty of our hometown." Uncle Hua's eyes radiated a profound sense of nostalgia, of course. Chunmu nodded vigorously, exiting Uncle Hua's grocery store. Chunmu felt a weight on his heart. Suddenly he heard someone calling out to him. Turning around, he saw a flamboyantly dressed man rushing toward him. That was Lazy, someone who had once wandered alongside Chunmu. However, he had later been adopted. Their relationship had always been amicable, and he was one of Chunmu's few friends. While his adoptive parents were alive, Lazy's family had been relatively well off, and he occasionally looked after Chunmu. Until recently, when his adoptive parents passed away, he had to suspend his studies and return to a semi-vagrant state. Chunmu, naturally reserved and awkward, had been dubbed Wood by Lazy due to his name. Lazy was clad in a brightly colored shirt that appeared oversized and loose. His hair was in complete disarray, and he sported two large metallic hoops dangling from his ears, while his feet were adorned with a pair of seemingly filthy flip-flops. The appearance of Chunmu's attire startled him, that he halted his steps, waiting for Lazy to approach. "Hey, what a surprise to run into you on the street. Am I imagining things, or has the world truly changed?" Lazy exclaimed with exaggerated expression, "I'm here to sell energy cards." The two were quite familiar with one another, and Chunmu had no intention of engaging in idle chatter. Lazy nodded knowingly. He understood Chunmu well. "I swear, if you were to venture out for some shopping, the sun would rise from the west at oh. By the way, I've recently found a job," Lazy said with an air of mystery. "What kind of job?" Chunmu inquired, intrigued that Lazy's foster parents had always treated him exceptionally well, supporting his education, a dream that Chunmu had long cherished. However, fate took a cruel turn when Lazy's foster parents tragically passed away in a car accident, severing all financial support and forcing him to abandon his studies. Initially, Chunmu intended to assist Lazy with his education, but Lazy had firmly declined. This fellow exhibited an unusual level of pride in this regard. Chunmu knew that for individuals like them, self-esteem was often much stronger than that of the average person. Were he in the same position, he likely would have reacted similarly. Lazy had been diligently seeking employment. During these days, Mu had been engrossed in the creation of illusion cards and deciphering the mysterious card, leaving him little time to concern himself with other matters. That I found a job at a small card animation company, mainly doing some odd jobs in script writing. Card animation? Mu was familiar with the concept. Card animation referred to dynamic images created with illusion cards to narrate a story. The number of illusion cards used in a piece of card animation depended on its length, typically ranging from 20 to 50 cards. The characters and animals within card animations were often exaggerated, appearing exceedingly adorable and highly favored by the public. Card animation had emerged 30 years ago, but only began to gain traction a decade ago, making it a burgeoning industry. Chapter 13. What kind of card is it? Mu was surprised to learn that Lazy had managed to land a position at a card animation company. But upon reflection, it made sense. This guy had always been adaptable and was quite eloquent. Script writing was not Mu's forte, yet he harbored confidence in Lazy's abilities. "What else with your outfit?" Mu asked. Regarding Lazy with some confusion, Lazy chuckled and boasted, "We're artists now, after all. This is the trendiest style in the industry." He then leaned closer to Mu, whispering, "I had no choice if I didn't dress like this. I feel embarrassed greeting others." "How have you been lately?" Lazy inquired. "Still the same as before," Mu replied, feeling that his life had not changed at all. "All right, I want to keep you that I have to get to the company now. Come over to my place sometime. I still have 3 bottles of Qingyun Lushui left." Their meeting was brief, as was their parting. Qingyun Lushui was a light blue fruit wine, quite mild in flavor, which both Mu and Lazy adored. This wine was rather expensive, and the few bottles remaining at Lazy's home had been purchased by his foster parents, preserved until now. That it was only when Mu visited that Lazy would bring it out. Mu's life began to simplify once more. However, from his perspective, life had perhaps always remained unchanged. That he maintained his daily routine of practicing body conditioning exercises and crafting energy cards to make ends meet, while dedicating time to meticulously observe and contemplate the creation of illusion cards. That he diligently practiced crafting illusion cards daily, as he could not afford to waste materials. Nevertheless, he had made considerable progress, such as understanding the interplay of light and shadow on objects and how to enhance the three-dimensionality of his creations. Everything was proceeding smoothly, except for the body conditioning exercises, which had consumed him for a full 3 months. Despite his commitment to practice for about 4 hours each day. However, effort always yields rewards. Now, Mu's body was exceedingly flexible. His hands, legs, and waist were all imbued with remarkable suppleness, allowing him to perform many bizarre poses. This flexibility was not akin to that of dough, but rather resembled that of steel wire, soft yet firm, with a significant increase in strength. Gazing at himself in the mirror, he noticed that although his upper body was not bulging with muscles, it was exceptionally well-proportioned. With just a slight exertion, his latent muscles would spring forth like taut steel strings. This was the result of his dedicated training over the past months. That he felt immense satisfaction with his physique, never anticipating that the 18 exercises would yield such astonishing effects. The sight of his own form in the mirror made all his hard work feel worthwhile. That he was indifferent to his appearance. After all, looks could not be consumed as sustenance. However, he placed great importance on health and could distinctly feel that his newfound body allowed for greater control of his strength than before. This was particularly evident when crafting energy cards, where his hands felt steadier and more dexterous. Among the 18 exercises, 3 specifically honed the agility of his fingers. That I must practice body conditioning every day, Mu thought. Now that he could easily complete all 18 exercises in one breath, it was time to re-enter the mysterious card's illusion. Since his last harrowing escape from that realm, he had not activated the enigmatic card again. Pressing the activation button, Mu once again plunged into the vast, dark void. The 18 puppets continued their previous motions. With a mix of anticipation and curiosity, Mu took a deep breath. His body began to move. Like a serpent, Mu executed one astonishing maneuver after another, each transition in fluid harmony with his movements. With each completed action, a puppet dimmed. He had long mastered this series of exercises, flowing seamlessly from one to the next without a hint of pause. After completing all 18 exercises, Mu found himself slightly breathless. Despite his proficiency, the physical exertion was still considerable. What would happen next? Mu was filled with curiosity. All 18 puppets had dimmed, and the change Mu had eagerly awaited finally occurred. Two cards floated before him, one a pale blue, the other a vibrant orange. They radiated a gentle glow, suspended in the void. Having gained experience from the first encounter, Chenmu felt no fear and curiously reached out to touch one. His finger brushed against the orange card, enveloped in a soft, warm glow. The moment his fingertip made contact, the card abruptly split into two, each orange card marked with a number, 1 and 2. Chenmu's spirits lifted as he felt a surge of interest. Immediately reaching for the card labeled 1-1-star illusion card creation. This orange card contained a complete tutorial for crafting a 1-star card, with every step and detail illustrated through dynamic imagery, a treasure for Chenmu, who was but an amateur card creator. If the 18 exercises had sparked his curiosity, this 1-star illusion card tutorial was akin to a priceless gem. It was astonishingly lifelike. Every detail mirrored reality so perfectly that the realism of each image released by the card was breathtaking. Just as he began to extricate himself from this dazzling spectacle, he was ensnared by the tutorial's captivating visuals. He gazed with insatiable hunger, even a hint of greed, at the ever-changing dynamic images. What in the world could be more captivating than this? All along, he had struggled in solitude, painfully aware of the absence of guidance. With such an opportunity at hand, how could he possibly let it slip away? He worried that if the dynamic images played only once, he might inadvertently miss something crucial. What a regret that would be. The information contained within the card labeled 1 exceeded his expectations. Not only did it include a complete tutorial for crafting a 1-star illusion card, but it also offered numerous tips for enhancing the process. These insights filled Chenmu with exhilarating joy, as they had the potential to elevate his 1-star illusion card creations to a new level. Indeed, this world is brimming with love, Chenmu muttered to himself. Even after emerging from the card's illusion, he still felt slightly dazed. The two orange cards contained knowledge related to 1-star illusion cards, while the pale blue card in the illusion was also a type of card creation tutorial that Chenmu had never encountered before. It was called a. Chenmu was not particularly surprised. After all, there were countless cards he had never heard of. Later that evening, he finally regained his composure. Now, he was deeply curious about one question. What was this card truly for? From the initial body conditioning exercises to the subsequent 1-star illusion card creation demonstration, he saw no connection between the two. That a profound curiosity enveloped Chenmu's mind. He yearned to unravel the secrets of this enigmatic card and, at the very least, discern its ultimate purpose. With the guidance of the tutorial within the card, Chenmu made rapid progress in crafting illusion cards. The knowledge imparted in the tutorial opened his eyes to new possibilities. Setting aside the time dedicated to training and creating energy cards, he immersed himself in the wondrous illusions of the mysterious card. During the remaining hours, he devoted himself to observing the world around him. The tutorials imparted only theoretical knowledge. To truly enhance his skills, he required a wealth of practical experience. Observation was the first step. The notion of reality and illusion intertwined, if one lacks a grasp of genuine forms. How could they ever achieve such understanding? Attaining this understanding necessitated extensive and meticulous observation, which was essential for the production of rudimentary illusion cards. However, this also bore significant repercussions. For instance, while nibbling on bread, he would often find himself lost in thought, staring blankly at the loaf for 6 or 7 minutes, only to snap back to reality with a gnawing hunger that felt almost cramp-inducing. Once he focused intently on an object, he would easily succumb to a prolonged stupor, a state often referred to as being entranced. In such moments, his reactions would become exceedingly sluggish, as if the world around him had faded into oblivion. On one occasion, while visiting Lazy, the two were engaged in conversation, savoring their glasses of water with a sense of appreciation. Suddenly, Chenmu fell silent. Lazy called out to him repeatedly, but received no response. He found Chenmu staring vacantly at his cup. Fearing something was amiss, Lazy's face turned ashen. The craft of card creation was an exceedingly costly endeavor, a defining trait of the profession, as each type of card demanded considerable practical application from the card maker. Chenmu's finances were limited, leaving no room for extravagance like that of affluent heirs. Therefore, he resolved to observe more diligently, preparing thoroughly to minimize expenses during the creation of illusion cards. Aside from his initial foray into crafting a blue card within the illusory realm, He had not revisited the so-called tutorials on card production. That IT was no trivial matter. The existing knowledge was sufficient to occupy him for quite some time. Chenmu was always temperate with himself. Aware that one cannot overreach, he cherished and valued each opportunity to create illusion cards, meticulously revising his plans dozens of times beforehand. No detail would escape his scrutiny. Only when everything was thoroughly contemplated would he commence his work. Such careful diligence, if witnessed by others, would scarcely suggest that he was merely producing a simple 1- or 2-star illusion card. However, it proved that Chenmu's methods were effective. The illusion cards he crafted now projected remarkably lifelike phantoms. Yet, he remained unsatisfied. Every time he recalled the nearly terrifying illusions contained within that mysterious card, the flicker of pride in his heart swiftly dissipated. He was acutely aware that the phantoms of 1- or 2-star illusion cards could not compare to those of higher-tier cards. The distinction between the two lay not in color, light, or form, but rather in the divide between illusion and reality. This was beyond his current capabilities. Since he could not work in that domain, he resolved to exert effort on the degree of realism. He planned to create an illusion card advertisement for Uncle Hua. The mere thought of Uncle Hua weighed heavily on his heart. Uncle Hua's health was visibly declining, his cough worsening, and his complexion deteriorating day by day. Recently, Chenmu had been frequenting Uncle Hua's little shop more often, sometimes helping to manage the store and engaging in conversation. However, Chenmu had never been particularly articulate. More often than not, it was Uncle Hua who spoke while he listened. Chenmu had long desired to gift Uncle Hua a flawless illusion card advertisement, yet he had refrained from doing so, feeling his abilities were insufficient. This realization had spurred his rapid progress during this period. Nevertheless, his recent advancements led him to believe the time had come, though a deep-seated worry lingered regarding Uncle Hua's health. Thus, he made this decision. Another significant reason was that he had finally achieved a breakthrough in the production of dynamic illusion cards. This challenge had plagued him for quite some time. The structure of illusion cards that released dynamic phantoms differed from static ones by merely an additional loop structure. Yet, any card maker would acknowledge that the difficulty of crafting dynamic illusion cards far surpassed that of their static counterparts. This was most evident in the pricing. Dynamic illusion card advertisements commanded prices at least 3 times higher than static ones, making the phantoms move smoothly and naturally, posed a considerable challenge for novices. For instance, if an illusion card projected an image of a waterfall, many beginners would produce phantoms resembling undercooked noodles. Achieving true realism required attention to numerous details: the ripples and folds of flowing water, the spray of mist, and the delicate droplets suspended in the air. Only experienced card makers could manage these intricacies, and many advanced card makers were outperformed by those specializing in dynamic illusion cards. In the realm of card crafting, there exists a well-known adage: details determine outcomes. This meticulous work left no room for shortcuts. However, Chenmu possessed remarkable patience, a trait significantly shaped by his childhood experiences. For a homeless child, securing food without sufficient patience was no easy feat. Those like him, who survived the prolonged hardships of wandering, had cultivated a level of patience that was truly astounding. Observation, long-sustained observation, never felt tedious to him. His progress was swift, so rapid that it astonished even himself. For the first time, he began to suspect he might possess a certain talent for card crafting. His dynamic illusion cards were vividly animated, capturing the essence of life itself. Eagles soaring, rabbits darting, the gentle flow of water at dawn and dusk. Yet, the most lifelike dynamic illusion cards he produced were not these grand spectacles, but rather the hurried movements of passers-by and the nocturnal wanderings of cats and dogs. These childhood scenes were indelibly etched in his memory, allowing him to depict them effortlessly, a precious asset in his repertoire. Today, he resolved to create an illusion card advertisement for Uncle Hua. However, as it was his inaugural attempt at crafting such an advertisement, the inexperienced Chenmu intended to stroll through the streets. Seeking inspiration from others' illusion card advertisements. Chapter 15. Illusion card advertisements. To witness illusion card advertisements, the ideal destination was the bustling commercial street of Jinjie in Dongshan Weicheng. Jinjie was one of the oldest streets in the city, existing since the establishment of Dongshan Weicheng, and had since evolved into the commercial heart of the city. Towering edifices lined Jinjie, thronged with people, and shops abounded, with nearly all the top-tier businesses establishing their presence here. For anyone seeking to examine illusion cards, there could be no more fitting location. Every shop, no matter how small, featured illusion card advertisements, and by night, the enchanting glow emanating from these advertisements transformed the area into a realm reminiscent of a fairy tale. The night scene of Jinjia was beloved by both locals and visitors alike. However, upon reflection, Chenmu was astonished to realize that this was seemingly his first visit to Jiji as a local landmark. Entry was prohibited to vagrants and beggars, in the time that followed. Chenmu had been engrossed in his studies of card crafting, leaving little room in his schedule for shopping excursions that so many people. This was Chenmu's immediate impression upon entering Jinjia. The throngs were overwhelming, requiring careful navigation to avoid colliding with others. This was somewhat disconcerting for him. Yet he quickly redirected his attention to the illusion card advertisements adorning the storefronts. Curvaceous figures with alluring features, captivating eyes, and enticing expressions. Chenmu found it perplexing that the majority of advertisements showcased beautiful women. These women either stood gracefully or bent in inviting poses, their suggestive expressions tantalizingly vague. He even noticed numerous passers-by deliberately brushing their hands against the illusionary chests of these enchanting figures. Chenmu was at a loss for words. Was this the current trend? Continuing forward, he glanced past the advertisements featuring these alluring women. However, he soon discerned that the more prominent the business, the more creative and refined their illusion card advertisements became. For instance, the advertisement he was currently observing was immense, towering as high as 2 stories. Chenmu stood transfixed at the entrance of this establishment, gazing upward, utterly absorbed by the phantoms projected by the advertisement, oblivious to his surroundings. From the city's night sky, the illuminated skyscrapers sparkled like stars. A stern-faced man clad in black stood atop a tall building, gazing impassively into the distance in the shadowy corners of a dark street. A blind man seemed to sense something, raising his head to direct his empty gaze toward the void of the sky. Moonlight flooded a room where a woman in a fitted brown leather outfit gently polished the cards in her hands, suddenly lifting her gaze. Faces, some mature, others youthful, some beautiful, some less so, flickered continuously before him. At that moment, the music grew tense. From above, shadows darted between the high rises, each figure exhibiting unparalleled agility, yet all wore expressions of grave concern. The rhythm of the accompanying drums intensified, tightening the atmosphere. The crowd swelled, all individuals racing toward the same destination that a sound like a roar from a beast Chenmu had never encountered before echoed, a deep, resonant growl that reverberated across the landscape. As though in response to this roar, the cacophony of wild beasts surged like a tidal wave, crashing toward the city. Outside the walls, a horde of beasts charged forth like a flood. The pace of the fleeing individuals quickened further. At last, the two forces collided. Fiery dragons, cool crescent blades, and brilliant meteor showers emerged one after another within this space, their colors and shadows shifting in a complex and dizzying array. The fierce clash ignited countless sparks of light, illuminating the night. The battle raged with a ferocity that was nearly suffocating. Surrounding the man in black, a blazing fire dragon danced in the air, each of his strikes imbued with tremendous force, often accompanied by explosive sounds, making him appear akin to a god of war. The woman clad in tight brown leather moved with remarkable agility, deftly evading the beast's attacks, with each sweeping motion of her hands. She unleashed ethereal crescent-shaped blades of azure and white, striking true every time, exuding an undeniable charm. The blind man, leaning on his bamboo staff, glided like a specter among the throng of beasts. Each gentle tap of his staff against the ground conjured hundreds of luminous points behind him. And with another soft strike, these points would soar in a whirlwind towards a target, piercing through the creatures and leaving behind a long, radiant tail in the night sky, reminiscent of a meteor shower. Undoubtedly, the battle culminated in humanity's triumph. The final close-up, however, rested upon the hands of these heroes, revealing the shop's emblem. The Twin Rings card shop was utterly dazzling. Chenmu couldn't help but marvel inwardly. It was evident that this illusion card advertisement was not of the highest caliber, merely rated with 2 stars. Yet its content was remarkably rich, and the characters and structures within the illusion were strikingly lifelike. What was most commendable was the intense visual conflict of its special effects. This was indeed a remarkably successful illusion card advertisement, possessing great allure. Chunmu surmised that such an illusion card advertisement must come with a hefty price tag. Despite its modest rating, the complexity of its creation was considerably high. Its content was so abundant that a mere 2-star illusion card could hardly encapsulate it likely contained at least 5 illusion cards. Yet the transitions were seamless. Only a card maker would discern the intricacies. Truly, this world is filled with exceptional talents. To achieve such a standard with a 2-star illusion card is no small feat. At the very least, Chunmu recognized how far he was from reaching that level. This experience had undoubtedly broadened his horizons. The card vendor at the Twin Rings card shop found it peculiar. The individual at the entrance had been standing there for half an hour, seemingly engrossed in the illusion card advertisement. This advertisement had been crafted with great expense 2 years prior, and had caused a sensation throughout the Eastern Commerce Guard city upon its release. Reflecting on the grandeur of that time filled her with pride. The entrance had been surrounded by throngs of people daily, all eager to behold this advertisement. From that year onward, the shop's revenue had surged at an astonishing rate. However, no matter how exceptional an advertisement, once 2 years had passed, interest waned. Gradually, the number of viewers dwindled, and now it was virtually non-existent. They originally planned to replace the illusion card advertisement, but the card maker responsible for its creation had since passed away. They had sought out several other renowned card makers, but none could replicate its effect, leading to its continued display. The young lady lamented the rarity of someone still intrigued by that illusion card advertisement. After a while, the peculiar youth remained transfixed by the advertisement. The vendor felt that someone lingering at the entrance for too long could impact business, prompting her to take the initiative. "Hello, may I assist you with something?" Chunmu, startled from his reverie, shook his head in response. "No, thank you." He understood the vendor's intent, said nothing further, and turned to leave. Chapter 16. News since viewing the illusion card advertisement at the Twin Rings card shop. Chunmu had lost interest in other illusion card advertisements that he found it perplexing. Some establishments were not smaller than the card shop he had just visited, yet the disparity in the quality of their illusion card advertisements was vast. Nevertheless, Chunmu had gained significant insight, having witnessed what a true illusion card advertisement entailed, that in his eyes, those advertisements featuring beautiful women hardly qualified as genuine illusion card advertisements. His knowledge had expanded. Yet reality remained harsh. Currently, Chunmu was incapable of creating works of the same caliber as that advertisement, and he still intended to design an illusion card advertisement for Uncle Hua, albeit not one featuring those alluring images. After browsing for a while, he had roughly completed the draft for Uncle Hua's advertisement. Now, all that remained was the actual production, which would take approximately 3 days. Ting Yi, a resonant voice called from behind. He halted and turned to see a tall boy hastening toward him. This was Hong Tao, a close friend of Ting. I've finally caught up with you," Hong Tao exclaimed, swiftly wrapping an arm around Ting Yi's neck. The slender Ting Yi stumbled forward under the force. "Take it easy. Watch your manners." Ting Yi frowned in displeasure, muttering under his breath. Hong Tao, unconcerned, replied, "Oh please, what manners? You're just being hypocritical. One word, fake." Standing at 1.8 meters tall, Hong Tao had a well-built physique that filled his school uniform snugly. Coupled with his strikingly handsome and cheerful demeanor, he was exceedingly popular at school. His boisterous and chivalrous personality further established him as a prominent figure among the students. In contrast, Ting Yi appeared rather slender. However, the fitted school uniform accentuated his refined elegance, showcasing the unique scholarly aura of a card maker, which made him even more popular among the girls than Hong Tao. According to the East Guard Academy's Rule 91, students must maintain a respectable appearance in public spaces. The Academy's dress code stipulated in Rule 16 that on class days, students must wear their uniforms while on school grounds, ensuring they are neat and clean, particularly at the collar and with respect to the discipline buttons. Ting Yi stood up straight, smoothing his uniform before adopting a stern expression, articulating each word slowly while directing his gaze at Hong Tao's unbuttoned collar. All right, I surrender." Hong Tao quickly relented. Since entering the Academy's discipline office, Ting Yi had become the first student in the school's history to memorize all 722 rules, regardless of their importance, that he wasn't afraid of being taken to the discipline office. He merely dreaded the incessant lecturing. "Hey, look, isn't that Exy?" Hong Tao quickly changed the subject, spotting a girl not far from them, her hair adorned with a pink clip. She held an ice cream in one hand and a colorful gossip magazine in the other, trailed by two dogs of varying sizes. Ting Yi's expression returned to normal as he walked forward, with Hong Tao hastily keeping pace beside him. "Do you have an interest in her?" Ting Yi queried, nodding slightly. "Forget it." Hong Tao quickly shook his head. "That I wouldn't dare. Do you know who her brother is? The commander of the Eastern Commerce Guard City. Last time, that scoundrel Aragon tried to make a move on her and ended up dragged to the precinct, where he spent a full 5 hours. They say he came out looking like a wreck." Hong Tao exclaimed, astonished. "Serves him right." Ting Yi scoffed disdainfully, having little regard for the likes of Aragon, the spoiled rich kid. Ting Yi hailed from a prestigious family, while Aragon's father, though wealthy, was viewed as no different from a nouveau riche in Ting Yi's aristocratic circles. Fortunately, that fellow had the sense not to cause trouble under Ting Yi's nose. "Have you heard that someone from the Star Academy is coming to our school soon?" Hong Tao inquired tentatively. Ting Yi glanced at him in surprise. "You seem well informed, being favored by the teachers." Ting Yi was usually the first to know about significant happenings at school, especially since he was involved with the discipline office, which gave him an edge over regular students that, of course, Hong Tao boasted. Then feigned indignation. "You could have at least given me a heads up about such a major event." Ting Yi explained, "I only found out recently. The school is emphasizing the need to uphold discipline to avoid embarrassing ourselves in front of outsiders." "How long until they arrive?" "What are they coming here for?" "About a month, though I'm not sure their exact purpose. They mentioned something about an exchange." "What do you think the students from the Star Academy are like?" "I'm really looking forward to it." Hong Tao's eyes gleamed with enthusiasm as he suddenly turned to Ting Yi. "Ting Yi, do you want to go to the Star Academy?" Ting Yi stopped in his tracks, tilting his head in contemplation before shaking it. "That I don't know. Although the Star Academy has seen better days, it's still one of the 6 major academies, with a depth of foundation that ordinary schools can't compare to. Besides, their visit may not necessarily relate to admissions." "Come on, I bet it has a lot to do with recruitment," Hong Tao countered. "How many years has it been since the Star Academy has engaged with other schools? If it's not about enrollment, then what is it?" Ting Yi pointedly addressed the core of the issue. "Indeed, if it's about recruitment, why choose our school? There are many institutions far more capable than Eastgard Academy. It shouldn't be our turn." Hong Tao faltered. "That I wonder if they're sending students from the inner or outer academy." Ting Yi mused that IT would be best if they were from the inner academy. Outer academy students are usually less impressive. Hong Tao dismissed his previous concern and eagerly seized on Ting Yi's comment. Ting Yi shot him a disdainful glance. "I fear that even the outer academy students from the Star Academy might not be something our so-called elites can handle." He emphasized the word elites with distinct clarity. Hong Tao chuckled awkwardly. "Ting Yi, you're just boosting other spirits while dampening your own." Chapter 17. The late billboard as one of the 6 esteemed academies of the Tianyu Federation. The Star Academy boasts a rich and storied history, its founder, the illustrious Haina Van Sant, being a figure of great renown. Consequently, despite its recent decline, Star Academy has steadfastly maintained its status among the 6 institutions, albeit languishing at the bottom of the hierarchy. The Academy's waning fortunes are directly linked to its rigid system. Star Academy is divided into an inner and outer court, each year at a designated time. The institution selects a handful of exceptionally talented students from the outer court to enter the inner court for advanced studies. The inner court is the very heart of Star Academy, and every individual who emerges from it, whether a card master or a card artisan, has invariably left an indelible mark on history. However, entry into the inner court is not only exceedingly stringent, but exiting it is equally challenging. IT has been a full decade since anyone has graduated from the inner court, a principal reason for the Academy's decline over the years. In contrast, the other 5 academies within the 6, including the flourishing Federal Comprehensive University and the sparsely attended Kuji Temple, witness the emergence of 1 or 2 exceptional talents every few years. Yet, Star Academy has seen no graduates from its inner court for a full decade. The current atmosphere at Star Academy is upheld solely by the outer court students, who struggle to maintain the facade of prestige. Nevertheless, it is evident that the students of the outer court, when compared to those of ordinary schools, possess a greater degree of skill. This is precisely why Ting Yi felt compelled to make such a remark, leaving his typically haughty friend momentarily abashed. The illusion card advertisement crafted for Uncle Hua was finally completed today, marking 7 days since Chun Mu ventured to Golden Street, that he was quite pleased with the final product, the card body. fashioned from the bark of the Chinyan tree through a special tanning process, exhibited a translucent white hue, roughly the size of a half palm. Delicate azure patterns formed an intricate and beautiful design across the surface. Chunmu's skill had matured significantly, with flowing lines that showcased his artistry, that a towering azure orchid, with emerald leaves and slender, graceful stems adorned with soft white blooms tinged with cream, swayed gently. Every 10 seconds, the orchid's blossoms would emit a burst of colorful sparkles, shifting like mist, radiant and resplendent, gradually morphing into the 5 glowing characters of Uncle Hua's grocery store. That it was only at night that the orchid would fully reveal its brilliance. During the 5 days, aside from this azure orchid illusion card, Chunmu also created another illusion card. This new card was inspired by the magnificent advertisement he had seen at the Shuanghuan card shop. However, due to the disparity in skill between himself and the original creator, he was unable to replicate such a complex advertisement. Chunmu's version only mirrored a portion of the original. Among the imagery released by that card, the imposing figure of a man in dark clothing, surrounded by a fiery dragon, piqued Chunmu's interest. Dazzling and fierce, it symbolized strength and power. This was a 3-star illusion card, the Fiery Dragon card. Classified as a mid-level combat card, the dragon, entirely composed of energy, under the control of a card artisan, could not only emit staggering heat, but also possessed explosive properties, making it both agile and formidable, a favorite among many battle card artisans. The illusion card Chunmu crafted was related to the Fiery Dragon card, yet it was merely a 1-star card. In essence, it was not a true Fiery Dragon card, but rather an illusion card depicting the dragon. This card could project a remarkably lifelike image of a crimson dragon, yet this illusion was merely composed of light and bore no lethal force. However, it must be said that the illusion of the fiery dragon that Chunmu created was astonishingly vivid. The dragon, with its body formed by layers of swirling flames, when released, would spiral through the sky, occasionally scattering deep red sparks as if it were poised to devour all in its path. An awe-inspiring spectacle. The advertisement from the Shuanghuan card shop left a profound impression on Chunmu. Prior to this, he had never considered that illusions could be crafted with such complexity. The Fiery Dragon illusion card was a product of Chunmu's impulsive creativity. Yet, this experience also illuminated the considerable gap between his skills and those of the card artisan responsible for the advertisement at the Shuanghu card shop. With the illusion card advertisement prepared for Uncle Hua, Chunmu's spirits lifted somewhat to end the monotony of his life. There were few things he yearned to accomplish, and this was one of them. At last, it was complete, and he envisioned the delight on Uncle Hua's face upon seeing the advertisement's illusion, filling him with anticipation that he almost ran to Uncle Hua's grocery store. However, the tightly shut door sent a jolt of unease through him, igniting a sense of foreboding that he hurriedly approached a nearby shopkeeper, inquiring urgently, "Excuse me, why is Uncle Hua's store closed today?" To his dismay, the shopkeeper replied nonchalantly, "He hasn't been here for several days." Heartbroken, Chunmu returned home. From that day forth, he visited Uncle Hua's grocery store almost daily. Yet each time he left in disappointment, as the shop had remained shuttered since its closure, that he even attempted to inquire with neighboring shopkeepers about Uncle Hua's whereabouts, but none were aware. Chunmu sensed that Uncle Hua had perhaps reached the end of his journey. In fact, he had harbored such a premonition during Uncle Hua's persistent coughing. This realization cast him into a prolonged state of melancholy. Years of stable living had rendered him somewhat unfamiliar with the concept of death. Uncle Hua's passing struck Chunmu deeply, though he could not articulate the nature of his distress. Desperate to distract himself, he devoted himself to practicing the body conditioning exercises and card crafting techniques he had learned from that enigmatic illusion card. This period of training was markedly different from his previous practices. Engaging in relentless training day and night, he wholly lost track of time. Each day, he pushed himself to the brink of exhaustion. Yet he persisted, driven by a self-imposed regimen that left no room for idleness. But he feared the thoughts of Uncle Hua and the memories of the past, but he needed to keep himself occupied. Aside from procuring daily necessities, he scarcely ventured outside. He immersed himself in relentless practice of the body, conditioning exercises, and the crafting of illusion cards, gradually delving into the realm of card assembly knowledge. Yet this was merely an introduction. Even the basics proved to be a formidable challenge to him. It was an entirely new domain, one he had never envisioned. During this arduous training period, a significant event transpired in Dongshangwei City. Chapter 18. Lazy's Grievance Star Academy, one of the 6 esteemed academies, suddenly announced a student exchange initiative with Dongwei Academy. This news sent ripples through the small Dongshangwei City, marking a veritable sensation. Who is Star Academy? It is none other than one of the 6 illustrious academies, with a history far surpassing that of the currently renowned Federal Comprehensive University. Its founder, Haina Van Sant, is celebrated alongside the father of card theory. The former glories of Star Academy were unearthed, and for a fleeting moment, it seemed the academy had become a source of pride for all the residents of Dongshangwei City. Consequently, Dongwei Academy also experienced a surge in prestige. With students striding confidently, invigorated by the news, the purpose of Star Academy's visit to Dongwei Academy became a topic of fervent discussion. Once viewed with awe by ordinary folk, Star Academy's presence at Dongwei Academy elicited skepticism among many residents of Dongshangwei City when they first heard the news. Dismissing it as a hoax, the atmosphere of Dongshangwei City transformed overnight, becoming cleaner and more orderly. The streets were devoid of litter and vagrants. Workers were seen painting walls, a direct order from the mayor. The influx of visitors to Dongwei Academy surged, as many were curious about what had endeared this previously obscure institution to Star Academy. In the week following Star Academy's announcement, Dongwei Academy received over 100 letters from other schools regarding exchange opportunities. Naturally, Chenmu was oblivious to these developments, having remained indoors for quite some time. Even if he had known, he likely would not have considered it relevant to his own life. Each day unfolded with the same relentless training and study. He was unaware of the reasons behind his actions and had no desire to uncover them. He simply wished to avoid halting his progress. Under this somewhat self-destructive regime of training and learning, his skills advanced remarkably. Chenmu felt as if he had awakened from a dream, one that seemed both lengthy and fleeting, leaving him feeling somewhat estranged from himself upon waking. That he felt invigorated, capable of effortlessly lifting heavy objects that had previously required both hands. Moreover, his senses had sharpened considerably, with enhanced explosive power and flexibility. In contrast, his muscle growth was not as pronounced. Most astonishingly, his body had become so supple that he could bend with remarkable ease. Reminiscent of acrobats in a circus, their lithe forms could maneuver through narrow passages with grace. Yet, those performers were typically 12 or 13 years old, a time when girls naturally excel in flexibility. And it was the peak of their pliability. But what of him, at 16, and a young man at that? Of course, in Chenmu's eyes, there was little distinction between a boy and a man. At least not for him. Despite his remarkable progress in flexibility training, a shadow of melancholy lingered over him. These advancements brought him little joy at present. He appears to have lost all curiosity about the world around him. Save for that enigmatic card, he seems to be engaged solely in relentless training and study, performing these tasks mechanically, almost habitually. Yet his mind has begun to regain the capacity for contemplation. However, he is not pondering the significance of life. Such musings are far too distant for him. In truth, the death of Uncle Hua has profoundly affected him. At times, he cannot help but express his sentiments. Nevertheless, he swiftly dismisses these emotions, which he deems superfluous. From his mind, the deceased have departed, while the living must continue their existence. Life is grounded in reality, and he is unaccustomed to intertwining it with so-called philosophical reflections. What preoccupies him now is a fundamental question: survival. The passing of Uncle Hua signifies not only the departure of a caring figure from Chenmu's life, but also the necessity for him to seek new buyers for the one-star energy cards he creates. This is a significant dilemma, a monumental issue. If it remains unresolved, everything else becomes mere illusion, devoid of reality. That he must address this concern promptly that moment. Lazy arrived as soon as he entered. He collapsed on Chenmu's bed, incessantly complaining, this feels so good. I'm utterly exhausted. You too. It seems your rickety bed has become quite comfortable. Chenmu chose not to acknowledge him, and stood up to pour a glass of water. What brings you here today? Missed you, of course, Lazy replied, rambling nonsensically. Then, with a pained expression, he suddenly exclaimed, in this day and age, it's truly a struggle to make a living. Upon hearing this, Chenmu realized that this fellow had likely endured some grievance or hardship and had come to him to vent. He understood what he needed to do.
Nothing at all, merely listen in silence. Sure enough, Lazy sat up abruptly, a cynical expression adorning his face. "MU2, tell me, what kind of world is this?" IVE toiled endlessly, only for that deadbeat to claim all the credit without a word. He struts around like a peacock, pretending to be a director. Through Lazy's passionate recounting, Chenmu finally grasped the entirety of the situation. Lazy, young and diligent, had quickly familiarized himself with the intricacies of the card industry. Having studied for several years and being naturally intelligent, he began to experiment with writing scripts. His initiative caught the attention of the director, who praised him and promised that if he produced a commendable script, he would be promoted to an official screenwriter. With newfound hope, Lazy devoted his days and nights to crafting a script that he found satisfactory. Upon presenting it to the director, the latter was pleasantly surprised and immediately decided to commence production based on Lazy's work. Witnessing his efforts being recognized filled Lazy with unparalleled joy, and he eagerly anticipated the release of the card. However, to his astonishment, once the card was completed and entered the market, he discovered that the director had credited himself as the writer. Struck as if by lightning, he was momentarily rendered speechless. When he angrily confronted the director, the latter merely tossed him 50,000 udi with a cold smirk, completely disregarding any mention of his promised promotion. Furthermore, he threatened that if Lazy spoke out, he would be expelled from the company. What left Lazy feeling both proud and frustrated was that the card swiftly ascended to the top of the sales charts within just 2 weeks. The director, in turn, became a highly sought-after figure in the card industry. Due to this success, Lazy's fury and energy seemed to dissipate with the conclusion of his tale. He languidly collapsed back onto the bed. Chenmu listened quietly, offering no response. In truth, both he and Lazy had witnessed far greater injustices than this. Yet, it was the emotional investment Lazy had placed in the script that rendered him so agitated. Nevertheless, in terms of rationality, neither he nor Chenmu had ever believed in the existence of true fairness in this world. "How is your study of the illusion cards progressing?" After a lengthy silence, Lazy weakly inquired. Chenmu shook his head. "I haven't touched them in a while." During this period, he had been diligently absorbing the foundational theories regarding card creation. "What have you been busy with these days?" Lazy, appearing incredulous, sat up and stared at Chenmu. He knew this friend well. Chenmu was not one for frivolity, perhaps because the concept of play had never even entered his mind. In Lazy's perception, Chenmu was akin to a tireless youth, wholly devoted to studying illusion cards, yet struggling due to a lack of fundamental skills. Thus, hearing that Chenmu had not engaged with illusion cards recently struck him as astonishing. Chenmu remained silent, uncertain how to elucidate the matter. Lazy recognized that Chenmu's expression indicated a reluctance to discuss, but if Chenmu chose not to speak, Lazy was confident that no one in the world could extract a single word from him. "All right, stop with that sour expression. If you don't want to talk, fine. Who cares? Do you have anything from before? Show me." Lazy feigned nonchalance. This was how their friendship worked. When one was aggrieved, the other would vent. Yet if one was troubled, they would refrain from adding to the distress. Chenmu casually tossed Lazy an illusion card. "Here, take this one. Hey, let me, a seasoned figure in the card industry, evaluate your work. Just so you know, my standards are quite discerning, so don't be disheartened if I critique it," Lazy remarked, both boastful and flustered, as he clumsily accepted the card from Chenmu. "The moment of truth has finally arrived," he murmured while awkwardly inserting the card into his device's slot. Observing Lazy's awkward movements, Chenmu felt a twinge of discomfort. He wondered why Lazy, once so agile, now seemed so clumsy. Unbeknownst to him, the current Lazy's physical dexterity, agility, strength, and perception had all diminished significantly compared to before, leading Chenmu to find his actions exceedingly awkward and illogical. It was not that Lazy had become inept. Rather, Chenmu's own standards had risen. Yet at this moment he remained oblivious to this realization. Lazy pressed the activation button. Suddenly, a colossal creature manifested, nearly filling the entire room. A dragon. A fire dragon, its long body twisted and soared. Its deep crimson eyes fixating on him as if probing into the depths of his soul. A chilling tremor traveled up Lazy's spine. "Holy moly!" he exclaimed, rolling his eyes back and fainting. Chenmu stared at the unconscious Lazy, speechless. He anticipated that a one-star illusion card could frighten someone into unconsciousness. Approaching Lazy,
He turned off the device in his hand, and with a swish, the terrifying flame dragon vanished from the air. Chenmu chose not to rouse Lei Zi, but instead sat beside him, feeling a sense of regret at the absence of ethereal clouds and flowing waters. He sat quietly, allowing his thoughts to wander. In this tranquility devoid of sorrow, Chenmu appeared no different from a shadow. After more than 10 minutes, Lei Zi slowly regained consciousness. Upon awakening, he sprang up, scanning his surroundings with lingering traces of fear on his face. That MU2, did you see that? What was that thing? Yes, I saw it, Chenmu replied, his expression unchanging. That was a flame dragon, a 3-star combat illusion card. A 3-star combat card. Lei Zi's expression turned blank for a moment, and after a 10-second pause, he suddenly leaned over and foolishly asked, when did you start working as a card creator? I didn't tell you that was a 1-star illusion card. The flame dragon was merely an illusion, without any lethal properties. Chenmu clarified, feeling a twinge of pride that his creation could induce such fear. An illusion? Lei Zi was momentarily stunned, then vehemently shook his head. Impossible. How can an illusion appear so real? Mu2, don't joke with me. I work in the card industry. I deal with illusions daily. I can tell in an instant if something is an illusion or not. That cannot possibly be an illusion. Lei Zi concluded with a tone of absolute certainty. When did you become a card creator? In a 3-star card? Those are not cheap. Lei Zi's expression was filled with skepticism. Chenmu, uninterested in explaining, moved to Lei Zi's side and turned the device back on. Feel for yourself. The vividly lifelike fire dragon materialized once more. Lei Zi jumped back in surprise, but this time he was far more composed, though his legs trembled slightly. After glancing at Chenmu, who appeared serious, Lei Zi timidly reached out to touch the massive dragon. However, his hand met nothing but air. Hey! The emptiness startled Lei Zi, confirming that it was indeed an illusion. With this realization, his previously taut nerves relaxed. The moment he relaxed, he found himself deeply intrigued by the flame dragon illusion, but he circled around it, frequently exclaiming in awe, "Oh my gosh, it's so lifelike. It's indistinguishable from reality. Mu2, I never imagined your skills had reached this level. You really surprised me." Lei Zi was ecstatic, his words tumbling out in a torrent. Chenmu, indifferent to Lei Zi's praise, merely responded with a nonchalant hum before lying back down on the bed. Lei Zi continued to admire the illusion for a full 10 minutes before reluctantly putting the card away. Turning his face back, he wore an unusually joyous expression. MU2, I have an idea. In Chenmu's eyes, Lei Zi was completely in a state of exhilaration. Chenmu responded in a soft voice. What idea? How about we create a card film? Lei Zi leaned in, his face brimming with anticipation as he gazed at Chenmu. Observing Lei Zi closely, Chenmu noted his serious expression, which suggested he was not jesting. After a moment's contemplation, he finally spoke. Lei Zi, I am utterly clueless about card films and cannot manage it. Lei Zi, undeterred, replied, Mu2, your 1-star illusion card has reached such heights that card films will merely be a minor hurdle for you. I am confident that you can master it in no time. This fiery dragon is significantly simpler than the illusion you crafted that I will handle the script and promotion. All you need to do is focus on the card film, that I have been in this field long enough to understand its intricacies. Mu2, you possess the talent. So do I. We are the perfect team. Lei Zi's words exuded a fervent confidence. Chenmu, pondering with his head lowered, reflected on the absence of an economic source since Uncle Hua's passing. Perhaps creating a card film was indeed a commendable choice. Chapter 20. What is a card film? With a determined bite of his lip, Lei Zi declared, Mu2, I know what you're thinking. You can truly do this. Trust me, when have I ever deceived you? That 50,000 UDI is our initial capital, and I intend to invest it all. MU2, what are you hesitating for? Let us go for it. Lei Zi's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. The two exchanged glances for a long while. After a brief moment of hesitation, Chenmu nodded. All right, I will give it a try. Yay! Lei Zi exclaimed, bounding up like a child. Watching the jubilant Lei Zi, a faint smile graced Chenmu's lips. Thus, the two immediately began to strategize. 50,000 UDI is not a substantial amount for a card film, so Chenmu decided to invest his savings, finally amassing a total of 100,000 UDI. However, this was still insufficient for a full card film, prompting the pair to opt for a short card film instead. Lazy would take care of the script while Chinmu only needed to grasp the essence of card films. Coincidentally, Lazy learned that there would be a card film lecture at Dongwei Academy the following day, and they planned to attend. Early the next morning, Lazy, sporting two dark circles under his eyes from a sleepless night of excitement, arrived at Chinmu's residence, yawning incessantly and looking rather lethargic. "Why are there so many people?" Chinmu inquired curiously. "The number of visitors at Dongwei Academy today is at least double the usual." Lazy noted, "It's probably because the Star Institute is coming. These folks have nothing better to do than come here to join the excitement." Chinmu was taken aback. "The Star Institute is coming to Dongwei Academy? You didn't know such a big news?" Lazy looked at Chinmu as if he were an alien. "Hey, it truly is Mu too." The arrival of the Star Institute at Dongwei Academy was a revelation to Chinmu. In his and Lazy's eyes, Dongwei Academy was a hallowed institution. However, when placed alongside the Star Institute, it would likely be overshadowed. The six prestigious academies were regarded by ordinary people as almost mythical entities. 3 years ago, a boy from Dongshangwei City was selected to attend Zhongdao Academy, one of the six prestigious academies, and it caused quite a stir in the city. The boy was even personally received by the mayor. The six academies have a stringent selection system, primarily targeting residents from the 5 major Hua districts in Kyoto. The admission requirements for residents of the 22 common districts are significantly more rigorous. If a youth from a common district can enter one of the 6 prestigious academies, it speaks volumes about their exceptional talent. The 6 academies have always held themselves in high regard, often displaying a degree of bias against common district residents. The Star Institute's proactive visit to Dongwei Academy was indeed perplexing. It seemed that Dongwei Academy was on the brink of a rapid development phase. Chinmu mused, riding on this momentum, Dongwei Academy could gain substantial benefits, greatly enhancing its reputation and yielding numerous other advantages. After the initial shock wore off, Chinmu regained his composure. While this news was indeed startling, it bore little relevance to him that he was not a student of Dongwei Academy and would not reap any benefits. His life would remain unaffected. Amidst the throngs of people, Chinmu and Lazy managed to carve out a path. Chinmu was relatively unscathed, his recent training having strengthened his physique, allowing him to navigate with relative ease. Lazy, however, appeared rather disheveled, panting heavily, his clothes wrinkled from the crowd, and his shoes marred by overlapping footprints. Ignoring his disheveled appearance, Lazy craned his neck to scan the area. Over here, over here!" A figure in the distance waved their arms. Ecstatic, Lazy hurriedly led Chinmu in that direction. My goodness. "Your school has really become popular. I almost couldn't make it inside," Lazy complained. Before Chinmu stood a student clad in a school uniform, yet possessing a distinctly shifty demeanor and a diminutive stature, hardly exuding an air of integrity. Indeed, it said that this year's financial revenue has skyrocketed, and the school is even considering waiving next year's tuition fees, the student boasted. All right, spare us the bragging," Lazy interjected, appearing quite familiar with the student as he casually introduced Chinmu. "This is my brother, Chinmu." Then turning to Chinmu, he continued, "This is my friend, Lao Shu, but everyone calls him Mouse. He has quite the local authority here." Curiously surveying the classroom, this was Chinmu's first time in a Dongwei Academy classroom. Most of the attendees were students, yet he still spotted a few who, like him, seemed to be there for the mere experience. The students were casually discussing recent card films worth watching, and the atmosphere in the classroom was quite relaxed that a female student stepped onto the podium, prompting an immediate hush among the audience. "Please quiet down. Today we will be screening the highly praised Whispers of Summer. This card film has garnered immense popularity since its release, boasting an excellent narrative and well-crafted characters, making it one of the most noteworthy card films of recent times." Suddenly, Chinmu noticed a pained expression on Lazy's face, his hands trembling slightly as they rested on the chair. Alarmed, Chinmu realized something and softly asked, "Is it your film?" "Yes," Lazy replied, biting his lip, his complexion somewhat ghastly. With a sigh of resignation, Chinmu chose to remain silent, redirecting his focus to the impending screening. This was his inaugural experience watching a card film, and he found it utterly fascinating. Although a degree meter could also be used to play card films, specialized devices designed for this purpose were already available on the market. The device in the classroom provided clearer illusions and featured dedicated sound card slots, resulting in exceptional audio quality. Half an hour later, the card film concluded. This is a card film, Chen Mu asked incredulously. Turning to Lei Zi, having regained his composure, Lei Zi understood Chen Mu's thoughts and chuckled softly. Yes. Now do you feel more confident? Is it really like this? Chen Mu was at a loss for words. To him, both the objects and characters appeared less lifelike, seemingly exaggerated and simplified. That in terms of difficulty, creating a card film was far less challenging than producing the fiery dragon illusion card Chen Mu had crafted, let alone the illusion advertising board from Shuanghuan Card Store. While he was uncertain about the quality of this card film relative to others, Chen Mu felt that its storytelling was undoubtedly its strongest aspect. It must be said, Lei Zi's talent in this regard was indisputable. Even someone as unfeeling as Chen Mu found himself utterly captivated. He thought if the film were rendered more realistically, the effect would be even more impressive. Upon further reflection, he realized that such realism would likely incur astronomical costs. It dawned on him then why card films often utilize these simplified and exaggerated illusions. He remained unaware that this was only one of the reasons that TO create a card film indistinguishable from reality, not only significantly increased costs, but also pose greater challenges. The number of card makers capable of achieving such a level of skill was exceedingly rare. Following this, several classic old card films were screened. Chapter 21. Aragon Hong Tao slouched in the last row, glancing at the upright Zhu Ting, he seated beside him. Astonished, did I say? When did you begin to enjoy card films? Enjoy? Zhu Ting, he shook his head. But you seem so engrossed, Hong Tao observed, his expression puzzled. Sitting upright, Zhu Ting, he replied calmly. One cannot merely scratch the surface. If the surface is poorly executed, the entire endeavor is likely to falter. Hypocritical, Hong Tao scoffed, yawning. I'm simply worn out that I don't see why you drag me here to watch some card film. If you like them, why not just buy one yourself instead of coming here to join the fray? We must not only look at the surface. Hong Tao quickly interrupted, exasperated. Get to the point, I came here for her. Zhu Ting, he stated with composure. Her? Which her? Hong Tao asked, bewildered. Zhu Ting, he glanced toward the corner of the classroom. Man seeing. Hong Tao's expression transformed into one of shock, taking half a minute to recover, as if he had heard explosive news. Man seeing? My heavens, when did you get involved with her? I say, Tingy, you've kept this from me for so long, not a whisper of it. How did this stone-cold person suddenly come to life? Zhu Ting, he ignored Hong Tao's rambling, continuing, I heard that Aragon has recently taken a liking to her. A single remark left Hong Tao momentarily speechless. After a lengthy pause, he hesitantly inquired, How did you know? It dawned on him that Zhu Ting regarded him with the same incredulity one might reserve for a fool, prompting him to realize the sheer folly of his question. Zhu Ting was one of the 2 students in the school's disciplinary office, wielding considerable power and possessing an impressive network of information. Apart from the notorious gossip leader, Zheng Qi, he was arguably the most well-informed individual in the entire institution. What does this have to do with you? Hong Tao questioned incredulously, scrutinizing his friend from head to toe. You hardly strike me as the type to intervene in a case of injustice. With a crisp motion, Zhu Ting closed the hefty tome titled A Comprehensive Overview of Card Theory he had been holding, and with an air of authority declared, in accordance with the latest directives from the school administration, any discordant incidents on campus are strictly prohibited in anticipation of the visiting delegation from Xingye. As a key member of the East Guard Academy's disciplinary office, I cannot simply stand by. With a hint of resignation, he added, the crux of the matter is that the school has assigned me the responsibility of overseeing this issue. His demeanor promptly shifted back to normal as he continued. Given Aragon's recent surge in activity, I have decided to personally monitor this incident. Realizing the triviality of the situation, Hong Tao felt a wave of disinterest wash over him. If it's such a dull affair, why did you drag me into it? Zhu Ting shot him a dispassionate glance and replied succinctly, an accomplice. The East Guard Academy boasted a culture of academic freedom, with the institution imposing minimal restrictions on its students. The student body was predominantly affluent, making it unwise for the administration to invoke their ire. Consequently, disputes between students were often overlooked, with the expectation that they would resolve their own conflicts. Even when incidents arose, students seldom held the institution accountable, leading to a troubling state of affairs regarding campus security. Zhu Ting's ascension to the disciplinary office was attributed not only to his popularity among the faculty, but also to his formidable family background. The office was inherently controversial, and Zhu Ting, though merely a card maker with negligible combat prowess, was undeterred. Remarkably, he had secured the assistance of 5 exceptionally skilled card artists from his father, who, despite his typically gentle demeanor, wholeheartedly supported this endeavor. Armed with these 5 elite card artists, Zwitingyi returned to the academy with a mission to restore order, employing iron-fisted tactics to restore discipline. Almost immediately, any defiant figures within the school faced severe repercussions. Among them were several privileged youths, but their familial connections paled in comparison to Zwitingyi's, and none could rival the capabilities of his 5 card artists that in no time. The atmosphere at East Guard Academy underwent a dramatic transformation, much to the administration's delight, which subsequently extended its full support to Zwitingyi. This legendary episode cemented his fearsome reputation within the institution. From that point forward, the spoiled scions regarded him with the same trepidation as a mouse would a cat. And even the faculty members of the disciplinary office approached him with caution. Zwitingyi no longer needed to rely on the intimidation factor of his 5 elite cards. Another member of the disciplinary office was Zheng Xini, a girl utterly disinterested in the office's duties, instead fervently captivated by gossip. Aragon, a well-known scion notorious for his mischief, often evaded confrontation due to his affluent lineage. Typically, he refrained from antagonizing those with superior backgrounds or exceptional abilities, such as Hong Tao, preferring to target students from less privileged households like Man Siying. Surrounded by a cadre of similarly privileged companions, Aragon exemplified the quintessential rich brat. Given the sensitive nature of the current situation, the administration sought to avoid any negative publicity. Thus, Zwitingyi acted swiftly upon receiving the news. Coincidentally, they found themselves seated directly behind Chunmu and Lei Zi that a sudden scream pierced the classroom. "What are you doing? Perverts!" This was quickly followed by a chorus of derisive laughter. "Hey there, gorgeous, let's not throw around accusations. Perverts, where have we been perverse?" A brazen voice interjected, met with raucous laughter from his companions. The source of the voice was none other than Aragon. With a round face and a rotund belly, he resembled a collection of spheres assembled into human form, his small eyes exuding an air of lewdness. The girl's face flushed crimson with anger, leaving her at a loss for words. This disruption shattered the classroom's tranquility, prompting many students to discreetly exit. Yet Chunmu remained momentarily stunned. That voice, in the sunlit expanse of the East Guard Academy's lawn, the very sound that had awakened him from his confusion while crafting a basic illusion card echoed in his mind. Though the mysterious card contained more detailed explanations, he could distinctly recall that voice. He abruptly turned his gaze toward the source that a group surrounding Aragon stood menacingly, casting predatory looks at Man Siying. With half the classroom already vacated, only a handful of students remained at that moment. One of Aragon's cronies noticed Zwitingyi and Hong Tao in the back row, their expressions shifting dramatically as they hurriedly nudged Aragon. Realizing Zwitingyi's presence, Aragon's demeanor shifted as well. His reputation preceded him, and he had always taken care to avoid conflict with Zwa. However, fate had now conspired against him. With a sharp clap, Zwitingyi closed his book and stood, his expression impassive. "I am Zwitingyi from the disciplinary office. Your actions have violated Articles 17, 49, and 142 of the school regulations, as well as the 1st, 9th, and 32nd articles of the East Guard Academy Temporary Management Regulations issued 3 days ago. The severity of your actions necessitates that you accompany me to the disciplinary office." The collective color drained from the faces of the students present. Zwitingyi's fearsome reputation within the East Guard Academy was well known. Aragon's countenance darkened, yet intimidated by Zwitingyi's notoriety, he attempted to maintain a facade of cordiality. "Zwa, isn't that a bit excessive? We see each other daily. Must we take this so seriously?" Zwitingyi remained unperturbed, his expression still devoid of emotion, and no need for further discussion. "Accompany me to the disciplinary office." Beside Chunmu, Lei Zi tugged at his sleeve, signaling him to leave. Both were accustomed to such scenarios and understood that discretion was the better part of valor. After all, neither wished to embroil themselves in this tumultuous situation, and Lei Zi assumed neither party was particularly virtuous. Chunmu remained rooted to the spot, much to Lei Zi's astonishment. What on earth was wrong with him today? Chunmu was not one to exhibit any heroic tendencies that in Lei Zi's view. Anyone who could endure years of hardship while still clinging to notions of chivalry was either a fool or an ambitious schemer. Yet today, Chunmu's unexpected behavior left Lei Zi perplexed. Nevertheless, since Chen Mu stayed put, Lei Zi naturally followed suit, a decision that required no deliberation, as both were committed to standing by each other. Aragon's expression darkened significantly. He had never anticipated that Zhutingyi would show him no leniency. It was evident that Zhu was targeting him directly. Having long acted with impunity within the school, he had offered Zhutingyi considerable deference by reaching this point. So, are you saying you don't intend to extend any courtesy to me? Aragon's voice turned icy, his tone laced with menace. Almost immediately, those surrounding him surged to their feet, their expressions hostile it seems we still have some brave souls willing to defy the odds. Hong Tao remarked nonchalantly, mocking the situation, as he did so. His left hand casually caressed the device on his right wrist. He couldn't resist taunting Zhutingyi. I mean, look at them. They don't even take you seriously. Have you truly sunk this low? Hong Tao was also a figure of renown within the school, though his fame paled in comparison to Zhutingyi's. His notoriety stemmed from his formidable prowess as a leader in the Academy's card artist program. His abilities rumored to rival those of professional card artists. The rumors, it seemed, held a grain of truth. One of the card artists flanking Aragon noticed Hong Tao's posture, and his expression shifted. Growing serious. This man, clearly older than 30, bore the unmistakable air of a protector, likely dispatched by Aragon's father, well aware of his son's propensity for trouble. Such arrangements were commonplace among the wealthy elite, and the school generally turned a blind eye to such matters. With a sly smile, Hong Tao observed the card artist, his left hand revealing two small, fiery red dragons playfully darting about. These diminutive dragons, no thicker than a thumb, exhibited distinct scales. The card artist, evidently alarmed by the sight, adopted a wary posture, 7 luminescent green orbs materializing around him, resembling a cluster of fireflies. For the first time, Chenmu witnessed a genuine confrontation between card artists. Igniting his curiosity, the diminutive dragon in Hong Tao's hand is likely a self-crafted miniature version of the flaming dragon, while the 7 emerald green light points beside the kashi are far less impressive than the dazzling meteor shower conjured by the blind man in that advertisement. Suddenly, a flicker of insight crossed Hong Tao's eyes as he flicked his left index finger, and a small dragon darted forth with incredible speed. How astonishing! Chen Mu, who was observing, felt a jolt of surprise. His reflexes had significantly improved due to his gymnastics training, yet he doubted he could evade such swiftness. The kashi was no slouch either, as 3 light points shot towards the small dragon, trailing long luminous tails that etched 3 stunning streaks across Chun Mu's irises. That a sharp crack. The piercing sound struck the ears of the onlookers like a dagger, the point of collision. An explosion of energy unleashed a potent shockwave, pushing Chen Mu back slightly, nearly unbalancing him. The other students in the classroom fared no better, swaying precariously. Nevertheless, neither combatant showed any inclination to escalate the conflict, and the atmosphere returned to one of tense standoff. As Chen Mu watched this incomprehensible battle, a flicker of envy crossed his eyes. Setting aside the confrontation between the two, the stark emptiness of the classroom rendered Chen Mu and Lei Zi distinctly conspicuous. These two friends appeared somewhat unfamiliar. He wondered which department's adept they might be. Suddenly, Aragon turned to Chen Mu and Lei Zi with a smile. Although he was uncertain of the capabilities of these two individuals, he reasoned that having one less adversary would increase their odds. Chen Mu remained silent, feigning ignorance, while Lei Zi also kept his lips tightly sealed. The smile on Aragon's face faded abruptly. He was genuinely angered. While he could accept that Zhutingyi and Hong Tao dismissed him, it was entirely unacceptable for these two apparent nobodies, lacking any visible backing, to present themselves as heroes before him. He shot a glance at his two subordinates. Chapter 23. Even small thugs hold great power, too. Observing Aragon's actions, Zhutingyi calmly remarked, "It seems you wish to test your mettle. Hey, Brother Zhua, your reputation precedes you, but I have no desire to be summoned to the disciplinary office." "It seems I must offend you today," Aragon replied with a smile that did not reach his eyes. Zhutingyi said nothing, merely taking a step back, his expression remaining placid, though a fleeting chill glinted in his gaze. Hong Tao found himself in a difficult position. Aragon was accompanied by a formidable individual, one who was certainly no less capable than himself. From their earlier exchange, Hong Tao had recognized he was up against a skilled opponent. The kashi needed to hone their perception, and the more powerful a kashi, the sharper their sensitivity. Those emerging from the Temple of Solitude were said to possess extraordinary perceptual abilities, allowing them to gauge an opponent's strength with a mere glance. The number of students from the Temple of Solitude was the smallest among the 6 prestigious academies, making encounters rare and the rumors surrounding them difficult to verify. Yet, the Kashi beside Aragon instilled in Hong Tao a profound sense of danger. Although their earlier clash was brief, it sufficed for him to draw a conclusion. Nonetheless, this meant he lacked the energy to attend to others, that he had no concerns for Zhuotingyi, for no one in this school would dare inflict harm upon him. He trusted that while Aragon was audacious, he was also acutely aware of the stakes. Thus, he would not dare to provoke Zhuotingyi. Hong Tao's worry lay with the 2 students in the classroom and man-seeing. While he had managed to entangle the most formidable Kashi, Aragon's entourage was numerous. The physique of the 2 unfamiliar students suggested they were not particularly formidable. Chenmu stepped forward, positioning man-seeing behind him, while his other hand grasped a stool. Lei Zi, understanding the unspoken cue, also seized a chair without drawing attention. The world of vagrants is brutal. Those who have survived to this point must have encountered their fair share of brawls. Be it one-on-one or in a melee, they were well acquainted with such scenes. Street thugs and petty rogues have been their past adversaries, and in this arena, they were seasoned veterans the moment they grasped their chairs. An aura of ferocity surged forth. Lei Zi bit his lip, his expression growing increasingly menacing. Chenmu, though seemingly unchanged, radiated a similar chill in his gaze. There was no need for words. Their synergy was impeccable. Strike first in the chaos of thuggish combat. There would be no room for pleasantries. Chenmu swung the stool with precision, landing a decisive blow on one individual's head. The wooden chair shattered instantly, leaving only a leg in Chenmu's grasp, with countless splinters scattering in all directions. The struck individual, caught off guard by the sudden attack, could not even utter a threat before he was knocked down. Blood sprang from his head as he let out a pained cry. The collective gasp from the crowd was palpable. Even Zhuotingyi found himself swallowing hard. They had always measured themselves against one another by family standing and wealth. With fights typically left to their subordinates, they had never witnessed such a brutal and bloody spectacle. The Chenmu experienced a blend of exhilaration and astonishment. He could sense that this confrontation was markedly different from previous ones. The sensation of wielding power with effortless precision was strikingly vivid. However, his astonishment stemmed from another matter entirely. In the fleeting moment he swung the wooden chair, his opponent's movements appeared to him as though they were unfolding in slow motion. He barely needed to contemplate. He could effortlessly strike that unfortunate student. That it was an unprecedented sensation, intense yet ephemeral, vanishing without warning in the blink of an eye, restoring the world around Chenmu to its usual pace. Had he not been mindful of the fact that they were in an academic institution, and that his adversary was a student rather than a thug, that blow might have cost the latter his life. The harsh realities of life had long been familiar to him and Lei Zi. One must never grant the opponent even the slightest opportunity, a lesson well understood by those who had roamed the streets. It seemed that the physical training he had undergone in recent days had indeed borne some fruit. Chenmu felt a measure of confusion and uncertainty. He could perceive his control over strength becoming increasingly precise and fluid. In the past, he would have been utterly incapable of such a decisive action. That world which had suddenly slowed down, albeit for a mere instant, had ensnared him in its intoxicating grasp that he felt exhilarated, devoid of any fear. Now he found himself hoping that those individuals would rush at him, granting him another chance to enter that wondrous realm. Aragon caught the glint of fear that flickered in Chenmu and Lei Zi's eyes. These two were unlike Zhuotingyi. Regardless of the magnitude of their conflicts, he and Zhuotingyi would never sustain physical harm. Their losses would merely entail the power of their subordinates, a tacit rule within the Eastern Guard Academy. The rumors suggesting that he had been subjected to some form of mistreatment by Zheng Sini's brother at the garrison were entirely unfounded. He had merely received a warning from Zheng Sini's brother. This, perhaps, exemplified the nature of conflicts among the privileged. As they matured, they might become mortal enemies, with the fate of either one's demise or the other's yet, at this stage, prior to their full independence. They were compelled to exercise restraint, a characteristic of the upper echelons of the Tianyu Federation, and one had ever evoked the sensations he was experiencing now that he was convinced that within a few minutes, should the others be incapacitated or flee, those two ruthless individuals would not hesitate to hurl the chair at him. His gaze instinctively drifted toward his bodyguard, only to be met with disappointment. The bodyguard and Hong Tao were locked in a fierce stare, akin to two roosters. The thought of the unfortunate fellow who had just collapsed, still writhing in agony on the ground, his body contorted like a shrimp, and his pitiful wails echoing incessantly, tightened Aragon's chest. He swallowed hard, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. That a wise man does not suffer losses unnecessarily. He quickly weighed his options in his mind. While the discipline office was formidable, he realized that apart from losing face, he would not incur any substantial harm. However, the situation here was different. His gaze followed the movements of the chair in Chun Mu's grasp. Upon closer inspection, one individual was clad in garish attire, adorned with gaudy trinkets that were evidently of inferior quality, yet the spark of intelligence reflected in his eyes revealed him to be quite astute. The other appeared utterly ordinary, with an unremarkable height and attire that, in Aragon's eyes, seemed exceedingly rudimentary. Even in terms of appearance, he bore no striking features. Cast into a crowd, he would be utterly lost. Yet, it was precisely this seemingly mundane individual, whom Aragon would typically overlook, that now instilled a modicum of fear within him. He sensed an inscrutability about this person. Such feelings were rare for him. Hailing from a merchant family, he possessed an innate talent for reading people, having honed this skill through exposure, yet he had not anticipated encountering someone he could not decipher today that he resolved to temporarily concede. Very well, I shall go to the discipline office. That Aragon's words prompted a collective sigh of relief from his entourage. Thus, the matter concluded. Chin Mu and Lei Zi departed first, unimpeded by anyone. Zuotinyi wished to call out to them, but upon witnessing their complete disregard for any greeting, both he and Hong Tao's expressions grew grim. Naturally, Zuotinyi and Hong Tao's reactions were far from Chin Mu's concerns. Initially, Lei Zi had intended to exchange pleasantries, for even the blind could discern that these two wielded considerable influence within the Eastern Guard Academy. The camaraderie forged in battle today was sufficient to establish a friendship beneficial for their future endeavors. However, after casting a glance at Chin Mu, he refrained from speaking, secretly feeling quite regretful. Soon, Lei Zi brushed aside this slight regret and exclaimed excitedly, "Hey, that was exhilarating. There is nothing quite like the thrill of bullying the weak." Yet, a sudden thought struck him, and he inquired with curiosity, "Mu, did you take some strange medicine today? Why did you decide to meddle in this affair? This isn't your usual style. That girl did me a favor." Chin Mu replied succinctly. Lei Zi gasped, immediately intrigued. "I see. You usually avoid meddling in others' business. What prompted you to act today? Come on, share. What did that girl help you with?" It was regarding card production. Chin Mu recounted the events of that day. Well, it was only right then," Lei Zi acknowledged, enlightened. Having been wanderers since childhood, they were acutely aware of the harshness of life and cherished the rare instances of assistance from others. Thus, even though the girl had merely lent Chin Mu a hand inadvertently, he felt compelled to reciprocate, which was why he stepped forward without hesitation today. They had never considered the magnitude of their assistance, but felt it was incumbent upon them to act, hence they did so. It was this simple mindset that motivated Chin Mu's actions. Perhaps, to an ordinary person, this might seem somewhat laughable. Yet Lei Zi, having undergone similar experiences, understood. For Chin Mu and Lei Zi, this incident was merely a minor interlude. However, the scenes of their confrontation would occasionally replay in Chin Mu's mind. As for that woman, with the debt of gratitude repaid, they would mutually owe nothing to one another. Such was their approach to life. They sought not to covet nor to aspire, merely to survive. As for grievances, they would repay those they could and harbor those they could not. Unbeknownst to them, during their closed-door discussions, Aragon and Zuotinyi had scoured the school in search of them, yet to no avail. Meanwhile, Chin Mu and Lei Zi were fervently engaged in the production of card images. This endeavor encompassed not only Lei Zi's aspirations, but also Chin Mu's livelihood. Chapter 25. Discussion having matters to attend to outside. This afternoon's class was concluded early. Your continued support is greatly appreciated. Thank you. The funds at their disposal were woefully scant, compelling them to exert considerable effort. The narrative of the card images could not be overly lengthy. Yet it needed to captivate the audience, presenting a formidable challenge for Lei Zi. He wrote and rewrote, endlessly refining his script. Chin Mu, too, found no respite. Although the production had yet to commence, he was incessantly making various adjustments in his mind. Though the imagery of the card was not particularly complex, enhancing its expressiveness posed a significant challenge. The principal issue was their lack of surplus funds for experimentation. In other words, Chenmu needed to minimize the frequency of production failures to substantially reduce costs. Clearly, his interest in cost control far surpassed his thirst for knowledge about advanced card production. For these two impoverished souls, cost equated to survival. Finally, on the day when the exchange group from Xingyuan arrived at the Eastern Guard Academy, Lei Zi's script was completed. While the entire city of Dongxingwai bustled with excitement to witness the legendary Xingyuan, one of the 6 great academies, Chenmu and Lei Zi remained locked away in their home. Engrossed in script discussions, they engaged in fervent discourse, with Chenmu insisting that Lei Zi meticulously convey every desired effect he aimed to achieve, such as lighting changes, background, attire, and the expressions of the characters. Chenmu's inquiries grew increasingly specific and detailed, even addressing aspects that Lei Zi had overlooked. Lei Zi had never encountered such an onslaught, leaving him feeling overwhelmed. However, he understood Chenmu's intent to conserve costs and thus endeavored to provide exhaustive detail. For 2 weeks, they engaged in discussions. 2 entire weeks. The script, which had initially spanned only a few thin pages, now lay smothered beneath a thick stack of drafts, brimming with the fruits of their discussions. Their eyes were bloodshot, yet their spirits remained remarkably high. After 2 weeks of deliberation, Chenmu had become intimately familiar with the entire narrative. Not only that, he had developed a keen awareness of virtually every scene and detail within the story. What they now required was not an immediate start to production, but rather rest. This rest extended into a full 2 days and nights of deep slumber. Unbeknownst to the two, during their closed-door discussions, the exchange group from Xingyuan had already settled into the Eastern Guard Academy. The exchange event, described as nothing short of miraculous, had attracted the attention of the entire Tianyu Federation. Originally intended as a limited exchange between Xingyuan and the Eastern Guard Academy, it had transformed into a grand affair for the entire city of Dongxingwai. Wang Zhe served as the student representative for this exchange from Xingyuan. Tall and slender, with an elongated face and slightly sunken eye sockets. His gaze was piercingly sharp that he was a third-year student from the Outer College of the Star Institute, where students from the Outer College could graduate in 4 years if they did not qualify for admission to the Inner College. Although Wang Zhe, a student from the prestigious Kashi family, possessed only above-average abilities, he was well-versed in worldly affairs and remarkably astute, which led the school to appoint him as the student representative. It was evident that the Star Institute placed significant importance on this exchange program. Except for the 4th-year students, who were busy preparing for their final examinations, all other 3rd-year students were present, among whom were many skilled individuals that on the side of Dongwei Academy. The responsible student was Zhutingyi. "Senior Wang, are you settling in well?" Zhutingyi courteously inquired upon seeing Wang Zhe. This exchange group, primarily composed of students, would remain here for 2 months, during which neither school would impose any strict requirements upon them, allowing them the freedom to pursue their own interests. Wang Zhe held a deep appreciation for this polite junior from Dongwei Academy. Coming from a prestigious background himself, he found Zhutingyi's demeanor quite appealing. With a slight smile, he replied, "Thank you for your concern, junior. Your school's hospitality is truly meticulous. However, I fear that we may find it difficult to readjust once we return to our own campus." Chapter 26. The first part of Card Shadows 1. Dongshang Weiqing sat at the edge of the Eastern District, with the wilderness just beyond its walls. Periodically, Dongwei Academy organized practical training excursions into the wild for its students. To ensure their safety, a substantial number of teachers accompanied them. Although they did not venture deep into the wilderness, strict protective measures were implemented by the Academy to avoid unnecessary dangers. This time, several students from the Star Institute wished to participate in the practical training, but due to a lack of prior preparation, there were insufficient accompanying teachers. However, these students were adamant about their participation, placing Dongwei Academy in a difficult position. The consequences of any mishap involving Star Institute students at Dongwei Academy could be unimaginable. Thus, Zhutingyi hurriedly approached Wang Zhe, hoping he could restrain these students. Wang Zhe instantly understood Zhutingyi's concerns, smiled lightly, and replied nonchalantly, "There is no need for you to worry about them, junior. Before our departure, the principal had already instructed that should anything occur, our school would take full responsibility." Our students possess a certain degree of self-preservation, so you need not fret on that account. Though his tone was casual, his words exuded an undeniable confidence. Zwatinyi paused, feeling reassured. After all, they were students from the Star Institute and surely possessed their own capabilities. Nodding in agreement, he took his leave to engage in discussions between the two schools that as he watched Zwatinyi's retreating figure. Wang Zhe fell into a moment of contemplation that he was responsible for the entirety of the exchange group's affairs. A heavy burden to bear, surveying his surroundings, his expression grew complex. Yet he soon regained his composure. Reminded of the former glory of his alma mater and its current decline, a surge of determination coursed through Wang Zhe's veins. He resolved to ensure the success of this endeavor. Upon awakening, Chenmu felt invigorated. After consuming a light meal, he began organizing the drafts on his desk. Before long, Lazy also stirred awake. Awake? Chenmu asked without lifting his head, engrossed in his task. Lazy replied, stretching languidly before turning to Chenmu. Are we going to buy materials today? Indeed, I was just about to discuss that with you. Outside the store, Lazy's expression turned a shade of pale. His facial muscles twitching as he grumbled through clenched teeth. This is nothing short of highway robbery. His face reflected his dismay at the dwindling amount of udi in his possession. Chenmu paid no heed to Lazy's complaints, as he was entirely absorbed in a state of satisfaction. The bag he carried brimmed with card materials and ingredients for concocting card ink, a bounty he had never before possessed. Upon returning home, Chenmu promptly shooed Lazy away, but he needed tranquility to create his cards, and coaxing Lazy in his silence was akin to persuading a mute to speak. Gazing at the towering heap of materials before him, an unprecedented surge of ambition welled up within Chenmu. Although he only had a collection of rudimentary materials, this did not dampen his fervor for card creation, and he refrained from immediately crafting, as the intricacies of the story were deeply etched in his mind. However, he needed to translate these narrative details into the minutiae of the card itself. Additionally, with the materials at his disposal being limited, minimizing mistakes would save considerable costs. Chenmu had never considered himself more talented in card-making than others, yet he firmly believed that his diligence set him apart. To economize, he meticulously visualized the structure of the card in his mind. This not only conserved a significant amount of funds, but also allowed him to become more intimately familiar with the card structure. This was merely preparatory work that to prepare the card ink. One would take the pointing stone and luo hard juice, combining them in equal parts with the ink blue paste, and simmering gently for 10 minutes until the pointing stone fully dissolved. The resulting card ink appeared slightly viscous, creating rippling bright blue waves when stirred with a rod, accompanied by a pungent aroma that stung the nostrils. At this moment, Chenmu resembled not a card maker, but rather a sorcerer from the pages of a novel. The tale titled Encounter was already second nature to him. Without waiting for the card ink to cool, he swiftly seized a blank card, grasping a slanted blade pen in his right hand. Lightly dipping it into the card ink, without a moment's hesitation, the pen descended onto the blank card. The strokes flowed like a river, uninterrupted for even a second. The still-warm card ink glided from the pen tip onto the blank card, emanating a faint white glow under Chenmu's perceptive control. Chenmu's gaze was intense, his expression meticulously focused. This technique was learned from the mystical card's illusion mirror. When crafting an illusion card, beginning to draw while the card ink was still warm resulted in exceedingly smooth strokes, enhancing the ink's adherence to the card surface, thereby yielding exceptional effects. However, the time from the ink's completion to cooling was merely 2 minutes. This meant Chenmu had to finalize the entire card within that brief window, which was why he had repeatedly calculated the card structure in advance, but he was intimately familiar with every detail of the card's design. His hand, having crafted countless one-star energy cards, was as steady as the most precise instrument, exhibiting no trace of error. In comparison to his remarkably honed hand, Chenmu's perceptual application was considerably lacking. Nevertheless, he was fortunate that, thus far, no mistakes had occurred. That a pattern resembling a rose began to extend from the pen tip, growing increasingly intricate. Each line comprising the design shimmered with a soft glow, twinkling as if it were breathing. Chenmu's expression remained as focused and meticulous as ever, yet beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, revealing that this was no simple task. Despite his extensive preparations, he had overlooked a critical issue: the application of perception. He had concentrated solely on familiarizing himself with the structure, neglecting this vital aspect. His breathing began to grow erratic. Utilizing perception was mentally taxing, particularly for someone like him, who possessed limited perceptual abilities and experience that he now found himself increasingly strained. Although the sensations transmitted from the pen tip remained smooth and all structures readily surfaced in his mind, he felt a growing sense of helplessness. The radiance of the pattern on the card began to dim, that if the light faded from the design before the card was completed, it would be rendered utterly useless. Veins bulged on his forehead, heavy breaths scorched his nostrils, and sweat cascaded from what had begun as mere droplets into a stream. The only aspect that remained unchanged was the pen in Chun Mu's hand. The emptiness of his perception left him profoundly uncomfortable, yet he had no alternative. Chapter 27. The first part of Card Shadows, 2 gritting his teeth, his eyes wide open. The usually calm and composed gaze of Chun Mu had turned a fiery red. He exerted every last ounce of perception, while his hand moved with the gentleness of a breeze that a delicate hook line emerged, the pen tip tracing an exquisitely subtle arc that shimmered with a barely perceptible glow. Following this, he pivoted his wrist and suddenly applied force, executing a powerful press. With this forceful push, Chun Mu infused his final vestige of perception into the card. The entire card's surface erupted in a brilliant glow. What had merely glimmered previously burst forth with radiance, quickly returning to normalcy, transforming into an illusion card that appeared utterly unremarkable. Only that final surge of brilliance left a vivid afterimage in Chun Mu's iris. Chun Mu collapsed into a chair, his entire being drenched in sweat, breath heavy. Yet his eyes sparkled with joy. He had succeeded. Against all odds, he had triumphed. This illusion card was the most complex he had ever created, and the expenditure of perception had far exceeded his expectations. Yet he had prevailed. An indescribable elation filled his chest. With somewhat trembling hands, he lifted the illusion card. Although he was intimately familiar with the design on its surface, he still sensed the card's inherent mystery and power. Throughout the day, Chun Mu remained in a state of heightened excitement, repeatedly inserting the card into the measuring device, unable to tire of the sight. However, by the following day, having regained his composure, Chun Mu found himself contemplating the events of the previous day. He understood that luck had played a significant role in his success, that if he were to attempt a remake today, he would only have a 50% chance of success. 50%, a probability so dismally low that it suggests an astonishingly high rate of loss. Yet at this moment, both he and Lei Zi cannot afford such losses. Suddenly, he recalled the fiery dragon illusion card he had crafted, which surpassed this card in terms of exquisite detail, yet was far easier for him to produce. Why was that? Logically, the fiery dragon illusion card should have been more challenging. But the reality was quite the opposite. He distinctly remembered that while he encountered minor issues during the creation of the fiery dragon card, he remained remarkably composed overall. Upon closer examination, the truth dawned on him. Although the requirements for the illusion were straightforward, the dynamic aspects demanded an exceptional level of complexity, thus making the creation process laborious. Dynamic. Chun Mu fell into deep contemplation, his fingers instinctively tapping the table. Suddenly, he recalled another type of card depicted in the mysterious card realm. A Cho card. His knowledge regarding it was cursory at best. He had merely skimmed through it, his focus predominantly on illusion cards. Nevertheless, a particular phrase had left a profound impression on him. Signifies dynamic calculation. This phrase flashed through his mind like a bolt of lightning, that he sensed that this, which he had never before encountered, might hold the key to resolving his dilemma. This sudden realization invigorated Chun Mu, prompting him to plunge into the card realm without hesitation, that he remained immersed in the mysterious card realm for 2 days and nights. Upon emerging, his eyes were sunken, his lips cracked, and his body felt utterly drained of energy. Having gone without sustenance for 2 days and nights, his spirit, paradoxically, showed no signs of fatigue. Rather, his eyes sparkled with the brilliance of someone who had just stumbled upon a rare treasure. He was exhilarated, mentally invigorated, itching to commence work immediately. However, his deplorable physical condition compelled him to first rest and nourish himself. Although he was resting, his mind remained unceasingly active, tirelessly processing the insights gleaned from the realm, while his mouth unconsciously devoured bread, and one could fathom the joy that filled Chun Mu at this moment. It surpassed even the thrill he had felt when first mastering the creation of energy cards. In his youth, he had lacked the perspective to comprehend the profound impact mastering energy card creation would have on his life. Now, however, he clearly understood that this so-called would herald monumental changes in his future. In the following 3 days, Chenmu immersed himself in his work, shutting himself off from the outside world. Even when Lei Zi came to visit, he was promptly dismissed. His sole focus was his new concept. Hong Tao observed his classmates and glanced at the students from Xingyuan Academy, feeling a sense of awe wash over him. Truly, a university is a grand institution. The students from Dongwei Academy predominantly walked, while those from Xingyuan Academy floated gracefully in the air. Although Hong Tao could also fly, he knew he could not match the poise of these Xingyuan students. Flying required the use of air current cards. The most basic core of a shuttle available on the market was, indeed, an air current card. The structure of the shuttle allowed it to ascend effortlessly, but the human form was ill-suited for flight. Thus, to fly solely using an air current card demanded exceptional control skills. The higher the grade of the air current card, the more forceful the air currents it released, consequently increasing the difficulty of manipulation. Moreover, flying necessitated a strong sense of balance. The students of Dongwei Academy generally employed light cards, which were simplified versions of air current cards, generating a downward air current to alleviate the weight burden on their legs. They were convenient and simple to use, significantly enhancing walking speed and conserving energy. However, seasoned experts often looked down upon such cards. The thrust produced by advanced air current cards was tremendously powerful, allowing them to fly faster than shuttles while being far more agile. Hong Tao quickly discerned that the air current cards used by the Xingyuan students were all at least 3 stars or above. At his level, he could also utilize a 3-star air current card, but his proficiency was still lacking. The students of Dongwei Academy gazed enviously at their Xingyuan counterparts, and the scene left the accompanying teachers feeling quite uneasy. The youthful spirit of competition was unavoidable. Despite knowing their peers were far superior, they pressed onward with determination. The pace of their progress accelerated significantly, prompting the teachers to refrain from intervening. Soon, they were nearing a perilous area. It was only then that the lead teacher ordered everyone to halt and rest to recuperate their strength. Among the students of Dongwei Academy, most were panting heavily. The exertion from their recent sprint had taken a toll, and the Kaxiu had no substantial advantage in stamina. In contrast, the Xingyuan students appeared composed, their breathing steady. Although the teachers felt a sting of embarrassment, they were acutely aware of the dangers ahead and prioritized the safety of their students above all. Suddenly, one of the Xingyuan students, wearing glasses, turned his head and swiftly raised his right hand. Fingers splayed at a crescent-shaped wave blade, approximately the size of half a palm, materialized above his palm, resembling a crescent moon. A cold glint flashed behind his glasses as the student gently thrust his hand forward. The crescent wave blade, seemingly released from constraint, shot forth like an arrow, slicing through the air with a clear whistle, and sped towards a thicket approximately 300 meters away. The crescent wave blade penetrated the thicket without any obstruction. As the onlookers stared in bewilderment, the thicket suddenly shook violently, revealing a massive blue-green python. Roughly the width of a thigh, writhing in agony on the ground, a small line of blood marked its vital spot. The students of Dongwei Academy stood dumbfounded, unable to believe their eyes as they watched the thrashing python. And even the teachers from Dongwei Academy wore expressions of shock. However, it was Hong Tao who was most astounded. Having always held himself in high regard, he now realized that there were indeed individuals far superior to him. He observed more keenly that the python bore not just one, but 2 symmetrical lines of blood, the result of the crescent wave blade piercing through its entire body. The 6 major academies, were they truly that formidable? Hong Tao's heart surged with tumultuous waves. Though Xingyuan ranked at the bottom among the 6 major academies, even a single student from there possessed such terrifying prowess. The Xingyuan student, as if performing a trivial task, merely adjusted his glasses with a casual gesture. Before Chenmu lay 10 completed cards, each corner marked with a number from 1 to 10. A satisfied smile graced his face. What could be more perfect than this outcome? He had not only succeeded in creating the card shadow, but had also compressed the initially intended 30 cards down to 10, thus reducing the cost to merely a third of what it previously was. In comparison to the completed card shadow, he felt even more gratified by his newfound understanding of the The ability to condense the content of 30 illusion cards into 10 was a testament to the miraculous nature of the. Among the 10 completed cards, none were. They were all illusion cards that in fact, the knowledge he had gained regarding from the mysterious card had reached a remarkably advanced level. What he had learned thus far could only be considered foundational knowledge. The mere grasp of some basic principles had yielded such results. This left Chenmu eagerly anticipating what astonishing effects would arise when he could truly employ a complete. Lazy gazed at Chenmu as if he were an alien. Mu too. How did you manage to do this? Explaining it might be rather complicated. Chenmu replied while quenching his thirst. Never mind then. Lazy quickly retracted his question, well aware of Chenmu's character. In his eyes, Chenmu was an ardent aficionado of card technology, that if even he deemed it complex, it would undoubtedly be like reading hieroglyphs for Lazy. Listening to Chenmu earnestly discuss concepts he could not comprehend would be a rather painful affair. As for technical matters, Lazy was indifferent. What he cared about was the quality of this card shadow. Unquestionably impressive, Lazy exclaimed in admiration, his large metal earrings swaying back and forth, his face radiating satisfaction. This card shadow is the best I have ever seen. Mu too. Your skills are extraordinary, of course. The script was equally commendable. He believed his assessment was far from exaggerated, in terms of both visuals and narrative. The card shadow was impeccable. The realistic style, reasonable light and shadow rendering, coupled with a tightly woven, suspenseful story, imbued the card shadow with remarkable emotional resonance. Suddenly, he leaped to his feet, raising his hand skyward, exclaiming triumphantly, "Haha! The time has come for our Muley duo to dominate the entire card shadow realm." Seeing Lei Zi so exuberant, Chenmu felt a surge of joy as well, but he still cautioned him. "You should think about how to sell them now." "Yes, and there is the issue of the sound card. The sound card needs to be custom-made. I can't produce that." Leave those problems to me." Lei Zi responded confidently. The two immediately set to work, with Chenmu turning the remaining materials into card shadows while Lei Zi went off to order sound cards and arrange the sale of the completed card shadows. They were, after all, financially strapped, and without selling the card shadows, they would soon face a dire situation. Chenmu's movements were significantly swifter than Lei Zi's. With his first set of experience, he worked with remarkable speed. As time passed, he found himself improving considerably, possibly due to the heightened perception he was utilizing, which made Chenmu feel increasingly at ease that a complete set of 10 cards can be finished in just one day. In the end, Chenmu's daily output amounted to 5 sets. The cost of each set of cards is 3,000 udi, with an average cost of 200 per card. The most expensive item is the sound card, priced at 800 udi, and an additional 200 udi for exquisite packaging, rendering the set extraordinarily luxurious. According to Chenmu's calculations, if they sell each set for 4 to 3,000 udi, they would make a substantial profit. However, he was taken aback by Lei Zi's audacious pricing of 10,000 udi per set, leaving Chenmu momentarily speechless, filled with doubts about whether such a price could truly attract buyers. Lei Zi insisted that this was the market price. Could it be that the card industry was so lucratively profitable? Chenmu had not anticipated that his card set consisted of merely 10 cards. While typical sets usually contained 30 to 50 cards, which resulted in their production yielding such high profits that to his astonishment, Lei Zi sold 5 sets in the first week, which meant they netted 35,000 udi in just 1 week. This astonishing pace left Chenmu utterly astonished that a mere trinket, something that cannot be consumed or worn, was being sold at such a price that in the second week, Lei Zi sold 10 sets, netting 70,000 udi. Chenmu was perplexed. Where did you find so many willing buyers? Lei Zi looked at Chenmu with disdain. I've been in this circle long enough. How could I not know anyone? Not everyone is as impoverished as us. They seek spiritual fulfillment. Do you understand? To them, 10,000 udi is merely the cost of a meal. Moreover, works like Encounter are the perfect remedy for the emotional needs of wealthy young ladies. We are merely catering to their tastes. Isn't there a saying that goes, spirit is priceless. If we sell it cheaply, wouldn't that be belittling their spiritual world? Chenmu was at a loss for words. After the initial excitement, he quickly grew accustomed to it, and eventually, it became merely a numerical concept. After 2 months, upon tallying up, Encounter had sold over 150 sets, amounting to nearly 1 million udi in profit. Splitting it evenly, each of them received 500,000, but neither had ever seen such a sum of money before. And for a moment, they just stared at each other, somewhat dazed. We have struck it rich. Lazy exclaimed, his words tumbling out in excitement, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Unlike the calmness on his face, Chenmu was equally exhilarated inside. This 500,000 would ensure his livelihood for a considerable time. He understood well the monetary requirements for a stable life. With over 150 sets sold, Lazy was extremely satisfied, and Chenmu was even more so. According to Lazy's predictions, sales had likely peaked at this point. After all, they were not a corporation and lacked any substantial channels. MU2, I plan to go traveling, Lazy suddenly declared after calming down. Chapter 29. The Thrilling Crackdown Operation 1. Chenmu nodded in understanding. Lazy had long harbored this aspiration, and no one knew it better than him. What if we go together? Lazy asked tentatively. Chenmu shook his head. I prefer to stay at home. There are many issues I have yet to clarify. Chenmu's fervor left Lazy with little recourse but to express his disdain. You unromantic blockhead. With that, Lazy set off to enjoy himself. While Chenmu, not needing to produce any cards, devoted his time to studying the contents of that mysterious card. During this period, Encounter became increasingly popular among the female students at Dongwei Academy. Anyone possessing a copy would find themselves inundated with requests to borrow it. However, before it could be returned to its original owner, it would be swiftly loaned out again to another friend. The repeated encounters of the male and female leads tugged at the heartstrings of countless individuals, with numerous girls shedding tears over the intricate and tangled narratives within. This encounter emerged as the most sought-after item at Dongwei Academy. The female students were shocked to discover that they could no longer purchase a copy. Meanwhile, the merchants selling the cards were frantically searching for the boy adorned with 2 large earrings. Desperate to capitalize on this booming business, these shopkeepers were beside themselves with anxiety, yet completely powerless. Faced with the inability to purchase the cards, the female students reluctantly resorted to alternative means of acquisition. Dongwei Academy was not lacking in card-making experts, who began receiving numerous requests from the beautiful students to help them replicate Encounter. INA place buzzing with youthful energy. The words of these young women proved far more effective than any teacher's instruction. The card-making experts, who often felt disconnected from society, were nearly overwhelmed with excitement, feeling as though their time had finally come. Several girls even generously offered their legitimate copies of the card in this day and age. Piracy was undoubtedly a highly technical endeavor, and they could only infer from the card's patterns. However, to their astonishment, these card-making experts soon found themselves utterly confounded. Based on the card's patterns, these cards could only be classified as 1-star cards. Logically, such rudimentary cards should pose no challenge to the experts, some of whom were capable of creating 3-star cards. Yet perplexingly, despite the seemingly uncomplicated patterns, they failed every single time they attempted to replicate them. Once or twice might have been forgivable, but after 7 or 80 failed attempts, the situation became intriguing. This was bizarre. The young card makers exchanged glances, bewildered. Could it be that the first request from the legion of beautiful students would end in failure? The leading card-making student clenched his jaw. Brothers, we have to crack this. If we don't figure it out, we'll have no future. In front of him, pairs of red eyes gleamed with determination. And the group of hopefuls could not help but shout in frustration. All eyes on campus turned to them. They could not afford to lose face. The most outstanding students from every year and every class in the card-making department were gathered together, preparing to launch the most formidable offensive operation ever organized by the students of Dongwei Academy. The wind blew, the drums beat, and they vowed not to face the beautiful girls without having cracked Encounter. With a standard research project framework and the strongest student contingent, they would utilize the Academy's most advanced instruments to undertake a comprehensive decryption of Encounter. Naturally, Chenmu was entirely unaware that his card creation had stirred such a significant uproar at Dongwei Academy. In his mind, he never considered that anyone would devote such precious time and energy to what he deemed a trivial matter. For the past few days, he had been wholly engrossed in his studies. His newfound financial freedom allowed him to practice card-making without constraints. That he was currently learning to create 2-star energy cards, which could provide 1,000 UDI in energy at a cost of merely 800 UDI, yet could be sold for 1,200 UDI. Chenmu soon realized that the higher the card's grade, the greater the profit margin. The knowledge contained within the mysterious card regarding card-making was neither extensive nor overly complex, which could hardly contain Chenmu's fervent desire for learning. Thanks to his frequent practice, his skills in card-making progressed rapidly, transforming him from the individual he had been mere months prior. Aside from his advancements in card-making, his physical condition had improved significantly as well. His relentless practice of fitness routines yielded remarkable results. The frail boy of yore was nowhere to be seen. His physique was now well-proportioned, with muscles subtly visible beneath his skin. His hands could now easily lift 3 times the weight he previously struggled with. Most astonishingly, his flexibility had reached an extraordinary level that he believed he had long surpassed the age for developing flexibility. A mystery that perplexed him. Among the 18 exercises in the fitness routine, he particularly enjoyed those that strengthened his hands, especially finger exercises, as dexterity was crucial for card-making. Chen Mu was exceedingly satisfied with his current life. He no longer had to worry about finances in the short term. He had knowledge to pursue, materials to practice card-making, and his health was improving. What could he possibly find unsatisfactory? The production of 2-star energy cards posed no challenge whatsoever. He had initially thought he would need several attempts, yet his first try was remarkably successful. Hong Tao encountered Zhuo Tingyi and Wang Zhe on campus, nodding and greeting to Wang Zhe. His gaze returning to Zhuo Tingyi, unable to contain a hearty laugh. Did you not participate in that crackdown operation? The operation had become a sensational topic of discussion at Dongwei Academy. Zhuo Tingyi, a card-making student, was the target of Hong Tao's inquiry, though it was laced with playful teasing. Zhuo Tingyi remained expressionless. I'm very busy. Indeed, he was busy. His primary task during this period was to liaise with students from Xingyu, which had consumed nearly all his time with Wang Zhe. Naturally, his notorious reputation deterred anyone from approaching him. Wang Zhe chuckled lightly. I've heard about this crackdown operation. I wonder how it's progressing? Unfortunately, all the exchange students were card repairers. Otherwise, he would have ensured that students from the card-making department participated in this event, as nothing could bridge the gap between them and their Dongwei Academy peers quite like such an activity. Chapter 30. The Thrilling Crackdown Operation 2. Hong Tao shook his head. It appears there has been no substantial progress. Zhuo Tingyi remarked coldly. Given their capabilities, the chances of success are practically zero. What makes you say that? Wang Zhe inquired, having come to understand Zhuo Tingyi's temperament over the past few days, knowing him to be exceedingly meticulous regarding card-making matters. Hong Tao, equally familiar with Zhuo Tingyi, gazed at him in astonishment. Zhuo Tingyi appeared lost in thought, his expression somewhat peculiar. I have studied that set of card shadows. It is far from being as simple as it seems on the surface. Hong Tao and Wang Zhe exchanged glances, their gazes once again turning towards Zhuo Tingyi, awaiting his further elucidation. The creator of this card shadow is exceptionally clever. He has made certain modifications to the structure of the illusion cards, the purpose of which I have yet to ascertain. However, I suspect it is likely intended to prevent others from replicating it. Zhuo Tingyi hesitated briefly before continuing. What I mean to say is perhaps, without dismissing other possibilities. Regardless, the card maker's skill is remarkably high. That he paused, emphasizing once more, extremely high. A name flickered through his mind. Mu Tu. On the card shadow for encounter, the names of the card maker and the screenwriter were inscribed, Mu Tu and Lei Zi, both of whom were well-known figures within the female student community of the Dongwei Academy. While Zhuo Tingyi had little interest in the screenwriter Lei Zi, he was filled with curiosity about the card maker Mu Tu. Hong Tao and Wang Zhe were taken aback. It was the first time they had heard Zhuo Tingyi offer such high praise for someone else. Hong Tao stammered, could it really be that impressive? ISNT had said that the entire set of card shadows comprises only first-tier illusion cards. No matter how skilled he is, how exceptional can he truly be? Zhuo Tingyi regarded Hong Tao with a look of incredulity. I do not engage in discussions regarding card-making with those lacking proficiency. Then he gestured to Wang Zhe, indicating that he should speak. Wang Zhe pondered. While I am not well-versed in card-making either, I have heard it said that the measure of a card-maker's skill lies not in the number of higher-tier cards they can produce, but in their understanding of card rules and energy. Hong Tao nodded, though somewhat perplexed, and suddenly exclaimed, isn't it akin to a card repairer? It's not about the level of cards they can use, but rather their mastery of their own cards and energy control. Precisely, Wang Zhe affirmed, nodding steadily that he glanced at Hong Tao. Tao Go, your foundation is solid. With a bit more flexibility in application and some experimentation, you will surely advance further. Wang Zhe and Hong Tao had long been well acquainted. Although Hong Tao had never witnessed Wang Zai's true capabilities, the students from the Stellar Academy had shown him great respect during their outdoor exercises. Wang Zai's words resonated with Hong Tao, and he took them to heart, gaining insight. Chunmu could hardly have anticipated that his cards would be the subject of such extensive study and receive such high regard. The so-called modifications in that set of illusion cards were not merely anti-piracy measures, but rather a unique utilization method. He had integrated knowledge of resource cards with illusion cards, which explained why this set contained only 10 illusion cards. Typically, a story of that length would require around 30 illusion cards. Having tasted success, Chunmu quickly became more intrigued by the knowledge of resource cards, continuously integrating it into the production of illusion cards. He discovered that the structure of resource cards could significantly enhance the efficiency of dynamic illusion cards, while offering little benefit to static ones that in crafting illusion cards with identical imagery. Those endowed with resource card structures required far less perceptual energy than ordinary illusion cards. Yet, his focus remained primarily on that enigmatic card that Is this truly the end? Chunmu gazed in astonishment at the illusion before him, having unwittingly finished reading all the foundational knowledge of resource cards. Just as he reached the final line, the previously stable illusion suddenly shifted. The void remained, and both the illusion card and the resource card vanished completely. Before him lay 12 grayish-white cards. These cards, in a dark gray hue, bore faint patterns, but upon closer inspection, yielded nothing. Chunmu tentatively reached out to touch one of the cards. He had previously triggered the illusion and resource cards using this method. Water Simulation Illusion Card requires a 1-star level. Simulating a water environment can be activated using energy cards of 3 stars or below. Specific parameters as follows. Chunmu was left dumbfounded. Water Simulation Illusion Card. What sort of illusion card is this? Based on its requirements, it should be capable of simulating an underwater environment, but how could such an illusion card possibly exist? Perhaps it was his own ignorance. Chunmu consoled himself. The detailed parameters immediately clarified the intention behind this mysterious card. It required him to create these 12 cards. It had to be. To confirm, Chunmu touched each card in turn. Each one was peculiar and bizarre, not only unfamiliar to him, but also beyond his wildest imagination. The requirements outlined were utterly astounding. For instance, one card required arrowfish to meet exceedingly stringent speed criteria, with their movement trajectories conforming to highly complex laws. The mere formula gave him a headache. After examining all 12 cards, Chunmu couldn't help but gasp, while he still had no clear idea of the purpose of these cards. One thing was certain. None of them would be easy to produce, and the difficulty level was exceedingly high. Though most belonged to the first or second tier of illusion cards, Chunmu had thus far no inkling of how to proceed. Among the 12 cards, 11 were illusion cards, while one was a pure resource card. Could it be that he was truly expected to create all 12 cards? Chunmu felt a bitter taste in his mouth as he stared vacantly at the 12 dark gray cards. Cost. This thought emerged as the second notion in his mind. The expenditure required for these 12 cards. The bitterness intensified in his mouth. He feared that even if he poured all his available funds into this venture, it would still fall short. After finally enjoying a few days of financial ease, the prospect of spending such a substantial amount on this endeavor was undeniably painful, and to deny feeling hurt would be utterly disingenuous. Yet within him, an undercurrent of anticipation stirred. What if he truly could create these 12 cards? Illusion cards with such whimsical requirements, most importantly, one of which was a dedicated resource card. In recent days, Chunmu had been acutely aware of the power of resource cards. By merely integrating resource card technology into the structure of illusion cards, he had managed to achieve such remarkable effects. What might a dedicated resource card be capable of? He could hardly fathom it was this very anticipation, or perhaps curiosity, that ultimately drove Chunmu to make a decisive choice. He resolved, steeling himself. Chapter 31. The Resounding Operation of Decryption 3. At Dongwei Academy, the Encounter Decryption team had expanded from an initial 15 members to 30, with numerous upperclassmen from the card-making department joining in the fray. However, despite their efforts, no progress had been made thus far. No one could have predicted that nearly all the experts from the card-making department at Dongwei Academy would be stymied by such a set of first-tier illusion cards. Many among them had even passed the certification for intermediate card makers. Nevertheless, Not every student within the card-making department was swayed by the allure of these so-called beauties. Many of these students were quite capable individuals. In this world, there would always be those who remained impervious to persuasion, at Dongwei Academy. It was common to hear scornful remarks directed at this so-called decryption team. Zhuotingyi meticulously studied the illusion card before him. He had acquired this set titled Encounter from his sister 2 weeks prior. Over these 2 weeks, he had devoted all his spare time to analyzing this card shadow, that he too was curious as to why this particular card shadow remained uncrackable. Yet the reality was brutally harsh. To date, he had made not even the slightest breakthrough. This was a significant blow to him. Compared to his peers, he had received a far superior education from a young age. The number of card makers under his family's influence was astonishing, with some far more skilled than the so-called professors at school. Through this constant exposure, his own abilities had far surpassed those of his contemporaries. Yet given his status and background, there was no necessity for him to undergo those tedious rank assessments. Zhuotingyi's prideful nature made him more susceptible to frustration, igniting the smoldering embers of arrogance within him. Clearly, this card shadow possessed such qualities that he felt deeply dissatisfied with his inability to decipher a mere first-tier illusion card after such an extended period. Of course, a significant factor was his sister's deep affection for this card shadow. He was reluctant to utilize instruments to analyze it. His family had a dedicated card-making room equipped with instruments far more advanced than those found in their school's card-making facility. However, using machinery for analysis could easily damage the cards. Yet he now realized that without employing such tools, he was utterly incapable of uncovering the secrets within. The structural differences in these illusion cards were less than 5% compared to ordinary illusion cards. And he believed that this 5% was precisely what rendered this card shadow unique. The image of a sweet, innocent girl flashed through his mind, accompanied by a flicker of tenderness in his eyes. Zhuotingyi's lips curled into a wry smile. He feared that his sister would undoubtedly be upset with him for some time following this. However, his expression soon hardened with determination, his demeanor returning to its usual icy demeanor. Grasping the card shadow from the table, he swiftly strode into his card-making room. Zhuotingyi's card-making room spanned over 270 square meters, filled with various sophisticated instruments. Aside from him, no one else ever entered this space. Not even his sister, who would never set foot in the card-making room, that he activated the Illusion Card Structure Analyzer, a device specifically designed for analyzing illusion cards. However, it was generally used for high-tier illusion cards. Previously, the lowest tier of illusion cards analyzed on this device had been 3 stars, making this its first time being used to analyze a first-tier illusion card. However, this was likely the first instance for such a device to analyze cards of such a low caliber. Zhuotingyi did not underestimate this set of card shadows due to their lower tier. On the contrary, his current attitude was perhaps the most meticulous he had ever exhibited, the ability to utilize a structure completely foreign to him within a 1-star illusion card is, in itself, a remarkable testament to his formidable prowess. Seated at the control panel, Zhuotingyi activated the Illusion Card Analyzer. This analyzer stood nearly as tall as a person, and its most essential component was an extraordinarily sophisticated and unique detection card. This detection card boasted a staggering 5-star rating, and its unconventional method of analysis set it apart from typical detection cards, which explained the exorbitant price of this Illusion Card Analyzer. Throughout the Tianyu Federation, only 3 groups were capable of producing such advanced illusion card analyzers, all of which required special orders for purchase. With a series of zapping sounds, red lights flickered incessantly, indicating that the analyzer was tirelessly probing the various structures of the illusion card. The results of this probing would be displayed on the external screen connected to the analyzer that on the luminous panel before Zhuotingyi. Numerous indices fluctuated rhythmically that he focused intently on the data that danced across the screen. Fully aware of the implications each figure represented, a T present, no anomalies had been detected. However, as the data began to stabilize, Zhuotingyi's heartbeat quickened with mounting anticipation. Based on his experience, he understood that the analyzer was about to uncover structures he could not comprehend. He dared not blink, fearful of missing even the slightest detail. His mouth felt parched, and he quickly chided himself for feeling nervous over a mere 1-star illusion card. How absurd he struggled to suppress his increasingly rapid heartbeat, holding his breath as he gazed at the screen. Suddenly, an urgent and piercing alarm blared through the air. Alarmed, Zwatinyi's expression shifted dramatically as he hurried to the analyzer. Yet he was too late. The illusion card resting atop the analyzer was emitting tendrils of smoke. That it was evident that the card had been rendered useless, its structure likely suffering irreparable damage. Abruptly, he caught a whiff of a distinctly different burning odor. Turning his head, he noticed white smoke seeping from the crevices of the analyzer. Zwatinyi's countenance darkened instantly. Meanwhile, Chenmu surveyed the materials piled around him, a profound sense of satisfaction swelling within. How could he not feel fulfilled? This was the culmination of 500,000 Audi he had spent on these materials. Every penny he had earned from card shadowing had been invested here, leaving him once again in a state of financial desolation. Among these materials, a small portion consisted of components he had previously only dared to dream of. The price for this handful of materials was staggering. Nearly 400,000 had been expended. With 12 cards in total, the difficulty level was so high that Chenmu questioned whether he could complete them. Nonetheless, he plunged headlong into the endeavor, knowing that if he could conquer all the challenges presented by these 12 cards, his card-making skills would undoubtedly ascend several tiers. Chapter 32. The grand endeavor of decoding 4. While the aspirations were noble, reality was harsh, and the path was fraught with obstacles. Setting aside the card in question, merely facing the 11 one-star illusion cards, which were entirely unfamiliar to him, posed a significant challenge. Yet, Chenmu did not perceive it as arduous. On the contrary, he felt an exhilarating joy. His thoughts were wholly consumed by the creation of these cards. Once Lazy returned, he knew that maintaining such focus would be far more difficult. Upon returning to school, Zwatinyi's grim demeanor caused passing students to veer away. Just then, he overheard a small group ahead engaged in lively discussion. "Have you heard? The decoding team broke several instruments yesterday." "The decoding team? The ones trying to crack that thing called Encounter? Aren't they just a bunch of self-important fools? Thinking they could decode someone else's card shadow. This ought to be amusing." The speaker bore the unmistakable marks of schadenfreude. "Several instruments? Aren't they all seasoned professionals? How could they possibly break any equipment?" Another interjected, unable to contain his curiosity. The first speaker gestured mysteriously, indicating 7.7 instruments. The surrounding crowd gasped in disbelief. That really true? "Come on, spill the details." The gossip monger, relishing the attention, replied, "I don't know the specifics, but the report about 7 broken instruments is absolutely true. That a friend of mine is on that decoding team, and he came to me yesterday, looking utterly despondent. 7? Good grief, they're going to face a hefty financial burden. Not just hefty, it's a fortune. Among those are several high-end instruments. Someone calculated the costs. 30 people, and that means 2 million Audi per person. My buddy cried on my shoulder all night. He was utterly devastated." The speaker shook his head, a look of melancholy crossing his face. His 2 years' worth of pocket money has just gone down the drain. The crowd collectively sighed. Zwatinyi, walking behind them, couldn't help but smirk at their misfortune, feeling a sense of balance restored within himself. The analyzer he had reported as broken yesterday had cost 20 million Audi. It wasn't the money that bothered him, but rather the feeling of defeat, that he felt as though he had been slapped hard across the face, a sensation he loathed with every fiber of his proud being. "Damn that card shadow," he cursed internally, seething with frustration. "That I'm back." Lazy shouted as he entered, laden with bags. Most of the contents were food items he had brought specifically for Chenmu. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of mess this guy had made of the house. As he pushed open Chenmu's door, a cacophony of crashing items ensued. The entire room was cluttered with an array of bizarre objects, and the floor was strewn with a chaotic assortment of materials. It was likely that this very pile had toppled over. A pair of furious eyes emerged from behind the clutter, their fiery glare sending a shiver down Lazy's spine. I think I'm at the wrong door." Before he could finish his sentence, he dropped the heavy bags and bolted in the opposite direction. It wasn't until evening that he returned to Chenmu's residence. Upon re-entering, he felt as though he had stepped into an entirely different room. The space was immaculate, the previously scattered items now neatly categorized and placed in corners. Chenmu was bent over tidying up, not lifting his gaze, and in a calm tone inquired, "You're back?" Seeing that Chenmu was not angry, Lazy's demeanor shifted to one of joviality. Yes, I missed you, so I came back." He plopped down onto the sofa, which creaked in protest under his weight. "Where did you go? How was it?" Chenmu asked with a hint of curiosity, having never ventured beyond Dongshangwei City and possessing limited knowledge of the outside world. It was amazing, Lazy exclaimed, clearly thrilled at the recollection that I went to Fanasai District, to Fanasai City, and the Sicilian waterfall. There is nothing short of a human marvel. You simply cannot imagine the sight of hundreds of waterfalls. Large and small, cascading before you, I ate it like a massive silver noodle soup. Chenmu pondered for a moment, realizing he was at a loss for words, and finally nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is hard to imagine. Do you know what the most famous architectural complex in Fanasai District is? Lazy asked, his voice laced with allure. That I don't know. Chenmu replied succinctly, shaking his head, that a look of disdain crossed Lazy's face. I knew you wouldn't know. TSK, of course you, a blockhead, wouldn't have any spiritual pursuits, that it's one of humanity's most glorious masterpieces, the Kuji Lian Temple Complex. Kuji Temple. Chenmu asked, puzzled, is that one of the 6? Uncultured, Lazy scoffed. Too indifferent to even express his disdain. Kuji isn't just one temple. It's a sprawling complex of thousands of temples, which is why it's called the Kuji Lian Temple Complex. Kuji Temple is merely the most representative one among them. In fact, some temples within the complex have histories that far exceed that of Kuji Temple. Oh, Chenmu responded, his expression a mix of partial understanding and confusion, prompting Lazy to abandon any further explanations. Evidently, Chenmu and Lazy were two distinct individuals, with entirely different pursuits and preferences. Nonetheless, they shared a bond of trust and mutual accommodation. What have you been busy with at home these days? Lazy asked, surveying the surroundings. The fleeting glimpse he caught when he initially pushed open the door had left a lasting impression on him. Making cards, Chenmu replied, handing Lazy a glass of water. Any results? Lazy asked, intrigued as he accepted the cup. Chenmu shook his head. Not yet. There are numerous issues that in recent days. He had exerted tremendous effort to produce just one of the 12 cards. Yet the material consumption had already reached 1/3, that he anticipated that the remaining materials would not suffice to complete all 12 cards. That I can't help you with that. Lazy shrugged, standing up, that I need to check how our card shadows are selling. If we can sell even 1 or 2 sets, that would be fantastic. Exactly. Chenmu sprang to his feet, his eagerness palpable, as if he could sell thousands of sets on the spot. He felt as though he were being driven to madness by the financial strain of card making. It truly is a costly endeavor. Chapter 33. Speculation. Observing Chenmu's excitement, Lazy teased, it's rare to see you so motivated. Tisk. Have you perhaps found a love interest? But he quickly dismissed his own suggestion as absurd. You, a blockhead, probably don't have any woman interested in you. Chenmu paid no mind to Lazy's jest. Women? That had never crossed his mind. He was acutely aware that at this juncture. Lazy shared his sentiments. As two impoverished youths, how could they possibly attract the attention of any woman? Although Chenmu was eager to sell the card at once, he refrained from accompanying Lazy to gather information, confident that Lazy could manage these matters alone. Indeed, less than half an hour later, Lazy returned, exuberantly exclaiming before even stepping through the door, Mu tu. Let us get to work. Let us get to work. We're in for another windfall. Upon visiting those small shops, Lazy was immediately besieged by anxious shopkeepers who had long been waiting. They clamored for card, brandishing cash, and shouting at the top of their lungs. Chenmu, already well-versed in the creation of, swiftly gathered a variety of materials and set to work. This time, he was particularly invigorated. Before him, the incomplete card appeared as a series of raw materials awaiting assembly. This one could fetch a piece of, and with a few more additions, it would be worth a small handful of, under the lights. Chenmu's eyes sparkled with determination as he wrestled with the unfinished card. Behind him, Lazy savored his, humming a cheerful tune, resembling a diligent overseer. The order this time was substantial, a full 100 sets of card, with a profit of no less than 700,000. By calculation, each person could pocket 350,000. What a blissful existence. Lazy, sipping his, glanced at the industrious Chenmu and felt a profound sense of contentment regarding life. One school had sold over 200 sets, a figure that far exceeded expectations. Indeed, there were no shortage of affluent individuals in this world. Yet he was also aware that sales were nearing their peak. After selling these 100 sets, he resolved to cease production of. As long as he maintained a scarcity of in the market, Once the next card was released, provided its quality met standards, he would never have to worry about sales. That IT seemed the time had come to prepare for the next card. Lazy mused while enjoying his. Swatinyi could only sigh as he gazed at the smoking instruments and card before him. That he was using as an experimental subject was freshly acquired. Now, each set had skyrocketed to 25,000, and according to the shopkeepers, the creator had announced that this would be the final batch of card. The news sent the price of soaring. 100 sets was merely a trifling number to the multitude of fervent female admirers at Dongwei Academy. When Zhuotingyi acquired his set of, the price had already reached 30,000. Yet, to him, this was but a small sum, hardly worth mentioning that he would not hesitate to purchase even 300,000. He also bought a set for his sister as compensation for the one she had damaged last time. Thanks to the timely arrival of these 100 sets of, coupled with the recent incident involving the school's equipment, the school's decoding team had no choice but to disband in disgrace. This event had become one of the most sensational news stories of the year at Dongwei Academy. However, Zhuotingyi had not given up, that he could not believe that a mere 1 star could thwart him. Though the previous incident had left him quite flustered, he clearly had no intention of yielding. For someone capable of producing 3-star to be unable to crack a 1-star was a profound humiliation. That if the opponent were a master-level figure, it would be excusable, but the rival was merely an obscure individual. A name he had never encountered. Mutu, an utterly unremarkable title. Zhuotingyi's typically handsome face was now clouded with frustration. Was this truly a 1-star? He could not fathom why such a modest 1-star possessed such destructive potential. To date, 11 of his laboratory instruments had been rendered useless, resulting in direct losses exceeding 150 million. That these 1-star resembled highly sensitive organisms with a strong aversion. Once they sensed a threat, they would self-destruct along with the adversary. Truly, remarkable. This surpassed all he had learned, and at this juncture, he deemed it necessary to seek assistance. Within his household resided several exceptionally skilled card makers. Surely they could unravel this mystery for him. Zhuotingyi, clutching the remaining 1-star, prepared to consult Master Maida. Although his card-making skills were not the most formidable, his knowledge was undoubtedly the most profound within the estate. Just as he exited the laboratory, a servant who had been waiting outside hurried over. "Young master, the master requests your presence in his study." Zhuotingyi paused, surprised. The study? That was where his father entertained important guests. And Zhuotingyi was rarely permitted entry. It seemed his father had summoned him for a matter of considerable significance. Outside the study, Zhuotingyi straightened his attire, took a deep breath, and then knocked on the door. "Enter," came a deep voice from within. Upon opening the door, Zhuotingyi stepped inside. "You've arrived," his father, Zhuotianlin, stated, his expression unchanged, though the stern lines of his brow softened momentarily. Zhuotianlin, with his square jaw and imposing stature, sat there like a small mountain, exuding an aura of authority without needing to raise his voice. "Yes, father." Zhuotingyi stood respectfully, his gaze lowered, though he had noticed the gray at his father's temples with a pang of emotion. Zhuotianlin scrutinized his son for a moment before speaking. "The exchange student from Xingyuan has arrived at your school?" "Yes, that they've been here for 2 months," Zhuotingyi replied honestly, curious yet aware that his father had more to say. Zhuotianlin seemed to ponder a question, and after a moment, looked up and asked, "What is your take on this matter?" Although Zhuotingyi's experience was limited, he was quite astute, and his father's inquiry piqued his interest. Zhuotianlin's penetrating gaze was fixed upon his son. Zhuotingyi quickly grasped that there was likely more to this situation than met the eye, and after a moment's reflection, replied, "Given Xingyuan's status and strength, their collaboration with our school does seem rather peculiar." Suddenly, he raised his head, a look of surprise crossing his face. "Father, are you suggesting they have ulterior motives? But what could there possibly be of value at Dongwei Academy?" Chapter 34. New plans. Zhuotianlin appeared quite pleased with his son's reaction, a flicker of appreciation briefly lighting his eyes. "No one knows the foundations of Dongwei Academy better than we do. If it were another, more powerful institution, I would not be surprised. However, if it is the 6 greats, then that is truly suspicious." Noticing a hint of confusion on Zhuotingyi's face, he waved his hand for him to continue listening. "You still don't grasp what the 6 greats signify," Zhuotianlin remarked, casting a glance at his son. "That on the surface, the 6 greats appear merely as a group of prestigious schools. That I assume you see it that way. Correct? Isn't that so?" Zhuotingyi asked, perplexed at, "That is because you do not comprehend the 6 greats." Zhuotianlin chuckled. "One day, When you sit in my position, you will understand the enormity of the six greats. They are no longer just six schools. Behind them lie vast and intricate interest groups. These groups have been intertwined for centuries, their relationships so convoluted that even they themselves cannot fully elucidate them. Zhuo Tianlin fixed his gaze on Zhuo Tingyi, enunciating each word. Do not regard them as mere institutions. Consider them as six formidable powers, even as factions. Observing Zhuo Tingyi's astonishment, Zhuo Tianlin smiled slightly. Do you find it hard to believe? Zhuo Tingyi nodded. Humph. Zhuo Tianlin scoffed. There are far more unbelievable matters at play that do not be deceived by the polished exteriors of the six greats. Their methods can be far more sordid and extreme than ours at times. They have reached their current status through countless underhanded dealings. While Xingyuan may seem inconspicuous among the six greats, appearing to show signs of fatigue in recent years, the foundation they have built over the years is not something other schools can match. Zhuo Tingyi fell silent. Yet his understanding of the world felt as though it had been turned upside down in an instant. For several seconds, he stood there bewildered. Xingyuan had been so silent for so long. A sudden major move surely concealed some secret, but if he was not mistaken, this opportunity must be connected to Xingyuan's resurgence. Zhuo Tianlin's eyes gleamed with wisdom. Zhuo Tingyi stared at his father in astonishment. The revelations he had just received were overwhelmingly impactful. Observing Zhuo Tingyi's expression, Zhuo Tianlin softened his demeanor. Do not worry. Although I do not know why Xingyuan has come, I suspect that what has arrived thus far is merely the vanguard. The real power lies behind. When Zhuo Tingyi emerged from his father's study, he was utterly dazed, having completely forgotten the few one-star still in his pocket. His mind was filled with the words his father had just spoken. In the hearts of every young person, the six greats held a sacred status that could not be challenged, and Zhuo Tingyi was no exception. Unfortunately, the strict admissions process of the six greats far exceeded common expectations. Even a prodigy like Zhuo Tingyi, renowned at Dongwei Academy, could not gain entry, in this regard. Even the Zhuo family's influence provided little assistance. Suddenly, the most revered aspect of his life had been turned on its head. No one could escape the profound discomfort this would evoke. Chen Mu and Lei Zi had once again rented a place, a decision made at Lei Zi's insistence. Ever since they had begun making card, Lei Zi had taken to lingering at Chen Mu's side, and with materials piling up, Chen Mu's modest abode had become exceedingly cramped. The new residence is situated in the northeastern direction of Polington Town, adjacent to Dongshang Weiqing. Dongshang Weiqing is not merely a city. It is a comprehensive urban area centered around Dongshang Weiqing, surrounded by several smaller towns. The rental prices in Polington are significantly more affordable compared to those in the city, prompting the two to rent a spacious apartment together. Undoubtedly, what brings Chen Mu the most satisfaction is that he finally possesses his own card-making room. Although this room is quite rudimentary, he is already content. Once everything is tidied up, the two lie on the floor, gazing at the pristine room and sharing a knowing smile to Mu. We need to prepare for the new card. He says that I've almost finalized the script. Let us hear it, then, Chen Mu replies. What is the new card called? Legend of the Card Masters. Lei Zi declares emphatically, while Chen Mu looks on with a puzzled expression. There are still many details in Lei Zi's script that need refinement. Allowing Chen Mu the time to work on his own creations, that he has completed 3 out of the 12, though the process has been fraught with challenges. He has lost count of the mistakes he made and the times he scratched his head in frustration. Moreover, producing just these 3 has consumed around 400,000 in materials. Nevertheless, despite the arduous journey and high costs, Chen Mu's gains are undeniably substantial. The complexity of these 3 far exceeds that of the dual ring card store advertisement he previously encountered on Gold Street. Before this, he could hardly have imagined completing such, yet now he is brimming with confidence. He firmly believes he can finish all 12, albeit with a little more time required at AS for the 1-star. He feels he is on the cusp of grasping its true essence. However, in stark contrast to his rapid improvement in card-making skills, his perceptual enhancement has been as slow as a snail's pace. With his current level of perception, he can only produce 1 star, and even that feels somewhat challenging. The issue of perception leaves him quite helpless. It's not due to a lack of effort, but rather because his training methods are rather subpar. Since it's not an issue that can be resolved through sheer will, he deems it futile to dwell on it. Presently, Chen Mu maintains a remarkably calm demeanor, even if his perception does not improve. His ability to craft 1 star ensures he need not worry about his livelihood. The completion of the first 3 has significantly accelerated the production of the remaining 9, that this is the power of accumulated experience. Theory and practice are always the most formidable weapons. All right, here is the script. Take a look first, and we'll discuss it afterward, Lazy says, appearing somewhat haggard, yet surprisingly energetic. Chenmu takes the script and begins to peruse it intently. Legend of the Card Masters, he muses, feeling immediately that the story is quite lengthy. This tale requires a multitude of... He reminds Lazy. Lazy chuckles. Don't worry. I never said we would complete it all at once. We'll start with the first episode. Is that even possible? Chenmu asks, astonished at having you heard. This is called serialization. Lazy scoffs, then beams with pride. Rest assured, at the end of each episode, I will leave a cliffhanger, ensuring they will be eager to see the next episode, and so on, into the third and fourth. Lazy spreads his arms wide toward the sky, lost in self-admiration. Then we shall prosper. The 35th section of the Card Masters signifies that Chenmu must momentarily set aside his production. At this juncture, earning money takes precedence. There will be time for later. Lefting Yi encounters Wang Zhe at school, accompanied by several exchange students from Xingyuan. Everyone greets Lefting Yi warmly, clearly familiar with him. Wang Zhe, upon spotting Lefting Yi, exclaims joyfully, I was just lamenting my inability to find someone. And here you are. Lefting Yi, observing Wang Zhe's group, is taken aback. Where are you all headed? Wang Zhe responds with a hearty laugh. Indeed, we've been bored stiff at school, so we plan to explore the great outdoors. But we've been unable to find someone familiar to guide you. It seems Tao Ge has a date with a girl today and vanished in a flash. I couldn't catch him. The others chuckle lightly at this. Had Wang Zhe not spoken those words, Lefting Yi would have harbored no doubts. However, upon hearing Wang Zhe's remarks, a sense of unease stirs within him. With a hint of hesitation on his face, he suggests the wilderness can be perilous. I am, after all, quite unskilled. Should I bring along a few card masters? One of Wang Zhe's companions interjects. There's no need to worry. Lefting Yi, though we may not be masters, we are certainly not inferior to ordinary card masters. Your safety is assured with us. The speaker, a student named Oh Jiang, exudes a calm confidence that is reassuring. Recognizing this, Lefting Yi concedes. In that case, I entrust my safety to all of you. They travel by air using air current cards. Wang Zhe has his arm around Lefting Yi, though carrying one person. He appears at ease, devoid of any strain. Lefting Yi is slightly astonished. Indeed, the students from Xingyin possess remarkable strength, none of them being subpar. Their movements are coordinated, showing no signs of the inexperience typically associated with students. Each displays a composed demeanor and practiced behavior. Any one of them could easily stand out at Dongwei Academy. Leading the way is Yin Jiuchun, who appears exceedingly refined, wearing glasses, embodying the image of a diligent student. Yet his combat prowess is formidable. When Hong Tao mentioned him, there was a hint of disbelief. However, witnessing his capabilities firsthand is nothing short of astonishing. With an unruffled expression, Yin Jiuchun soars at the front of the group. His right hand conjuring thin, moonlit blades that slice through the air with a sharp whistle. So far, they have encountered no formidable resistance, estimating they are approximately 300 kilometers from Dongshan Weiqing. Lefting Yi notices one student diligently recording the terrain on a card. Sensing Lefting Yi's curiosity, Wang Zhe explains with a smile, in our first year at school, our teacher instructed us to document the local terrain whenever we visited a new place. Lefting Yi responds with admiration. That truly is an excellent habit. However, he secretly scoffs, feeling that every action of these exchange students is highly suspect. Observing the surrounding landscape, Lefting Yi proposes, shall we take a break? It seems the more formidable beasts are becoming prevalent. It's wise to exercise caution. Wang Zhe readily agrees. Since you are more familiar with this area, we shall follow your lead, after a brief respite. They continue their expedition. Yet, it is not long before Wang Zhe suggests returning, leaving Lefting Yi quite perplexed. Could it be that his suspicions were unfounded? Lazy, are you certain these large iron figures will be popular? Chenmu skeptically points at the so-called armor and legend of the card masters that to him. These clumsy iron giants lack any aesthetic appeal. Lazy's expression is filled with anticipation as he murmurs dreamily. You don't understand. Every boy harbors a dream of venturing into the stars. Chenmu's arm hairs stand on end, and he quickly interrupts, well, If you believe it will work, then I trust you. He then inquires. 100 sets are complete. Are you heading to the main city this afternoon? The now alert Lazy nods. Yes, the sooner we sell them, the sooner we can get the money. Would you accompany me? I need to purchase some materials. My supplies are running low. The journey from Polingdon town to the main city is quite considerable, but fortunately, they can take a shuttle bus for 30 udi each. Arriving in about 2 hours, upon reaching the main city, they part ways. Lazy heads off to sell the card, while Chunmu sets out to acquire raw materials. Some card-making materials have been artificially cultivated. Yet the vast majority must still be sourced from the wild. Since the inception of cards, their materials have primarily consisted of various flora, fauna, and minerals. Presently, the methods for artificially cultivating card materials remain one of the most challenging and critical issues, as does the question of what artificial materials can effectively replace these natural resources, that if industrial production is the most significant barrier to the widespread adoption of cards, then raw materials are undoubtedly the bottleneck constraining the industrialization of card production. Until this issue is resolved, the dream of industrialized card production remains just that, a dream. This can be clearly seen in the case of one-star energy cards, which became fully industrialized only after several required materials were cultivated on a large scale, causing their prices to plummet. Previously, the cost of one-star energy cards was beyond the reach of the average person. In Dongshang Weiqing, there are numerous material shops. Chunmu quickly procures the necessary supplies with ease. Just as he intends to head back, a sudden thought of Uncle Hua's small shop crosses his mind. This unexpected notion seems to possess some magnetic force, compelling Chunmu's legs to move involuntarily towards the direction of Uncle Hua's shop. As he approaches, a sense of nervousness begins to grip his heart. Uncle Hua is no longer around. Why is he feeling this way? Chunmu silently mocks himself for his anxiety, yet it seems to have no effect. His heart races with increasing urgency, as if it wishes to leap out of his chest. Ahead lies the final corner. Once he passes it, he will see Uncle Hua's shop. Moving forward instinctively, his mind blank. Chunmu is entirely unaware of his actions. As he beheld the still-closed shop, a sudden clarity washed over him, and he let out a soft, bitter sigh. What had gone awry in his mind today? With a wry smile, Chunmu resolved to leave, only to catch sight of a striking headline outside Uncle Hua's little shop. Chapter 36. Old Grudges. Witnessing a steady stream of patrons entering and exiting the establishment, Chunmu's previously dim mood brightened instantly. Indeed, Lazy's speed was commendable. He chuckled softly to himself as he approached the shop. Upon entering, he was taken aback by the crowd inside, predominantly composed of women. Boss, the last time I came here for encounter, I couldn't procure a copy. I gave you a heads up this time, and yet you failed to reserve a set for me. What is the meaning of this? The woman speaking was tall, her voice sharp and commanding, clearly not one to be trifled with. The other girls who had also missed out quickly joined in the uproar. The proprietor's face looked as if it could ooze anguish. The young ladies who attended Dongwei Academy hailed from affluent families, far beyond the reach of a humble shopkeeper like him. Ladies, you cannot blame this old man. The delivery today only brought 20 sets. I had no idea one of you would seize 10 of them in one go. I barely had a chance to speak, and half my stock was gone. The old man hurriedly explained, his voice laced with desperation. I don't care. If I can't buy encounter today, I'll report you. The spoiled girls were relentless in their tantrums. Chunmu stood at the entrance, stunned. Was this truly the encounter he and Lazy had created? To sell at such a price? As he exited the shop, his mind buzzed with disbelief. Was it really necessary? It was merely a set of encounter. As he walked down the street, he still found it hard to fathom. Yet, setting aside his confusion, excitement bubbled within him. Witnessing the success of his and Lazy's creation filled him with an undeniable sense of accomplishment. Tio claimed he felt no pride would be a falsehood. More importantly, this indicated a substantial increase in their income. How many materials could they acquire with that? Chunmu mused. It seemed he needed to return home and get to work, for every additional set meant more money. And thus, the chance to purchase more materials. He quickened his pace, eager to return. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss. Tilting his head slightly back, he caught sight of a figure stealthily retreating. Chunmu's mind, now sobered from its earlier exhilaration, recalled the fleeting glimpse of the person behind him. Though he couldn't discern their features, the evasion was enough for him to deduce a potential threat. Did he appear as an easy target? Chen Mu found it perplexing. Given his attire, he hardly seemed a prime target for pickpockets. Who could it be? He couldn't recall having offended anyone recently. Then he remembered the incident in the classroom at Dongwei Academy. Taking a few steps forward, he casually glanced back, confirming that the figure was indeed trailing him. Chen Mu recognized them as the individual he had previously struck with a chair. Seeking vengeance, perhaps? A cold smile crept onto Chen Mu's face as he increased his pace. In such a situation, it was crucial not to grant the adversary an opportunity to summon accomplices. Otherwise, he would be in grave trouble. Indeed, the pursuer was preparing to activate a communication device when they noticed Chen Mu's quickening stride. Without a moment's hesitation, they rushed to keep up. Chen Mu's physical prowess had improved significantly. This was evident from his strides, large and rapid. The figure behind him had to nearly jog to keep pace. Chen Mu took a series of sharp turns, deliberately steering into narrow alleys that twisted like a labyrinth, difficult to navigate. Had it not been for his childhood experience of wandering, he would have been lost. However, the unfamiliarity of this area rendered him no better off than if he had strayed from the path. Stop! The pursuer, panting heavily and recognizing the futility of the chase, shouted in desperation. Chen Mu ignored them and continued to accelerate. You think you can escape? Not so easily, the pursuer scoffed. Glancing back, Chen Mu saw the individual pressing the activation button on their device. His heart dropped. Could this person be a card user? No, he recalled that the last group he encountered had not possessed any formidable members. Last time, I was caught off guard without my combat card. Consider this your payback. The man sneered, a shallow blue energy arrow materializing before him. Indeed, he was a card user. Chen Mu could no longer afford to hesitate. He propelled himself sideways, rolling to evade. Whoosh! The arrow whizzed past his left arm, crashing against the wall with a resounding impact, sending debris flying and leaving a shallow dent that a crimson line appeared on Chen Mu's left arm. The metallic scent of blood wafting through the air. All fear seemed to dissipate at the scent of his own blood, and his eyes grew icy. Before the opponent could release a second arrow, Chen Mu charged at him. Only by closing the distance would he stand a chance of victory. Like a leopard, Chen Mu sprang forward, attempting to leverage his speed to disrupt the opponent's rhythm. The energy arrows were akin to bricks thrown in a street brawl, merely faster and more challenging to dodge. Shielding his face with his hands, he approached in a zigzag pattern that in street fights. This maneuver effectively dodged oncoming projectiles, and as long as he avoided a blow to the head, his life would remain intact. The adversary grinned, as if mocking Chen Mu's audacity. The second energy arrow soared toward him. Crack! Pain shot through Chen Mu's left arm as the arrow struck, a clear intent to take his life. This realization ignited a fierce rage within him. Gritting his teeth, he remained silent, his feet springing forward with astonishing speed toward his foe. Chen Mu's enhanced physique, honed through rigorous training, unleashed an explosive power. The opponent, clearly unprepared for Chen Mu's fearlessness, displayed a flicker of panic in his eyes. Whether due to this or not, the third arrow narrowly missed him. From between his shielding arms, his face emerged, a mask of ferocity and murderous intent. His eyes blazed like an enraged lion. The near miss of the third arrow only amplified the opponent's disarray. Clearly lacking practical combat experience, he became intimidated by Chen Mu's reckless audacity. As the distance between them closed, he floundered in his response, 25 meters. Chen Mu, still shielding his face with his right hand, suddenly pressed the activation button on his wrist device. Boom! A massive crimson fire dragon erupted between him and the assailant, the enormous head nearly brushing against the man's face. Its deep red eyes were frigid, seemingly piercing into one's very soul. As the swirling flames enveloped its form, that he felt an overwhelming presence, nearly immobilizing him. What on earth is this? The color drained from the man's face, terror flooding his eyes. He recognized the colossal beast before him as the advanced manifestation of the 3-star combat card, the Crimson Flame Dragon. Before he could fully process this shock, a hand emerged from the dragon's fiery maw, grasping his neck, that he felt a vice-like grip constricting his throat, nearly suffocating him. Dazed, he watched a figure step forth from the dragon's head, drawing closer. Wasn't this the same ruffian he had previously bested? In an instant, the fearsome Crimson Flame Dragon vanished as if it had never existed. Before he could react, a tremendous force slammed into him. sending his head recoiling backward with a dull thud. Pain radiated through the back of his skull, overwhelming him like a tidal wave, that as he gazed upon his unconscious foe sprawled on the ground. Chenmu felt no pity. He understood that had he not reacted swiftly, he might very well be the one lying lifeless now. In this chaotic era, such realities were commonplace. Living at the bottom of society, Chenmu was acutely aware of this truth. Unless one was wealthy or powerful, no one would care about your life or death. The security in Dongshangwei City was relatively decent, yet the law enforcement remained ineffective. Chenmu's violent demeanor gradually faded as he assessed his fallen adversary. Now devoid of breath, that a flicker of alarm coursed through him. He should not possess such strength. Upon closer inspection, he noted that the back of the man's head had indeed struck the wall with great force. Perhaps, in his moment of desperation, Chenmu had unknowingly exerted more strength than usual. Despite having taken a life, Chenmu felt no fear. During his childhood of wandering, he had witnessed countless brawls where injuries and fatalities were far too common. The opponent had shown no regard for his life. Thus, he bore no psychological burden. After tidying the scene, he refrained from taking anything from the unconscious man, that he knew that greed would only leave traces behind, an experience he had seen too often. Though this was his first encounter with such an event, Chenmu remained composed. Throughout the cleanup, he remained vigilant of his surroundings. Only after ensuring that every trace, particularly his blood, was eradicated did he leave. Satisfied, he was unaware of the man's identity or the influence of his family. However, should he perish without a trace, it would likely remain undiscovered. That if he survived, it would be far more troublesome. He feared that the man's family might mobilize their resources to unearth him. Chenmu possessed a clear understanding of his own position. He was merely a small-time thug, and the other party could easily crush him with a mere hair. That if that were truly the case, he would find himself in a dire predicament. Carefully, he tended to the wound on his arm, draping his clothing over his shoulder. Fortunately, as he emerged from the narrow alley, he encountered no one rather than returning home immediately. He meandered about for a while before finally making his way back. Upon seeing Chenmu, Lazy exclaimed, "I thought you would have been home long ago. I can't believe I arrived first." However, as soon as he observed Chenmu's pallor and disheveled appearance, he was taken aback and hurried over. "Mu, what happened?" Chenmu's face was somewhat ashen, but he feigned nonchalance, just a minor inconvenience. Lazy's nose twitched, and his brows furrowed in concern. "You're injured." He lifted the garment draped over Chenmu's left shoulder, revealing it soaked through with blood. "Did you encounter someone tough?" Carefully, Lazy peeled back the fabric covering Chenmu's wound. It needed to be cleaned again, or the consequences could be dire. Thankfully, both were well versed in the art of handling injuries from fights. Cleaning a wound without anesthesia was a torturous endeavor. Chenmu clenched his lips tightly, gritting his teeth and remaining silent as beads of sweat, the size of soybeans, cascaded down his face, rendering him even paler. Admiring Chenmu's fortitude, Lazy hastened his ministrations that if it were him injured, he would likely be howling in agony. In Lazy's mind, Chenmu sometimes resembled a piece of wood, cold and unyielding. After wrapping a fresh bandage around the wound, Lazy set fire to the blood-stained clothing, leaving no trace behind. "That you'll need to recuperate for a while. Best to stay indoors for now." Lazy pondered. "I'll go buy supplies." That he understood Chenmu's temperament well. He would never allow himself to be bullied without retaliation, and he suspected the adversary had fared worse. Chenmu nodded in agreement, acknowledging his need to avoid drawing attention for a time. That it seems the sales of the legend of the master are quite promising. He suddenly recalled what he had witnessed and couldn't help but comment. "Indeed," Lazy replied enthusiastically, his face brimming with pride. "You should see who created it. You won't believe it. When I visited those shops today, I was immediately surrounded by the owners, each eager to purchase the cards I held. That I had no choice but to distribute them among several stores that we need to expedite production. This time, we are bound to make a significant profit." However, Lazy's expression soon turned contemplative. "Mu, your injury." Chenmu shook his head. "It's manageable. My right hand is sufficient. Your health is paramount. That we limit ourselves to just this one batch of cards. There will always be opportunities for profit." Lazy couldn't help but urge. "Yes, I understand." Chenmu nodded, his mind suddenly igniting with thoughts of that mysterious card, a warmth rising within him. Were it not for his relentless practice of that physical routine, He might have met a grim fate today. The strength he had unleashed today surprised even him. Upon reflection, he realized that luck played a significant role in his survival. Had his opponent possessed even a modicum more experience, had he not practiced the physical routine, had he not carried that Blaze Dragon Illusion card today, the outcome could have been exceedingly different. Caxia truly is formidable. He mused. The individual he had encountered today was merely a novice. Yet he had sustained severe injuries. Regrettably, Caxia felt like a distant dream to him. Chapter 38. Lazy speculation shaking his head, Chenmu tried to push these thoughts aside. Unbeknownst to him, the individual he had slain harbored an intricate background, one he had no desire to uncover. Nonetheless, this incident had stirred a considerable uproar within the Eastern Merchant Guard city. The fact that a student from the Eastern Guard Academy had met a violent end in the streets, especially during a time when the Stellar Institute was present for exchanges, was bound to incite the fury of the city's higher-ups. The Eastern Guard Academy was gripped by anxiety, leading to stringent restrictions on the movement of its students. Among those bearing the heaviest burdens of pressure was the city's security division. Yet, they found themselves at a loss. The scene bore no traces of evidence. Most crucially, the deceased student had retained all his possessions, including a red starstone pendant worth over 800,000 udi hanging from his neck. This was clearly not a case of robbery, that as for vendettas. This only complicated matters further. They soon discovered that the individual had committed numerous misdeeds during his time at the academy, with enemies numbering not in the hundreds, but at least in the dozens. Moreover, some of these adversaries boasted formidable backgrounds, making them hesitant to act. The nature of the deceased's injuries was equally perplexing. The marks around his neck indicated he had been throttled before being smashed against a wall, resulting in a fatal skull fracture. The victim had also utilized a combat card, the blue light arrow, suggesting his assailant was a person of exceptional skill and strength. The human skull is notoriously tough, requiring considerable force to shatter. During the security division's city-wide investigation, Chenmu, appearing somewhat pale and fragile, was swiftly ruled out in the first round of scrutiny. The remarkable sales of the Legend of the Master left both Chenmu and Lei Zi exhilarated. Due to the Academy's strict regulations on student outings, most could only remain within the confines of the campus. Consequently, they sought diversions to pass the time. Initially, the Legend of the Master circulated primarily among female students, but it eventually found its way into the hands of male students. They were instantly captivated by the vast starry skies, dazzling battles, and the peculiar armored giants known as light armors. The craze for the Legend of the Master swept through the Eastern Guard Academy like a tempest. Even students from the Stellar Institute found themselves enamored with the card game. Nearby stores were nearly overwhelmed with customers daily, yet acquiring the cards remained a challenge in a matter of moments. Possessing a set of the Legend of the Master cards became a status symbol among them. The name Mulei gained substantial influence within the Eastern Guard Academy, though some had considered targeting the card creators. They soon discovered that the seller was exceptionally shrewd and elusive, evading capture each time. The shopkeepers were equally in the dark. Faced with such a booming market, Chenmu devoted nearly all his time to the production of cards. Their current capabilities were insufficient to afford factory production on a large scale. Nevertheless, his proficiency had soared, and he was becoming increasingly adept at utilizing his limited perception, gazing at the vast market. The two could only watch helplessly as demand outstripped their ability to supply. Fortunately, their mindset remained positive, embracing the philosophy of earning as much as they could, which provided some measure of satisfaction. After completing 300 sets, exhaustion overcame Chenmu, rendering him immobile. They agreed to conclude the first volume. After all, there would always be opportunities to earn more. 300 sets would surely yield a substantial profit. The content of the first volume of The Legend of the Master far surpassed that of Encounter, and its price was significantly higher, set at 20,000 udi per set. This price point was considerably steeper than many other cards on the market. This was Lei Zi's suggestion. Since they could not meet the market's demand, they might as well elevate the price and position it as a premium product. Chenmu, lacking knowledge in these matters, understood that their potential earnings had increased. Although costs had risen slightly, the average profit per set was around 12,000, that with 300 sets, they stood to earn 3,600,000 udi, a sum sufficient to purchase a home in the main city. After deducting the initial production cost of 80,000 for the next volume, Chenmu would receive 140,000. Suddenly, Lazy recalled something, Mu too. It seems your funds from last time are nearly depleted. Indeed they are, Chenmu admitted. Lazy rolled his eyes. I remember you used to be quite frugal. Why the sudden extravagance? He furrowed his brow. Have you spent it all on car production? Upon Chenmu's nod, he began to earnestly counsel, listen, Mu too, you ought to consider saving some money. In the future, buying a house, courting women, and marriage all require funds. That he chuckled. Just think about it. Having your own house, marrying a wife, and living a simple life. How wonderful that would be. Isn't that the life we've always dreamed of? Chenmu remained silent, pondering if not for that mysterious card, his aspirations would have mirrored Lazy's. However, seeing the expression on Chenmu's face, Lazy began to understand, sitting up straight and sighing. Well, it's your choice. You and I are not the same. With your current car production skills, finding a job would be a breeze. Still, I suggest you save a bit, as our time making cards may not last long. Why is that? Chenmu asked, his curiosity piqued. Lazy scoffed lightly, his usual levity replaced by seriousness. Mu too, you've not been in this industry long enough to grasp how fiercely competitive it is. The reason I've only sold cards to the Eastern Guard Academy is twofold. This market suffices for us, and I want to avoid attracting the attention of larger card companies. Chenmu's expression grew grave. He realized that despite Lazy's seemingly carefree demeanor, he possessed considerable cunning that if they were to discover us, they would employ every means at their disposal to deal with us. Mu too, you're unaware of how advanced your techniques are. You can condense 30 illusion cards into 10 that we would become highly sought after in their eyes, leaving us with only two paths. 1. To serve them, or 2. To find an even larger benefactor. Which path will you choose? Lazy inquired, turning his face towards Chenmu. I shall choose neither. Chenmu replied with a calm, yet resolute demeanor. However, a trace of doubt lingered within him. Was the card creation technology not widely utilized? Haha, indeed, we are brothers. Lazy laughed heartily. I too shall abstain from choosing. Those individuals, I have seen through them. Thus, I plan to finish Master's card and then withdraw. The profits from this card shadow will suffice for our expenses. It was then that Chenmu comprehended why Lazy had been so cautious even when venturing out to sell card shadows. In that moment, the two exchanged knowing smiles. Chapter 39. The simple water world of 12 cards. Having completed 3 out of 12 cards, 9 remained, including 1 card for creation. Indeed, the more one practiced, the more proficient one became. Although Chenmu's perceptual abilities had not shown a marked increase, his application of them had improved tremendously. The remaining 8 one-star illusion cards did not consume much of Chenmu's time, allowing him to complete them smoothly. Now, only 1 card remained, a specialized creation card. That must be said, the creation card was an extraordinarily fascinating type of card that held no value when used alone. It only shone when employed in conjunction with other cards. Much like the human brain, it played a crucial role, yet stood powerless when isolated. This was Chenmu's first attempt at crafting a dedicated creation card. Only as he began the process did he grasp the profound intricacies involved in creation. The previous 11 one-star illusion cards had already seemed quite complex, but upon confronting the structure of this creation card, he realized they were on entirely different levels. Of course, this was partially due to his familiarity with illusion cards and relative unfamiliarity with creation cards. Throughout the entire crafting process, Chenmu found himself delving into the mysterious cards to relearn the foundational knowledge of creation no less than 20 times. Whenever he encountered an insurmountable issue, he had no choice but to seek related knowledge within the mysterious cards. There were even some questions for which he could not find answers at all, forcing him to sift through anything resembling potential solutions with great diligence. Chenmu felt akin to a warrior besieging fortresses, each problem representing a stronghold he needed to conquer. Initially, when faced with unsolvable dilemmas, he was so distressed he nearly clawed at his own scalp. However, as time passed, he learned to calm himself, attempting to approach obstacles from various angles with patience and composure. After 20 days and nights of relentless pondering and calculations, Chenmu finally completed the creation card. Before him lay a pure black card, quietly resting on the table. The entire surface of the card was devoid of luster, resembling a matte finish, as if it had undergone a frosted treatment. This effect was achieved through a costly matte liquid that had cost Chenmu a staggering 100,000 udi, typically reserved for the crafting of intermediate cards of 3 stars or above. On the dull black surface, sleek black patterns shimmered with an enchanting glow, their smoothness reflecting the surroundings. Upon the completion of this creation card, Chenmu found himself enamored. The artist's appreciation of their art differs profoundly from that of the average person, a sentiment that equally applies to card crafters and their affinity for card surfaces. Holding the 12 cards in his hands, Chenmu entered the illusion of the mysterious card. The interface of the 12 illusion cards materialized before him, each card floating in a dim and lifeless manner. Methodically, he placed the 12 cards in their respective positions, and with each card he set down, a dull card would suddenly burst forth with radiant light, transforming from its muted state to brilliance, slowly rotating before him. Chenmu knew that these luminous cards were no longer mere phantoms, but the authentic cards he had just placed. This realization filled him with renewed admiration for the mysterious card's wondrous capabilities, as it conjured illusions that blurred the line between reality and fantasy, rendering him unable to discern the authenticity of his surroundings. That a sense of anxiety gripped Chenmu. It appeared that his initial suspicions were not unfounded. But what would transpire next? As he placed the final card, Chenmu's heart raced, reaching his throat. There were no dazzling lights, no overwhelming spectacles. Everything unfolded with remarkable swiftness and silence that in the blink of an eye. It felt as though he had suddenly entered another realm. An immense pressure enveloped him from all directions, nearly suffocating. Suddenly, a gentle yet powerful force surged, causing him to stumble forward, as if propelled by an unseen hand. Dumbfounded, Chenmu stared at his surroundings. Water! He was submerged. Countless arrowfish swam by, treating him as if he were merely air. Their graceful movements alternated between darting in clusters and scattering like snowflakes. However, these arrowfish were rather unappealing. Chenmu wiped the cold sweat from his brow. He had focused too intently on the parameters of these fish, neglecting their appearances, resulting in their undeniably grotesque forms, flat and needle-like, with triangular heads, bodies, fins, and tails. These arrowfish appeared as though assembled from variously sized triangles. Chenmu felt a twinge of embarrassment at the craftsmanship of those who created card shadows. Welcome to the simple water world. The ancient voice resonated in Chenmu's ears, a sound he had not heard in quite some time, that he realized with clarity that he had succeeded. He had successfully entered the next phase of this enigmatic card. The water world. So it was indeed a water world. Observing the crystalline, transparent environment that continuously exerted a gentle pressure, he finally understood the purpose of those peculiar parameters in the illusion cards. It was, indeed, a world reminiscent of a fairy tale. Aquatic plants drifted gracefully, schools of arrowfish frolicked playfully, and peculiar underwater rocks adorned the seabed, where giant milky white clams lay. Even knowing it was an illusion, Chenmu could not help but feel moved by the world he had created. After a brief moment of reverie, he regained his focus. He understood well that the creator of this mysterious card would not have crafted merely a water environment out of boredom. Furthermore, he recalled distinctly that the ancient voice had declared, "Welcome to the simple water world." The term simple water world compelled him to ponder that if there existed a simple water world, might there also be a complex water world? Though the answer remained elusive, Chenmu was confident that matters would not be so straightforward. His admiration for the creator of this mysterious card had reached unparalleled heights. The extraordinary skills displayed were akin to unattainable stars in his eyes, mysterious and captivating. Surveying his surroundings, Chenmu sought a breakthrough, that he was intensely curious about what lay ahead, that a new fitness regimen, or perhaps a novel card-making technique. Just then, the giant milky white clam slowly opened, revealing a narrow crevice from which a beam of light emerged. The light coalesced into a point before him, expanding outward and transforming into a radiant screen. Chapter 40. Embracing Pain, Methods for Enhancing Perception. This title struck Chenmu like a bolt of lightning, leaving him momentarily speechless. Perception, my heavens, it was a method for enhancing perception. Chenmu felt as though he had been engulfed by sheer ecstasy, an overwhelming wave of happiness enveloping him. His hands trembled involuntarily, and his mind buzzed chaotically, as if something had exploded within, filling his head with a cacophony of noise. After an indeterminate period, he gradually emerged from this daze. Yet his legs felt as if they were treading upon clouds. prompting him to inwardly mock himself for being such a Na'vi novice. That it was no wonder Chenmu was overcome with joy, ever since he had learned to craft one-star illusion cards. Perception had become his greatest bottleneck. Regrettably, the market was flooded with low-grade materials, and even the slightly better ones were priced beyond his means. The most advanced training methods in the entire Tianyu Federation resided within the 6 prestigious academies. And Chenmu believed he lacked the talent to gain admission, as for other smaller sects. While they possessed some commendable training methods, they treated them as treasures, either reserved solely for direct disciples or accompanied by exorbitant tuition fees. Even the East Guard Academy's signature 2-stage breathing technique was not accessible to every student. Struggling to organize his chaotic thoughts, Chenmu began to read the information word by word. After merely skimming the first 2 sentences, he realized that the methods described were leagues above the pedestrian materials he had previously purchased. He devoured the text with an insatiable hunger, even bordering on greed. In that moment, everything else faded from his mind. He became oblivious to the pressures of the water surrounding him. This method for enhancing perception remained elusive throughout Chenmu's reading, a long-lost technique obscured by the passage of time, its allure undeniable. The training methods inscribed upon the screen were exceptionally unique. Of course, Chenmu had not encountered any other methods, and his perception of their uniqueness stemmed from the fact that this particular method required training within water. After a thorough examination, he understood, with his limited knowledge, that this method bore no resemblance to gentleness whatsoever. Underwater presented a truly unique environment, as one's body had to withstand pressure from all directions, which intensified dramatically with increasing depth. Additionally, the water's influence rendered movement sluggish. This method aimed to exploit the harsh conditions underwater to unlock human potential. Generally speaking, the cultivation of perception necessitates a tranquil environment. However, within the confines of the simple water world, a cacophony of rushing currents reverberates, rendering the maintenance of stillness an exceedingly formidable endeavor. The exercise of perception requires a medium, and in the past, Chenmu utilized a self-crafted 1-star energy card as his medium. Yet, in this particular regimen of perceptual training, the medium is none other than water, the very element that envelopes Chenmu entirely. Utilizing pressure as a stimulus, water as a conduit, complemented by a unique breathing technique, forms the crux of this training method. Such a tumultuous approach might cause hesitation in others, yet Chenmu exhibits not a trace of doubt. The peril inherent in this venture pales in comparison to the potential rewards. In his estimation, it is almost negligible. Even in his previous life as a petty thug, the likelihood of demise was significantly greater. Nonetheless, Chenmu is not a reckless individual. He meticulously perused all precautionary measures before commencing. However, the path of training was fraught with challenges, and his initial attempt culminated in failure. Fortunately, this merely constituted a commonplace occurrence in his experience. He had never considered himself exceptionally gifted. All the skills and knowledge he possesses have been painstakingly acquired through countless setbacks that he has grown accustomed to failure, adept at discerning patterns within it. Over the course of 3 days, he devoted himself entirely to discovering the sensation. The underwater realm was utterly foreign to him, and achieving mental stillness in such an environment proved to be an arduous task. Beneath the crystalline surface of the simple water world simulation, ceaseless undercurrents surged, making it a formidable challenge to maintain his form, let alone communicate with energy. Perception, in the eyes of many, is suffused with enchantment. Only by possessing perception can one engage in communion with energy, and those endowed with formidable perceptual abilities can even manipulate the structural forms of energy. The primordial energy is formless, embodying the most fundamental theory within the entire card system. Energy cards derive their potency from the energy-infused substances contained within the card INK. Leveraging perception and the structural framework of the cards, one can evoke the latent energy within these substances. The energy emitted by energy cards represents the most primitive form of energy. They lack a fixed structure and maintain a stable state. The structure of a 1-star energy card is the simplest, thus requiring no intervention from perception. However, cards of 2 stars and above necessitate perceptual intervention to achieve congruence. The higher the card's grade, the greater the demands placed on perception, not only in terms of intensity, but also in the precision of its manipulation. This fundamental requirement is one reason why mid to high-tier cards have yet to be produced on a large industrial scale that are in the hands of card artisans. They can arrange and combine these formless primordial energies into myriad distinct energy forms. Such energies may be gentle, violent, sharp, or searing, thus evolving into the various schools of card artisanship we see today. Point 3 elements consistently permeate the entire card system: energy, perception, and structure. From this, one can discern the significance of perception. Be it a card maker or a card artisan, it is indispensable. With a deep, steady breath, Chenmu found tranquility within. The scant perception he possessed began to radiate outward, and he sensed himself enveloped in a faint white light. Suddenly, a surge of undercurrents rushed in, causing his perception to waver. Nearly severing the delicate connection he had established, he had to exert every ounce of strength to carefully maintain his perception against the tumultuous currents. These undercurrents exhibited a peculiar trait, seemingly aware of Chenmu's limitations, for each surge aligned precisely with the most discomforting spots within him. Truth be told, this was a form of torment. While Chenmu always prided himself on his tenacity, he found himself on the brink of despair. This directly led him to take a deep breath before each immersion into the water world, gritting his teeth to bolster his resolve, as if preparing for an impending battle. Enduring was painful, yet he resolved to embrace it. Chapter 41. Seconds feel like hours, though the advanced nature of the perceptual training method inscribed on this enigmatic card remains elusive. Chenmu has notably observed a rapid enhancement in his perception over the past few days. What is the origin of this mysterious card? This question looms large in Chenmu's mind. The extraordinary perceptual training methodology bears no title. It is simply inscribed, Perceptual Training Method. The most significant advantage of this enhancement in perception is that each day, he can now produce a greater number of illusion cards. His daily output has effectively doubled, a feat achieved merely a month into employing this new training method. How could he not be elated? Encouraged by this tangible progress, he has devoted himself even more earnestly to his training. Even while crafting card shadows, he remains steadfast in his daily practice. The sales of Legend of the Master Volume 2 have been exceptionally promising. Due to the persistent demand in the market, Lazy has once again raised the prices. Apart from the production of card shadows, Chenmu has not invested much thought into this matter, almost neglecting to follow its progress. His entire focus is dedicated to the enhancement of his perception. With this improvement, Chenmu no longer requires the structure of a token to create compliant 1-star illusion card shadows. After some deliberation, the two decided to revert to the traditional card-making structure. While this would increase costs, it also offered greater security, preventing unwanted attention. In this perceptual training method, the first stage requires that one can extend their perception to 5 meters. Currently, Chenmu can only achieve 3. The first phase of training is straightforward, yet it profoundly tests one's will. In private, Chenmu has dubbed this stage Extreme Training Method. Each training session must push him to his limits, as results are negligible otherwise. This is a training regimen devoid of any shortcuts. Fundamentally, perception is a remarkable ability derived from the human spirit. Thus, the outcome of such extreme training is that each session leaves him with a searing headache. His nerves feel as if they have been stretched to the thinnest membrane, and any slight disturbance is met with a cacophony in his mind. Under such circumstances, engaging in any other activity, even sleep, becomes impossible. Recovery occurs only gradually, taking approximately an hour. For Chenmu, this hour feels akin to an inferno. Beyond enduring, he could conceive of no other remedy. During this hour, he essentially counted the seconds. Curiously, the timing of this post-training malaise is remarkably precise, akin to a finely tuned clock. Chenmu is baffled by this phenomenon, yet he has grown accustomed to it. The mysteries surrounding this enigmatic card are numerous and inexplicable. For instance, while he has crafted 12 cards, 11 of which should merely be 1-star illusion cards, why does the simple water world not exist solely as an illusion? Whenever faced with questions that elude explanation, Chenmu can only commit them to memory, aware that his current level of understanding is insufficient. Stretching his limbs gently, he diligently continues his daily physical exercises, for one must persist with good practices. At that moment, Lazy returned. Observing Chenmu engaging in his peculiar movements, he had long since grown accustomed to such sights. Plopping down onto the sofa, he raised his hand, inquiring about the object he held. Low-level illusion card club, wouldn't? Interested? Chun Mu ignored him. Though his current actions were markedly more proficient than before, they relied solely on breath. Speaking would disrupt his focus, making injury more likely that he continued with his exercises. Not casting a glance at Lei Zi, let alone responding. Lei Zi, undeterred, thought that if Chun Mu were to speak, he would be the one startled. Completing his routine, Chun Mu felt a light sheen of sweat. Yet he experienced immense satisfaction. Taking the item from Lei Zi's hand, he examined it while asking, Low-level illusion card club, what is its purpose? Lei Zi straightened up, setting aside his jest. I've heard of this club. I believe it could be quite beneficial for you that I happened upon them recruiting members on the street, so I brought back an application form for you. What do you think? Chun Mu inquired with curiosity. Although Lei Zi often appeared lackadaisical, he was exceedingly serious and prudent when it came to significant matters. Moreover, in terms of social experience, Lei Zi was far more knowledgeable than Chun Mu, that if he deemed it useful, there was a high probability it truly was. Lei Zi elaborated. The low-level illusion card club has a relatively short history, perhaps only 5 years. Yet, it has garnered considerable fame within the card shadow community. All members are adept at producing low-level illusion cards, including many skilled artisans. Low-level illusion cards are typically utilized in card shadows and advertising. To my knowledge, some members of this club are quite renowned as illusion card advertisers and card shadow creators. They regularly convene to exchange insights as well as industry information. He glanced at Chun Mu, who was listening intently, and continued, though I'm not well-versed in card making, I still believe that frequent interaction with others will greatly enhance your skills. Moreover, Lei Zi added, given your abilities, establishing yourself here should be quite manageable. In the long run, you'll need to make a living, and this could serve as a viable path. Having multiple avenues is never a disadvantage. Nodding in agreement with Lei Zi's assessment, Chun Mu asked, how does one join? Simply create a 1-star illusion card, or you could send in your fiery dragon illusion card. Just ensure it doesn't attract too much attention. Causing any trouble would be undesirable. Lei Zi cautioned, then I'll just make a new one without hesitation. Chun Mu set to work. Moments later, he completed a new 1-star illusion card. This card was capable of conjuring a remarkably lifelike image of a goldfish. Its flowing movements vibrant and imbued with a sense of spirit. Notably, this illusion card was crafted without the use of a chip structure, a detail that Chun Mu had become particularly mindful of ever since Lei Zi had shared his thoughts on the matter. Lei Zi assisted Chun Mu in filling out the application to join, sending it off along with the goldfish illusion card. Recently, Zhuotingyi had been exceedingly busy, given the gravity of the recent incident at the school. The higher-ups had imposed stricter requirements on the disciplinary office. The student who had been murdered had frequently associated with Aragon, and his sudden demise on the streets left Aragon and his crew on edge. They were exerting all their efforts to investigate the matter, yet progress remained elusive. The deceased student had accumulated numerous enemies through his misdeeds, making any investigation exceedingly difficult. Fortunately, the fallout from this incident had caused the usually arrogant individuals at the school to quiet down. This allowed Zhuotingyi to focus his attention on Wang Zhe and his companions. Wang Zhe and his group had been venturing out frequently, with Hong Tao often summoned to guide them. As a card master, Hong Tao was more familiar with the surrounding terrain than Zhuotingyi. Zhuotingyi could easily extract information about their destinations from Hong Tao that he had become increasingly convinced that his father's suspicions were correct. They were indeed up to something. On the map, a circle around Dongshanwei City was entirely shrouded in red. This red area represented the locations Wang Zhe and his companions had visited, effectively surrounding Dongshanwei City. They had thoroughly scouted the vicinity. What were their intentions? Zhuotingyi's mind was filled with questions that in the simple water world, Chun Mu had begun to navigate with considerable ease, gradually acclimatizing to this peculiar environment. The water pressure had been overwhelming at first, nearly crushing him upon entry. Under such conditions, reducing his breathing rate to once per minute was no small feat. Nevertheless, Chun Mu had succeeded. The advantage of this deep breathing technique was that it significantly lowered his heart rate, facilitating a deeper state of tranquility. Now, he could swiftly enter this profound state of calm, requiring only about 2 minutes each time. Thankfully, this was merely the simple water world. Had it been the actual ocean depths, he would have struggled to breathe, let alone survive. Without any testing, he was unsure of the extent of his perception strength. He only knew that his current perception could sustain his card-making endeavors throughout the day without exhausting him. However, he still could not extend his perception beyond a 5-meter radius. The utmost he could manage was 4.5 meters. And that remaining half-meter eluded him. It seemed that any further extension would sever his connection. This did not appear to be an issue of perception strength. Chenmu speculated in silence, finding no records on this aspect within the mysterious cards, forcing him to explore independently. Fortunately, there was no urgency. With his current level of perception, he could accomplish many tasks. For instance, he could learn about various other cards, such as airflow cards, heating cards, and mist cards, concepts he had previously dared not contemplate. The classification of cards posed a headache both in the Tianxia Federation and in the Baiyuan Prefecture, as well as the Mohadi domain. Many cards defied easy categorization. Chenmu first focused on learning the heating card, one of the most commonly used cards. That a heating pot was an essential household item, its core being a simplified heating card. For card masters who often ventured into the wild, the heating card was also indispensable, allowing them to enjoy cooked meals regardless of conditions, eliminating the need to gather kindling. Additionally, it was frequently utilized for warmth during winter. Previously obscure card-making terminology now seemed crystal clear to him. Chenmu grasped the concepts quickly. Within 2 days, he had crafted his first 1-star heating card. By the third day, he had refined it to perfection, achieving higher energy efficiency. Consequently, he disassembled the heating pot at home, replacing its original card with his 1-star creation. Upon testing, it proved remarkably effective, garnering admiration from Lei Zi. This ignited Chenmu's enthusiasm for transforming household items. The cold storage card in the fresh food cabinet, the lighting card, even the 1-star airflow card, which he had initially deemed useless, was now fully exploited. Wherever cards were utilized at home, Chenmu would seek out relevant literature and engage in hands-on experimentation. With newfound financial freedom, Chenmu acquired a plethora of books, filling his room with materials and texts. The foundational knowledge gleaned from the mysterious cards, particularly regarding certain principles, had greatly benefited him in recent days. He had not been working with illusion cards, yet fundamentally they bore no essential differences. His swift learning was largely due to the influence of that enigmatic card. Knock, 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 that a voice called out, "Is Mr. Chenmu at home? Here is your letter. Please sign for it." Chenmu was taken aback. This was his first time receiving anything other than a bill. Upon opening the envelope, he discovered a blue-edged white card, roughly the size of half a palm. Its ivory-white transparency exuding a delightful texture. It was a membership card for the low-level Illusion Card Club. The card surface bore a few antiquated characters, which Chenmu struggled to decipher. In the upper right corner, a faintly glowing numeral displayed 0, while the lower left corner was embossed with a series of codes that don't bother looking. "It's not anything valuable," remarked Lei Zi, peering over. "This membership card holds little worth. What truly matters is your contribution level, and yours is currently 0, that you could toss it into the street, and no one would pick it up." "Contribution level? What is it for?" Chenmu inquired, feeling somewhat sheepish for initially believing the card to be of significant value. Lei Zi lazily stretched before explaining. "This is part of the club's incentive system. Haven't you noticed how low the entry threshold is? To filter out those with genuine skills who genuinely care about the club's affairs. They implemented the contribution system." Seeing Chenmu still gazing at him expectantly, Lei Zi shrugged, nonchalantly stating, "Don't look at me. That's all I know. You could just go check it out tomorrow. There's no need to consult me." An outsider. The low-level Illusion Card Club was a first for Chenmu. He couldn't help but scrutinize the building closely. The fact that a club could possess a high-rise in the heart of Dongshang, Wei City, spoke volumes about its prowess. What captivated Chenmu's attention most were the exquisite illusion card images that danced across the outer wall, constantly shifting, sometimes depicting wintry scenes, other times lush greenery. The spectacle was overwhelming, and even Chenmu was internally astonished. In terms of realism, even the advertisement he had seen at the Shuanghuan card shop paled in comparison to these ever-changing illusions. Naturally, this was not the foremost thought in Chenmu's mind. His primary concern was the value of such beautifully crafted illusion cards. This place indeed harbored individuals of extraordinary talent. He was uncertain who the creators of these illusions were, but anyone capable of producing such vivid imagery was undoubtedly remarkable. Chenmu believed that at his current level, Achieving such feats would be exceedingly difficult. Suppressing his curiosity, Chenmu stepped into the building. Upon entering, the surroundings transformed dramatically. The light dimmed, and in the darkness, countless stars moved in ways incomprehensible to humanity. As if he had suddenly stepped into the vast cosmos, surrounded by infinite void and innumerable stars, the solid ground beneath him felt utterly surreal. The experience was profoundly overwhelming. Chenmu had never encountered such a scene before, and his eyes reflected pure astonishment. "Welcome to the low-level illusion card club," a soft female voice floated from behind him. Chenmu snapped back to reality, turning to find a short-haired woman in professional attire standing behind him. "This is the Star Evolution Illusion card, reputedly the work of Master Kamaxi, who possesses profound expertise in stellar studies. This set of illusion cards eventually fell into the hands of the president, who decided to display it here, ensuring that everyone is taken aback upon their first visit." She covered her mouth with a light laugh, exuding a captivating charm. The realization that this was indeed the work of Master Kamaxi struck Chenmu, affirming that such grandeur could not be achieved by ordinary individuals. Grateful for the opportunity to experience the master's creations up close, he observed with increasing intent. However, it was evident that the profound knowledge of stellar studies was beyond his novice comprehension. After a moment of gazing, his eyes grew weary, and he reluctantly had to give up. The short-haired lady appeared accustomed to Chenmu's reaction, smiling gently and waiting until he rubbed his eyes before speaking. "May I see your membership card?" "Oh." Chenmu promptly retrieved his membership card. After glancing at it, her professional smile reappeared. "I presume this is your first visit. Would you like me to provide an introduction?" "Yes." Chenmu nodded, unreservedly. The lady turned slightly, extending her right hand in an inviting gesture. "Let us tour the premises while I explain." The young lady paused momentarily before continuing. "Here is your membership card, which contains your information. You have the option to visit the archives department to complete your profile, such as detailing your appearance. This will ensure that no one else can utilize your card. Of course, this is not mandatory, and if you choose not to, it will not affect your usage. The club's mission is to fully explore the various applications of basic illusion cards, allowing them to be more widely integrated into our lives. To this end, we have adopted a point system. The number displayed in the upper right corner of your membership card indicates your contribution value, or points. There are numerous ways to earn points. The club regularly issues public welfare projects, which may not offer substantial rewards, but you can earn corresponding points. For instance, we are currently collaborating with a school to assist them in creating educational illusion cards. As this project is of a charitable nature, monetary compensation will not be provided, but there are points rewards. Naturally, we supply the materials. Many members from other clubs, when faced with unsolvable dilemmas, will post requests for assistance. If you can help them resolve their issues, you will receive the points they offer as compensation. Generally speaking, the points awarded for these requests are quite substantial, but the challenges are equally demanding. Should you encounter a problem that you cannot solve, you may also seek help in the same manner. There are indeed other less common avenues to earn points. For example, if you win a prestigious award in card making, we will likewise grant you a corresponding amount of points based on the award's impact. Each month, we sell some rare materials or cards that can only be purchased with points. This is also a way for the club to reward your enthusiastic participation in its affairs. Typically, we hold regular exchange meetings every week, where you may choose to participate at your discretion. Attending these meetings allows you to earn a small amount of points. Here, you will encounter many like-minded card makers, and you can share insights with them. Furthermore, if you have any brilliant ideas but are hindered by a lack of funds, the club will offer assistance. That we have a dedicated review team, and when we ascertain that your proposal is reasonable and feasible, we will provide financial support in a collaborative manner. The short-haired lady spoke eloquently, leaving Chenmu in a state of bewilderment, as he had never encountered such matters before. Upon entering the expansive hall, he was momentarily struck dumb. The spacious hall, while not crowded, was vast, resembling a small plaza. However, what captivated Chenmu was not merely the emptiness of the hall, but the flickering light screens and the continuously shifting subtitles that danced upon them. With thousands of semi-transparent colored screens scattered throughout the hall, the visual impact was utterly overwhelming. Noticing Chenmu's dazed expression, the short-haired lady smiled gently. She had seen this look many times before. Such a layout could only be conceived by someone as eccentric as the president. Yet, she remained focused on her duties and continued. These light screens serve as information windows where you can find details that pique your interest. Requests for assistance will also scroll across these displays. These screens employ cutting-edge technology, bidirectional illusion card technology, by utilizing the specialized pin next to the screen, you can input content, enabling two-way information transmission. The hall is divided into three main areas. We are currently in the Information Release Zone, .in edition. There is a display area showcasing the latest illusion card products. Presently, we are exhibiting over 30 models of illusion card gaming machines. A concept that is truly astonishing, and we have already begun to push it to market that I personally believe they will soon sweep across the entire Tianyu Federation. Her words brimmed with pride. The other area is the trading zone, where various materials and cards are sold. Standard materials and cards can be purchased with UDI, but rarer items can only be obtained with points that if you have any creations. You may also consign them here. This is the only area accessible to non-members. You are free to browse and explore at your leisure. If you have any questions, feel free to approach me, as I will be in the Star Evolution Hall. Now, I must excuse myself for a moment. The short-haired lady maintained a professional smile throughout, staring blankly at the vast hall filled with colorful screens and floating, semi-transparent illusions. Chenmu felt a sense of uncertainty. Approaching the nearest screen, he carefully observed the slowly rolling subtitles. How to utilize basic illusion cards to alter a person's local features, creating a visual illusion. At a glance, Chenmu was captivated by this concept. This idea was incredibly intriguing, aiming to use illusions to modify facial contours and subtle details, thereby achieving a transformative effect. For instance, by utilizing illusions to add shadows around the eye sockets. One could create a slightly sunken appearance, or by adding flesh-colored illusions to the nose, it might appear more prominent that if executed skillfully, it could give the impression of an entirely different person. Chenmu was profoundly impressed by this concept. Indeed, such remarkable talents exist in this era. However, this idea faced a significant challenge. How to ensure the illusion remained tightly adhered to the face. The originator discovered that no matter how they adjusted it, the illusions would easily shift and misalign with even the slightest movement. Upon checking the submission time, he realized it was a newly proposed concept. After some contemplation, Chenmu instinctively wrote his answer on the screen. Attach the gauge to glasses or a hat. As soon as his words flickered, the screen prompted him to enter his membership card number. After inputting the number, his response transformed into a streak of light and vanished. Chapter 44. New Discoveries Upon Returning from the Club. Chenmu was filled with exhilaration. There, he had encountered numerous ingenious ideas that broadened his horizons. Until then, he had never engaged with other card makers, that he had always worked in isolation, conducting solitary research, experimenting alone, and exploring through failure. Even after acquiring the mysterious card, his situation had not changed. For the first time, he savored the joy of exchanging ideas with others. Confronted with the diverse concepts of so many card makers kept Chenmu in a state of enthusiasm. He spent the entire day in the hall, enraptured by others' ideas and attempting to solve their problems. By the end, he could scarcely recall how many challenges he had attempted to solve, yet he felt disheartened as the vast majority ended in failure. By the time he returned home, he was utterly exhausted, yet the thrill within him prevented him from sleeping. Lei Zi was not at home, having presumably gone out to have fun. Compared to a homebody like Chenmu, Lei Zi was far from being an honest person, often staying out late. Suddenly recalling that he had yet to complete today's perception training, Chenmu hastily got up. After a brief rest, he felt his energy partially restored and entered the simple water world. Although it was a training exercise for perception, one could not progress without sufficient stamina in the simple water world. The gentle water enveloped him, and perhaps due to the coolness of the water, Chenmu's excited mindset gradually calmed. Soon, he found himself in a deep state of tranquility. His perception spread like flowing water around him. He could sense every subtle current within the area of his perception. His breathing was long and steady, and amidst the agitation, there was a sense of serenity. When Chenmu awoke from his meditative state, he could only smile wryly that he had encountered a bottleneck in his perception training. 4.5 meters felt like an insurmountable chasm before him. Rarely, Chenmu felt a twinge of irritation rising within him. Looking around, the simple water world sparkled brilliantly, resembling a captivating fairy tale. Schools of triangular arrow fish swam freely, and the nearby aquatic plants swayed rhythmically. Mu stood there in a daze for a while, then suddenly chuckled to himself. What more could he possibly want? At this moment, he was already luckier than the vast majority of people. After coming to this realization, the irritation in his brow dissipated instantly. With a smile and a sense of inner peace, Mu wandered casually through the simple water world. Speaking of which, he had been so focused on training his perception that he had never taken the time to truly explore this enchanting aquatic realm. The underwater currents had become quite familiar to Mu. He had spread his perception around his body, allowing him to react promptly to any hidden currents. Step by step, though his pace was slow. It was steady. Not far ahead, a cluster of lush aquatic plants caught his eye, and he instinctively moved towards them. As he approached the plants, just as he was about to observe them closely. Two strands of aquatic grass suddenly coiled around his calves like nimble serpents. Mu felt a tightness in his calves, nearly losing his balance. What was happening? Mu was momentarily taken aback, as his rudimentary knowledge of biology left him unable to identify the nature of this aquatic plant. The untangling game was initiated. Level 1, number of aquatic grasses. 2, difficulty, low. Requirement, break free within 30 minutes. No reward for completion. The sudden emergence of that aged voice startled Mu, but he quickly regained his composure. An untangling game. There was even a game involved. His interest was piqued. However, what resonated most clearly with him was the final phrase, no reward for completion. He sensed a hint of profundity in this statement, worthy of contemplation. An reward for completion. No reward for completion. Suddenly, a light flickered in front of his eyes, and he felt a sense of clarity. If the game originally had no rewards, then the addition of that phrase was certainly significant. Given the aforementioned statement, two possibilities arise. Point 1 is a matter of game level. If the level is too low, no rewards will be granted. If this possibility holds true, it implies that by merely elevating one's game level, one can attain rewards. The other possibility suggests that the game offers no rewards at all, which leads to the conclusion that there must be other games within this realm that do provide rewards. Thus, it could be inferred that the simple likely encompasses more than one game, brimming with the thrill of the unknown. What could be more exhilarating for Mu than this? His eyes sparkled as he gazed at the lush green aquatic plants, resembling a ravenous wolf fixated on its prey. In the office of the low-level Illusion Card Club supervisor, a middle-aged man sat at his desk, resting his chin in contemplation. Fixated on the luminous screen before him, a series of knocks sounded at the door. Without lifting his gaze, the middle-aged man uttered, "Come in," continuing to stare at the screen. A short-haired woman entered, clutching a stack of documents. "Supervisor, here is the information you requested. The statistical results are not yet available, but we have roughly estimated that he has browsed a total of 103 help requests, providing answers to 39 of them. Among these, 30 have been confirmed as accurate, while 9 remain unverified. In other words, he has accrued at least 402 points today, meeting the requirements to enter the advanced group." She reported with a sense of efficiency. Over 400 points in a single day? The middle-aged man's expression shifted with interest. "Have we discovered his background?" "In the documents, we only know that he is named Mu, approximately aged between 16 and 19, with no further information." The short-haired woman thought for a moment and added, "Today happens to be the day I attended to him." "Oh." The middle-aged man's interest piqued. "What impression did he leave on you?" The short-haired woman reflected for a moment before responding. "He seemed very young, somewhat reserved and not fond of conversation. He appeared to be a newcomer, unfamiliar with this place. My personal impression is that he is a card maker deeply engrossed in technology." "Indeed, quite commendable. It has been a long time since we have encountered a card maker with such profound skills at the 1-star illusion card level. It seems we should consider him a key candidate for cultivation." A satisfied expression crossed the middle-aged man's face as he pondered for a moment before stating, "Send him an invitation to attend this advanced group's bidirectional meeting. From now on, you shall be responsible for observing him." "Understood," the short-haired woman replied with a bow. Chapter 45. The game. To speak frankly, the game is rather tedious. This game demands considerable explosive power. Only with robust strength can one abruptly break free from the entanglement of the aquatic plants. However, the critical issue is that this takes place underwater. Not to mention exerting force, merely maintaining one's balance proves to be quite a challenge. Mu harbored doubts about whether the card's creator had intentionally invoked the term reward to entice players. Otherwise, a game as monotonous as this would likely see few persevering through it. Repeated sprints drained considerable stamina. After several back-and-forth attempts, he found himself panting heavily. It was only due to his enhanced physical condition from practicing calisthenics that he achieved such results. Previously, even the most basic two aquatic plants would have been beyond his grasp. The aquatic plants of an unknown species were remarkably sturdy and resilient. After 3 exhausting days, Chenmu finally broke free from 2 aquatic plants that he began to understand that one must twist and turn in the water like a fish to significantly reduce resistance. It was this discovery that enabled him to escape the grasp of the 2 plants. This minor revelation also ignited a spark of excitement within him that he continuously experimented with various unusual postures to feel the nuances of resistance in the water. Throughout this process, Chenmu discovered that the most crucial element was perception. This realization astonished him. Had it not been for the training in perception that required him to expand his awareness around his body, he would never have conceived of such a method, but he now deeply appreciated the benefits of this approach, as it allowed him to detect subtle changes in the surrounding water flow. It was these minute variations that led him to master the technique of exerting force underwater, thus freeing himself from the aquatic plant's entanglement. However, his excitement was short-lived. When 4 aquatic plants ensnared him, no amount of effort could liberate him from their grasp. Fortunately, if he remained still for 10 minutes, the plants would naturally release him. Otherwise, even breathing would pose a challenge. Reluctantly, Chenmu had to sharpen his perception of the water's flow, experiment with more movements, and amplify his explosive strength. Each day, aside from training his perception, he battled with the aquatic plants that in the face of such a monotonous game, Chenmu persisted. Every minuscule discovery invigorated him, spurring him to strive even harder, while he grappled with the aquatic plants. He received an invitation from the club to attend next week's bidirectional meeting. Upon seeing the invitation, Lazy was taken aback, staring at Chenmu as if he were an extraterrestrial. Is this a mistake? It can't be happening this quickly. The advanced group bidirectional meeting would... Don't tell me you're some sort of genius. Genius. Do I look like one? Chenmu replied innocently, casting a glance at Lazy. Well, when it comes to looks, I might resemble one a bit more. Lazy nodded in agreement. But you've only been once, and now you're in the advanced group? That's rather impressive. Could it be a mistake? Chenmu pondered, feeling somewhat puzzled by Lazy's comment. Lazy nodded emphatically. I also believe that's the most likely scenario. The advanced group requires a contribution of over 400 points. Do you have that? Chenmu shook his head. No, my contribution value on the membership card is still 0. I remember that quite clearly. Then it's definitely a mistake, Lazy asserted confidently, then regarded Chenmu with a pitiful expression. Exaggerating his tone, would if you go, and they say, sorry sir, we made a mistake, you'll come back in disgrace. How embarrassing. That makes sense. Chenmu contemplated deeply, ultimately arriving at a conclusion that he casually tossed the invitation into the trash can, then turned and returned to his room to continue his struggle against the aquatic plants that in this day and age. How could people be so careless as to make such an error? Lazy muttered to himself as he turned to enter his room, where he would engage with his script the low-level illusion card club S advanced group bidirectional meeting. The short-haired woman stood anxiously at the entrance. Why hasn't he arrived yet? Did the invitation not reach him? She murmured. The advanced group bidirectional meeting held considerable sway in Dongshangwei City, and no one had ever voluntarily missed it. Even if a low-level card maker performed exceptionally well, their treatment would still pale in comparison to that of intermediate and advanced card makers. Their connection to commerce was significantly closer, with the club serving as the vital link. Sister Phone, he still hasn't arrived. A rather mischievous-looking fellow approached the short-haired woman from behind, sniffing the fragrant skin of her neck. The short-haired woman shot him a glare, and Xiao Yu, are you looking to get yourself killed? Do you dare to touch my tofu? And Xiao Yu laughed cheekily, Sister Phone. You are simply too beautiful. What man wouldn't he be moved? This was merely a natural response. My body acted before my thoughts could catch up. He rubbed his hands together, a hint of perplexity in his voice. Sister Phone, you're not playing me, right? That guy named Chenmu will really show up today. He should, but I'm not entirely certain. Lan Feng replied, her tone tinged with uncertainty. That's good. That's good. And Xiao Yu's face flushed with excitement as he remarked, this guy is truly remarkable. How could he conceive of such a simple yet brilliant idea of attaching the speedometer to a hat and glasses?
I must meet this expert. Lan Feng rolled her eyes, exasperated. You. He is the one who scored over 400 points in a single day. This has never happened since our club was established. You plan to go and fetch him shoes? And Xiao Yu's expression turned blank, stammering a day. Over 400 points? What? Don't believe it. Lan Feng's expression turned somewhat peculiar. If I personally verified this. She concluded, patting the astonished and Xiao Yu on the shoulder, deliberately disheartening him. While you're still young, go and apprentice under him. Point 4 aquatic plants. Still no rewards. However, Qinmu had ceased to concern himself with rewards, feeling that his gains were more substantial than any reward could offer. The techniques of exerting force underwater and the application of perception were both marvelously enchanting. Most astonishingly, this novel utilization of perception seemed to stimulate its growth. After a prolonged stagnation, Qinmu's perception showed a faint increase. Though it was merely a slight enhancement, it was enough to propel Qinmu to invest all his enthusiasm into his battle against the aquatic plants. Chapter 46. The Century Star Academy life was simple yet fulfilling. Each day brought progress, and such joy captivated Qinmu deeply. As the story unfolded, the price of the card Shadow soared ever higher. Lei Zi had ceased to make public appearances, opting instead to place the card Shadow in the free consignment market and spreading the word. Upon receiving the news, shop owners and students flocked to the free consignment market to stake out positions. Consequently, the safety factor surged, making it nearly impossible to trace the seller in the consignment market. Moreover, and perhaps most importantly, this method of sale significantly inflated the selling price. Neither Lei Zi nor Qinmu would ever complain about earning more money. Qinmu's dexterity in manipulating perception has reached an unparalleled level, directly resulting in a significant enhancement of his work efficiency. The completion of 300 card shadows occurred in an astonishingly brief period, prompting Lei Zi to exclaim that he resembled a card-making machine. After finishing the card shadows, Qinmu plunged into the simple water world, engaged in a struggle against the aquatic vegetation that he has now acquired the ability to break free from the constraints of 8 strands of water grass. And to his own astonishment, his sprinting speed has become nearly comparable to that of a cheetah. Particularly within a distance of 3 meters, his acceleration is as swift as lightning, at times outpacing even his own thoughts. His perceptual range has expanded to 4 meters and 9 centimeters, leaving a mere 1/10 of a meter to reach the 5-meter mark. Yet, that elusive 1/10 remains seemingly unattainable, never diminishing in distance. After reflecting on his previous failures, Qinmu has adjusted his mindset and is no longer in a hurry that he meticulously engages in the untangling game, understanding that impatience serves little purpose, by focusing on executing all that he can. The outcome will naturally yield the best results that if, under such circumstances, the result does not meet his satisfaction, it merely indicates that it does not belong to him. Have you finished? Wang Zhe inquired, as the room brimmed with exchange students from the Star Academy. By the clock, they should have returned to the Star Academy long ago. However, they approached the administration of the Dongwei Academy, requesting an extension of their exchange period. Naturally, Dongwei Academy was more than willing to oblige, granting their request without hesitation. Yin Qinju adjusted his glasses and nodded. It is done. The information has been sent back to the school. The principal must have received it by now. He then hesitated and asked, Senior, what exactly are we looking for? Or rather, what are we doing? To be honest, I find this school rather ordinary, and its students disappointingly weak. Our presence here holds no value. The other students shared expressions of deep agreement. As the elite of their respective schools, they felt a sense of discontent engaging in what they perceived as a futile endeavor. Wang Zhe's gaze suddenly sharpened, and he spoke in a low voice. I understand your confusion, but this is not for you to question. One thing you must realize is that we are not here for leisure. That moment, a device in his hand suddenly beeped. It was the principal. Having just sent a message, the principal was calling him back. Did he uncover something significant? Taking a deep breath, he answered the call. The principal quietly relayed a few words, and the usually composed Wang Zhe's face instantly radiated with joy. Once the communication ended, Wang Zhe shared the news he had received from the principal with Yin Qinju and the others. The dormitory of the exchange students erupted in cheers, causing the students of Dongwei Academy passing by to glance over in astonishment. The year 3485, marked by the brilliance of the Star Academy, was destined to be a remarkable one that, known for its conservatism, the Star Academy altered its strategy, beginning to step out into the world.
Dongwei Academy, an obscure institution, found itself thrust into the spotlight due to the Star Academy. That autumn, yet another significant event rocked the entire Federation, with the Star Academy once again at the center. After 10 years, someone finally emerged from the Inner Academy. The announcement landed like a bombshell, triggering unprecedented waves throughout the Federation. For 10 consecutive days, all news outlets focused on this event. Any company even remotely associated with the Star Academy saw its stock prices soar. Everyone knew that the Star Academy, dormant for a decade, had finally awakened. However, shortly after the news broke, the Star Academy suddenly adopted a low-profile stance, and no matter how people inquired, they could not uncover the identity of the sole genius to have emerged from the Inner Academy in the past decade. Some even speculated that the news was fabricated. Yet the excitement evident on the faces of the Star Academy students confirmed its authenticity. The already enigmatic Star Academy became even more shrouded in mystery. Soon, as if compelled by the pressure from the Star Academy, the 6 other major schools responded in unison. Whether it was the traditionally radical Mo Ing, the consistently gentle Zhongda Shufu, and the Federal Comprehensive Academy, or even the nearly isolated Kuji Temple and Shuangyue Hanzhou, all engaged in a series of high-profile reactions. Various activities proliferated, yet one element remained consistent. They were all conspicuously ostentatious, denying the struggle among the 6. The other schools observed with detached interest, unqualified to wade into this turbulent water. The institution that benefited the most from this event was Dongwei Academy. Originally an unremarkable school, it gained widespread recognition and fame due to the Star Academy. However, this newfound notoriety bore no significance for Chunmu and Lei Zi. Chunmu remained wholly absorbed in the simple water world, while Lei Zi grappled with the script for the next episode of The Legend of the Master. Despite his nonchalant demeanor, Lei Zi approached script writing with meticulous seriousness. Chunmu, entangled in strands of water grass, resembled a verdant creature. This was the final challenge, with nearly all the aquatic plants converging around him. The immense binding force enveloped him tightly. Under such conditions, not only was it challenging to break free, but even the slightest movement of a finger proved arduous. In this ultimate trial, Chunmu had already failed 352 times. However, just moments ago, he had almost succeeded in breaking free. Unfortunately, at the last moment, he lost his breath, and his efforts fell short. After resting for half an hour to replenish his strength, he prepared for his 353rd attempt at the final challenge. Planting his feet firmly and slightly bending his body, the excessive entanglement of water grass obscured the curve of his back. Suddenly exerting force through his feet, he lunged forward, nearly toppling to the ground. In a split second, Chunmu's upper body sprang upward, resembling a snake's head rearing back, while his waist bent backward. His waist and spine, akin to a spring imbued with elasticity, were astonishingly flexible. His feet remained firmly planted in the sand as his legs bent forward and his back arched backward in an extraordinarily unusual manner. In that moment of tension and release, the strength of the water grass was significantly diminished, granting Chunmu a sliver of space. With a muffled grunt, he unleashed the tension in his backward bent waist. Akin to a spring release from its maximum stretch, propelling himself forward with lightning speed. The sudden burst of explosive power was astonishing, and simultaneously, his legs exerted force. The water grass could no longer restrain him. The majority of it was forcefully cast off, and with an odd twist, the few remaining strands that clung to him were also liberated. The ferocity of that instant explosion was so overwhelming that Chunmu lost control of his trajectory, launching himself like an arrow into the sandy ground. Before he could extricate his head from the sand, an ancient voice resonated in his ear. Chapter 47. Wooden figure, move forward. The untangling game was complete. Rewarded with the crafting and operational techniques for the Tail Release Shuttle card. The Tail Release Shuttle card, a 3-star combat card, is capable of unleashing a rotating energy shuttle with its tail continuously dissipating into power, thereby accelerating its flight speed and enhancing its potency. Hence its name, Tail Release Shuttle. The vivid imagery of that day in the classroom of Dongwei Academy flashed before Chunmu's eyes, igniting a fervent thought deep within his heart. Could he become a card master? Once that notion took root, it became impossible to erase. The crafting method for the Tail Release Shuttle card was laid out in meticulous detail. After careful consideration, Chunmu affirmed his capability to create this card. Yet the pressing question remained. Should he proceed with the creation? Although a 3-star card is merely one level above a 2-star card, its production cost multiplies exponentially. Combat cards, in comparison to ordinary cards, are significantly pricier. Even the most basic 3-star combat card commands a staggering price. After spending an entire day calculating, Chun-Mu concluded that producing the tail-release shuttle card would require nearly all of his earnings during this period, leaving him with a mere 20,000 udi as a balance. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Chun-Mu realized he had never before spent such a large sum in one go. He could not fathom how card masters could be so affluent. A 3-star illusion card costs over 2 million udi. How many could truly become card masters? This is precisely why he hesitated. Should he choose to craft the card, it would deplete all his savings that to create or not to create. Chun-Mu grappled intensely with this dilemma. For 3 consecutive days, he tossed and turned, unable to find sleep. Noticing Chun-Mu's distress, Lazy inquired with concern, "Mu-tu, what's wrong? You seem restless lately. Are you unwell?" Chun-Mu remained silent for a moment before countering with a question. "Lazy, tell me if I'm saying if, your choice. Not a necessary one. Required you to spend all your money. What would you do?" "A choice." Lazy looked at Chun-Mu with suspicion. "What are you plotting now?" Chun-Mu fell silent, recognizing Chun-Mu's reluctance to divulge. Lazy pondered for a moment before asking, "Would this choice alter your life? Is it something of great importance to you? Is it your dream?" Perhaps. Chun-Mu hesitated that a dream. For him, it seemed somewhat distant. Previously, his aspiration was simply to live a better life. Now that life had improved, what was his dream? Then just do it. Lazy replied decisively. Chun-Mu was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a firm response from Lazy. After a moment of contemplation, Lazy continued, "Mu-tu, we are but small figures in this world. Being able to eat our fill and have a roof over our heads is already a blessing. If that was our dream before, then we have achieved it." Chun-Mu listened intently. People need dreams, that Mu-tu, there is no room for hesitation. Even if you fail, will it be worse than before? Will it be worse than when we hadn't even begun crafting card shadows? Moreover, we are still engaged in the project of Kaiing. Everything we possess now is the result of our own relentless efforts. Even if we had to start anew, we would not be daunted. We are no longer the impoverished youths who once fretted over daily sustenance. We are now capable of bearing losses. Mudo, let us advance. Chun-Mu's previously bewildered gaze regained its clarity, and he nodded emphatically. Once a decision is made, it is executed with unwavering resolve. Without hesitation, Chun-Mu proceeded to purchase the materials listed one by one, that he even made a special trip to the card shop, only to discover that the ordinary Samsung battle cards were priced at a mere 3 to 500,000. However, the cost of the Tuowei Suo card alone exceeded 2 million, which filled Chun-Mu with anticipation. Money flowed out like water, exchanged for a plethora of materials. Yet Chun-Mu encountered a perplexing dilemma. Several items remained elusive, seemingly impossible to procure. This perplexity left Chun-Mu bewildered. How could the raw materials for a Samsung battle card be unavailable? It was reasonable to expect that even for 4-star or 5-star items, they should be accessible. However, after scouring every material store in the Dongshanghai city, he found himself at a loss, unable to locate these few items. This left Chun-Mu somewhat dumbfounded. Without these materials, the substantial amount he had spent on the other materials would be in vain. Just as despair began to creep in, he suddenly recalled the low-level Illusion Card Club, where a trading zone existed. Chun-Mu resolved to try his luck there. As he stepped into the hall, Lan Feng, who was idly standing by, immediately noticed him. Her eyes lit up. This young man was the very individual her supervisor had instructed her to pay close attention to, with a professionally polished smile. She approached him and greeted, "Mr. Chun, it has been quite some time since your last visit." "Indeed," Chun-Mu replied curtly. "Did Mr. Chun not receive the invitation for the last bidirectional meeting? Many were quite disappointed at your absence." Lan Feng remarked, feigning casualness with a smile. "Invitation?" Chun-Mu was taken aback. "Did you send it to the wrong address? I sent to your advanced group, supposed to require 400 points. Lan Feng's expression stiffened momentarily. Feeling somewhat speechless, could it be for this reason? She forced a smile. "Mr. Chun, you do possess a fine sense of humor. Your successful resolution of several assistance requests has already earned you over 400 points. You have already upgraded to an advanced group membership. Chun-Mu finally understood. Yet he did not pause in his stride, making his way directly toward the trading area. Observing this, Lan Feng rushed to keep up. Mr. Chen, are you here to buy something? Without looking back, Chen Mu strode ahead. Yes. Damn it. Can't you walk a bit slower? I can barely keep up. Lan Feng muttered under her breath as she hurried after him. Her thoughts filled with irritation, though her words remained sweetly cordial. What is it that Mr. Chen wishes to purchase? Being an advanced group member grants you substantial purchasing privileges. This statement finally piqued Chen Mu's interest. Ah, that is splendid. His pace quickened further, as if he were eager to dash into the trading zone. Lan Feng, now internally cursing even more, found herself dutifully following, the sound of her high heels clicking against the floor echoing like a torrential rain. Upon reaching the trading area, Chen Mu surveyed his surroundings with a hint of confusion. It was his first time here. Behind him, Lan Feng leaned against her knees, breathing heavily. What does Mr. Chen wish to buy? Once she regained her composure, she caught sight of Chen Mu's bewildered expression and couldn't help but chuckle, her earlier frustration dissipating. Chapter 48. Scoring points. Chen Mu handed over the list he held. Lan Feng took it, glanced at it, and felt her heart race. Suppressing her excitement, she tentatively inquired, "These are all advanced materials, aren't they? I fear only a high-level card maker would utilize them." Could it be that Mr. Chen is a high-level card maker? Could this fellow truly be a lucrative catch? No wonder Lan Feng was so animated that high-level card makers were exceedingly rare in Dongshanghai City, and within the club, only the president held such a title. Even the supervisors were merely intermediate card makers. Chen Mu was somewhat taken aback. The materials on the list were rather obscure. Many shopkeepers specializing in materials would struggle to recognize them. Yet this woman seemed to be well acquainted with them. However, the assumption that he was a high-level card maker struck him as absurd to know. Chen Mu shook his head with certainty, then asked, "Are these materials available for purchase here?" Lan Feng's enthusiasm intensified as she promptly replied, "Allow me to inquire for you, to save you from checking each item individually at this moment." Her heart was aflame with joy, regardless of whether Chen Mu was a high-level card maker. One thing was certain. He was an exceptionally skilled card maker. She activated the communicator on her wrist, and moments later, she had an answer. Chen Mu watched her, awaiting the result. "I have already inquired. And the materials you require are available in the club's inventory. That you are an advanced group member. You have the right to purchase them." However, Lan Feng glanced at Chen Mu, then quickly added, "If you wish to buy all the items on your list, you will need 800 points, but you currently only have 453. This means you still require 347 points." Lan Feng silently admired the president's acumen. Due to the rarity of the materials, she had specifically sought the president's opinion. Upon learning about Chen Mu's case, the president had expressed an unusual interest in him. The current project required a highly capable card maker. Yet, Lan Feng's tone was filled with gentle reluctance. "You are still short 347 points. If you could complete a couple of major projects." Before she could finish, Chen Mu interrupted, "I still need 347 points, so I can buy them as soon as I have 800 points." "Indeed," Lan Feng replied cheerfully, "as long as you acquire 347 points. You can purchase them immediately. However, this is only valid today, as we cannot prevent other members from purchasing should they express interest." Accumulating 347 points in a day was no easy feat. She found it hard to understand why the president would be so keen on this individual's assistance. After all, she had never seen a task yield more than 200 points. Yet here the president was requesting over 300 points. It certainly did not portray him as a generous person. However, she was confident that he would not hesitate to leap into this predicament. 300 points could only be gathered through participation in large-scale tasks. Moreover, she had confirmed that Chen Mu had no acquaintances within the club to borrow from. Unless he had no desire for those materials, from her perspective, she was 100% certain that this young man yearned for those materials. "Oh," Chen Mu replied, turning to leave. This completely unexpected action left Lan Feng stunned, her mind struggling to catch up by the time she regained her senses. Chen Mu had already walked 10 meters away. Mr. Chen, she hurriedly called out, hastening to catch up, "Are you not interested in these materials anymore?" "Why would I not be?" Chen Mu looked at her with curiosity. Lan Feng felt her head spinning even more. Struggling to articulate, "Then you? What are you doing?" "Earn points," Chen Mu replied matter-of-factly without turning back. "Earn points." Lan Feng was left dumbfounded. Chen Mu arrived at the hall and sat down in front of a luminous screen. Upon seeing the lengthy list of assistance requests displayed, he finally exhaled in relief. Grasping the light pen, he began to browse from the top. First request, second request. Chenmu occasionally furrowed his brow in contemplation, occasionally scribbling vigorously that he had entered a state of complete immersion, completely oblivious to Lan Feng's expressive reactions behind him. However, the hall was bustling with activity, resembling a tea house, yet everyone wore expressions of excitement. People frequently activated their communicators. "Old Wang, come to the department quickly. What is happening?" A startled voice responded, clearly distracted. Do you remember that fellow who swept up points the other day?" The speaker wore a mysterious smile. "Sweep points? Oh, you mean that weirdo who raked in over 400 points in a day?" Old Wang's interest peaked, his voice growing louder. "That is the one. Goodness, he is back today. He is currently in the hall." "Old Wang, aren't you coming? The request you posted about the return structure has already been resolved. Check it out and see if the results are correct, that we're all waiting." "What? I'm coming right now. I'll be there in a jiffy." Old Wang hastily ended the call and immediately climbed onto his shuttle, racing toward the club point 2 hours later. Chenmu had successfully resolved 12 inquiries, which translated to 85 points earned. Yet it appeared he had no intention of pausing. His focus remained fixed on the luminous screen, his mind racing as he tackled each complex question. Fortunately, his theoretical knowledge was solid, complemented by extensive experience in crafting cards. However, this time, he discovered that the most critical aspect lay in the production of those 12 cards. Among them, 11 were low-level illusion cards, yet their complexity and difficulty were nothing short of extraordinary. To create these 12 cards, Chenmu had invested countless hours of thought and overcome numerous challenges. And now, those reflections were being put to use, which explained why he was capable of resolving others' requests for assistance. Low-level illusion cards refer to 1-star and 2-star illusion cards. Although their production difficulty is not high, they are steeped in profound knowledge. Moreover, with the increasing prevalence of low-level illusion cards, their development has been advancing towards greater precision and a myriad of specialized requirements. In this regard, senior card makers are vastly outclassed by their lower-level counterparts. Chenmu's actions last time went unnoticed at the moment, but in retrospect, people were astonished to discover that one individual had managed to amass over 400 points in a single day while resolving dozens of help requests. Such an occurrence had never been seen since the club's inception. Who could possess such immense power? This was the foremost thought in everyone's mind. Regrettably, after that day, this legendary point collector vanished without a trace. Whoever they were, achieving 400 points in one day could only be the work of a master or a genius, deserving the respect of everyone in the department. When Chenmu resolved the third help request, he was unaware that the person seeking assistance was present in the club. This card maker received Chenmu's solution and, upon realizing the responder was indeed the renowned point collector, was filled with astonishment and excitement. After calming himself, he quickly disseminated the news. Unlike Chenmu, he was a seasoned member with 3 years of experience, well acquainted with countless familiar faces in the club. In a moment, the news spread like wildfire, reaching every corner of the hall, and even many card makers at home abandoned their tasks to rush over. Thus, everyone began searching the hall for the identity of the point collector. Soon, their attention focused on Chenmu. On one hand, Chenmu's unfamiliar appearance left no one able to call his name. On the other, Lan Feng stood behind him like a devoted aide, her expression of shock enough for them to guess Chenmu's identity. Although many felt it somewhat presumptuous to approach, a few audacious individuals did not hesitate to step forward. Those who dared approach were instantly mesmerized by the luminous screen in front of the young man, their movements frozen as if turned to stone. Those familiar with them understood that they were utterly captivated. Meanwhile, those who remained at a distance felt an unbearable itch of curiosity, unable to resist joining the throng. As a result, the crowd around Chenmu swelled, becoming a veritable sea of bodies. Yet, this gathering emitted not a single sound. All were entranced, their eyes glued to the grand screen before the young man. Lan Feng was the first to come to her senses, and upon witnessing the scene, could only manage a bitter smile. The president's plans had been dashed. According to her calculations, Chenmu's points had almost reached 200. At this rate, not only would he surpass 300, but 400 seemed well within reach. Observing the rapt attention of the card makers behind her, she resignedly stepped aside, dialing the president's communication card. She succinctly described the situation, punctuating her remarks with occasional affirmations, her expression returning to its usual composure. Subsequent statistics revealed that the club had set a record for the highest number of members in a single day over the past 2 years. Eventually, the crowd surrounding Chinmu became so dense that it was nearly impossible to squeeze through. New arrivals grew frantic, jumping up and down outside, while those who had previously issued help requests rushed to the screen to see if their issues had been resolved. Meanwhile, some astute card makers seized the opportunity to post new help requests, hoping to resolve lingering doubts. In a flash, the number of help requests in the hall surged at a frenetic pace, soon becoming an overwhelming tide. Those fortunate enough to have their problems addressed, in their admiration, unhesitatingly paid their points as rewards. Compared to his last endeavor, Chinmu's pace this time was even swifter. Since the authors of the help requests were mostly present, he would receive his points immediately upon confirming the correctness of his answers. This rapidity naturally went unnoticed by Chinmu. Truth. He had no concept of whether he had reached 300 or 400 points. To him, having spent an entire day to earn over 400 points last time, he assumed that today would require a similar amount of time. With this mindset, he paid no attention to his score, focusing intently on solving the queries. Watching the throng, Lan Feng found herself momentarily dumbfounded. She had only just stepped out to report to the president. And now re-entering was no easy feat. Just then, a voice called out behind her, "Sister Lan." Sister Lan. Turning around, Lan Feng saw Xiao Yu rushing towards her, breathless, before she could speak, and Xiao Yu eagerly inquired, "Sister Lan, Chinmu is here today, right? Where is he?" Lan Feng gestured, "Over there." The throng left and Xiao Yu stunned, muttering, "Why are they faster than me?" With a resolute expression, he gritted his teeth, declaring, "Damn it, I'm going all in." He then plunged into the crowd. Seeing this, Lan Feng quickly followed behind in Xiao Yu, seizing the opportunity to navigate through the throng. After an arduous struggle, enduring countless glares and scornful looks, and Xiao Yu and Lan Feng finally squeezed through. The sea of hundreds appeared overwhelmingly dark yet astonishingly silent, leaving Xiao Yu too frightened to speak. Goodness, if he angered this crowd of older men, his future would be bleak. However, when his gaze fell upon the screen, he found it impossible to look away. Lan Feng, observing Chinmu's focused demeanor, felt a surge of admiration. Setting aside his prowess, such unwavering concentration was rare indeed. Yet, after several hours of intense cognitive effort, the toll on his physical and mental stamina was evident. "Would you like something to eat?" Lan Feng leaned closer to Chinmu, her voice filled with concern. They still provide meals?" Chinmu, his gaze fixed on the screen, instinctively asked. Lan Feng, both amused and exasperated, simply replied with a before inquiring, "What would you like to eat?" "Please don't be too picky, although the club's restaurant has upscale offerings. The variety is limited, water and steamed buns," Chinmu replied, his focus unwavering. For some reason, upon hearing Chinmu's response, Lan Feng was momentarily taken aback, her nose tinged with a hint of emotion, as she quietly retreated to Xiao Yu's side. Lan Feng playfully slapped Xiao Yu on the head, startling him awake. Having just been cursing, he quickly transformed his expression into a smile. "What can I do for you, Sister Lan?" Lan Feng pointed outside. "Go fetch some steamed buns and water." Faced with the dense crowd behind him, and Xiao Yu's expression morphed into one of despair. "No way, Sister Lan. This is tantamount to sentencing me to death. Woe is me. You may never see your little Yuzi again." Lan Feng's brows furrowed, her eyes wide with determination. "Are you going or not?" "Well, this," and Xiao Yu hesitated, his gaze lingering on the large screen, speechless. "That if you succeed, I'll introduce you to Chinmu. How does that sound?" Lan Feng dangled the enticing bait, and Xiao Yu's eyes lit up. "Really?" He then thumped his not-so-muscular chest with bravado. "Don't worry, Sister Lan, I won't just bring back steamed buns. I'll fetch the offspring of buns and dumplings if I have to." With that, he turned and charged into the crowd with unwavering resolve. Chapter 49. By Jiwan, Chinmu felt as though he were tackling a series of exam questions. If all these problems were compiled, they could easily fill a book titled Basic Illusion Card Exercises. The issues were myriad and bizarre, covering countless topics, and Chinmu could only select a few to tackle. Some queries were so perplexing that he could barely comprehend them. In such cases, he had no choice but to skip over them. That if one day he found himself with leisure time, coming here specifically to tackle these problems could serve as an entertaining way to pass the time. Here you go, that a woman's voice broke through, as a bottle of water and several steamed buns were presented to Chin-Mu. Initially taken aback, he soon felt the pangs of hunger he had previously ignored surge forth. "Thank you," he said, hastily accepting the water and buns, devouring them ravenously. Within 2 minutes, he polished off 5 buns and a bottle of water. An Xiaoyu, observing from the side, was astonished. Indeed, a strong person was truly formidable. Even when it came to eating steamed buns. Lan Feng, too, was flabbergasted. Were the buns truly that delectable? There were no condiments, no side dishes, no jams. If only there were 2 more, it would be perfect, rubbing his slightly full stomach. Chun-Mu mused. However, he quickly cast aside such futile thoughts. Time was precious. The woman had made it clear that she could only guarantee the availability of these items today, that if he failed to earn sufficient points. He had no idea where he could procure these rare materials. The 200,000 he spent on materials would be for naught to know. He must earn enough points today, no matter what. Chun-Mu wiped his mouth and refocused on the grand screen before him. Dressed in a crisp white suit and matching shoes, with a tall figure and a silver-gray tie shimmering under the lights, he was the only one in the low-level illusion card club to sport such a distinctive appearance. His handsome face was captivating enough to enchant any woman, featuring exquisite features that could drive beauties to madness, accompanied by a perpetual gentle smile and deep, mesmerizing eyes. His demeanor exuded the charm of a mature man, polished and elegant. This was Bai Zhiyuan, the current president of the low-level illusion card club. Speaking of Bai Zhiyuan, his reputation was steeped in legend, achieving the status of advanced card maker by the age of 32. Such an honor was a rarity even within the entire federation. Under the stringent demands of his father, he cultivated an impeccable elegance from a young age. This refinement rendered him the most dazzling man in the Eastern Merchant Guard city, the dream lover of countless beauties. However, if that were all, his story would hardly be deemed legendary. As a sought-after senior card craftsman, he unexpectedly established a low-level illusion card club. Who did he think he was? Master Roki? Many were waiting to see him fail, and this quickly became a hot topic among the upper echelons of Eastern Merchant Guard City. Yet Bai Zhiyuan silenced all doubters with irrefutable facts. In its inaugural year, the low-level illusion card club launched 11 illusion card products, each one remarkably successful, bringing substantial economic benefits to the club. To be why the second year, they introduced 25 illusion card products, propelling the low-level illusion card club into the ranks of the most formidable groups in Eastern Merchant Guard City. Bai Zhiyuan himself was recognized as one of the top 10 influential figures in the Tianyu Federation that year. The seemingly loose structure of the low-level illusion card club was infused with vibrant vitality, encouraging innovative uses of low-level illusion cards. Coupled with their refined market forecasting abilities, they crafted this vast and dynamic club. Bai Zhiyuan had not personally visited in a long time, having realized that his mere presence would throw the club into disarray. However, today he came, but he wished to see if the youth named Chin-Mu was truly as formidable as Lan Feng claimed. Did today's youth possess such prowess to earn points in this manner? Bai Zhiyuan mused, noting that he had not engaged in specific technical research on one-star illusion cards for quite some time. After all, as a senior card craftsman, he could not devote his entire life to low-level illusion cards. Yet he hoped for the emergence of someone with profound expertise in low-level illusion cards, as they needed a technical director. A request that had come from many. During the first 2 years of the low-level illusion card club's establishment, he personally held the position of technical director. Now, most of his time was dedicated to personal research and overarching club strategies, leaving little room for this aspect. Moreover, regarding the project he was handling. Why is it so quiet in the club today? A hint of surprise flickered in Bai Zhiyuan's eyes as he hesitated momentarily before stepping inside. Upon entering the hall, he was taken aback by the sight before him. Hundreds of people stood tightly clustered in front of a large luminous screen, their faces upturned, fixated on the display, utterly motionless. Time seemed to stand still in this space, devoid of sound, as these card craftsmen resembled lifeless statues that in this suffocatingly quiet tableau. Only the large luminous screen, encircled by the crowd, flickered silently with numbers and text, sometimes racing by, other times remaining still for what felt like ages. Bai Zhiyuan instinctively swallowed hard. What on earth is happening here? His gaze followed the crowd's upward focus, landing on the modest screen in the hall. The more he looked, the more astonished he became. His understanding of energy rules far surpassed that of these craftsmen. Almost the moment Chen Mu's answer emerged, he was able to determine its correctness. Correct, correct, entirely correct. The weight of astonishment grew heavier in Bai Zhiyuan's heart. It was the first time he encountered a craftsman with such profound comprehension of low-level illusion cards, compared to senior card craftsmen. Low-level card craftsmen's understanding of energy and rules was vastly inferior, severely limiting their development in low-level illusion cards. When faced with core issues, they often found themselves at a loss. Yet, how many senior card craftsmen shared his interest in low-level illusion cards? This youth, surrounded by admirers, was not a mid-level or senior craftsman. Bai Zhiyuan discerned this from his grasp of energy rules. Chen Mu's understanding of energy rules was still at a relatively basic level. Yet he managed to touch upon the essence of energy rules. Such an anomaly was unheard of. Bai Zhiyuan felt an urge to act. Chapter 50. Invitation. Chen Mu emerged from his trance to check his points. 1,300 points. This figure left him momentarily dazed. Shaking his head to confirm he wasn't imagining things, he finally relaxed. Phew, now he could finally purchase those materials. That was the first thought that crossed his mind. Having sat for a while, his legs felt numb, and he exerted effort to stand up. Glancing around, he was startled. Why were there so many people? He looked at Lan Feng with a puzzled expression, who simply smiled and said, "Mr. Chen's charm is truly remarkable. You have created quite a sensation in the club, ditto." Chen Mu acknowledged, though a hint of confusion remained on his face. He chose not to dwell on the matter. Instead, he asked Lan Feng directly, "Now that I have enough points, can I purchase this batch of materials?" "Absolutely. We have already prepared everything for you," Lan Feng replied readily, though her eyes swept over the densely packed crowd, revealing a hint of helplessness. "But it seems we will have to wait a while before we can get out, and no need. Follow me," Chen Mu said as he grasped Lan Feng's wrist and charged into the crowd. Even the resilient aquatic plants in the simple water world could not impede Chen Mu's full-speed sprint, let alone these defenseless card craftsmen, that he moved like a fish, swiftly weaving through the bewildered throng. Dragging Lan Feng along as they burst forth from the mast, Bai Zhiyuan contemplated a way to penetrate the crowd. Two figures suddenly emerged from within it. Upon closer inspection, he recognized Lan Feng and a boy he did not know. Bai Zhiyuan's heart stirred, and he hurried to meet them. "Lan Feng, is this Mr. Chen Mu?" he inquired before reaching them. Lan Feng looked up, astonished that the president had come in person. She quickly nodded, "Yes, this is Mr. Chen Mu. Mr. Chen, this is Bai Zhiyuan, the highest authority of our department." After providing a brief introduction, she prepared to step back, realizing her presence was unnecessary for their conversation, as she needed to fetch the materials for Chen Mu. She was deeply surprised. Although the president was usually polite and reserved, he had never shown such eagerness as he did today. "Materials," Chen Mu reminded. Bai Zhiyuan smiled gently, saying, "There's no need to rush, Mr. Chen. Miss Lan Feng has already gone to retrieve them, and will be here shortly." Chen Mu simply acknowledged with an "oh" and fell silent. Bai Zhiyuan, undeterred, continued with a warm demeanor. "Mr. Chen's card crafting skills are truly remarkable, that I was filled with admiration watching from below, and I longed to get to know you better. I never expected your charm to be so immense. You are the first in history to enchant them to this degree." Bai Zhiyuan spoke slowly, enunciating clearly with a friendly tone, laced with a hint of flattery. Given his status, such words could easily lead others to become conceited. However, Chen Mu was oblivious to Bai Zhiyuan's identity. He had been engrossed in crafting one-star energy cards and had only recently ventured into illusion cards this year. His familiarity with the card crafting world was far less than that of a marketplace. Moreover, he had little interest in empty pleasantries, his mind solely focused on his materials. Noticing Chen Mu's distraction, Bai Zhiyuan's smile remained unwavering, that he keenly recognized his conversational misstep, catching a glimpse of Lan Feng approaching, and cheerfully remarked, "Here come the fruits of your labor, Mr. Chen." Lan Feng approached, carrying a metal-bound briefcase, and politely presented it to Chen Mu with both hands. "Since the black filament algae and cloudy gel require low-temperature storage, we used a refrigeration box. The box is equipped with a cooling card to maintain a consistently low temperature inside." As Chen Mu opened the box, a wave of cold air rushed forth. Inside lay a mass resembling black hair. That was the black filament algae, along with several transparent pieces resembling amber, the cloudy gel, which could only be preserved under low temperatures. Should the temperature rise slightly, it would turn into a colloid and quickly lose efficacy, if not used immediately. that he also noted a few other materials, counting each one to ensure nothing was missing. Chun Mu was thoroughly satisfied. Despite his weariness, the exhilaration made him appear quite spirited. Seeing the contented expression on Chun Mu's face as he closed the refrigeration box, Bai Zhiyuan's smile deepened, in his heart. He quietly assessed Chun Mu as a pure and uncomplicated individual, precisely the type suited for technical work. "May I ask, Mr. Chen, what is your occupation?" Bai Zhiyuan ventured, having discerned Chun Mu's temperament and opting for a direct approach. "I have no job," Chun Mu replied without lifting his head, carefully closing the box. This was the highest grade material he had encountered thus far. Bai Zhiyuan's heart leapt with joy, his eagerness barely concealed. Then, "Mr. Chen, would you be interested in assuming the role of technical director at our department? I assure you that the conditions we offer will reflect our sincerity." Lan Feng nearly gasped in shock, her quick reflexes prompting her to cover her mouth with her hand, stifling any sound. The position of technical director, what an esteemed title! Her immediate superior, the manager, was 2 ranks below the technical director. As far as she knew, for the past 2 years, the position of technical director had been held personally by the president. Could it be that this young man had already reached a level of proficiency sufficient to assume the role of technical director? She found it hard to believe her eyes and ears. Yet, it was the esteemed president, known for his decisiveness and wisdom within the department, who had put forth this seemingly absurd suggestion. It seemed that the department was on the brink of a significant upheaval. Lan Feng's expression shifted. "Technical director, what does that entail?" Chun Mu posed a question that nearly caused Lan Feng to stumble. Bai Zhiyuan maintained his cheerful demeanor, replying, "Well, it's actually quite simple, akin to what you did today. Of course, the workload isn't as vast. There are only a few dozen issues in a year, so it's about solving problems," Chun Mu responded, feigning understanding. Meanwhile, Lan Feng was left exasperated. To refer to the technical director, the foremost authority in technology, as merely solving problems was utterly ludicrous. Bai Zhiyuan's smile deepened as he nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it's quite simple, just solving problems. Are you interested?" If it truly was just about solving problems, Chun Mu might find it acceptable. However, he soon recalled Lei Zi. The legend of the master was still unfinished, and he feared he wouldn't have time for such matters in the near future. Although Chun Mu did not fully grasp the responsibilities of a technical director, the sincerity of the other party's attitude was commendable. Lei Zi had once mentioned that after completing the legend of the master, he would consider work opportunities. Money was no longer merely a means of sustenance for Chun Mu. If he wished to delve deeper into that mysterious card, substantial financial resources would be essential. The cost of a single tailing shuttle card had already drained him of over 2 million, proving quite the financial burden that a hint of concern crossed Chun Mu's face. Noticing this, Bai Zhiyuan's heart raced slightly, and he promptly said, "Mr. Chen, please feel free to voice any concerns that we will address what we can immediately. And for what we cannot resolve at the moment, we will exert every effort to find a solution." After some contemplation, Chun Mu reluctantly replied, "I'm afraid it won't be possible in the near term. I have other commitments." "And how long do you anticipate needing to handle these matters, Mr. Chen?" Bai Zhiyuan inquired, maintaining his composure. From Chun Mu's words, Bai Zhiyuan understood that he was genuinely occupied and not merely making excuses. "I'm not certain at this point." Chun Mu shook his head. "Perhaps around 6 months." Bai Zhiyuan's smile remained undiminished. "That's perfectly fine. I trust that Mr. Chen will frequent this place often. Once your matters are resolved, you may reach out to me anytime." With that, he produced a white business card and handed it to Chun Mu. Chun Mu accepted the card carefully, stowing it in his pocket. To him, it represented a future opportunity. As he observed Chun Mu carrying the low-temperature box out of the club, Bai Zhiyuan fixed his gaze for a long moment. "President, do you truly believe he can take on the role of technical director?" Lan Feng asked hesitantly, sensing that the president's swift decision regarding the candidate seemed somewhat rash. "Yes, he possesses that capability," Bai Zhiyuan replied with a light yet resolute tone. He then turned to Lan Feng, saying, "You should maintain regular contact with him, if he requires any materials, please facilitate his needs as much as possible. Such talent must not be overlooked." Though Bai Zhiyuan's tone remained gentle, Lan Feng could detect a note of seriousness underlying his words. "Understood." Lan Feng responded promptly. "You have been performing admirably in your recent assignments. The group will not neglect those who contribute to its success. Starting today, you will serve as Wang Hao's assistant." Bai Zhiyuan's voice softened, yet his authority remained intact. "Thank you for your guidance, President." Lan Feng's heart soared.
Wang Hao is her current supervisor. Do well. Bai Jiwan nodded at Lan Feng, glancing at the crowd still gathered around the large screen before turning to leave the club. Although he could begin crafting the tailing shuttle card, Chen Mu did not immediately proceed. Instead, he meticulously contemplated the process. His reflections transcended merely the card-making steps. He delved into its structure and principles. Given his current level, fully comprehending the principles underlying the tailing shuttle card seemed unrealistic, yet Chen Mu remained steadfast in his pursuit. While it might appear to be a futile endeavor, he did not share this sentiment. To him, this endeavor would not only significantly enhance the success rate of card production, but also enrich his knowledge. A dual benefit that he firmly believed that understanding the principles was paramount. After 2 weeks of thorough contemplation, he felt he had internalized all the content and decided it was time to take action. The first step involved the preparation of the card ink, a crucial phase in the process. Over 2 million worth of materials would be transformed into 3 distinct types of ink, each serving different functions that in card production. The more varieties of ink involved in a single card, the exponentially greater the complexity of its creation. The interactions among the properties of the inks, their respective cooling times, and the changes resulting from their intersection. All these factors influence the card's final efficacy. Previously, Chen Mu had never crafted a card requiring 2 types of ink, let alone simultaneously using 3, that the contents of this mysterious card indeed exuded an air of peculiarity. Generally speaking, 3-star cards typically necessitate only 2 types of ink, with those requiring 3 being classified as 4 or 5-star cards. However, that was no longer his immediate concern. What mattered now was successfully producing the tailing shuttle card. Thorough preparation, a calm mind, and precise, skilled hands were all essential attributes for a card maker. Even the preparations for creating card shadows were executed with meticulous detail. Thus, the same level of diligence applied to this card was imperative. All materials underwent preliminary processing and precise weighting. Before Chen Mu lay 3 heaps of variably colored powders that he first placed a pile of dark green powder into a vial, adding blue alphys liquid. Instantly, the murky green liquid within the vial began to transform at a visibly rapid pace. 5 seconds later, only a slightly viscous, golden-yellow transparent liquid remained. Chen Mu promptly placed the vial in a specialized heating furnace designed for card makers, concentrating the heat generated by the card within a fixed area, ensuring even distribution. Within 12 seconds, the golden yellow liquid deepened in hue, becoming a brilliant orange. Chen Mu had already prepared a medium-edged pen, and as he inserted it into the mixture, it absorbed the ink. Throughout this process, the vial remained within the heating furnace. After half a minute, Chen Mu withdrew the pen from the ink, having prepared a blank medium-level card before him. Without a moment's hesitation, he brought the pen to the surface of the blank card. The moment the pen tip made contact, the vibrant orange ink transformed into a dark golden hue that a smooth, flowing dark golden line snaked beneath the pen tip. As Chen Mu's perception remained tightly attuned to the interplay between the card's surface and the ink, causing the faint white light to blend into a rich gold. Every movement Chen Mu executed was marked by precision. His gaze intensely focused. 2 hours later, the tailing shuttle card was finally completed. At the moment of completion, the card emanated a dark golden glow that pulsed rhythmically, akin to a breath. This cycle repeated 3 times before the radiance finally subsided. A card adorned with intricate dark golden patterns lay quietly on the table. Upon closer inspection, one could discern finer patterns formed by silver gray and light brown lines, scattered across the dazzling dark golden surface. The tailing shuttle card had been successfully crafted. Chen Mu's heart brimmed with excitement. This was the first combat card he had ever created, and to date, his inaugural 3-star card. The entire process had unfolded surprisingly smoothly, leaving him with a sense of disbelief, as if he were caught in a dream. Crafting a 3-star card demanded a high level of perception from the card maker. According to current standards, it required at least a level 4 perception. Had he truly surpassed level 4? Chen Mu found it hard to accept. Level 4 was a significant threshold for both card makers and card repairers. It marked the transition from novice to adept. Throughout the entire crafting process, Chen Mu felt no hindrance related to perception, that he quickly cast aside thoughts of perception, gazing in rapture at the tailing shuttle card in his hand. The intricate and complex patterns appeared as exquisite as a finely detailed painting, both rigorous and vibrant.
This was undoubtedly his most successful creation to date. After 10 minutes of admiring the card, Chun-Mu placed the tailing shuttle card into his measuring instrument, which already housed a 3-star energy card. This was not merely an illusion card of the Flame Dragon. It was a genuine 3-star combat card. Recalling the introduction and usage techniques of the tailing shuttle card from the mysterious card in his mind, he felt thoroughly familiar with the details. Taking a deep breath, he pressed the activation button. He had finally taken this pivotal step. Chun-Mu felt no need for sentimentality as he carefully attached his perception to the measuring instrument. Regardless of the type of combat card, once in an activated state, its structure would inherently release a certain form of energy entity. The power of this energy entity was fixed. However, skilled card repairers could modify its structure, enhancing its potency. The understanding of energy varies among different kashi, leading to distinct modifications and thus the emergence of various schools of thought within the kashi community. Chun-Mu raised his right hand, and a faint white luminescence gradually emanated from the instrument, enveloping his entire palm in mere moments. With a thought, he turned off the lights in the dimly lit room, causing the white glow to become even more pronounced, flowing like a viscous liquid across his hand. He could perceive this flow. The energy was gentle and devoid of destructive force. His hand was encased in this energy, yet he felt no discomfort. After a moment of careful contemplation, Chun-Mu cautiously activated the tail-shedding card within the instrument. A soft crackling sound resonated as the energy, previously uniformly distributed across his palm, began to converge at his index finger. The aggregation of such a vast amount of energy at his fingertip was palpable, its radiance almost tangible. Under the control of the tail-shedding card, the energy underwent transformation, gradually becoming translucent yet more substantial, resembling a transparent crystal tube encasing his finger. The more beautiful it appeared, the more deadly it seemed. An inexplicable thought crossed Chun-Mu's mind. This seemingly crystalline energy tube spun at an extraordinarily high velocity, its speed so rapid that even his perception could not provide an estimate that its rotation accelerated. According to the mysterious card's description, its power would increase correspondingly. However, simultaneously, the danger would also escalate. Should the rotation reach a critical point beyond the user's perceptual control, it would explode at his fingertip. Congratulations, his entire palm would be obliterated to the last bone. This was no harmless game. Chun-Mu dared not allow it to accelerate further. That would be too perilous that he pointed his right index finger at the wall. And the crystalline energy tube shot forth like an arrow released from a bow. The peculiar, low, and resonant whistling sound filled the air as the tail-shedding tube sword bang. A hole the size of a fingertip was left in the wall, completely penetrating it. Chun-Mu hurried to the hole, peering in, but the tail-shedding tube had long since vanished. Observing the small hole closely sent a shiver down his spine. Its inner walls were as smooth as if polished. He stretched his finger inside. It fit perfectly. Goodness, if this were to strike a person, it would surely pierce through. Chun-Mu resolved that without mastering the manipulation of this energy, he could never use it in combat against others. Reflecting on the process, he realized that his perception had not played a significant role throughout. This must be a matter of his proficiency, the energy's swift convergence at his fingertip, forming the transparent energy tube, occurred so quickly that he had no time to react, let alone adjust structurally with perception. It seemed he needed to practice more, Chun-Mu thought. However, he found himself perplexed about where to train. Home was certainly not an option, and the wilderness posed too great a danger. Though he possessed a combat card, he was not arrogant enough to believe he could venture alone into the wild. So where could he train? Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. Zhutingyi had just exited his father's study, where his father was closely monitoring the movements of Wang Zhe and his companions. Although their ultimate goal remained unclear, Zhutingyi had deduced that they were targeting the wilderness. As the saying goes, a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. Compared to the Star Institute, the Zhou family could only be considered a minor faction. Yet, in Dongshangwei City, they wielded considerable power. Having operated there for hundreds of years, their intricate network of relationships was deeply entrenched. Zhou Tianlin promptly gathered a large number of people, disguising them as ordinary kashi adventurers, forming small teams to search in various directions throughout the wilderness surrounding Dongshangwei City. The Zhou family had never contemplated seizing food from the tiger's mouth. The vast Star Institute was not something they could confront. However, they did wish to partake in the spoils. Just as Zhutingyi was about to return to his room, he unexpectedly encountered Meida. Zwitingi hurriedly greeted, "Teacher, what brings you here?" Meida, a senior card maker renowned for his extensive knowledge and Zwitingi's private tutor, was highly respected by him. Tingy, how have you been lately? Meida replied with a warm smile. Your father insisted I stay here for a while. I had no choice, having known Zwition Lin for over 20 years. Their relationship transcended that of mere friends. Meida held great affection for Zwitingi, imparting his wisdom freely since childhood. That's wonderful. I can once again benefit from your teachings, Zwitingi exclaimed, his joy evident. Meida chuckled heartily before inquiring, how are your studies progressing? Have you encountered any difficulties? No issues in my studies, Zwitingi responded, but then recalled the peculiar cards referred to as the instrument killer card shadow encounter. He quickly added, however, I recently obtained several rather strange cards, and I attempted to analyze them using all available instruments. Strangely, every analysis device has malfunctioned upon examining these cards. Is that so? Meida expressed keen interest. Are those cards still with you? Let me see them. Zwitingi promptly led Meida to his card-making room. Meida carefully scrutinized the one-star illusion cards of encounter, and his expression gradually turned grave. It was only when he set them down that Zwitingi dared to ask, Teacher, have you discerned anything? There are some very unusual structures among these one-star illusion cards, but I cannot make an accurate judgment at this moment. Meida replied cautiously. Zwitingi understood his teacher well. Whenever he spoke in such a tone, it indicated uncertainty. What about your damaged instruments? Meida inquired suddenly. Zwitingi pointed to the corner, over there. Haha, it seems these one-star illusion cards indeed possess formidable destructive power. Meida chuckled, stroking his beard. Zwitingi joined in the laughter, recounting how some of his classmates had suffered as well, narrating how they attempted to unravel the illusion card and ended up each owing 2 million. He also mentioned how his sister had confronted him for damaging the card shadow. Meida laughed uproariously at the tale. Let me examine these instruments to understand what went awry. Noticing Zwitingi's puzzled expression, Meida explained, since we cannot use instruments to analyze it now, we can investigate the instruments themselves to ascertain what caused their damage, which will help us deduce the nature of the harm this illusion card inflicts. Zwitingi immediately grasped his teacher's intent and felt immense admiration. How had he not thought of this? Of course, the labor of dismantling the instruments still fell upon Zwitingi. Meida continually pointed out aspects Zwitingi needed to pay attention to, elucidating the roles of various components within the instruments, providing invaluable insights. Thus, the massive analysis device was gradually disassembled, and the most crucial detection card was placed in Meida's hands. This detection card was half-burnt, rendering it nearly unrecognizable. Meida held the charred detection card before him, observing it closely while explaining to his beloved disciple. The card body of this detection card is composed of a mixture of white mineral powder and dingyan powder, combined with high-strength fibers derived from the leather of the red star serpent, ultimately pressed into shape using cold moon glue. This card is exceptionally durable, has excellent adhesion, and is also resistant to high temperatures. Then how did it end up burnt like this? Zwitingi asked, perplexed. Meida chuckled. The term high-temperature resistant is relative, that if the temperature exceeds its critical point, it will indeed burn. Are you suggesting that the temperature it generated surpassed its critical threshold? Exactly. Meida continued that I may not fully understand how this detection card is made, but I do have some knowledge of its principles. That IT releases a considerable amount of subtle energy into the card that needs analysis, and then deduces the structure of that card based on the feedback energy. This is the principle behind most analysis devices today. Seeing the admiration in Zwitingi's eyes, Meida chuckled softly. These principles are not particularly profound. With a broader reading, it would be easy to grasp. However, you are still young, and such intricacies may not be suitable for you at this stage. That a look of enlightenment crossed Zwitingi's face. Meida's gaze returned to the charred detection card, murmuring, the fact that this card is burnt suggests its temperature exceeded the critical value. But under what circumstances would the temperature rise? Noticing the contemplative expression on his teacher's face, Zwitingi refrained from interrupting. That a full half-hour passed before Meida emerged from his thoughts, his eyes gradually regaining clarity. Seeing Zwitingi's concerned gaze, Meida shook his head, self-deprecatingly stating, I'm getting old. My mind isn't what it used to be. I can't seem to grasp the situation here. I'll have to think it over slowly. When I have a conclusion, I'll let you know. Zwitingi felt a twinge of regret for having posed the question to his teacher. He gently suggested, Teacher, perhaps we should set this issue aside for now. Whenever you have time, we can revisit it. Hee hee, rest assured, although I am old, I am far from death, so do not worry too much, Maida said with a smile. After escorting Teacher Maida back to his room, Zwatinyi began to ponder. Teacher Maida is not only a master card maker of high caliber, but his knowledge and insight far exceed that of an ordinary master card maker. If even he could not draw a conclusion from the card, how could it leave him without any thoughts? Could it be a new school of thought? Or has someone come up with an innovation? After contemplating for a long while, he could not arrive at a conclusion. Suddenly, Zwatinyi smacked his forehead. How could he not think to inquire about the card maker of this particular card shadow? If he could locate the individual, wouldn't every problem be easily resolved? Since he could purchase the card shadow, given the Zwa family's influence here, he was confident in unearthing this card maker. He promptly summoned the butler and entrusted this matter to him. It was better to leave professional matters to professionals. His curiosity about the person capable of creating such formidable cards was piqued. Chapter 54. The good news from lazy professional training grounds for card masters exist in virtually every city, constituting one of the most important public infrastructures. The training for card masters entails considerable risk. A moment's negligence could affect the surrounding crowd, leading to unnecessary casualties. The training grounds are meticulously divided into zones to facilitate specialized training in various categories for card masters. Aside from the dueling area and professional level training area, which impose strict restrictions based on the card master's ranks, other zones are open to all. Even in the small town of Politan, there is a modest training ground, albeit with only the most basic training facilities. At that moment, Chenmu found himself in the basic training area. This so-called basic training area was merely an empty room, devoid of any equipment, aside from the walls, which were constructed of decent materials. Nothing else could be seen, not even a level floor. Indeed, it was a rudimentary training space. Charging 50 Audi every hour felt no different from extortion. Chenmu couldn't help but curse this training ground in his heart countless times. However, he had no better options and dared not venture into the wild. But in this day and age, there truly is no such thing as a free lunch. Gritting his teeth, Chenmu paid 150 Audi to book 3 hours. Determined to make the most of this time, wastefulness was not in his nature. Here, he could train freely without the worry of damaging anything or injuring others. Activating the speed control device, the transparent tail spinner reappeared at his fingertip. This time, with a slight increase in experience, he could perceive more nuances. The tail spinner spun faster and faster, its speed becoming heart-stopping, making Chenmu's pulse race. That is worth noting that with a moment's carelessness, he could easily obliterate his right hand. Unable to restrain himself, he lightly tapped his index finger, sending the tail spinner shooting forth, leaving a small hole in the ground. Phew, letting out a long breath. Chenmu couldn't help but mock himself. He truly was still timid. He was puzzled. From his experience, being a card master was undoubtedly a high-risk profession. Why then did so many people eagerly pursue it? However, this thought merely flitted through his mind before vanishing. He did not want to waste time on this issue. After all, he had spent 150 Audi to secure these 3 hours. Chenmu's life was perpetually regimented. Even after acquiring the tail spinner card, his life had not changed much. Aside from spending some time at the training ground each week, the rest of his time remained unchanged. According to the requirements of the mysterious card, he needed to freely control the rotation speed of the tail spinner to qualify for the first step. This was not an easy task for him. Besides the training ground, he also frequented a lower-tier illusion card club. Each time, Lan Feng would accompany him, and Chenmu had become the most respected and welcomed member of the entire club. Most had witnessed his frenzied score-sweeping endeavor that day, among whom Xiaoyu was the most fervent. Fortunately, Lan Feng generally stayed by Chenmu's side, preventing Xiaoyu from being overly enthusiastic. After all, Chenmu would never be alone with Xiaoyu. That would indeed be too terrifying. When a woman shows such enthusiasm, it feels pleasant, but when a man gazes at you with sparkling eyes. Lan Feng, acting on the President's directive, intentionally sought to cultivate a closer relationship with Chenmu, naturally providing many conveniences. For instance, he was permitted to bring friends along to the high-level duel meetings, and Lazy often accompanied him to these gatherings. Consequently, others became far more familiar with Lazy than with Chenmu. Lazy possessed remarkable business acumen, earning Lan Feng's respect. The duel meetings were always filled with numerous commissions. And as for which ones to accept, Mu would leave it entirely to Lazy, who was significantly more adept in this regard. Eventually, he hardly attended the dual meetings, fully delegating the responsibility to Lazy. A peculiar understanding formed in the club. Whenever Mu accepted a commission, no one would dare compete for it. Each time Mu completed a project, they would find ways to obtain it through various channels to learn from it. As Mu's representative, Lazy would receive a plethora of commission requests. Mu was averse to trouble, and gradually, everyone began to understand his temperament, selflessly refraining from bothering him. Going somewhere today, just go by yourself. Mu remarked with a hint of surprise as he glanced at Lazy. Today, Lazy insisted on dragging him along to the club, which was quite uncharacteristic of him. Mu hadn't visited the club in quite a while. Lazy chuckled. There's an unprecedentedly large duel meeting today. It's the biggest one ever. Not interested. Just go. Mu shook his head, preparing to turn away. Wait, Lazy exclaimed, grabbing Mu's arm, his voice dripping with flattery. Come on, just this once. Mu eyed Lazy suspiciously and directly stated, spill it. What is the inside scoop? He knew Lazy too well. He must have a reason for his insistence. Lazy suddenly appeared somewhat bashful, stammering for a moment. There's a romantic interest. Mu's gaze sharpened, locking on a Lazy with certainty. Unable to withstand Mu's penetrating gaze, Lazy finally confessed, I promised Lan Feng that you would definitely show up tonight. You are essentially the club's star. It wouldn't make sense for you not to be here. He continued to extol. Tonight, some heavyweight guests are coming, like the Armenia company under the Zwa family and its old rival, the Waka group from the Pei family. Have you two become close? Mu interrupted Lazy's discourse that Lazy murmured almost inaudibly, then quickly clarified, not quite close, just a bit. How long? Mu interrupted again. Why are you so sharp tonight? Lazy grumbled before replying, about 2 months. After completing the MasterCard Shadow, do you plan to go to this club? Mu asked that you are getting sharper. Lazy exclaimed in surprise, you even guessed this? Mu shot Lazy a disdainful glance. With your character, who knows you better than I do? He felt genuinely pleased for Lazy. He had always believed Lazy was smarter than himself, just lacking an opportunity. Given a chance, he would undoubtedly excel beyond anyone else. Indeed, Lazy said, unabashedly continuing, but I'll probably head to the commercial department. President Bai is looking for me, and I agreed. During the time Lazy stood in for Mu to select commissions, his exhibited business acumen garnered the attention of everyone. Originally, Bai Zhiyuan was merely interested in Mu, but unexpectedly, he found additional rewards, overjoyed to extend an olive branch that he sensed Mu's genuine happiness for him. Deeply moved, observing that Mu seemed to want to say something. Lazy quickly leaned in. Do you have any instructions? Mu waved his hand decisively, with a boldness that brooked no argument. Secure her. Chapter 55. The dual meeting. The lower-tier illusion card club has experienced remarkable expansion in recent years, prompting some to recognize the business opportunities it harbors, leading many to enter. However, their systems are far from as sophisticated as those of the lower-tier illusion card club, and they lag significantly in experience. Thus, from any perspective, they currently pose no threat to the lower-tier illusion card club. Mu's appearance at the club surprised many, as he had not visited in quite some time that long-time members began recounting his legendary score-sweeping feat to the new members. He had been unanimously recognized as the individual with the deepest understanding of lower-tier illusion cards in the entire club, second only to the president. Even those with intermediate titles among card makers would not dare to act arrogantly in Mu's presence. Those with true skill naturally earn others' respect more easily. Mr. Chun, it's been a while since you last came. And Xiaoyou's voice brimmed with delight, her eyes sparkling in a way that made Mu feel slightly unnerved. However, outwardly, his expression remained unchanged. Lan Feng appeared in the distance, and Lazy immediately abandoned Mu like a fly drawn to honey, attaching himself to Lan Feng. Witnessing this scene, Mu couldn't help but chuckle silently, feeling a sense of joy for Lazy. For people like them, love is indeed a luxury. Mu was genuinely happy for Lazy finding a soulmate. He and Lazy are not much different in this regard. Only Lazy is more flamboyant with his words, while he buries himself deeper. Love is not something one can simply conceptualize. Mu's attention immediately shifted elsewhere, and in Xiaoyu, seizing a rare opportunity, would not easily give it up. Mr. Chun, I have encountered a problem. Regarding the application of the spiral structure, why, If one wishes to achieve the layering of colors, a torrent of questions cascaded down upon Chun Mu, nearly overwhelming him. However, upon glancing at the affectionate Lei Zi, the idle Chun Mu began to address each question one by one. The creation of the tail-free shuttle card had significantly broadened Chun Mu's horizons. The gap between the 3-star and 2-star cards far exceeded the imagination of an ordinary individual. This represented a fundamental enhancement in the understanding of the rules, although he could answer some questions about the 1-star illusion cards previously. Explaining them from a theoretical perspective was challenging. Yet now, it was as if a light bulb had flickered on, illuminating many previously unclear concepts. This was evident from the card shadows he was currently crafting for Legend of the Master. While he was not utilizing the techniques of chips, he could still adjust the original structure to make it more compact. Legend of the Master had reached its mid-stage, and Lei Zi's caution regarding this matter remained unchanged. The price of Legend of the Master card shadows remained exorbitantly high, significantly surpassing similar card shadows. However, the market had begun to see the emergence of pirated versions of Legend of the Master, as Chun Mu's lack of chip technology made it easy for others to decipher. Fortunately, the authentic Legend of the Master card shadows continued to be in high demand for the students of Dongwei Academy. Money was not a significant concern, and finding something they truly loved was far more challenging. They would only consider purchasing a pirated version of Legend of the Master if the genuine one was unavailable. Nonetheless, these issues were not a source of headache for Chun Mu. The Legend of the Master card shadows were continuously generating profit, and coupled with the commissions Chun Mu accepted, which were nearly all lucrative projects, he could be said to be reaping considerable rewards during this period. Nevertheless, Chun Mu still felt pressure. Intense pressure. He currently felt that anything related to cards was merely a money-burning endeavor. The card making itself was costly. This tail-free shuttle card had drained over 2 million udi from Chun Mu. What he did not anticipate was that practicing the manipulation of the tail-free shuttle card would also be so financially demanding. The venue fees were trivial, with the bulk of the expenses stemming from the consumption of energy cards. Although the tail-free shuttle card was immensely powerful, this was merely Chun Mu's own assessment, yet to be validated by facts. Its energy consumption was far beyond his expectations that a 3-star energy card was priced at 15,000 udi, and practically, he would need to expend one for every 3 hours of training. Was this not burning money? Had he not recently earned quite a bit, he would have unhesitatingly shoved this tail-free shuttle card into the deepest corner of his drawer. Yet, even so, his wallet was visibly thinning at an alarming rate. According to the descriptions within the mysterious cards, the tail-free shuttle card comes in 3 forms, and Chun Mu was currently struggling in the first form that he had not disclosed any of this to anyone. Not even Lei Zi. He believed that if Lei Zi were to find out, he would surely dissuade him from such extravagant money-burning behavior. The reason Chun Mu had been frequenting the club less was due to his schedule being utterly packed. Body conditioning, honing perception, learning to manipulate the tail-free shuttle card, studying various card-related knowledge, creating card shadows, and fulfilling commissions. These activities consumed nearly all his time, and he understood that acquiring more knowledge would invariably benefit him. Perhaps the advantages were not immediately apparent, but once he reached a certain level, they would manifest. Furthermore, he felt fortunate to have obtained these opportunities. Failing to cherish them would be a disservice to himself. Perhaps influenced by Xiao Yu's stimulus, Chun Mu's thoughts were particularly clear today, and his responses were remarkably swift, which only increased in Xiao Yu's admiration. Soon, the bidirectional meeting commenced. Chun Mu finally exhaled, bidding farewell to the reluctant in Xiao Yu. The so-called bidirectional meeting was essentially a commission release event. Various corporate groups would announce commissions here, allowing card makers to select projects they favored, while the commissioning companies could also choose card makers they appreciated, hence the term bidirectional meeting. Chun Mu and Lei Zi sat below as representatives from various groups presented their projects. After all presentations were completed, the card makers could seek out projects of interest. The first to present was the Amania Group, affiliated with the Zhou family. The Zhou family holds unparalleled influence in the East Commerce Guard City, boasting dozens of companies, with Amania being one of its most noteworthy, primarily engaged in the clothing business. Beside them sat their main competitor, the Weka Group. The Weka Group is a subsidiary of the Pei family, reflecting the status of the two families. The Zhou family ranks first, while the Pei family is second, and the disparity between the two groups is evident. Amania consistently outperformed the Weka Group, yet the Weka Group clung tightly to Amania. both solidifying their second position and exerting immense pressure on Amnesia. Lazy quietly introduced the backgrounds of both companies to Chinmu, knowing he was utterly unfamiliar with this realm. Our company's clothing launch event will take place in 2 months. For this, we have invited the currently popular star, Ms. Tan Yu-won, as our guest. The speaker was a man dressed in formal attire that a glance at his name tag revealed it was Wu Tuan. Lazy quietly shared Wu Wei's background in Chenmu's ear. Chenmu couldn't help but admire Lazy's thorough preparation, even uncovering the rumor that Wu Tuan might be the illegitimate son of the Zhou family's patriarch. Zhou Tianlin, the Wu Tuan appeared quite young, perhaps around 30, with a decisive demeanor. His every gesture exuded confidence, and his speech was clear and unhurried. We are here today in hopes of finding an exceptionally skilled card maker. For the opening ceremony, we require special light and shadow effects. For this, we have also invited the renowned creative director of Wire Card Shadows, Huawei, that I believe everyone has seen the Card Shadow Summer's words. Mr. Huawei is the screenwriter for this piece. Director Huawei will be the chief planner for this opening ceremony, and we currently seek 1 to 2 outstanding card makers. The compensation we offer is 5 million udi for each card maker. Wu Tuan extended 5 fingers, wearing a broad smile as he surveyed the audience below. Instantly, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd of card makers. 5 million udi was undoubtedly a staggering sum within the industry. Observing the buzzing crowd of card makers, Wu Tuan felt a sense of satisfaction swell within him that he had exerted considerable effort to secure this task, and if he succeeded, it would significantly benefit his future within the family. However, failure would bring him considerable trouble. The internal strife within the Zhou family was far more severe than outsiders could imagine. While no one dared to provoke Zhou Tingyi, the fierce competition among the younger generation had never ceased. Otherwise, why would he need to come here to recruit card makers? Chinmu was taken aback. Summer's words? Wasn't that? His gaze immediately shifted to Lazy beside him. Lazy's expression was stoic, his cheeks slightly twitching. Hands gripping the back of the chair with visible veins. Chapter 56. Twists and turns. The venue erupted into chaos as the bombshell dropped by the Amnesia group left this group of low-level card makers, who were not thriving, utterly stunned. The other company representatives cast envious and jealous glances at Wu Tuan, fully aware that today they were destined to play supporting roles. The Weka group's leader, Pei Xing, was also in a foul mood. His experience far surpassed that of Wu Tuan, understanding that when it came to the skill level of low-level card makers, those present were the most professional. The card makers in their group might be capable of creating more advanced illusion cards, but when it came to producing the most dazzling, eye-catching, and cost-effective low-level illusion cards, this was the optimal choice. He had not anticipated that the Amnesia group, which had never sought collaboration here before, would suddenly make an appearance, offering such a terrifying price. While Amnesia could afford to be extravagant, his budget did not allow for such indulgence. However, being so blatantly overshadowed by a rival was undoubtedly disheartening that he had already decided to personally approach Wang Hao, the supervisor of the low-level illusion card club, whom he had a good rapport with, to seek his assistance in recommending a couple of capable card makers. Wang Hao was currently seated in a corner of the stage, quietly discussing matters with Lan Feng. That moment, Wu Tuan raised his voice once more, reiterating, "The best. We only need the best." This proclamation immediately quelled the gradually rising noise in the venue. Silence descended, inch by inch, until there was utter stillness. That Wu Tuan on stage noticed that the eyes of the card makers below were all directed at one individual seated in the center, a rather unremarkable-looking youth. Could this youth be the most formidable card maker here? Wu Tuan felt a twinge of disappointment. He hoped he was not spending 5 million on an average talent. That Wu Tuan concealed his disappointment behind a smile, maintaining his composure. This gentleman, the most skilled card maker present. The gaze of the other company leaders on the stage shifted when they looked at Wu Tuan. This sentence clearly reveals Wu Tuan's modus operandi. He is results-oriented and employs any means necessary. One can only fear that this young man may face tumultuous days ahead. Wu Tuan's words undoubtedly incited jealousy among many present, and it is likely that someone will soon rise to challenge him. Most of these individuals are quite competent in their own right. The vast conference hall remained eerily silent, with not a soul uttering a word. Such an inexplicably profound silence in this context was nothing short of bizarre. The eyes of the card makers in the audience converged upon the young man, and remarkably, he maintained an air of calm composure, revealing not a hint of embarrassment, that a flicker of surprise crossed Pei Xing's eyes. He had never witnessed this young man before. He understood the significance of this silence. It indicated that all the card makers present had tacitly acknowledged Wu Tuan's claim of being the most formidable card maker. In any industry, those who can be dubbed the best are invariably renowned experts. Moreover, being recognized as the best by the collective further attests to one's capabilities from the current circumstances. It was evident that this young man held considerable esteem within the club. What a pity! It would truly be a loss if this individual were to be recruited by Armenia. Pei Xing sighed inwardly, observing the slender-faced youth with an elegant demeanor and strikingly bright eyes. Although he lamented internally, his expression remained one of nonchalant calmness, tinged with a subtle smirk. His gaze shifted to Chen Mu, and he found it perplexing how such a young lad could have captivated so many junior card makers. Wu Tuan reacted swiftly, immediately grasping the implications of this silence and acquiescence. Might this gentleman be interested in participating in our project? Wu Tuan possessed ample confidence. Quite simply, neither prestige nor pricing could rival their group. The reputation of the Zhou family in the Eastern Merchants Guard City was akin to a golden emblem. What could a mere junior card maker possibly assert in the face of the Zhou family? Casting a glance at the other group leaders surrounding him, Wu Tuan felt a surge of satisfaction, deliberately lingering his gaze on Pei Xing of the Weka group. Pei Xing did not shy away from Wu Tuan's gaze. Instead, he acknowledged him with a touch of grace. Under the scrutiny of all present, Chen Mu slowly stood up and decisively rejected the offer. Me? I'm not interested. An uproar erupted in the conference hall. As Chen Mu's response caught everyone off guard, that Wu Tuan, who had been locking eyes with Pei Xing, suddenly turned ashen. He could not fathom that someone could be so tactless. His situation became awkward in an instant. And from the corner of his eye, he seemed to catch a glimpse of a sardonic smile curling at the corner of Pei Xing's mouth. Damn it. He seethed internally. This wretched boy had put him in a tight spot before such a large audience. His expression quickly darkened, and the smile he had maintained appeared painfully forced. However, he knew this was not the moment to explode. Instead, he managed to squeeze out a semblance of a smile. Is it possible that this gentleman finds our terms unsatisfactory? Under the collective gaze of the audience, Chen Mu remained composed, shifting his attention to Pei Xing, his tone measured. The Weka Group's press conference is also in 2 months. Pei Xing felt a surge of joy within. Striving to maintain his composure, though it was evident to keen observers that he was brimming with excitement, that he rose to affirm, Indeed, our press conference is also in 2 months. That he paused for effect. Glancing at the still-fuming Wu Tuan before adding, on the same day as the Armenia Group. At this revelation, Wu Tuan's expression darkened even further. Pei Xing then turned to Chen Mu, gesturing respectfully. Might this esteemed gentleman be willing to accept our company's commission? Our remuneration is modest, at 200,000 dudi. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Mu nodded. I will accept this commission, but I have one requirement. Requirements? Everyone present perked up their ears, eager to hear what Chen Mu's stipulation might be. They could not fathom why Chen Mu would decline a 500,000 udi commission only to accept a 200,000 udi one, especially since this would openly offend the Zhou family. A rather unwise decision. Pei Xing, elated, quickly replied, Please do share your requirements. Chapter 57. Chen Mu's proposal. Suddenly, Chen Mu seized Lei Zi from his seat, declaring, I require him to be the chief planner for this project. The hall erupted in a buzz of discussions, as the situation took an unexpected turn, leaving many momentarily bewildered. Little did they anticipate that Chen Mu would drag Lei Zi into the fray. Lei Zi's eyes widened in confusion as he stared at the calm-faced Chen Mu, and as realization dawned, his nose tinged with emotion, he bowed his head, concealing his expression from the crowd. Pei Xing was taken aback. This gentleman is. His gaze involuntarily drifted towards Wang Hao, the supervisor of the Junior Illusion Card Club. To his surprise, Wang Hao was vigorously nodding in affirmation. Could it be that he was also a formidable character? Now, it was Wu Tuan's turn to scoff. Although he had only recently taken on this role, he understood the significance of a chief planner in any event. This was precisely why he had gone to great lengths to recruit the creative director Huawei from the Wirka Shadow Company at a high price. His expression softened considerably, and he watched with cold detachment, curious to see how Pei Xing would navigate this predicament. Pei Xing's face betrayed a hint of hesitation, having been in this industry for many years. He was acutely aware of the chief planner's importance, Even though he saw Wang Hao nodding at him, he dared not treat such a crucial matter lightly. However, Pei Xing was seasoned. Moments later, a plan formed in his mind. Since you have recommended this gentleman, he must possess exceptional qualities. Very well. If this gentleman can present an outstanding proposal within 3 days, then we shall have no objections. Pei Xing's implication was clear. Should the proposal from Mu Tu not meet expectations, he would rather forego Chen Mu's involvement altogether, in 3 days' time. Chen Mu was preparing to consult Lei Zi when Lei Zi suddenly lifted his head, resolutely stating, "All right, I will provide a proposal within 3 days." Hua Wei, seated behind Wu Tuan, was witnessing this series of events with keen interest, knowing it was none of his concern that as Lei Zi raised his head. Hua Wei felt an uncanny familiarity, though he could not quite place where he had seen him before. Lei Zi's current appearance was transformed. The 2 large earrings had long been discarded, and his attire was no longer flamboyant. Influenced by Chen Mu, his style had become simple and sharp, making him appear more presentable. Moreover, he now exuded confidence, a stark contrast to his previously disheveled demeanor. And a wonder Hua Wei failed to recognize Lei Zi at first glance. Lei Zi's response relieved Pei Xing. If the other party could not produce an impressive proposal, he would never allow a mere card maker to derail his meticulously laid plans. This dual-sided conference was shaping up to be the most eventful one yet. The most disheartened among them were the Armenia group, who had initially boasted too confidently and found few willing to apply. Chen Mu was recognized as the most exceptional card maker within the Junior Illusion Card Club, a fact acknowledged by nearly all members. Now that Chen Mu had declined, Armenia had no recourse. They would have to settle for the second or third best card makers. In their minds, there could only be one most formidable card maker here, and that was Chen Mu. Wu Tuan's countenance darkened considerably, yet he found no outlet for his frustration. Before the conference could conclude, Pei Xing eagerly sought out Wang Hao, bluntly asking, "What did your nod mean earlier?" Wang Hao smiled, handing Pei Xing a glass of water, saying, "What else could it mean?" He agreed. "I must say, you truly stole the limelight today, overshadowing Wu Tuan. I can't fathom how Chen Mu suddenly became interested in you all." "Chen Mu? Is he the one who stood up first? Is he impressive?" Pei Xing inquired with curiosity. A freak who can score nearly 800 points in a day. Is that not impressive?" Wang Hao shot a sideways glance at Pei Xing. 800 points. Pei Xing was astounded. This guy is that formidable? I never would have guessed. His interest piqued, he leaned closer. "Come on, tell me more." Thus, several onlookers gazing through the floor-to-ceiling windows witnessed 2 rather unseemly men huddled together, their expressions suggestive and leaving much to the imagination. After Wang Hao recounted Chen Mu's exploits, Pei Xing clicked his tongue in admiration. Truly an extraordinary talent. The youth of today are more impressive than ever. "Oh, by the way, what about that young man Chen Mu recommended?" You nodded at him. "Is he impressive too?" "Let me tell you, both of these individuals have caught the president's eye. Chen Mu will soon take up the role of technical director in the department, and Lei Zi will also be transferred to the commercial department. That guy's intellect is simply unparalleled." Wang Hao couldn't help but feel a twinge of nostalgia when he thought of these 2. Pei Xing was further astonished. The president is interested in these 2 young fellows. Indeed. He hasn't personally promoted anyone in quite some time. Wang Hao replied leisurely that if only I had known sooner, I would have agreed immediately. Pei Xing's expression was one of regret. Having previously interacted with Bai Yuan, he understood the significance of winning his approval, that if these 2 had garnered his admiration, they were undoubtedly individuals of true merit. Wang Hao observed Pei Xing's expression and chuckled softly before suddenly adopting a serious demeanor. "Old Pei," he said, "I must remind you to take good care of those 2 individuals. The Zhou family is accustomed to being overbearing. We cannot afford to provoke any trouble. I would have no way to explain it to the president, but if you find yourself short-staffed, I can step in." Pei Xing's expression turned resolute. "Rest assured, while the Zhou family is indeed formidable, our Pei family is no pushover either, but that's good to hear," Wang Hao replied, finally relaxing his expression. Chen Mu and Lei Zi exited the club. Noticing Lei Zi's persistent silence, Chen Mu could not help but inquire, "Lei Zi, do you think 3 days will be sufficient?" "Absolutely. Don't worry," Lei Zi replied with a grin, his expression exaggerated. "You startled me today. You didn't even give me a heads up before springing that on me." My heart nearly skipped a beat. Chen Mu calmly retorted, "That's absurd." "Ha, true enough. After all, Who are we? We are the formidable duo of Mu Lei. Lazy declared, arms raised dramatically to the sky. Chen Mu, however, did not even glance at him and simply stated earnestly, honestly, that was a bit harsh. After exchanging playful banter, Lazy expressed some concern that we've really offended the Zhou family this time. We need to tread carefully moving forward. Indeed, Chen Mu replied gravely that he had mentally prepared for this when he turned down Wu Tuan, harboring no naive notions. Such sordid dealings among powerful factions were hardly uncommon. It seemed prudent to stay indoors for a while. He would have to pause his training with the Tuowei Suka for the time being. He mused Chapter 58. Unexpected developments in just one night. Lazy completed the proposal. Early the next morning, after greeting Shenmu, he set off towards the low-level illusion card club. When Shenmu asked if he needed company, Lazy simply rolled his eyes. Alone at home, Shenmu commenced his daily training regimen, meticulously executing exercises ranging from physical conditioning to sensory training. While he observed no signs of improvement in his perception, his physical exercises were yielding remarkable results. His muscles remained lean, yet the sinews within him harbored immense strength, and his exceptional flexibility rendered his movements agile. His heightened senses sharpened his awareness. The flow of air and even the faintest sounds could not evade his detection. However, he felt that the most significant enhancement lay in his ability to endure pain. The suffering during sensory training showed no signs of abating, that it could be said that he lived daily in a state of relentless hardship. Witnessing his gradual strengthening, he resolved to persevere through the agony. His childhood experiences had instilled in him an understanding of the harshness of survival and the importance of power in comparison to these trials. What was a little pain? Young master. The steward stood respectfully before Zhuting, having served the Zhou family for 30 years. Although Zhuting treated him with utmost courtesy, the steward never forgot his duties, always maintaining proper decorum. Zhuting lifted his gaze from the book, revealing a look of inquiry upon seeing the steward, that we have made some progress on the matter you requested a thorough investigation into. The steward conveyed carefully ditto. Zhuting set his book aside, his interest piqued to go on. After a brief glance at Zhuting, the steward continued cautiously, we have been unable to ascertain their identities. Primarily because they have not frequented those establishments in quite some time. According to the shopkeepers, the individual selling the card shadows was exceedingly cautious, altering their appearance each time, making it difficult for them to recall what he looked like. How can that be? Zhuting furrowed his brow. They should still be selling their card shadows, that we have confirmed that they are indeed still for sale, but they have long since switched to selling via consignment. The steward explained. Consignment? Zhuting murmured. What could compel someone to be so cautious? It is peculiar for such a skilled individual to engage in the creation of card shadows. Are they in need of money? With such talent, how could they lack funds? Moreover, how much could one earn from selling card shadows? We have gathered all the card shadows they have sold, and we noticed a stark difference starting from Volume 3 of Master's Legend. All card shadows from this series contain only content from Volume 3 onward. The steward reported methodically that we have assessed the commercial value of the Master's Legend card shadows and believe it to be a worthwhile investment. Young Master, are you considering investing in it? Investment? Zhuting shook his head. No, continue your investigation. Try to uncover who produced this set of card shadows, along with as much information as possible. Detailed information is preferable. Understood. Although the steward felt somewhat puzzled, he faithfully adhered to Zhuting's orders. After the steward departed, Zhuting remained lost in thought. 2 students from the Star Academy found themselves in the wilderness. Approximately 700 kilometers from Dongshangwei City. The surrounding wildlife was growing increasingly perilous, necessitating heightened caution. The dense jungle was overrun with vines, and the air was thick with humidity. The two maintained a vigilant demeanor. In such an environment, neglecting one's focus could lead to swift demise. Both students excelled in their jungle stealth courses, boasting ample confidence. However, they were seasoned experts, and their coordination and cover were commendable. Suddenly, they exchanged a knowing glance. The wariness in their eyes intensifying. Their footsteps grew lighter, and their instruments remained activated, ready to unleash an attack at a moment's notice. Minutes later, 2 piercing screams pierced the air, startling countless birds from the trees. Chunmu bent over, engrossed in reading Lei Zi's proposal. It took him half an hour to thoroughly digest the entire document. This proposal had already passed Pei Xing's review, meaning that from this moment onward, Lazy was officially the chief planner for this event. IT poses a challenge. Chenmu mused after a moment of contemplation. What do you think? Are you confident? Lazy asked nervously, his proposal placing high demands on the card makers. His faith in Chenmu prompted him to present such an ambitious plan that if Chenmu deemed it unfeasible, the proposal would be rendered futile. IT should be manageable. Chenmu replied after contemplating. He understood how crucial this opportunity was for Lazy. Should his plan succeed, it would greatly benefit Lazy's future endeavors. The Weka Group was no ordinary company. The Pei family name held substantial weight in Dongshangwei City, comparable to that of the Zhou family. If Lazy succeeded in this significant event, he would undoubtedly become the most sought-after planner in the entire city. Chenmu had always believed in Lazy's talent. He simply lacked an opportunity. With this chance now at hand, how could he not extend his utmost support? Having collaborated on 2 card shadows previously, they were now intimately familiar with each other's working styles. They dove into discussions about the finer details, with Chenmu posing questions and Lazy providing explanations and adjustments to the proposal. Wang Zhe glared grimly at the 2 corpses before him. They had been discovered in the wilderness. All the students from the Star Academy wore expressions of deep sorrow. Just days prior, they had been classmates, now tragically deceased in the wild. The expressions etched on the faces of the 2 victims conveyed terror, as if they had witnessed something extraordinarily horrifying before their untimely demise. That a somber atmosphere enveloped the room. When the 2 individuals had not returned after 3 days, an ominous feeling took hold, prompting a full-scale search to to their dismay. They ultimately found the 2 bodies. Upon examination, Wang Zhe and the others discovered only a few minor puncture wounds, with no other visible injuries. That it appeared they had succumbed to poisoning, though they could not ascertain the precise cause. What should we do? One of the students beside Wang Zhe murmured. Though each was exceptionally skilled, they were still students and faced with matters of life and death. They inevitably felt lost. Wang Zhe gritted his teeth. Immediately transport them back to the academy and seek assistance, but tell others they have returned to school, though we must keep this matter confidential. If it leaks, we will be in serious trouble. The group exchanged glances, nodding in understanding. They finally comprehended that the mission they were undertaking was no mere excursion. Chapter 59, Arrowfish Challenge. The Weka press conference was scheduled for 2 months later, allowing Chenmu and Lazy ample time to execute the entire plan. Not only did Pei Xing offer his full support, but the low-level Illusion Card Club also provided considerable assistance. This accelerated Chenmu's progress. Within just 2 weeks, he had completed all the illusion cards required by Lazy. Lazy observed the effects of the illusion cards Chenmu had crafted. He could not help but express his admiration. While Chenmu's work was complete, for Lazy, the endeavor was far from over. As the chief planner, he needed to communicate and coordinate with other event personnel. Consequently, he found himself working tirelessly from dawn till dusk, often overwhelmed by the demands of the task. Initially, Chenmu harbored concerns about Lazy's safety, but he soon discovered that someone was discreetly safeguarding Lazy, which alleviated his worries. This revelation came about rather accidentally. He had caught a fleeting glimpse of the card maker protecting Lazy. His current sensory acuity was far beyond what he could have previously imagined. Likewise, he discerned the presence of someone covertly watching over him. Although he was uncertain of that person's strength, they appeared quite professional. Feeling somewhat uneasy, Chenmu had no desire to train under the scrutiny of others. So he chose to remain at home. However, this led to a period of idleness. Regardless of the training, it was always true that more was not necessarily better. For instance, with regard to perceptual training, Chenmu discovered that the optimal effect is achieved after approximately 3 hours. Exceeding this duration results in a significant diminishment of efficacy. The same applies to physical exercise. Should the duration extend excessively, the muscles of the entire body suffer from overexertion. Moreover, during this period, he found himself devoid of other commissions, as Lazy had yet to provide him with the script for the next episode of Shi Chuan Shua. Suddenly, Chenmu realized he had time on his hands. What to do with the remaining hours? In a moment of boredom, he recalled the simple water world. Since there exists a game of untangling, might there not be other games as well? This thought flickered through Chenmu's mind, igniting his interest. Aside from the daily perceptual training conducted within the water world, he had not explored it for quite some time. Upon entering the simple water world, a familiar water pressure enveloped him abruptly, and he had long since acclimated to it. twisting and swaying his body in an unusual manner, propelling himself forward like a swimming fish. The soft sandy layer posed no hindrance to him. He navigated through it effortlessly, gliding as if treading on solid ground. This was a skill he had acquired from the untangling game, and he found it particularly well suited for maneuvering in water. Thus far, this was the sole application he had discovered for this technique. Yet, contemplating the untangling card, he deemed his exertions worthwhile. One must not be overly greedy, he admonished himself inwardly. Water plants corresponded to the untangling game, while giant clams represented the method of perceptual training. What else lay within the simple water world? His gaze ultimately settled upon a school of dartfish, the triangular dartfish school. Each time he recalled this term, he felt a twinge of shame. The appearance of these red, triangular dartfish was hardly commendable. However, their agile forms and enigmatic swimming patterns imbued them with a semblance of life. This further deepened Chen Mu's admiration for the creator of this card. The school consisted of several hundred dartfish, creating a spectacular sight as they swam. This was Chen Mu's objective for the moment. He firmly believed that the simple water world could not possibly harbor anything devoid of purpose. Furthermore, this group of dartfish was undeniably captivating. Chen Mu attempted to approach the dartfish, and as he drew closer, they seemed to sense his presence. The once lively school of fish abruptly stilled, aligning themselves in a neat formation. Their bright red, triangular heads all directed towards Chen Mu. Under the scrutiny of countless dartfish eyes, a chill of apprehension washed over him. Suddenly, one dartfish broke from the formation, charging at Chen Mu. He instinctively recoiled, twisting his body to evade the dartfish's assault. Before he could even feel relief, another dartfish surged towards him to AT that moment. Chen Mu regretted one thing. Why had he crafted the heads of these dartfish into sharp triangles? How much better it would have been had they been round. A round bubble fish would inflict no pain upon collision. However, these dartfish evidently had no intention of allowing him the luxury of pondering such regrets. Barely having avoided one, yet another dartfish barreled toward him. That a horde of dartfish loomed ominously, and those charging at him were filled with ferocity. Despite Chen Mu's audacity, he felt a tremor of fear within. In a flurry of movement, although he had mastered the technique of exerting force underwater, he felt as clumsy as a duck unaccustomed to water in comparison to these aquatic creatures, after enduring for merely 7 or 8 seconds. He could no longer hold on. That a sharp pain shot through his left arm, and before he could utter a cry, he felt several stings all over his body, even though he had previously withstood pain without anesthesia. His expression changed dramatically this time. Pain. Exquisite pain that penetrated to the marrow. Just moments ago, he had prided himself on his enhanced pain tolerance, only to realize now what true agony felt like. It was as if several fine threads had suddenly pierced through his skin, burrowing into his very bones. Chen Mu's face contorted in anguish, yet he understood that if he did not respond quickly, he might very well be pierced to death. Nay, rather, die from the pain. With a forceful stomp of his right foot into the sand, he leaned back sharply, his body resembling a wave as he executed a series of rapid twists, propelling himself forward with great speed. Dartfish count 7. Challenge failed. The familiar aged voice seemed to narrate Chen Mu's actions at that moment. With all his strength, he could not even be entangled by the water plants, let alone these diminutive dartfish. That he shot out from the encirclement of the dartfish like an arrow released from its bow. He retreated approximately 10 meters before coming to a halt. The dartfish did not pursue him, and he exhaled a sigh of relief. Heart still racing, he glanced back at the dartfish, which had resumed their usual free-swimming state, seemingly indifferent to the now terrified Chen Mu. The pain was overwhelming. Chen Mu still felt a lingering ache throughout his body as he regarded the triangular dartfish. A look of residual fear etched on his face. There was indeed something amiss. He had heard clearly that the aged voice had declared challenge failed. Yet such a game, could it possibly lead to fatalities? He could not fathom why the stings from these dartfish had been so excruciating that if he were to discover any perilous entities within this mysterious card, he would not be surprised in the least. From the very beginning, he had never entertained the notion that this would be a card devoid of any danger. Nevertheless, he resolved to set this question aside momentarily, focusing instead on another. What purpose did these dartfish serve? Challenge failed, dartfish count 7. What significance lay within these 8 words? Unlike the previous game, This time the old man had employed the term challenge. The distinction between a game and a challenge was undoubtedly significant. Yet what precisely was the difference? This warranted careful consideration. Additionally, dartfish count. 7 likely indicated a level of intensity, perhaps denoting the difficulty of the challenge, that he meticulously recalled every detail from the preceding moments. When he had approached, the dartfish had suddenly halted, suggesting they possessed a certain range of perception. Only by entering their perceptual field would the so-called challenge be triggered. Furthermore, the dartfish did not swarm him all at once. Initially, only one dartfish had charged at him. After he evaded that, a second dartfish had come forth, and again he had dodged, followed by the third dartfish, until he could no longer withstand the onslaught of their sharp heads. All these factors coalesced in Chun Mu's mind, culminating in a rough conceptualization. This was a challenge of evasion, specifically, a game of dodging dartfish attacks. Initially, there would only be one dartfish, if one successfully dodged. A second would charge, continuing until one could no longer persevere and voluntarily exited the dartfish's perceptual range. That if this were indeed the case, then theoretically, there were 2 pathways to complete the challenge. One could either endure and evade all the dartfish attacks or grit one's teeth and withstand the barrage of pain. Of course, the latter approach was likely theoretical. Chun Mu did not believe anyone could truly endure such suffering. His character was resolute, and perceptual training had significantly enhanced this trait. Yet even so, he could not bear such torment. The most critical point, however, was that Chun Mu believed it was far too perilous. His deductions regarding danger were not mere whims. They were rooted in reality. Upon exiting the simple water world, he discovered several fine red dots scattered across his body, each one aching when pressed. What exactly was the creator of this mysterious card attempting to achieve? Each time he pondered this question, he found himself at a loss as he gradually unearthed the contents of this card. The enigma remained frustratingly elusive. A T-Star Academy, a white-haired elder, a middle-aged man, and a young woman stood side by side. Before them lay 2 corpses, unmistakably the bodies returned by Wang Zhe. Can you discern how they met their end? The white-haired elder inquired. The response came from the young woman, her expression grave. They are victims of the venomous stings from at least a 6th-tier black thorn vine. Their assailant was highly skilled. Her long hair flowed elegantly, and she donned a green attire, standing effortlessly as if she were a delicate lotus just beginning to bloom. The middle-aged man's countenance shifted dramatically. How did those black insects from Baiyuan get wind of this? As news leaked, his square face bore an air of authority. Yet at that moment, he was visibly shocked. The white-haired elder shook his head. We are still unaware of the specific circumstances. He cast a glance at the 2 corpses and sighed. I fear many are beginning to harbor suspicions. The situation was becoming increasingly intricate. After a moment's reflection, he turned to the young woman. Wang Zhe and his companions are rather outmatched. You shall go this time. Make the decisions if any issues arise. He then addressed the middle-aged man. Select a group to accompany her. That it seems unrealistic to seek advantage from the shadows now. Conflicts in plain sight will only intensify. The young woman remained silent. The middle-aged man asked, should we choose students or teachers? Students, primarily from the inner academy, but select a few from the outer academy as well. Those who are bold, astute, and worldly, the young woman responded suddenly. So be it, the white-haired elder declared decisively. Yes, I will attend to it immediately, the middle-aged man replied promptly, bowing respectfully. Exercise caution. You will undoubtedly encounter experts from other academies. Do not be overly concerned with gains or losses. Consider it a trial, the white-haired elder said with a smile directed towards the young woman. Rest assured, Headmaster, it was an utterly ordinary day, yet the undercurrents of turmoil within the Tianyu Federation were beginning to stir. Zhuotingyi arrived at Meida's location. Having just received word of Meida's illness, he hurried over. Meida lay in bed, clearly in poor condition. His eyes were sunken, and his face bore the pallor of exhaustion, rendering him increasingly aged. Zhuotingyi felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort. Teacher Meida had imparted knowledge of card crafting to him since childhood, and their relationship had long transcended the ordinary teacher-student dynamic. He summoned the doctor and whispered, "How is the situation?" The doctor shook his head. "Not very good." "What exactly is happening?" Zhuotingyi's complexion darkened. Teacher Meida had always maintained good health and was quite robust. So how could he suddenly fall gravely ill? The doctor replied cautiously, "Master Meida has likely been overthinking lately. and it seems there are unresolved issues weighing on his heart, leading to anxiety that has caused a physical imbalance. His dedication to his craft prevented him from noticing the changes in his health, resulting in a rapid deterioration. Given his age, Zwitinyi did not absorb the latter part of the statement. As his gaze fell upon the table, there lay a charred card, reduced to half, alongside several images of encounter. Suddenly, a surge of wrath ignited within Zwitinyi, and he turned sharply, exiting Teacher Meida's room. He made his way directly to the steward and declared, "I don't care what methods you employ. You must find that wretched card maker. That understood." Observing the master's ashen visage, the steward promptly replied, "Yes." The Zwa family's various channels began to mobilize swiftly, yet the reports received left the steward in despair. They were still unable to uncover any leads. The opponent was evidently astute, leaving behind no valuable clues. Eventually, someone proposed a plan to simply stake out the consignment market. This scheme required substantial manpower, but for the Zwa family, such matters posed no difficulty. The steward was acutely aware that while the young master was typically gentle and agreeable, his wrath was something to be feared. Zwitinyi stood second only to his father, Zwa Tianlin, in the family hierarchy, and he was the sole heir of the Zwa lineage that in this regard, no one could rival him. Each day, a throng of disguised individuals dispersed throughout the consignment market. According to previous schedules, it was precisely the time for the release of the latest episode of Legend of the Master. However, it seemed the adversary was aware of their extensive preparations, never making an appearance. This group, weary from waiting, felt their patience wearing thin, their tempers flaring, and blisters forming at the corners of their mouths. Little did they know, Lazy was preoccupied with events concerning Vico, overwhelmed and with no time to draft a script. Meanwhile, Chenmu was engrossed in his own pursuits. Chapter 61. Skyward and Earthbound with no distractions to divert his attention. Chenmu focused entirely on the Arrowfish Challenge. However, the Arrowfish Challenge posed considerably more danger than previous encounters. This was evident from the lingering 7 or 8 red marks left from his last experience, which had yet to fade. Each press was accompanied by a faint pain. Chenmu dared not recklessly venture into it. Nevertheless, despite the risks, he had no intention of retreating to know he could strive gradually that if danger lurked, he could opt for relatively safer methods. Inaction was the worst choice. This enigmatic card left him puzzled, from the initial body conditioning exercises to the subsequent low-level illusion card crafting, followed by perception training. Then the disentangling game, the crafting and usage techniques of the tail-whisking card, and now the Arrowfish Challenge. The body conditioning exercises enhanced physical fitness. The methods for low-level illusion card crafting, perception training, and tail-whisking card crafting could all be classified as knowledge pertaining to card makers. The techniques for utilizing the tail-whisking card fell under the domain of card repairers. The disentangling game presumably trained explosive power and underwater force application techniques. What purpose did this serve? And what category did the Arrowfish Challenge belong to? It was truly perplexing. Moreover, Chenmu speculated that the condition for triggering his advancement to the next round was that his perception needed to extend to a 5-meter range, yet his current record stood at 4.9 meters, just a hair's breadth short. With no movement in his perception, Chenmu felt helpless that in fact, he held another hypothesis. Could the disentangling game, the tail-whisking card, and the Arrowfish Challenge be interconnected with perception training? This thought stemmed from his experience in the disentangling game, where he had noticed significant training of his perception, which had not changed for a long while, but had shown some increase. The subsequent tail-whisking card had yielded similar results, prompting Chenmu to entertain this notion. Of course, this was merely a conjecture, one he could not yet verify. But how could he enhance his dodging ability? This left Chenmu at a loss. Suddenly, a noise outside seemed to rouse him from his deep contemplation. The sensitivity of the 6 senses had its drawbacks. Even the slightest disturbance could easily unsettle him. Approaching the window, he cautiously opened it a crack to peer outside, just a short distance from his home. He heard a muffled groan as a man appeared to be struck by an unseen force, crashing against the wall with a resounding thud. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and he wore an expression of agony that he struggled on the ground when suddenly a shimmering screen materialized before him, displaying numerous digits. His communication card had been activated. He must be attempting to call for help. With a sharp crack, a blue beam struck the device on the man's wrist, shattering it instantly. 2 masked figures emerged from around the corner. one of whom was surrounded by swirling blue lights, resembling snakes coiling around his body. Chun Mu's heart sank, his complexion turning pale. The fallen man was someone he recognized. His protector, a card repairer. And these individuals, without time for further thought, Chun Mu made a split-second decision and dashed towards the back of the house with utmost speed. Leaving everything behind, his heart raced, pounding in rhythm with the footsteps of the pursuing figures. His throat felt dry, yet he remained extraordinarily calm, fully aware that any lapse in caution could cost him his life. There was a window at the back, and he needed to escape through there. At that moment, Chun Mu was completely oblivious to the astonishing speed he exhibited in his sprint. Reaching the window, he quickly peeked out. No one, without a second thought for the second floor. He leaped down. As he landed, he rolled to dissipate the force of the impact. This area was filled with residential homes, which he knew well. As soon as he got up, he bolted along the wall. His protector was a card repairer. Although he did not know the level of his guardian, one thing was certain. He was undoubtedly stronger than Chun Mu. If even that card repairer fell to these two, what chance did he have? Perhaps sensing the threat to his life, he ran with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, he had turned several corners, which relieved him somewhat. Tracking someone in a densely populated residential area was no easy feat, however. When he glanced back, terror gripped him. The two card repairers were soaring in the air, scanning for Chun Mu's figure. Damn, card repairers could fly. How could he have forgotten that? Chun Mu pressed himself against the wall, curling up. This position cleverly concealed him. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. If he used the tail-whisking card, could he shoot those two down? But this thought was quickly dismissed. There were two of them, and even if he managed to take one down, he would undoubtedly expose his position. Once revealed, the outcome was all too predictable. They were professional card repairers, far beyond his novice capabilities. They had 100 ways to kill him. In the sky, the two card repairers advanced cautiously, meticulously searching, their demeanor suggesting they were seasoned veterans. Chun Mu's heart continued to race. He had never faced such peril before. In retrospect, his childhood scuffles with thugs seemed like mere child's play. These two must be from the Zhou family. Indeed, the Zhou family was not to be trifled with. Chun Mu anxiously observed as they drew nearer, striving to minimize his presence, reducing the likelihood of detection. However, remaining stationary was not a viable option. Once they flew directly overhead, he would be utterly exposed. No, he could not simply wait for his fate. Chun Mu's gaze swept the surroundings, his mind racing, his heartbeat quickening, yet not leading him to panic. He remained composed. Suddenly, his eyes fell upon something not far ahead, and a wave of elation surged within him. About 10 meters away, there was an entrance to a sewer. Chun Mu mentally chastised himself for not having thought of it earlier. If they could fly, then he would burrow underground. He believed that once he entered the sewer, they would surely be unable to catch him. Crouching low, Chun Mu darted along the wall, moving like a ferret until he reached the sewer entrance. The heavy cover was easily lifted by him, revealing a pitch-black interior accompanied by a foul odor. Yet, Chun Mu did not flinch, maintaining a composed demeanor as he leapt down, promptly replacing the cover over the entrance. Through the grate, he peered towards the sky. Mere seconds later, the two card repairers appeared in his line of sight, hovering about 50 meters above ground, their figures distinctly visible in the darkness. Chun Mu's expression shifted dramatically, his internal struggle palpable. Yet soon, his gaze hardened with determination that he swiftly activated the device on his wrist, having resolved to launch his counterattack. Chapter 62. The charm of the launching needle in the depths of a dark sewer. A faint luminescence swiftly spread from the measuring instrument to Chun Mu's entire right hand. The radiance flowed and began to converge at the tip of his right index finger, reminiscent of a shark detecting the scent of blood. A translucent, hollow, elongated needle materialized at the tip of his finger, emanating a gentle glow that was dazzling and beautiful against the backdrop of darkness. It spun at a remarkable speed, accelerating and emitting a subtle humming vibration. This was Chun Mu's inaugural use of it in combat. Surprisingly, he felt no trace of nervousness. His gaze was firmly locked onto his opponent, and his right hand rested at the gap of the manhole cover. He understood that he had but one chance, leaving him no time to assess the outcome of his actions. Perhaps spurred by the adrenaline, his state was undeniably the finest it had ever been. The control he wielded over the needle was unparalleled. In an instant, his rapid breathing steadied, The intricate details regarding the control of the needle within the mysterious card were vividly clear in his mind. He continuously made subtle adjustments with his perception, and the spinning speed of the needle escalated. The two card users above remained oblivious to the fact that they had transformed from hunters into prey. Now was the moment. Chenmu's pupils constricted slightly as he pointed his index finger skyward. Whoosh! The needle shot forth from the grid of the manhole cover, and without a moment to glance back, Chenmu turned and sprinted away with all his might. 50 meters was a mere trifle for the needle. Almost as soon as Chenmu launched it, the two card users detected its presence. Their expressions shifted dramatically, their reaction speed far surpassing Chenmu's. The first to react was the card user, who was not the target. 3 beams of blue light surged forth, as he possessed ample confidence in the blue extreme serpent line. A combat card of formidable power, capable of piercing through 50 centimeters of steel plate. Crucially, he had devoted 8 years honing this card. The hollow needle emitted a spine-chilling shriek as it sliced through the air, its rapid rotation causing it to tremble imperceptibly. Yet the most astonishing phenomenon was not the shriek it produced in flight, but rather the fact that it visibly shortened, accompanied by a sudden surge in speed. Accelerating rapidly, the 3 serpent lines missed their mark, colliding in a brilliant explosion of blue fireworks. The card user glanced down to find a gaping wound the size of a thumb in his chest. Though masked, his eyes revealed a peculiar expression, a mix of astonishment and disbelief. With a thud, he plummeted from the sky. It was only when he neared the ground that the other card user snapped out of his shock, diving swiftly to catch his companion. Yet, by the time he grasped his comrade, the life had already fled from him. That a finger-width wound marred his heart, and a torrent of blood gushed forth. Yugo. Yugo! Open your eyes, I beg you, Yugo. You promised me that my blue extreme serpent line wasn't proficient enough, and that you would guide me for a while longer. The giant's voice was laced with panic and fear as he frantically called for Yugo, who offered no response. Until his throat grew hoarse, the giant could no longer restrain himself, collapsing to the ground, clutching Yuji's lifeless body, tears streaming down his face. Chenmu stumbled forward, his strides uneven as he raced through the nauseating stench that permeated the area, encountering startled rats and the occasional snake. Memories of his childhood, when he often hid in sewers, surged vividly in his mind. Navigating through the labyrinth of tunnels proved challenging, with branching paths that could easily lead one astray. Fortunately, Chenmu had ample experience and continued in a singular direction. The scale of Pollenton Town paled in comparison to that of East Commerce's main city, and its drainage system was correspondingly inferior. In some areas, Chenmu was forced to crawl, plunging forward into the filthy water without hesitation, though he was uncertain whether his launched needle had struck its target. Such thoughts had been cast aside as he focused on putting distance between himself and the danger, keen to emerge from the sewer. However, he was certain that for the time being, he was safe. As he felt a modicum of safety, concern for Lei Zi began to gnaw at him. He could only hope that the Pei family would promptly discover their deaths. If so, they would heighten their vigilance, and Lei Zi would be correspondingly safer. Yet, he lacked the capacity to worry for Lei Zi now, as numerous challenges loomed before him, such as where to emerge from the sewer and how to establish contact with Lei Zi and the others. Having run for roughly half an hour, he estimated he had traversed the entire expanse of Pollenton Town and more. That moment, he spotted a glimmer ahead, likely an exit. Chenmu resolved to investigate. Indeed, it was an exit, but it appeared he had reached the terminus of Pollenton's drainage system. The tunnel he occupied led directly to the surface, indicating he had arrived at the sewage outlet. Emerging from the outlet, the glaring sunlight compelled him to squint, and he found himself in the wilderness, utterly astonished to have reached such a place. Chenmu was conflicted about whether to consider himself fortunate or unfortunate. On one hand, he had seemingly evaded the pursuit of the 2 card users. On the other, he was now in the wild, a realm fraught with peril. Only those with combat prowess dared venture beyond the city. And even major trading caravans employed numerous card users for protection. That a bitter smile crept upon Chenmu's lips. Another pressing concern loomed. How could he contact Lei Zi in this desolate expanse? Pollenton was not the main city where card users were more abundant. Here, the scarcity of card users was palpable. The likelihood of encountering one in this area was exceedingly slim. This marked Chenmu's first foray into the wilderness. And as he surveyed his surroundings, he felt a twinge of awe. The air was remarkably fresh, especially for someone just emerging from the sewers. Moving about freely under the sunlight, he finally felt a touch of warmth. Beneath his feet lay soft grass, and approximately 300 meters ahead, a dense thicket beckoned. Towering trees, many of which would require several people to embrace, were absent from the city. It was said that the jungle was rife with danger, yet laden with countless treasures. To his knowledge, most of the precious materials required for card creation had to be sourced from the jungle. Intrigued, he felt an irresistible pull to venture towards it. Chapter 63. The Devil as he drew nearer to the jungle. The air grew increasingly humid. However, unlike the foul dampness of the sewer, this moisture was imbued with a refreshing aroma that invigorated Chun Mu's spirit. Just as he was becoming enraptured by the novel sensations the jungle offered, a dark figure suddenly sprang forth from the underbrush, hurtling directly towards him. It was too fast. Chun Mu had no time to react before the shadowy entity ensnared his ankle. Almost instantaneously, a tremendous force yanked at his ankle, destabilizing him, and he tumbled to the ground, a snake. Chun Mu's heart raced, but the suddenness of the event left him little time to resist as he lost his balance. The pressure on his ankle tightened, and he found himself being dragged into the jungle. The grass scraped painfully against his back as he watched the dense thicket approach, and instinctively, he curled his body into a ball. The sharp thorns that adorned the bushes were chilling. Yet the rapid series of events unfolded too quickly for him to feel fear, that he instinctively opted for protective measures rather than deploying the needle card for counterattack, showcasing how far he still had to go to be considered a competent card user. Branches lashed against his outstretched arms, leaving a myriad of intersecting cuts, each sting causing him to gasp in pain. Although he had no knowledge of the creature that ensnared him, the sensation beneath him suggested it was akin to a serpent or perhaps a monster's tentacle. Chun Mu's scant knowledge of jungle fauna left him bereft of any useful information. The only creature that came to mind was a snake, the extent of his understanding. What immense strength, despite his ignorance of the creature's nature. Chun Mu couldn't help but marvel. However, this revelation was hardly advantageous, as he could very well be devoured. He felt like a sandbag, mercilessly pulled into the jungle. The refreshing humidity vanished, supplanted by the pungent odor of decaying branches and leaves. The branches struck him mercilessly, rendering his eyes unable to open. Perhaps due to the overwhelming events of the day, Chun Mu remained surprisingly composed. His mind clear amidst the chaos, he relaxed his body, curling tightly to minimize the area exposed to injury. Even so, he endured considerable suffering, as the dense thorns of the bushes inflicted numerous wounds upon him, that if it were lazy, he would likely be in dire straits. As that fellow was most terrified of disfigurement, that an amusing thought crossed Chun Mu's mind, eliciting a smirk. Suddenly, he sensed a loosening around his ankle, and a realization struck him. His opportunity had arrived, without hesitation. He summoned strength from his core and sprang up from the ground. The entity gripping his ankle sensed the shift and tightened its hold, attempting to pull him back. This sensation was all too familiar. Chun Mu silently expressed gratitude to the enigmatic creator of the mysterious card. The untangling game had just saved his life. The figure bent and twisted. A powerful burst of energy suddenly erupted. Simultaneously, his ensnared ankle swayed and twisted, as Chun Mu's entire body unleashed its force upon the left ankle. With the motion of the ankle, all the strength exploded between his ankle and the object entangled around his foot. A sharp crack resounded, and Chun Mu felt a sudden lightness in his ankle. A surge of joy as the object was flung away, that a fleeting glance revealed the true nature of the object. It was a black vine, as thick as a thumb. Could it be that even the vines in the jungle were so perilous? Chun Mu's heart raced, and he felt an overwhelming sense of danger enveloping the surrounding jungle. Wishing to escape this treacherous place immediately, suddenly, a soft sigh emanated from the depths of the jungle, seemingly from a woman. Chun Mu was taken aback. Was someone there? Yet, he did not slow his pace. He was determined to flee this perilous jungle first and foremost. Abruptly, a rustling noise came from behind him. Chun Mu turned around to see the black vine slithering out of the dense thicket like a venomous snake, targeting him directly. The speed was astonishing. This relentless black vine. Chun Mu's heart raced with terror. What kind of monster was this? In this day and age, even plants had become so fierce. He dared not hold back any longer. Summoning all his strength, heedless of the thorny bushes, he dashed to the left and right, hoping to elude the horrifying black vine. Yet, the vine seemed intent on pursuing him, following closely like a shadow. Its agility astounding, moving faster than lightning. Chenmu's left ankle tightened once more. Damn it. He stepped on the black vine with his right foot, and mimicking his previous action, he struck again with a sharp crack. The vine that had ensnared his left ankle exploding apart. However, before Chenmu could take another step, the black vine he had stepped on suddenly darted forward, sliding away with uncanny smoothness that in an instant. The tip of the vine shot up like a snake's head, ensnaring Chenmu's waist. This time, the speed of the black vine was even greater, so swift that Chenmu barely had time to blink. It was a speed several times faster than before. In a state of panic, just as he attempted to react, an unprecedented force yanked him upward. Once again, he was amidst the thickets, crashing through branches, feeling the sting of the foliage. But this time, he had no chance to protect himself, and the experience was far worse than before. His clothing was shredded, strips hanging in tatters, mingling with streaks of blood. The sensation of being suspended in midair was utterly dreadful. Looking down at the ground, swaying at least 10 meters below him, Chenmu felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. He was being hoisted by this black vine, which was far more robust than any aquatic plants he had encountered. The vine was constricting his waist to the point of near agony that a figure clad entirely in black approached beneath him. It was a woman. Her form-fitting attire accentuated her figure, revealing an otherworldly allure. Even for someone like Chenmu, who had little understanding of women, it was clear that her physique was devilishly captivating. Recalling the voice he had heard earlier, he surmised it must have belonged to her. However, upon seeing her face, he could not help but feel a sense of dread. Indeed, she was a demon. Her face was covered in a thick shell of scabs, pockmarked and ghastly, with patches of necrotic flesh visible, her features barely discernible. Even her neck was marred by this grotesque shell, some areas festering with pus, presenting a horrifying visage. Chenmu swallowed hard, pondering what this woman intended to do. Chapter 64. The eerie demoness. The demoness gazed up at Chenmu, and he felt a sudden loosening around his waist, causing him to plummet downward. Before he could utter a cry, the restraint tightened again, halting him mid-air, almost within reach of the demoness. What an opportunity! Chenmu's eyes brightened. If he could seize her, he would gain the upper hand. Yet, it was evident that the demoness was quicker and her methods more unpredictable. Suddenly, Chenmu felt his hands and feet tighten, and the bindings began to converge, bending his body into an arc, face down. The enigmatic black vine had somehow ensnared his limbs without him even realizing it. The portion of the vine around his waist loosened, sliding away slowly. The sensation of the vine gliding against his skin sent chills down his spine. What bewildered him most was that he had not seen the demoness make any gestures to command the vine. This unconventional phenomenon sent shivers down his spine. He had never felt such dread even in the presence of a high-level caster. Yet, now he faced something utterly incomprehensible. Ultimately, Chenmu considered himself merely an ordinary person. Or so he believed. His hands and feet were bound behind him, suspended like a pig awaiting slaughter. If only his perception were strong enough. With enhanced perception, he could activate the device without using his hands, perhaps sparking a glimmer of hope. However, that was still a distant prospect for him, meaning he had lost all means of retaliation. What a stroke of bad luck! Just when he thought he had escaped, he had fallen right into the jaws of the tiger. The demoness loomed close to Chenmu's face, yet she seemed disinterested in his features, instead tearing away the fabric of his shirt. What does she intend to do? Chenmu's face paled. He was courageous, but this was clearly beyond his comprehension. Gazing at the demoness' terrifying visage, he felt a churn in his stomach. The demoness extended her finger, clad in thin black gloves, lightly pressing against Chenmu's chest. She then proceeded to examine his arms, calves, and abdominal muscles with meticulous care. "Who are you? Why have you captured me? What do you want?" Chenmu demanded in a low voice. The demoness paid him no heed, appearing oblivious to his words. Suddenly, she ceased her movements, tilting her ear as if listening intently. Observing her, Chenmu too strained to listen. His hearing had become significantly sharper. However, apart from the rustling of the wind and the occasional sound of leaves, he detected no other noise. Was this merely a ruse? Chenmu cast a puzzled glance at the demoness. His hearing had reached a terrifying level. Could it be that she possessed even sharper hearing? Suddenly, Chenmu felt himself falling freely downward. He did not scream. Instead, he maintained a calm demeanor, though he was uncertain of her intentions. He believed that if she wished to kill him, she would have done so long ago and would not have allowed him to reach this point, before he could reach the ground. A portion of the black vine swept toward him, encircling him like a cocoon, sealing his mouth and rendering him voiceless. The demoness gently lifted Chenmu and began sprinting deeper into the jungle. With wide eyes, Chenmu was filled with astonishment. The demoness moved with incredible speed, her agility remarkable. Her explosive leg power and balance were extraordinary, allowing her to leap between tree trunks effortlessly. Chenmu felt as if he were weightless in her grasp. While branches occasionally lashed at his face, the demoness suddenly halted, listening intently once more. This time, Chenmu could faintly hear voices nearby, but alas, his mouth was bound tightly. The demoness produced a small, light green card, approximately the size of a matchbox, adorned with a delicate pattern of green lines. Chenmu's curiosity piqued. What was this? A card? Could she be a caster as well? A quick glance at her wrist revealed no device. No, Chenmu was struck with a realization. He sensed a wave of energy emanating from her. Though he lacked the strength to fully comprehend it, the proximity between them was too close, despite the stark disparity in their abilities. Chenmu was certain that the wave he had just felt was indeed a form of energy. Suddenly, the light green card in her hand vanished without a trace. Chenmu did not so much as blink during the entire process. Could it be that supernatural events truly existed? A chill crept into Chenmu's heart. The demoness placed Chenmu on the ground and freed one of her hands, lying on the ground. Chenmu scrutinized every move she made, terrified of missing a single detail. The demoness pulled a slender, pale green thread from her right hand as middle finger, so fine it resembled a hair. It would be nearly invisible even at close range. Chenmu then noticed that the demoness' right middle finger had developed a thick band of pale green threads. After surveying the surroundings, the demoness carefully tied one end of the thread to the base of a tree. Once secured, she turned and flicked her middle finger in Chenmu's direction. Whoosh! Chenmu felt a flash of green before his eyes. When he regained his senses, he was astonished to find a taut green thread stretched before him, mere centimeters from the tip of his nose. The thread was perfectly straight, and upon closer inspection, a faint luminescence shimmered along its length that in the jungle, such a setup would be impossible to detect. The demoness seemed intent on continuing her preparations, meticulously arranging threads in several other locations. Unfortunately, all positioned directly behind Chenmu. Having completed her task, the demoness scooped Chenmu up once more and leaped away, heading toward the source of the voices. Chenmu quickly discerned the direction. The voices grew clearer in his ears. She was luring them. Chenmu understood the demoness' intentions, and indeed, events unfolded precisely as he had anticipated. Who goes there? Several sharp commands rang out, followed by the sound of footsteps rushing toward them. Whoosh, 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 several blades sliced through the underbrush, approaching with immense force. The devilish woman, clutching Chenmu, abruptly turned and fled. Throughout the entire ordeal, her face bore no expression, and her gaze remained utterly unchanged. This gave Chenmu the illusion that she had performed this act countless times before. There, I see him. Quick, pursue. The group evidently spotted the devilish woman and immediately gave chase. This time, her speed was not particularly swift, merely a fraction faster than her pursuers. Chenmu held a deep admiration for the psychological fortitude of the devilish woman. As waves of blades whistled past, yet she remained unfazed, as if these threats were inconsequential. Right here, Chenmu silently exclaimed, recognizing this as the spot the devilish woman had previously set up that he widened his eyes, eager to discern her intentions. However, she eluded his gaze, swiftly vanishing into the underbrush while still holding him tightly. Chapter 65. The task at hand? The devilish woman halted, still clutching Chenmu, and concealed herself within the grass. The black attire she wore seemed impervious to the thorns of the bushes, which could not pierce her skin. Unfortunately, this was not the case for Chenmu, who was entirely unprotected and found himself mercilessly tormented by the sharp thorns. They were approximately 300 meters away from the area the devilish woman had previously arranged, and she remained motionless, like a cold-blooded beast waiting for its prey to enter its ambush zone. "Ah, what the hell is this?" Cries of agony and shock echoed in succession. The devilish woman remained unmoved, maintaining her posture, resembling a lifeless statue. In contrast, Chenmu could not maintain such composure. His expression was grim. 3 minutes later, silence fell once more. They were all dead. Chenmu's heart sank, fearing he too would meet the same fate. His upbringing had instilled in him a certain indifference towards death. He felt as though he had been in a constant struggle against it, striving to survive. Yet just as his life seemed to be taking a turn for the better, it appeared it might abruptly end. All his efforts, all his dreams, seemed poised to conclude. Chenmu did not grieve for such a fate. Instead, he felt a deep, chilling sorrow wash over him. The devilish woman moved like a silent and agile leopard, even while still holding Chenmu tightly. They were indeed dead, yet contrary to Chenmu's expectations. The manner of their demise was not horrific. On the contrary, it could even be described as tranquil. Several corpses bore smiles, as if they had departed in a state of bliss, that if the previous feeling was merely a chill, now it was an icy dread that penetrated to the bone. This was exceedingly bizarre, profoundly unsettling. Chenmu watched in a daze as the devilish woman placed her hand upon one of the corpses and extracted a slender, pale green thread from within. It was completely devoid of blood, remaining inconspicuous. Fear gripped Chenmu as he gazed at the delicate green thread, never expecting that such an unremarkable strand could serve as a terrifying weapon. Particularly as it was drawn slowly from the corpse, the scene was a test of one's fortitude. The thread was soon wound around the devilish woman's middle finger. Suddenly, Chenmu sensed a subtle fluctuation of energy. Almost simultaneously, the finely woven thread transformed without warning back into a card, the same one Chenmu had seen before, adorned with a pattern of green lines. Could this be a new tea? That wretched Wu Tuan has caused me nothing but trouble. Issue an order to confine him for 3 months. No, 5 months. His chest heaved with indignation, clearly furious. Among those he deemed worthy of concern within the Eastern Merchant Guard city was Bai Jiyuan. Furthermore, Bai Jiyuan had always been protective of his own. This situation would likely not resolve itself amicably. Indeed, Minghui responded, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses, speaking in a calm tone. The matter is far more complex than that. The card effects crafted by Chenmu, namely encountered in the earlier installments of Legend of the Masters, employ an exceptionally unique technique that remains beyond our comprehension to this day. It was young Master Tingyi who first discovered this. Yet we have yet to ascertain the identity of the creator. Our investigation into Chenmu serendipitously uncovered this lead. Be more explicit. Zhuo Tianlin frowned in dissatisfaction. Minghui met Zhuo Tianlin's gaze with serene composure. Raising his voice slightly, "What I mean to say is that Chenmu possesses an advanced technology that we are utterly incapable of deciphering, that he is a genius. And regrettably, we have made an enemy of this genius. And even more regrettably, he is still alive. Damn it." Zhuo Tianlin, usually composed, could not restrain himself from cursing, his chest heaving even more violently. But that is not the only bad news. That Minghui's voice remained as icy as ever. "He killed Uxin, albeit through a surprise attack. Our findings reveal that he only rented a basic training room at the training grounds for 2 months. That, of course, no one can achieve the level of skill required to kill Uxin after merely 2 months of training. The critical factor in his ability to slay Uxin is that he possesses a remarkably powerful battle card. According to Dania's description, the opponent launched an attack with a tube-like energy that notably disintegrated at the tail end, causing its speed to increase dramatically. That we have scoured all available information, but have found no similar battle card. That Uxin's chest was completely pierced, the wound precisely where the heart resides. Zhuo Tianlin's expression had returned to tranquility. To summarize, we have made an enemy of a genius novice card maker who wields an extraordinarily powerful battle card, Minghui concluded. How foolish, Zhuo Tianlin remarked, as if commenting on a matter utterly unrelated. Indeed, Minghui agreed, raising an eyebrow. Let us impose a 10-month confinement on Wu Tuan. Very well, and we must find that individual. It would be far easier to eliminate a genius before he fully matures. Zhuo Tianlin remarked indifferently. And what of Bai Jiyuan? Minghui inquired, a hint of curiosity in his expression. That I shall make a call over there, though I fear this time it may require some sacrifice. Zhuo Tianlin replied with a calm demeanor. Chenmu furrowed his brow, somewhat perplexed. You want me to assist you? What can I possibly do for you? It was no wonder he struggled to comprehend. In his eyes, the devil woman's strength far surpassed his own by 100-fold. In this era, where strength reigned supreme, what she could not achieve, he certainly had no hope of accomplishing. Into the city. The devil woman pronounced awkwardly. Into the city? Chunmu questioned, a flicker of realization dawning upon him as he suddenly recalled that he had overlooked the peculiarities in the devil woman's pronunciation. He blurted out, "You're not from the Federation, are you?" Besides the Federation, the only other possibilities were Baiyuan Mansion and Mohadi Domain. Recalling the myriad legends surrounding these two enigmatic places, he began to deduce the devil woman's origins. Baiyuan Mansion, a realm steeped in darkness, would indeed align with the devil woman's essence. The devil woman fixed her gaze upon Chunmu, her eyes growing colder. "Very well. I shall lead you into the city." Chunmu acquiesced, recognizing he had little choice in the matter. However, he chuckled wryly, "I must clarify that someone is currently pursuing me." After sizing Chunmu up, the devil woman stated bluntly, "You are far too weak." Indeed. Chunmu nodded in agreement, now acutely aware of his own frailty. Any card maker could easily eliminate him. "Let us depart," the devil woman commanded. Where to Chunmu inquired. The response came from hiding Zai. And before Chunmu could protest, he found himself bound tightly. Chapter 67. Into the city outside the Eastern Merchant Guard City, Chunmu could not help but ask, "Are we really going in like this?" Moments ago, the devil woman had applied some bizarre concoction to his face, transforming his appearance entirely. Now, he still appeared youthful, yet utterly unrecognizable compared to his former self. His complexion had turned a sickly yellow. His eyes sunken. The yellow hue was not merely cosmetic. It was a reflection of his body, now entirely enveloped in this waxen pallor. Nevertheless, Chunmu felt no discomfort. It posed no harm to his health. This transformative technique was truly astonishing. In comparison, and Xiaoyou's creativity seemed utterly trivial and devoid of practical value. "I am mute," the devil woman stated with her awkward pronunciation, prompting Chunmu to suppress a laugh. He noticed that the devil woman possessed an intimate familiarity with the terrain outside the city. She navigated the vast wilderness with precision, devoid of any need for a map card. She led Chunmu from the outskirts of Politan Town to the gates of the main city of Eastern Merchant Guard City without pausing to check her bearings once. Fortunately, he had grown accustomed to the devil woman's formidable nature. Having donned a new face, Chunmu felt a twinge of discomfort. Though he quickly suppressed it at some point, the devil woman had changed into a different outfit. And Chunmu couldn't help but speculate maliciously about whether it had been stripped from some slain card maker. Her face had also undergone a transformation. It was only then that Chunmu realized the scars on the devil woman's face had been mere disguises. She now bore a rather ordinary visage, even somewhat gentle in appearance. Chunmu surmised that this too was not her true face, that as she walked beside Chunmu, she resembled a shy little sister, innocently tugging at the hem of his clothing. The incongruity of the scene left Chunmu's face twitching in disbelief. The two passed through the city gates without incident. Both appeared remarkably unremarkable, and thus drew no attention. Meanwhile, the members of the Zhou family were frantically scouring the jungles around Politan, focused on locating Chunmu. Strolling through the streets of Eastern Merchant Guard City, Chunmu suddenly realized a pressing issue. He had left his money card at home in his haste. Now, he found himself penniless, and he had little hope of relying on the devil woman for assistance. The DOU expect someone from Baiyuan Mansion to carry the Udi of the Tianya Federation? Furthermore, considering her likely status as an illegal immigrant, it was a dubious expectation that "I have no money," Chunmu whispered to the devil woman, glancing around to ensure no one was watching. The devil woman, still gripping the hem of Chunmu's clothing, did not even raise her eyelids. "Murder? Steal?" A cold sweat broke out on Chunmu's brow. Fortunately, he discerned the inquiring tone in the devil woman's words. Or he would have truly been at a loss that he had seen blood before. Just the other day, a wealthy scion had met his demise at his hands. Yet, each time he sensed the devil woman's casual attitude toward killing and her indifference toward human life, a chill would creep up his spine. Just then, they passed a restaurant with a sign that read, "Hiring dishwashers and odd job workers. $8.50 Udi per month. Meals and lodging provided." Feeling the pangs of hunger after several days without food, Chunmu resolutely led the devil woman inside. "Excuse me, are you hiring for odd jobs?" Chunmu inquired. Having ample experience in short-term work, he felt no trepidation. The plump landlady scrutinized him for a moment, her skepticism evident. With a complexion like that, you aren't ill, are you? Chenmu found the situation amusing. Spotting a sack of rice nearby, he walked over and lifted it effortlessly. After setting it down, he remarked, "Is this the kind of patient you mean? Well, you certainly have strength. You could be quite the odd job worker," the landlady conceded, then noticed the devil woman holding on to Chunmu's clothing. "And who is she?" "My sister," Chunmu replied nonchalantly. "She'll be washing dishes, and we'll take 2 salaries, including meals and lodging." The devil woman, seemingly unconcerned by this arrangement, refrained from protesting, allowing Chunmu to breathe a sigh of relief. "Very well. As long as you both work diligently, your wages will be guaranteed," the landlady responded amiably. Without further ado, Chunmu got to work that he understood precisely what was expected of him. As an odd job worker, he needed to be versatile. The more efficiently he worked, the more favorably the landlady would regard him. The devil woman was ushered into the kitchen to wash dishes, and to his surprise, she exhibited an unexpectedly docile demeanor. "Well, I never expected you 2 siblings to be such hard workers. Your sister works so swiftly. She handled the dishes that used to take 3 people, and she did it better than you." The landlady praised, then added with a hint of regret, "What a shame that such a fine girl has lost her voice to as for their living arrangements. They were assigned to a cramped attic, where the space was so limited that Chenmu dared not stand upright. They both had to sleep on the floor, their bedding laid side by side. Fortunately, the attic had a small skylight. Otherwise, it would have felt stifling inside. After a long day's labor, Chenmu collapsed into sleep, untroubled by the thought that the devil woman might harm him. Worrying was futile that in her presence. He possessed little means of resistance. Having come to this realization, Chenmu quickly drifted into slumber, his body finally able to relax after days of heightened tension, and he slept soundly. Upon awakening, Chenmu opened his eyes to find the devil woman changing out of her black attire. He quickly shut his eyes. Although he trusted that the devil woman would not harm him for the time being, it was clear that offending her was not an option. "Did you go out last night?" Chenmu couldn't help but ask, having caught a fleeting glimpse of the partially open skylight. The devil woman ignored him, changing her clothes before settling down to sleep. Upon witnessing the situation, Chenmu wisely chose to remain silent. After approximately an hour of slumber, the proprietress called for them from below, heralding the dawn of a new day. Pouring tea, fetching water, serving dishes, and carrying goods, Chenmu busied himself with every task. Yet he found no hardship in his labor. In fact, he hoped that this tranquil existence might linger a while longer. Having recently braved numerous life and death encounters, his yearning for serenity grew ever stronger, and he refrained from contacting Lei Zi, uncertain of the circumstances on that side. Moreover, he was accompanied by a formidable presence, a harbinger of death, and he wished not to endanger Lei Zi due to his own actions. As night fell, Chenmu found himself unable to drift into slumber immediately. Given his current stamina, performing these tasks felt remarkably effortless, and thus he did not feel as fatigued as he had the previous day. "What are the 6 greats? What is the Star Academy?" the devil woman suddenly inquired. Chunmu was taken aback for a moment, but quickly realized she was addressing him. How could a person from Bai Yuan, who struggled to articulate basic speech, possibly comprehend the 6 greats and the Star Academy? Surely, she must have overheard something during her outing the night before. Yet, the 6 greats and the Star Academy had always been hot topics of discussion, so it was not surprising she had encountered them. The 6 greats referred to the 6 most esteemed academies within the Federation, of which the Star Academy is one. Chenmu divulged all the knowledge he possessed regarding the 6 greats, fully aware of the appropriate demeanor to adopt in the presence of the devil woman. The resilience of humans is indeed remarkable. He recalled a time when he would go entire days without uttering a word, earning the moniker of Wooden. But now he found himself explaining commonplace concepts as if he were a kindergarten teacher. That it was likely that after enduring this experience, if he continued to live, his eloquence would improve exponentially. Fortunately, the devil woman did not interrupt him. She listened intently, occasionally revealing a contemplative expression. Though Chenmu believed he had spoken far more than before, his exposition remained rather dry. However, the devil woman appeared to be captivated, and within a few minutes, he had relayed everything he knew. He noticed that when he mentioned that the founder of the Star Academy was Hannah Van Sant, her eyes sparkled with interest. Indeed, Hannah Van Sant was formidable.
Even those from Bai Yuan were familiar with his name. The Six Titans? The Devil Woman inquired unexpectedly. Chenmu pondered for a moment before nodding. Yes. Although his understanding of the Six Greats was not profound, her description resonated vividly with him. Each of the Six Greats was a colossal entity. The Star Academy, one of the Six Titans? She asked again. Chenmu nodded affirmatively. The Star Academy never makes an appearance? She probed at Tio, which he again nodded. This time here? She continued her inquiry. Chenmu nodded once more. Why? She asked. Chenmu finally shook his head. I do not know. Many had pondered this question. Even the exceptionally intelligent Lei Zi could not fathom it. So how could he possess any insight? Besides, his focus had never been directed toward such matters. The Devil Woman fell silent. Her expression one of contemplation. She maintained this demeanor until Chun Mu succumbed to sleep. When he awoke, the Devil Woman did not behave as she had previously. Whether she had ventured out during the night remained a mystery to him. After freshening up, he recalled that he had not practiced his physical exercises for some time. The recent events had completely disrupted his former way of life. Suddenly, he found himself reminiscing about those days spent immersed in card crafting and submerged in the simplicity of the water world. That mysterious card had remained with him, yet he had scarcely found the time to engage with it. The proprietress had not yet risen, and it was still early to leave, so Chenmu began his physical exercises alone. Upon completing a set, he felt invigorated. What are you doing? The Devil Woman inquired, her speech noticeably more fluent than before. Physical exercises, Chenmu replied. Beneficial for the body, though too gentle, she remarked, succinctly assessing the advantages and drawbacks of the routine. Suddenly recalling the astonishing explosiveness and balance she exhibited in the jungle, Chenmu felt compelled to ask, how should one train? After casting a glance at him, the Devil Woman contemplated for a moment before responding. At night, they walked through the campus of the Eastern Guard Academy. In Shinjo observed for a moment before noticing no one was around and quietly remarked to Wang Zhe. Zhe, it seems there are more individuals in the wilderness lately. Indeed, that's certain, Wang Zhe replied calmly. There are many from the Zhou family, along with numerous unknown card users, all quite formidable. Reports indicate several conflicts have already occurred. In Shinjo expressed his concerns. We must remain vigilant. There's no need for worry. We must maintain our composure. During this period, let us keep a low profile and cancel our activities in a few days. Reinforcements from the school will arrive, Wang Zhe assured him. In Shinjo's spirits lifted. That's wonderful. He then realized his voice had risen too high and promptly lowered it. Who is coming this time? Her, Wang Zhe's tone carried an undercurrent of excitement. In Shinjo's pupils dilated, his voice trembling slightly. Is it truly her? Yes, Wang Zhe confirmed with a firm nod. That evening, in a small attic, Chenmu and the Devil Woman sat cross-legged facing one another. What skills do you possess? She asked. Chenmu thought for a moment before replying. Card crafting and a bit of card manipulation. Used for killing? The Devil Woman inquired calmly. Chenmu's heart skipped a beat. Yet he maintained his composure. He had faced such provocations before and had learned to keep a calm exterior. After some reflection, he raised his right hand, activating the energy gauge in the darkness. Light flowed gracefully towards his hand, quickly coalescing into a tailless shuttle. The crystalline tailless shuttle emitted a gentle hum as it spun rapidly on his fingertip. Casting a glance at the half-open skylight, Chenmu pointed his index finger towards it. The tailless shuttle shot forth with an electrifying speed. A peculiar shriek resounded before abruptly ceasing. Just 30 centimeters from the skylight, a cascade of scintillating fragments slowly descended, enchanting in the darkness. Chenmu stared in astonishment at the skylight. How is this possible? A black vine appeared in the Devil Woman's hand, having shattered the tailless shuttle with a single strike. Chenmu had completely failed to perceive when the vine had manifested, how it had appeared, and how it had so swiftly dismantled his projectile. The Devil Woman glanced at the tip of the black vine, which had indeed been the instrument of destruction against the tailless shuttle. However, the vine's tip had also been splintered into several branches. Impressive power, she remarked, but too slow. Before Chenmu could nod in agreement, she began her analysis. Preparation time, 3.2 seconds, sufficient for others to kill you over 20 times. The Devil Woman seemed quite intrigued by this topic, her words flowing more freely than usual. What should be done? Chenmu inquired. Practice, was her succinct reply. A wry smile crept across Chenmu's face. Training the tailless shuttle required energy cards of at least 3 stars. With no resources to his name, how could he train? Yet, given the uncertainty of the situation, he dared not recklessly return to the low-level illusion card club. Killing is simple. Technique and speed, she asserted, glancing at the energy gauge in Chenmu's hand. Yours is too complex that I end that instant. Chenmu felt a sharp sting at his neck, and the devil woman appeared to remain motionless. When he touched his neck, he discovered a trace of blood. How should one train? Chenmu suddenly asked. Chapter 69. No Choices. The second batch of exchange students from the Star Academy has finally arrived. However, the students of the Eastern Guard Academy, having already experienced the initial excitement, displayed little astonishment. Only those like Hong Tao, with considerable strength, and the faculty expressed quiet astonishment. The students from the Star Academy this time were markedly stronger than the first group. Each one a formidable presence. Qing has arrived. Wang Zai's welcoming tone carried a hint of affection, mixed with an undercurrent of respect. The individuals surrounding him, including Yin Chenjiu, bore expressions of admiration. Bowing slightly, unaware that to an outsider, it seemed as though they were welcoming their mentor. Thank you for your hard work. Seniors at a melodious voice spoke, belonging to a long-haired woman. Though her appearance was unremarkable, she exuded an air of elegance. Clad in a pale blue gown, she radiated a gentle serenity, her every movement reminiscent of a gentle breeze, soft and composed. Wang Zai stood momentarily stunned, but quickly regained his composure. Offering a wry smile, Qing's charm has grown even greater. I can hardly keep up. After glancing at those behind her, he sighed in relief. It seems the principal has truly invested this time. Qing smiled lightly, saying nothing. The distinction between the inner and outer academies of the Star Academy was not as pronounced as outsiders imagined. The individuals here were well acquainted, quickly exchanging greetings. Most of those present to welcome the newcomers were exchange students from the Star Academy, with only a few teachers from the Eastern Guard Academy, along with Hong Tao and Zhuo Tingyi. Wang Zai proceeded to introduce the members of the Eastern Guard Academy, and upon reaching Zhuo Tingyi, Qing smiled. So, Senior Tingyi hails from the Zhuo family, and no wonder, I have always felt a noble air about you. I look forward to your guidance. Zhuo Tingyi responded, You flatter me. Junior Qing, that MY family is but a remote clan, hardly deserving of the title of noble family. You, however, are truly an extraordinary individual. Zhuo Tingyi's words were not mere modesty. While the Zhuo family held considerable influence in the Eastern Commerce Guard city, they ranked lowly within the Federation and could not be deemed a noble family. The Star Academy was a genuine breeding ground for talent, and this Qing, though not widely recognized, possessed a poise and grace that surpassed many scions of noble families. Nonetheless, Zhuo Tingyi was remarkable in both demeanor and other aspects, earning him considerable admiration even from the discerning individuals of the Star Academy. Each greeted him with smiles, and he reciprocated their gestures with eagerness. With a gentle smile, Qing remarked, I wonder when the senior will have some free time. Perhaps he could take me to appreciate the beauty of Dongshang Weicheng. This ordinary yet gentle smile left Zhuo Tingyi, who had encountered countless beauties, momentarily stunned. After a pause, he bowed respectfully and said, I would be honored to serve you. The others, clearly accustomed to such occurrences, paid it no mind. You are too weak. You are easily perishable. The voice of the devilish woman now sounded less jarring to Chenmu. You are still of use. You cannot die just yet. Her conclusive statement rendered Chenmu utterly worthless in her eyes. However, he was well aware of his own limitations, and he accepted her perspective on being useful. Long ago, he had shed any naive notions that in this world, aside from parents and family, no one is obligated to treat you well, that if you desire something, you must fight for it yourself, that in the cramped attic, already cluttered with various items, Chenmu had to navigate through the disarray. The task for the first day was quite simple. Run 300 laps. The devilish woman demanded that he give his utmost effort each time. As the overseer, she sat cross-legged in a corner. The attic was shrouded in darkness. The devilish woman seemed to possess an unusual fondness for the gloom, having closed the skylight and even obscured the faint light seeping in with various objects. The attic was pitch black, rendering it impossible to see one's hand in front of one's face. Chenmu's eyesight had sharpened considerably over time, yet he remained ill at ease in such an environment. The most perilous aspect was the haphazardly arranged clutter, devoid of any discernible order. Adapting to the darkness was the first step Chenmu had to conquer.
However, from the current perspective, this initial step proved far from easy. The moment he moved, he collided with a bag of beans, swiftly sidestepping, only to trip over a rice sack, toppling several piles of assorted items before he could regain his balance. Yet if he slowed down even slightly, the devilish woman's whip-like black vine would leave a painful mark across his back. After one night, his back bore a gruesome array of whip marks, which appeared quite alarming. Nevertheless, he understood that the devilish woman wielded her punishment with precision. The pain was excruciating but did not inflict lasting harm. Thus, Chunmu embarked on a grueling routine of working by day and training by night. Remarkably, his physical strength had become quite formidable. Even he was astonished at his ability to endure. Compared to the high-intensity training at night, his daytime tasks felt almost like rest, with his breaks compressed to a mere 2 hours. Although he had undergone various forms of training before, none had been as extreme as this. Almost every night, he would emerge battered and bruised. Fortunately, the devilish woman possessed excellent ointments that expedited healing, or he would have been unable to work the following day. At times, Chunmu would find himself speculating about the devilish woman's true profession, an assassin. This seemed the most plausible hypothesis, given her affinity for darkness, the strange techniques she employed, and her indifference towards life. Yet, the seemingly endless array of bizarre ointments made her appear more like a doctor. Perhaps she was a high-level assassin. After all, they likely possessed extensive knowledge, he mused. Finally, Chunmu's training began to show signs of progress. He could now perceive the presence of the clutter around him and had started to acclimate to the dark environment. The key factor was his heightened sense of awareness, which now extended to a radius of 9 meters. What he needed to cultivate was his bodily control. During this time, the devilish woman began to venture out frequently at night. Her outings varied in duration, but the most notable change was her increasingly fluent command of the federal language. Yet she still spoke very little. Unbeknownst to him, a month slipped by in the pitch-black attic. Chunmu could now navigate through the clutter with relative ease and could barely meet the minimum standards set by the devilish woman in terms of speed. "You have 1 month left," the devilish woman suddenly spoke one night. "A month?" Chunmu was somewhat perplexed. The devilish woman fixed him with a cold gaze and replied icily, "In a month, you must enter Dongwei Academy." "Impossible!" Chunmu shook his head, hastily adding, "Dongwei Academy is exceedingly difficult to get into." "You are a sponsored student," the devilish woman retorted, producing a heap of items from somewhere. "This is your documentation. This is the money." She displayed a pile of colorful cash cards, causing Chunmu to break into a cold sweat. How many people had she killed to amass such wealth? The devilish woman offered no explanation, merely sliding everything across the table towards him. "I recall you claiming to be a card maker," she continued. Chunmu cautiously replied, "I know a little." You will be entering the card-making department," the devilish woman stated with an air of finality. "What do you want me to do?" Chunmu fixed his gaze on her, suddenly blurting out, "Is it Star Academy?" The devilish woman regarded him coldly, remaining silent. "Every week, you must go out for 2 days. I've already arranged your accommodation. Here are the keys that if you have any questions, contact me via this communication card." She handed him a key and a communication card. Chunmu accepted them silently, aware that he had no choice in the matter. "In 1 month, you must learn the most basic survival skills. For 5 days each week, you will need to rely on yourself to survive." The next day, the two departed from the hotel. Their appearances had once again transformed. Chunmu was beginning to adapt to his new identity, Yao Ku, while the devilish woman remained his sister, Yao Ro. Remarkably, the devilish woman seemed to possess limitless funds. For instance, the villa they currently resided in commanded a monthly rent of 100,000 Audi. The facilities were incredibly comprehensive, even featuring a professional card-making training room. Inside the training room, Chunmu stood bare-chested, beads of sweat dotting his upper body as he gasped for breath. His muscles had taken on a seductive bronze hue, influenced in part by the fruits provided by the devilish woman, though his true muscle tone was not of this shade. After days of rigorous training, his demeanor had undergone a profound transformation. His gaze was sharper than before, his movements agile, and his demeanor exuded strength. The frailness of his previous self was nowhere to be seen. "Continue," the devilish woman's voice was cold. She had now become proficient in the federal language, capable even of reading historical biographies that Chunmu found complex. Chunmu's expression remained unchanged as he rolled on the ground tirelessly. Tio, the casual observer, He appeared disheveled and ungraceful, but anyone knowledgeable would recognize the rationality behind his movements. Rolling on the ground was one of the most frequently used and effective techniques for evasion. However, within that seemingly simple roll lay a wealth of technique. How to minimize one's target area, how to mitigate the impact of inertia while rolling at high speed, and how to leverage the strength of one's core to enhance agility, among other skills. "Stop," the devilish woman called out calmly. Chinmu stood up, panting heavily, and said nothing, focusing solely on regulating his breath. His face and body were covered in dust, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. Throughout it all, he uttered no complaints. After all, he was still alive. He understood that this training was essential for his survival in dangerous situations, which spurred him to never slack off, often pushing himself to train harder. With no other options, he resolved to find ways to survive. He had come to terms with the dangerous nature of the tasks ahead, and he did not comprehend why Star Academy had come to this place, nor why the devilish woman was so interested in those individuals associated with it. However, he believed that the encounter between the two parties would not be amicable to the unfortunate subordinate of the devilish woman. He knew that if he were not careful, he would be the first to suffer the consequences. Thus, he diligently absorbed every technique she imparted to him. Yet, to this point, the devilish woman had only taught him evasion techniques and how to conceal himself. Why killing techniques will take too long for you to learn. She stated directly. Chunmu panted heavily, listening intently. "You possess very few skills. The only one you know is the tail-cutting shoka. Although it is slow, its power is considerable. When you find yourself in danger, your first priority is to hide, conceal yourself in the shadows, and then use the tail-cutting shoka." Chinmu remained silent, committing every word she said to memory, knowing that it might one day save his life. He was not ready to die just yet. The devilish woman retrieved a box containing a belt, a pair of shoes, an oddly designed set of boxing gloves, knee pads, and a black dried fruit the size of a juju pit. The belt's compartment contains 3 smoke bombs. They are toxic and will affect you as well. They will cause your limbs to weaken, your blood to surge, impair your focus, lead to rashes, and ultimately result in death. If you do not consume 500 milliliters of olive oil within an hour, you will die as well. Remember, within an hour. She spoke to Chinmu calmly, as if recounting the most commonplace of matters. Then, she instructed him to put on the shoes. Chinmu swiftly complied, slipping them on. The soles of the shoes were equipped with elastic grass. The devilish woman gestured for him to run, cautiously testing the ground. Chunmu began to jog forward at a slow pace. Suddenly, the speed nearly caused him to lose his balance as he exerted himself, only to discover that the rebound was even greater. With a sudden thud, Chunmu sprang up, narrowly avoiding a collision with the ceiling that he quickly propped himself up with his hands, only to tumble back down. Instinctively, he rolled with the momentum, dissipating the force of the fall. One must master the elastic grass, he reminded himself, keeping his steps light. The devilish woman cast a glance at the disheveled Chinmu and added a remark. Subsequently, she picked up a pair of boxing gloves and knee pads, stating, "These 4 items are crafted from the wall-clinging lotus." After saying this, she drenched the gloves and knee pads with water from a nearby container. The equipment unfurled as if parched desert flora were receiving much-needed rain, transforming into a dark, pliable form, each piece slightly larger than an adult's palm. Once adorned with the gloves and knee pads, the devilish woman approached the wall. Chinmu then beheld a sight that left him utterly astonished. The devilish woman moved with the agility of a gecko, traversing the smooth, vertical surface of the wall with ease. After demonstrating briefly, she leaped down, tossing the gloves and knee pads to Chinmu and leaving him with the words, "It's quite simple. Figure it out yourself." Chunmu's gaze fell upon the last dried fruit and inquired, "What is this?" "Hold it in your mouth," the devilish woman instructed. After a moment's hesitation, Chinmu complied, placing the fruit in his mouth. "Bite down on it." Chinmu hesitated again, yet ultimately crushed it between his teeth. The shell of the fruit was exceedingly thin, and he shattered it effortlessly that a briny flavor spread across his palate. And suddenly he felt something wriggling in his mouth, spilling forth in a matter of moments to cover his entire face. In an instant, his mouth was empty, but a thin, membranous layer seemed to cloak his visage. The peculiar sensation from moments ago left him feeling nauseous. "This is the fruit of the ghost face flower," the devilish woman said coldly. Guiding him to a mirror, in its reflection, he beheld a visage imbued with an eerie aura. Dark folds layered upon one another, enveloping his face and even creeping down his neck. Dark red spots adorned this face, intensifying its terrifying essence. Every expression he made contorted grotesquely upon that face. At this moment, he appeared to exude an unnameable air of deadly intent. The IT can be reused. When not in use, simply peel it off and place it in concentrated salt water, and it will revert to its original form. The devilish woman explained. Each time it manifests, the face is different. Besides providing disguise, it also offers protective benefits, capable of resisting energy damage, albeit only to a limited extent. With that, she turned and walked away, casually tossing over her shoulder. Familiarize yourself with these items over the next few days. The Tio Chinmu. These items were nothing short of miraculous. The ghost face flower, particularly, was both fascinating and chilling, with its unsettling sensation of writhing in his mouth. He repeatedly crushed it and returned it to the salt water, watching it gradually revert to its former state. Indeed, the devilish woman's claim that the ghost face varied with each use was proven true. Each different visage evoked distinct feelings, some eerie and foreboding, others terrifying or imbued with a hint of malevolence. The greatest challenge he faced was mastering the wall-clinging lotus at times while scaling the wall. He would suddenly find his limbs slipping, leaving him dangling precariously, occasionally spinning against the wall. The experience of falling from a height of 5 meters had become almost routine. In contrast, the elastic grass shoes seemed somewhat easier. After about 60 falls, he had grasped the essentials of their use. After approximately 70 attempts, he could transition between speeds with relative ease. He was grateful he had learned to roll upon impact previously. As for the belt, apart from cautiously examining the 3 smoke bombs it contained, he had not dared to touch it again. Qingqing and Wang Zhe strolled leisurely through the campus. Although Dongwei Academy was not widely renowned, its environment was exceptional, resembling a picturesque resort. Since the campus had been closed to outsiders recently, Dongwei Academy had become a serene haven. Qingqing relished her daily walks around the campus, being high achievers from the Star Academy. Many students at Dongwei Academy recognized them, greeting them frequently along the way. Qingqing's tranquil and gentle demeanor drew admiration not only from numerous male students, but also from many female peers, resulting in a significantly greater number of greetings directed at her compared to Wang's. He remained unfazed by the attention, engaging in quiet conversation with her. In a few days, the new round of admissions at Dongwei Academy will commence, Wang Zhe remarked. Admissions? Qingqing responded, somewhat surprised that I set time for that already. Wang Zhe smiled and explained, Dongwei Academy enrolls students twice a year, in the spring and fall. It's currently the autumn admission period. Rumor has it that the admission criteria have been raised significantly this time. It appears we have contributed quite a bit to their success, Qingqing mused. This time, they will surely collect sponsorship fees handsomely. Wang Zhe chuckled softly, but there will likely be a fair share of unscrupulous individuals among them. There are certainly more eyes watching this place than before. Let them be. Qingqing sighed quietly, seemingly lost in thought. Wang Zhe, perceptive to her emotional shift, immediately inquired with concern, is something wrong? Qingqing, are you feeling unwell? Their relationship, when viewed by outsiders, often bore a hint of familiarity, and for this reason, Wang Zhe had endured quite a bit of hardship at the Star Academy. In truth, their bond was straightforward. Wang Zhe and Qingqing had entered the Star Academy together, with Qingqing being considerably younger, prompting Wang Zhe to care for her like a sister. However, after she moved to the Inner Academy, their correspondence had diminished, now having become the first student to emerge from the Inner Academy in nearly a decade. Qingqing had also witnessed Wang Zhe rise to prominence among the Outer Academy students, entrusted with significant responsibilities by the principal. Their relationship remained unchanged, just as it had always been. Qingqing smiled softly. It's nothing, just a thought that perhaps Dongshang Wei City may soon descend into chaos. She glanced around and added, I wonder how many incidents will arise in this tranquil campus. Rest assured, Wang Zhe replied with a reassuring smile, exuding confidence that I have ample faith in our abilities, especially with you on our side. You are our trump card. Indeed, it seems I must strive harder. Qingqing responded with a radiant smile, prompting Wang Zhe to burst into hearty laughter, oblivious to the faint bitterness underlying her joy. Qinmu stood before the entrance of Dongwei Academy, gazing at the gates he had passed countless times, feeling an overwhelming sense of nostalgia. He recalled how enviously he had watched students enter the academy while selling energy cards to Uncle Hua. Yet now, his former dream seemed to have materialized in a different manner, leaving him with a sense of reflection rather than joy. What awaited him ahead? Countless dangers, no doubt. The majestic gates of the academy suddenly morphed in his mind into a treacherous jungle, teeming with ferocious beasts and hidden adversaries. Abruptly, Chenmu snapped back to reality, internally cautioning himself about his thoughts that if he were to lose his courage now, he would surely meet a grim fate. Steeling himself, he organized his thoughts and regained his composure, striding purposefully toward the admissions office. "Hello, here is my sponsorship letter." Chenmu addressed the teacher stationed at the entrance, producing the letter he had meticulously prepared. The identity crafted for him by the devilish woman was that of a nouveau riche's son. Following the untimely demise of his father, the fortune had been left to him and his sibling. The advantage of being a nouveau riche was that Chenmu need not relearn social etiquette. Any uncouth behavior he exhibited would elicit disdain, yet not surprise. This provided him with considerable convenience. The teacher took his sponsorship letter, gesturing dismissively toward a group of people in the distance. "Over there. Someone will escort you shortly." His tone carried a hint of disdain. Students who entered Dongwei Academy by paying exorbitant sponsorship fees were often looked down upon by teachers and academically successful students alike. Only those like Zhuo Tingyi, who possessed both a commendable background and the ability to gain admission through merit, garnered universal respect. Chenmu followed the teacher's instructions and approached the group, casting a casual glance. He noted their flamboyant attire, all meticulously styled and exceedingly trendy. The girls among them were particularly ostentatious, and from a distance, he caught a whiff of their overpowering perfume. With his keen senses, Chenmu instinctively rubbed his nose. Recoiling slightly, this action immediately drew several disdainful glances in his direction. "Who is this bumpkin?" one remarked. "Who knew there were so many country bumpkins around these days? What does it matter?" Another scoffed that I saw him rubbing his nose. "Maybe he's still a virgin. What's the matter, Feng? Are you going to teach him a lesson?" A third chimed in. "With this bumpkin? He'd just cover me in mud." Unfortunately for Chenmu, his hearing seemed to have sharpened, allowing him to catch every word clearly, that he could only manage a bitter smile, resisting the urge to rub his nose once more. It was a painful exercise in self-restraint, and he consoled himself in silence. After what felt like an eternity, a teacher finally arrived to lead them to the classroom. The teacher's surname is Feng, and his given name is Xiong, which sounds rather cultured. However, he appears quite impatient with this group of sponsored students. Consequently, all activities are conducted in a hasty manner, yet none of these sponsored students seem to care. They are completely absorbed in their own amusement. Chenmu cannot help but smile wryly once more. He feels a profound sense of disconnection from those around him, yet he is at a loss as to how to navigate this situation, for he possesses no prior experience in such matters. When Teacher Feng announces 2 days of free activities, a chorus of cheers erupts throughout the classroom. In a mere moment, only Chenmu remains, alongside the bewildered Feng Zong, who gazes at Chenmu with surprise. "Teacher, may I inquire where my dormitory is?" Chenmu asks, bemused by the apparent indifference of others toward his accommodation. Feng Zong fumbles through his materials, inquiring, "What is your name?" Upon seeing this, Chenmu realizes that Feng Xiong is likely a novice teacher and responds, "My name is Yao Ko." "Yao Ko? Yao Ko, found it. You reside in Building B3, Unit 2, Room 301. Your key is in the materials provided to you." Feng swiftly locates the information. "Thank you," Chenmu replies before departing the classroom. Leaving Feng Xiong in a state of astonishment, by asking for directions, Chenmu quickly finds his residence. To his surprise, he discovers he has a suite to himself, fully equipped with various amenities. However, he soon comes to terms with this. Although he is unaware of the sponsorship fees, it stands to reason that such benefits must originate from the sponsors themselves. With this group of spoiled youths, they would never consent to subpar accommodations. Nevertheless, this arrangement suits Chenmu, as it offers him greater convenience. After cautiously locking the door, he surveys his surroundings and makes a few minor adjustments. Exhausted from days of inadequate sleep, he finally succumbs to slumber in a dark corner. At that moment, he recalls a statement from the formidable woman. In darkness, survival becomes easier. Chapter 71. Aftermath. Upon awakening, the sun is already shining brightly outside.
Stretching, Chenmu feels an overwhelming urge to groan in comfort. After days of relentless training, he has barely managed 3 hours of sleep each night. Last night marked the most restful slumber he has experienced in months. However, he quickly completes his morning routine and embarks on a day of training. The first task is to perform calisthenics, which the formidable woman highly praises. Although it is relatively gentle and not particularly useful in combat, it significantly enhances one's physical condition. Chenmu has never ceased practicing calisthenics. No one understands the state of his body better than he does. The reason for his current fitness is largely due to this regimen. After completing the calisthenics, Chenmu proceeds to sensory training. Since being captured by the formidable woman, he is scarcely engaged in this practice, primarily due to a lack of time and a desire to keep the mysterious card hidden from her gaze. Yet, the formidable woman seems indifferent to the items he possesses. Even the tail-severing card, after a brief commendation, barely merits a second glance. Chenmu once tentatively inquired, to which the formidable woman simply replied, "Killing one method is sufficient that I end his astonishment. He cannot help but admire her." He begins to grasp her strength, understanding that greed leads to downfall. This is a lesson understood by all. However, to remain steadfast in one's principles amidst the allure of valuable items requires immense self-control. This, indeed, is a form of power. From that moment on, he sets a goal for himself: to survive, regardless of the adversary. His training becomes far more targeted, no longer reliant solely on interest, and no matter how arduous or challenging. He steadfastly refuses to retreat. The rationale behind resuming sensory training is straightforward. He currently possesses only one means of attack, the tail-severing card, which necessitates sensory manipulation, although he knows that even in perilous situations, the chances of utilizing it are slim to none. He tirelessly practices to enhance his proficiency, for when an opportunity arises, it will be his sole option. The days of training, particularly the powerful techniques imparted by the formidable woman, have significantly benefited Chenmu. Combining these skills with insights gleaned from the Simple Water World's disentanglement game, he experiences rapid progress. Upon re-entering the Simple Water World, the difference is striking. It feels remarkably easier than before. Seated within the Simple Water World, he begins the monotonous yet arduous sensory training. Perhaps due to the hardships he has endured, what once felt excruciating now seems considerably lighter. After completing the sensory exercises, it is already midday that he hastily consumes lunch before immersing himself back into training. The living room has been cleared, and dozens of beverage bottles are haphazardly arranged. He refrains from using specialized training markers to avoid drawing attention. The formidable woman once remarked, "It is always the details that betray one with rapid sprints, sudden turns, side rolls, and sharp pivots. His movements become increasingly swift. His agility resembles that of a monkey, yet his occasional bursts of astonishing power evoke images of a sleek cheetah." Time is of the essence. If only he could train for a year or two before becoming embroiled in this affair, how wonderful that would be! Of course, this tedious thought is merely a fleeting notion. Moreover, Chenmu notices that such thoughts occupy his mind less frequently now. It appears he is beginning to adapt to this lifestyle. He muses with a wry smile. Yet, he wonders how Lei Zi is faring. Calculating the time, he realizes that the opening ceremony of Weka is just 2 weeks away. He wonders how well Lei Zi is preparing. Suddenly, Chenmu cannot help but smile ruefully once again. Whether Lei Zi is alive or dead remains a mystery to him. Why should he concern himself with the opening ceremony? He can only hope for Lei Zi's safety and sighs deeply within himself. Shaking his head vigorously, he casts aside all distractions, refocusing his gaze with renewed determination, channeling all his energy into the training before him. Zuotan Lin furrows his brow. "What is the matter? Haven't you found him yet?" He regards Minghui with some displeasure, his voice frosty. "Is it possible that you've forgotten how to wield a knife after such a long absence?" Minghui offers a resigned smile, "That we have scoured every corner of Pollenton town, including the sewers, 3 times over. Based on the clues, we suspect he has ventured into the wilderness. That we conducted a sweeping search of the surrounding 300 kilometers, yet we still find no trace of him. Surprisingly, we have made other discoveries in the wild." Zuotan Lin knows that Minghui never speaks idly. If he mentions unexpected findings, they must hold significance. He softens his demeanor. "What did you discover?" "We uncovered approximately 12 corpses." Minghui glances at Zuotan Lin and continues, "Their deaths are quite peculiar.
We found no wounds on their bodies. Among the 3 corpses we retrieved, although they appear intact externally, their internal organs have been utterly destroyed. We have confirmed their identities. They were all free House. What does that have to do with us? Zhou Tianlin ponders. The time of death for these House aligns closely with Chun Mu's entrance into the wilderness, and their location of demise is in close proximity to Pollen town. Additionally, we discovered scraps of Chun Mu's clothing near the site of their deaths, indicating a connection between them. Ming Hui's eyes gleam with insight. Did Chun Mu kill them? Zhou Tianlin expresses skepticism regarding this inference. Ming Hui shakes his head. With Chun Mu's current capabilities, he could not have slain these House. Moreover, they bear no penetrating wounds like those inflicted by Yusin. Furthermore, their manner of death is exceedingly strange. We possess no relevant clues. Clearly, this was the work of another. Who? As of now, we remain unaware. Moreover, the scene revealed no sign of Chun Mu's body that I surmise he was likely taken by the master who killed the 12 House. Ming Hui states calmly that if Chun Mu were aware that someone could deduce such precise information without having witnessed the events firsthand, he would undoubtedly be filled with admiration. Taken by a master? Zhou Tianlin sneers. Our little genius has encountered a fortuitous star. It seems he has elevated our threat level. From the current circumstances, that appears to be the case. Ming Hui agrees, though somewhat awkwardly. What do you propose we do? Zhou Tianlin asks, his dissatisfaction evident as he looks at Ming Hui. Ming Hui contemplates for a moment before responding. Although he is a genius, he is but one individual that he may pose a threat to us. But that is a concern for years, even decades, down the line. Presently, we face an even greater opportunity. I believe we should concentrate our efforts on that Ming Hui's words plunge Zhou Tianlin back into thought. After a minute or two, he nods in agreement. You make a valid point. We have indeed risked losing sight of the larger picture. What is the current situation? Is there any movement from the Star Institute? The situation is somewhat complex. Recently, numerous House have entered the East Merchant Guard City, and their powers are formidable. It seems they have caught wind of some rumors that Ming Hui's tone carries a hint of concern, which is quite rare for him. That he pauses before continuing. The second batch of personnel from the Star Institute has finally arrived, all of whom are experts. Some of their profiles have been verified. They are inner courtyard elites that it appears the rumors were not unfounded. The East Merchant Guard City is on the brink of chaos. Zhou Tianlin murmurs, exchanging a glance with Ming Hui, both reflecting the worry and apprehension in each other's eyes. This represents a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the Zhou family, yet a moment's carelessness could lead to their utter destruction. Chun Mu strolled through the campus, acutely aware that an intensive training regimen inevitably imposes greater physical demands. If he were to persist relentlessly, even an Iron Man would falter. Present, he sought to relax his muscles, walking slowly while meticulously attuning himself to the lactic fatigue within to master one's body with greater finesse. One must cultivate a deeper understanding of its mechanics. This was a sentiment once expressed by the Devil Woman, whose every word Chun Mu had nearly committed to memory, for she never spoke idly. Each utterance was laden with significance. Suddenly, the conversation between 2 girls nearby wafted into his ears. Sister Qingqing, have you seen Encounter? A sweet voice inquired. The girl was adorned in a creamy white vintage dress, its layers of frills complemented by delicate lavender lace, resembling a diminutive princess. With an innocent expression, she was none other than Zhou Tang, the younger sister of Zhou Tingyi. Qingqing, evidently fond of Zhou Tang, chuckled softly and asked, what is Encounter that Tang Tang speaks of? It's a captivating card animation. You must watch it, Sister Qingqing. Zhou Tang exclaimed, that we can't buy it here anymore. My brother ruined a whole set last time. But fortunately, he compensated me with a new one that she linked her arm with Qingqing's, reminiscing about the previous incident. Her lips pouting in playful complaint. He claims he's doing research, but what's there to study in card animations? My brother is so foolish. Qingqing, intrigued, mused, does your brother also enjoy watching card animations? He certainly doesn't seem like it. Zhou Tang replied, how could he? He spends all his time holed up in his card-making room, never playing with me since childhood. It's quite strange, really. No one at the school has been able to crack that set of card animations. The mere thought of that previous endeavor sent a thrill through her. Really? Is it truly that remarkable? Seeing Zhou Tang's endearingly naive demeanor, Qingqing couldn't help but affectionately ruffle her golden-haired head. Indeed, They broke so many machines and still couldn't decipher it. Even my brother failed. Zwatang, anxious that Qingqing might doubt her, insisted. Not even your brother could solve it. Qingqing, now genuinely interested, recalled that during their time together, she had discerned that Zhutingyi was an exceptionally skilled young card maker. Although his prowess might not be notable within the Star Academy, he certainly surpassed the average card maker. The fact that even he could not unravel the mysteries of the animation piqued Qingqing's curiosity. Yes, my brother not only ruined my set of card animations, but also damaged several machines. He was in a dreadful mood for days, Zwatang lamented, her heart aching for her brother. Whoever created that animation must have had a convoluted design in mind. She recounted the incident regarding the unraveling of Encounter at school. Does Tang Tang still possess Encounter? Qingqing inquired with growing interest. If Sister Qingqing wants to see it, I'll fetch it right away. Zwatang beamed with joy at the prospect of sharing her beloved thing with Qingqing. Meanwhile, Qinmu felt a cold sweat trickle down his forehead. Zwatang might not grasp the implications of Qingqing's words, but he certainly did. He recognized precisely what about Encounter could captivate their attention: its intricate structure. It dawned on him how his creation had stirred considerable commotion at the Dongwei Academy. He suddenly realized that had he not been pursued, had he not encountered the devil woman, his current predicament might not have been any better. If these individuals sought to investigate him, it would be a trivial endeavor. Moreover, they were not like the devil woman. The mysterious card in his possession held a deadly allure for them. With a guilty conscience, he could only imagine the dire consequences that awaited him. Fortunately, he had assumed a new identity in that moment. Qinmu felt an unexpected wave of fortune wash over him, and no matter the dangers he had faced, he was still alive. Had these events not transpired, he might very well have met a fatal end. Qingqing abruptly turned, her gentle gaze locking on Qinmu. Classmate, are you feeling unwell? To an outsider, Qinmu's appearance was far from optimal. His forehead was slick with sweat, and his complexion appeared rather pallid. Oh dear, are you ill? Zwatang exclaimed, alarmed by his pallor. Qinmu managed a strained smile. I didn't sleep well last night, and might have caught a chill. I felt a bit discomfort after the wind, just now, that he remained oblivious to the identities of the two girls before him. Although he had overheard their names, to him, Qingqing and Zwatang were merely common classmates. And thus he maintained his composure. Had he known that Qingqing was the devil woman's target, a student from the Star Academy, he surely would have been unable to retain his calm demeanor. Qingqing, with genuine concern, asked, would you like us to escort you to the infirmary? Her tone was perfectly measured, neither overly familiar nor distant, yet imbued with warmth that was quite comforting. Qinmu expressed his gratitude. No need. I can return and drink some warm water myself. After bidding farewell to the two, it was not until he reached his residence that he reflected on the conversation he had just overheard. It struck him like a bolt of lightning. From their exchange, it was evident that Qingqing was unfamiliar with the so-called deciphering operations Zwatang had mentioned, indicating she was clearly not a student of Dongwei Academy. At this moment, the only individuals who could be present at the school but were not part of Dongwei Academy were exchange students from the Star Academy, particularly the newly recruited ones. Qingqing's demeanor and poise did not resemble that of a newcomer. Thus her identity became glaringly obvious. An exchange student from the Star Academy. A cold sweat drenched Qinmu's back, since the second batch of exchange students had only arrived a few days prior. The devil woman's dossier had not included their names, that he recalled Qingqing's sudden glance over her shoulder. She must have sensed something or discovered something. Was it his accelerated heartbeat or altered breathing that caught her attention? The realization that he had come so close to a Star Academy student sent Qinmu's heart racing, and he felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. That Qingqing's astonishing perceptiveness left him unnerved. In comparison, despite his heightened senses, he felt rather dull-witted. The students of the Star Academy were indeed formidable. Upon returning to the exchange student dormitory, Qingqing found Wang Zhe and others engaged in discussion. What are you all talking about? She inquired with a smile. The group fell silent, momentarily ceasing their conversation. Wang Zhe explained, we were just contemplating how to identify those pests among the students. Indeed, this time we recruited 20% more card makers than last year. Many of them are clearly experts, possessing abilities that surpass those of the teachers here, that it's blatant they are here to infiltrate as students, remarked one Star Academy student. Qingqing, with a gentle smile, asked, and once we find them, what then? Do we kill them all? Or expel them from Dongwei Academy? We are outsiders too, you know. The group exchanged glances, caught in a moment of silence, suddenly reminded that they were not the rightful owners of this place. And a wave of discouragement washed over them. Wang Zhe, noticing Qing Qing's gaze shift toward him, quickly raised his hand in mock innocence. I didn't participate in the discussion. You can ask Chunjiu. He added, I thought it would be good to discuss something while they were idling around. Laughter erupted among the group. Bian Yun, come take a look at this card animation. Qing Qing handed over the encounter card animation she had received from Zuotang. In the Star Academy, Bian Yun's card-making skills ranked among the top 3, and he had accompanied them to assist with card-related issues. Card-making is a meticulous craft, yet Bian Yun's demeanor was rather rugged. With large, bulging eyes and a beard as coarse as steel needles, his visage quite intimidating. His voice, a deep rumble, resonated painfully in the ears. Card animation? When did Qing Qing develop an interest in card animations? Bian Yun queried, perplexed as he accepted the card. Upon the first glance, Bian Yun couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. What's wrong? Is a mere card animation worthy of such astonishment from the esteemed Bian Yun? Someone teased, as the others, excluding Qing Qing, felt free to jest among themselves. Yet Bian Yun's expression grew increasingly grave, the levity of moments prior evaporating, that he focused intently, scrutinizing the small card in his hand. Under his influence, the cacophony of laughter around them gradually subsided into a hush. All eyes converged on Bian Yun, for in matters of card knowledge, he was unrivaled. That a card that could induce such seriousness in him was certainly no ordinary item. However, no matter how much they pondered, they couldn't fathom what was so intriguing about a mere one-star card animation. After what felt like an eternity, Bian Yun finally exhaled deeply. The curiosity that had long been simmering among the group erupted into a chorus of questions. Old Bian. Is there something unusual about this? Clutching a corner of the card, Bian Yun held it against the light, squinting to examine it closely. Continuing their conversation, this card is anything but simple. Qing Qing was taken aback that even Bian Yun found it noteworthy. Her surprise was palpable. Sensing the confusion etched on the faces around him, Bian Yun set the card down to explain. A one-star card animation should have been thoroughly dissected and understood by now. Its structure has only a few variations. However, this one contains some peculiar structures that defy comprehension. His words elicited gasps from the group. Having witnessed Bian Yun's serious demeanor earlier, they already sensed its significance. Now, hearing him admit he could not decipher it left them utterly astounded. Who is a card animation player? Bian Yun scanned the crowd, but everyone shook their heads in response, that as soon as the words left his mouth. Bian Yun realized he had asked the wrong person. How could this group of individuals possibly be interested in the card shadow? Yin Shinjo stood up and said, I will go borrow a device. Without delay, he exited the room. Refined and elegant, Yin Shinjo was one of the most well-liked individuals among the first batch of exchange students. Moments later, he returned, carrying a card shadow projector. This device had emerged in recent years alongside the gradual rise of card shadows, capable of presenting their effects with remarkable fluidity and detail, albeit at a steep price, making it in many respects a luxury item. In addition to the projector, Yin Shinjo also held a set of card shadows, stating, the friend from whom I borrowed the projector happens to be quite enamored with Mu Lei's card shadows. I heard that this set, Master's Legend, is one of their creations, so I took the liberty of borrowing it. The group quickly made room, their curiosity piqued by the card shadow that had caught Bian Yun's attention. As the performance of Encounter commenced, it was evident that, apart from Qing Qing, who was the sole female observer, the rest were by the time the projection concluded, several individuals could no longer resist the urge to doze off. Indeed, asking them to watch such a delicate emotional drama was a true test of endurance. In contrast, Qing Qing's eyes sparkled with fascination. A truly skilled card master, Bian Yun remarked, offering his high praise. What's so impressive about it? Someone among the newly awakened murmured, still groggy. Bian Yun shook his head, saying, in terms of meticulous craftsmanship, this card shadow is not particularly exceptional. The real marvel lies in its capacity. Typically, for such a multitude of images, the number of required far exceeds that of this set. In other words, each in this set releases images that far surpass the capabilities of an ordinary one-star. Moreover, did you not notice how outstandingly dynamic its visual representation is? It is one of the most fluidly dynamic works I have seen among low-level. Seeing the skeptical expressions on their faces, Bian Yun earnestly continued, Do not underestimate low level. The lower the level, the more refined its structure. Making even the slightest alteration is no easy feat. The fact that this individual could make so many enhancements to a 1-star is indeed quite formidable. The group straightened in their seats, clearly stirred by the word formidable. While their understanding of card crafting did not match Bien Yun's, they grasped this principle, casually flipping through the borrowed Master's Legend card shadow. Bien Yun noted, the first 2 episodes utilize this structure, but the later ones do not. Old Bien, if they're as impressive as you claim, why are they still making card shadows? Inchinjo couldn't help but express some skepticism. I do not know. Perhaps they simply find it enjoyable, Bien Yun shrugged, his wide eyes giving the gesture an unintentional comicality due to his physique. Suddenly, Qingqing, who had been quietly listening, interjected, I have heard that many at Dongwei Academy wish to crack this card shadow. But several devices have been damaged in the process. Such incidents have also occurred with Zhuotingyi. Damaged devices? Bien Yun's eyes widened in excitement as he exclaimed, then I must give it a try. He retrieved his card pouch, which, like his stature, was several times larger than that of an ordinary person. The others had long since grown accustomed to this, and were unfazed. He carefully extracted a card adorned with a bright red floral pattern, and placed it into his custom-made analyzer, which was also significantly larger than usual, capable of accommodating 5 cards simultaneously, an unwieldy apparatus that only he would employ. This is my analysis card. Its detection capabilities are, quite powerful, Bien Yun declared proudly. Inserting it into the vast analyzer, that he then inserted the encounter into another slot. Beep, beep, beep. An array of curves began to dance across a luminous screen before him, and Bien Yun watched intently, utterly absorbed. Suddenly, the speed of the curves' movements escalated dramatically. The lines on the screen became chaotic, resembling a tangled ball of yarn. This abrupt change captured everyone's attention. What is happening, old Bien? Sweat began to bead on Bien Yun's forehead as he stared intently at the screen, his expression tense and silent. The curves continued to accelerate and spiral into disarray until, with a sudden flicker, the screen went dark, vanishing from view. That a wisp of blue smoke wafted from Bien Yun's bulky analyzer, filling the room with a burnt odor. His complexion paled, and his eyes appeared somewhat dazed. This setback weighed heavily on him. While he mourned for his analyzer and analysis card, the greater blow was to his confidence. It felt as if he had been vanquished in a duel against another knight. In that moment, everyone understood just how formidable this seemingly unremarkable card shadow truly was. The 6 major academies undoubtedly stood at the forefront of card theory. Although their emphases might differ, their levels of advancement were relatively comparable. This explains why the card masters emerging from these institutions were the most sought-after talents, with exceptional individuals like Bien Yun being particularly favored by numerous large corporations. However, to have a mirror obstruct the path of a card master ranked among the top 3 at the Star Academy was simply unfathomable to them. Even the typically composed Qingqing could not help but show her astonishment. This world truly harbors hidden talents. Qingqing and Wang Zhe exchanged glances, and in that fleeting moment, they resolved to seek out this individual, creator, Mu Tu. Who exactly is this Mu Tu? Wang Zhe decisively instructed. Chen Jiao, you are most familiar with them. Go and find out more about this Mu Tu. Inchinjo glanced at Bien Yun, who appeared somewhat disheartened, nodded, and promptly left the room, observing his companions exchanging surprised looks. Wang Zhe felt a sense of satisfaction. This would serve as a reminder that talent exists everywhere, urging them to temper their lofty aspirations to avoid peril. Wang Zhe resolved that such a talent must be courted. The gradual decline of the Star Academy in recent years could largely be attributed to issues in talent cultivation. Compared to other schools, the Star Academy's training methods were more rigorous, resulting in longer cultivation periods. The scarcity of advanced talent had been a significant challenge for the Star Academy in recent years. Wang Zhe had long been troubled by this issue, that he was acutely aware that he had fully integrated into the Star Academy's system, both politically and economically. Not only Wang Zhe, but all students understood one fundamental truth. As long as the Star Academy maintained its current status, they could enjoy a good life. Their fortunes were intertwined. In success, they all thrived together, and in failure, they all suffered. This was also a characteristic of the 6 major academies. Every individual who entered these prestigious institutions was undoubtedly gifted from the moment they joined. They bore the mark of the 6 major academies, Upon graduation, they would enter the interest groups represented by their respective academies. They not only had to study diligently, but also had to strategize to win over such skilled individuals. This benefited not only their collective interests, but also earned them rewards within their groups, significantly aiding their future prospects. Chenmu remained unaware that students from the Star Academy were actively seeking information about him, that he had many matters to attend to, such as purchasing a more advanced analyzer. The one he currently owned was the most rudimentary model from his earlier days, which clashed entirely with his newfound identity as the son of a nouveau riche. The devilish woman was completely oblivious to this issue, resulting in Chenmu's high-end attire being undermined by an inconspicuous analyzer. It seems I am becoming increasingly adept at this role. Chenmu assessed himself once more, sensing something still amiss. His ash-gray casual attire complemented his bronze skin perfectly. A pair of simple black-brown suede shoes adorned his feet, devoid of any ostentation. What could possibly be wrong? For a moment, Chenmu could not pinpoint the discrepancy that he had spent a staggering 300,000 Audi on this outfit, which was the most expensive he had ever worn, handcrafted with high-quality fabric. He could still recall the salesgirl's lengthy pitch, remembering only those two words. Suddenly, it dawned on him what was amiss. This ensemble was undoubtedly quite fitting. Even his otherwise unremarkable face exuded a touch of vigor. However, the problem lay in the fact that he was currently portraying the son of a nouveau riche. Was such attire appropriate? In this regard, Chenmu's taste was admittedly lacking, but he recognized that this outfit significantly enhanced his appearance. After scrutinizing himself in the mirror for a while, Chenmu devised a plan that he wrinkled the collar of the suit, swapped the pristine white shirt for a colorful tank top, and tossed the leather shoes into the corner, opting instead for a pair of sneakers that he rolled up the pant legs and sleeves of the suit, leaving it open to reveal the vibrant tank top beneath. This incongruous outfit instantly transformed him into a different person. After assessing himself once more and finding no flaws, Chenmu confidently exited the room. The Dongwei Academy sprawled across a vast area, boasting comprehensive facilities. Its students hailed from affluent backgrounds, many being the children of the wealthy. Thus the array of luxury boutiques within was truly dazzling. There was even a jewelry store. Chenmu's peculiar attire drew odd glances wherever he ventured. Perhaps it was his recent association with the devilish woman that had thickened his skin considerably. With a demeanor of nonchalance, he displayed no signs of self-consciousness. He even strolled into a jewelry store, selecting a hefty gold chain to drape around his neck and adorning his finger with a ring of gold set with jade, presenting himself as a veritable nouveau riche. Many attendants stifled their laughter behind their hands, yet Chenmu remained unfazed. Initially, he felt a hint of awkwardness, but as time passed, he fully embraced his flamboyance. However, within, his mind remained as tranquil as still water, unaffected by external stimuli, that he was acutely aware of his purpose, to act in accordance with his assumed identity, that he needed to genuinely accept this persona. Otherwise, it would be all too easy to reveal himself. Failures often stem from minute details, and unlike his calm exterior, Chenmu was mentally alert, wary of any oversight. Who could tell if there were discerning eyes watching? He had but one chance. Any slip could spell his doom. Striding confidently into the card supply shop, he was greeted respectfully by an attendant, although the flicker of derision in her eyes did not escape his notice. Ignoring it, he boomed, "Where are your instruments? Show me what you have." His loud voice drew the displeased frowns of several shoppers nearby, who scowled upon recognizing his ostentatious appearance. "This way, sir," the attendant hastily guided him aside. "This is the latest model of the soft cloud instrument. As you can see, it is remarkably lightweight, almost imperceptible when worn. It is designed specifically for combat, boasting numerous practical auxiliary functions, and comes equipped with 4 card slots, allowing for the simultaneous use of 3 combat cards alongside an energy card. Furthermore, its stability surpasses that of all other models on the market. Based on both consumer feedback and user ratings, it is indeed an excellent choice. The Snow White instrument was more compact than standard models. Its design elegantly simple without unnecessary embellishments, which Chenmu found quite appealing. Yet he resolutely stifled this thought, pointing instead to another item on the counter. "I want that one." It was an instrument encrusted with rubies and emeralds, featuring an opulent crocodile leather strap. The attendant hesitated, but Chenmu feigned impatience, insisting, "I want this one." After selecting a few energy cards, he exited the shop. As he stepped outside, a bitter smile crossed his face. Spending so much on something he did not desire was indeed a torment. He questioned the necessity of his actions. Yet he was acutely aware that he had no opportunity for a return. At times, he even contemplated fleeing the Eastern Commerce Guard city. However, he believed that with the devilish woman's cunning, she could not possibly overlook such a critical detail. She would surely find him. This was Chun Mu's conviction. Though he remained uncertain of how she would track him down, he was confident she would. Thus, he dared not flee, unwilling to gamble his life on such a whim. Suddenly, a wave of frustration washed over him. He felt like a puppet, tethered by invisible strings, utterly unable to escape the devilish woman's grasp. This sense of helplessness and powerlessness gnawed at him. He recognized his emotional state was askew. All he longed for was to return to his dormitory as swiftly as possible. Perhaps only the exhausting intensity of rigorous training could distract him from such thoughts. He quickened his pace, heading directly toward his dormitory. "Ditto, isn't that the country bumpkin?" A tall woman's voice called from behind. Chun Mu, already irritated, chose to ignore her and pressed forward. "Hey, do you dare to ignore me?" The woman raised her voice sharply. Chun Mu continued to disregard her, hastening his steps. Suddenly, the woman shouted, "Yeah, block that bumpkin for me." Upon glancing ahead, Chun Mu saw a statuesque woman staring directly at him. She flashed him a radiant smile. "Little bumpkin, what did you do to upset Sister Foam?" With that, she spread her long legs and stretched out her arms, obstructing his path. Chun Mu halted. The girl named Yaya grinned at him, calling out, "Sister Foam, did this guy offend you?" Chun Mu regarded Yaya with a calm expression, remaining silent. Beneath his tranquil facade, frustration ignited like dry grass catching fire. He simply fixed his gaze on the woman before him, his eyes as still as water. "Look at you, chasing after a little thing like this." Sister Foam panted as she caught up, exclaiming, "Little one, where do you think you're running off to?" Yaya giggled, perplexed by Feng's interest in such a nouveau riche. Yet, given her attire, it was undeniably a sight to behold, and she chuckled inwardly. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon Chun Mu's wrist, and with a burst of laughter, she clutched her stomach, unable to contain her mirth. The sound of her laughter ignited Chun Mu's already volatile emotions. That in his fury, he found an unexpected calm, coldly observing the two women before him. "Yaya, what's so funny?" Foam inquired, puzzled. Amidst her laughter, Yaya pointed at the instrument on Chun Mu's wrist. Foam, upon seeing it, burst into laughter. "Huh, Bumpkin, you really did it. You bought a woman's instrument." "Ha ha." Unmoved, Chun Mu calmly asked, "Is there something you need?" The two women continued their raucous laughter, entirely disregarding him. Observing their indifference, Chun Mu chose not to engage further and continued forward. The women, still laughing, blocked his path, despite their inability to cease their amusement. They remained unafraid of Chun Mu's approach. Foam feigned a provocative pose, puffing out her chest in challenge. "Come on, little bumpkin, show us what you've got." Chun Mu remained silent, his expression devoid of emotion, his pace unwavering. Suddenly, two gasps of surprise rang out as he collided with the women, sending them both tumbling to the ground, wincing in pain. Chun Mu's face betrayed no reaction as he continued on his way, his stride as steady as ever, not once glancing back at the fallen women. "Hey, treating ladies like that is a bit much, isn't it?" A fellow student, clearly eager to play the hero, remarked, while the trope of gallant rescues was cliché. The likelihood of it occurring increased significantly when the damsel in distress was attractive. Chun Mu shot a cold glance at the interloper. The student, identifiable as a sophomore from the car repair department, stood defiantly, arms crossed, regarding Chun Mu with contempt. Towering over Chun Mu, he was far more robust, clearly a muscle-bound figure. As neither party yielded, they collided head-on. The would-be hero was knocked back as if struck by a freight train. Stumbling before ultimately landing on his rear, in shock, he watched as Chun Mu strode away. No one dared intervene to rescue the fallen women. It was not until Chun Mu's figure vanished from sight that the muscle-bound student, his face flushed with embarrassment, finally regained his composure. Upon returning to the dormitory, Chun Mu headed straight for the bathroom, turning on the cold water tap. The icy water cascading over him gradually restored his calm, allowing him to regain his composure. Reflecting on the day's events, he couldn't help but smile ruefully at his own impulsiveness. It seemed he was indeed still too young, easily losing control. This was perilous. He chastised himself internally, reminding himself to remain composed at all times. Chenmu repeatedly urged himself to maintain his cool as the cold water splashed against his face, droplets cascading down his body. His thoughts began to clarify. The pressure he had been under recently weighed heavily on him, and he lacked the control necessary to match it. Moreover, he understood that before he accustomed himself to this strain, there would inevitably be further instances of losing control. Today's encounter revealed certain shifts within himself. Perhaps due to the devilish woman's influence, a hint of brutality had crept into his demeanor, a development he found most unwelcome. After showering, Chenmu regained his usual composure. As he sipped cool water, he pondered whether his actions in recent days had been inappropriate. For now, he considered it a task. No one was there to guide him on what to do. He could only engage in constant self-reflection and self-correction. The only support he had was himself. Contemplating his character, he soon identified a point of alignment with his current identity. Due to his inherently reserved nature, if he were to portray a brash nouveau riche, it would likely come off as contrived, exposing his true self. Yet, who said the son of a nouveau riche must be ostentatious? No, it is far more fitting for him to assume the role of a taciturn scion of a nouveau riche family, someone who generally prefers silence, yet has unfortunately adopted certain unsavory habits typical of the wealthy. A peculiar surname would not be amiss either. Before long, his thoughts began to crystallize. One advantage of speaking less is the reduced likelihood of making mistakes or revealing inconsistencies, that he now felt fortunate to have identified the issue early. Otherwise, once an impression formed in the minds of others, any attempt to alter it would appear overly abrupt. Having resolved this fundamental concern, the pressure on his mind considerably lessened. However, the realization that he had unwittingly chosen a feminine device left him both amused and perplexed. In retrospect, he understood the meaning behind the young lady's hesitant expression when he purchased the device. This instrument had cost him 900,000 udi, and to simply abandon it felt like an extravagant waste. Although the money was not his own, he had no intention of being frivolous. Still, he was unaccustomed to such profligacy. That I'll make use of it for now, he resolved, gritting his teeth and taking it in hand. He couldn't help but think that he had just added another subject for ridicule to himself, indulging in a bit of self-deprecation. While the device appeared ostentatious and impractical, it was undeniably more advanced than his previous basic model. After a brief trial, he found its tactile response and speed far superior to what he had previously possessed. It featured 3 slots. In addition to the energy card and tail-cutting shuttle card, there was an additional slot, into which he inserted a mysterious card. The energy card he acquired this time was a 4-star card. The devilish woman had provided him with ample udi, so there was no need for him to skimp. After inserting the tail-cutting shuttle card and the 4-star energy card, he activated the tail-cutting shuttle card with determination. The crystal-clear tail-cutting shuttle reappeared on his index finger, now responding 0.4 seconds faster than before. Indeed, premium goods are distinctly superior. He mused inwardly that he had never held any particular expectations regarding the appearance of the device, but its exceptional performance immediately won his favor, making him indifferent to its feminine design. His long-standing criterion remained: functionality was paramount. In the exchange student dormitory of Xingyuan, only Wang Zhe, Yin Qinju, and Qingqing were present. The information I managed to gather was rather limited. Mu Lei was exceedingly cautious and left no traces. However, I believe I have uncovered something of value. Whether it be Mu Lei's first card Shadow, Encounter, or the second card Shadow, Legend of the Masters, both were primarily distributed within the Dongwei Academy. Yin Qinju shared the intel he had gleaned. Both Qingqing and Wang Zhe displayed thoughtful expressions. Adjusting his glasses, Yin Qinju's handsome visage radiated a unique charm. I suspect that Mu Lei is likely within Dongwei Academy, or perhaps they are situated in the vicinity. They cannot be too far away. Otherwise, I fail to understand why they would restrict card shadow sales to Dongwei Academy. Very plausible. Wang Zhe nodded in agreement with Yin Qinju's hypothesis. Chenmu could hardly have anticipated that such seemingly unrelated matters would align in this manner. Yin Qinju did not express any smugness at Wang Zhe's concurrence. Rather, he wore a wry smile, yet I feel there are still too many questions unanswered. Why did Mu Lei create card shadows? And why is he being so secretive? Furthermore, why did the second card shadow, Legend of the Masters, not utilize this special structure afterward? And why have they abruptly ceased operations recently? For the time being, let those questions lie aside. The results from Bian Yun have yet to be revealed. But it is undoubtedly a remarkable invention. What we must consider now is how to locate him, Wang Zhe stated. Why not hold a card-making competition? Yin Qinju responded swiftly. However, the greatest challenge lies in how to entice him to participate. Wang Zhe chuckled. We can simply inquire with Bian Yun. What do card makers desire? What is it that they cannot resist? That fellow will surely know. Suddenly, Wang Zhe recalled something and remarked, let's proceed with tomorrow's plan as scheduled. We might as well probe into those pests' backgrounds. The two exchanged a knowing smile. Throughout the conversation, Qingqing remained silent, her expression contemplative. Chenmu emerged once again from the simple aquatic realm, his body covered in red spots. Presenting a rather alarming sight that he occasionally gasped in pain, yet his expression was one of palpable excitement. This marked his second challenge against the arrow fish. Although he had failed, he glimpsed the hope of success. The time spent honing his dodging skills had indeed not been in vain, as he could now endure simultaneous attacks from approximately 70 arrow fish. The arrow fish challenge is inherently perilous. As the numerous scars on Chenmu's body attest, he had endured dozens of stings this time, leaving him dotted with red marks all over. Even the slightest touch was painful. The longer one withstands the arrow fish challenge, the greater the danger escalates. Just the thought of hundreds of arrow fish simultaneously piercing his body was enough to send shivers down Chenmu's spine. Upon reflection, he attributed his ongoing failure to two primary factors. One was his still-developing dodging technique, particularly the integration of water propulsion techniques and the dodging skills imparted by the devilish woman. The second was his lack of heightened perception. 4.9 meters. For an arrow fish, is but the blink of an eye that if only his perception were stronger. Not only would his awareness extend further, but he would also discern changes within his perception range more acutely. That night proved exceedingly torturous for Chenmu. He could not fall asleep, as lying down sent waves of pain coursing through him, rendering rest impossible. Even sitting was painful, as he had endured several stings on his backside. With only the soles of his feet unscathed, he found himself standing in a dark corner, ultimately unaware of how he eventually drifted off to sleep. When he awoke, dawn had arrived, and while the red spots had faded somewhat, they still ached faintly. Today marked the freshman ceremony, an event he was obliged to attend. After freshening up and consuming a light meal, Chenmu set out. The campus was already bustling with students engaged in morning exercises and studying. Enviously glancing at them, Chenmu quickened his pace. The freshman ceremony took place in the grand auditorium. Upon entering, he noticed the crowd was still relatively sparse, but after about half an hour, attendance began to swell. Chenmu spotted Feng Jie and Yi, who were in the same class as him, that he chose to ignore them, wishing to avoid complications. Strangely, today the two seemed unusually subdued, aside from Feng Jie shooting him a fierce glare. Yi's gaze appeared somewhat evasive. Maintaining an expression of calm, Chenmu averted his eyes. Seating himself at the edge of the auditorium, he endeavored to minimize interactions with them. However, as soon as he sat down, discomfort surged through him, compelling him to maintain a serene facade. What a torment this was! While seated, Chenmu could only hope for the ceremony to conclude swiftly, as the pain radiating from his backside was unbearable. He redirected his attention to observe the students nearby, that he was situated at the far left of the section designated for their class, with the new students from the card repair department on his left. A cursory glance revealed a few individuals who caught his attention. They were scattered among the students, appearing inconspicuous, yet Chenmu sensed a faint yet palpable danger emanating from them. Ever since encountering the devilish woman, Chenmu had noticed his senses had sharpened significantly. He could not pinpoint what exactly elicited this sense of danger, but he perceived it in an indistinct manner. Within moments, he had surmised the origins of these individuals. The activities of Xingyuan had drawn the attention of even the newly arrived devilish woman, so it was only natural that others would harbor suspicions. These individuals likely belonged to other factions. He was puzzled by Xingyuan's true intentions. Even if they had ulterior motives, they ought to operate covertly, rather than exhibiting such brazen ostentation. This remained his most perplexing inquiry. Never mind, he thought. This was not a matter he needed to ponder. He did not believe himself capable of discerning subtleties in the grand scheme of things. From any perspective, he was an unadulterated novice, but he feigned nonchalance, withdrawing his gaze when he realized it had attracted the attention of several individuals. Internally, he felt a chill. These individuals possessed remarkably keen instincts. He made a concerted effort to suppress his curiosity and to appear composed and natural. Chunmu's attire naturally elicited scornful glances from those around him. The two seats beside him remained unoccupied, as none wished to sit adjacent to him. His entire focus remained on the few students from the card repair department not far away, perhaps due to some stimulus. His senses today were exceptionally heightened. Everything around him felt startlingly vivid in his mind. This sensation was extraordinary. Without needing to turn around, he sensed Feng Jie and Yi casting furtive glances in his direction. He could even perceive a classmate removing their shoes, and he was acutely aware of the air currents surrounding him. Immersed in this world, he failed to notice that the lengthy and tedious opening speech had already commenced. The seats occupied by the students of Xingyuan were not far from those of the card repair department. Casting a glance at the principal of Dongwei Academy, who was delivering a lengthy speech, Wang Zhe nodded toward a tall male student beside him. This student was remarkably tall, around 2 meters, and exceedingly slender, his limbs resembling those of a bamboo stalk, giving the impression that a gust of wind could easily topple him. The lanky student smiled slightly, causing the device in his lowered right hand to emit a faint white glow. The nearby students from Xingyuan intentionally or unintentionally surrounded the lanky student, concealing the nearly imperceptible luminescence. A delicate, faint white halo, approximately the size of a fist, hovered about 10 centimeters above the ground. The smile that once adorned the face of the classmate known as Zhu Gao had vanished, replaced instead by an expression of solemnity. Beneath his slightly lowered eyelids, a glimmer flickered that in an instant. The pale white halo expanded at an astonishing speed, filling the entire auditorium in less than a second. Suddenly, members of the Casio department emitted several low, cold snorts, some sitting up straight, their faces marked by vigilance. Meanwhile, the majority of the students remained oblivious, continuing their conversations or drifting into slumber on the podium. Several teachers' eyes sparkled with urgency. The principal, still delivering his speech, merely lifted his eyelids, seemingly unaware, and continued his address. Chunmu's expression subtly shifted in a moment of panic. He sensed an overwhelming danger closing in on him. That pervasive pressure was suffocating, threatening to crush him. The awareness he had spread around his body felt as though it was being relentlessly compressed by an immense force. This powerful sensation seemed to have appeared out of thin air. He struggled to maintain his composure, fearing even the slightest lapse could lead to disaster, and he heard not a word of the principal's address. The world around him felt distant, and he clung desperately to his fleeting clarity. Just as he felt he could no longer endure, that oppressive sensation abruptly vanished without warning. Chunmu exhaled a sigh of relief, though a sense of dread lingered within him. What had just transpired? The intensity of that pressure was utterly terrifying. He had the disconcerting illusion that, had it continued for even a second longer, his awareness would have been utterly obliterated by that formidable force. During that brief moment, even breathing had become laborious. Who could possibly dare to act so recklessly in the presence of so many teachers at such a critical juncture? Suddenly, Chunmu's expression shifted once more. What was happening? The awareness that had been stifled now surged with a restless desire to escape. It seemed as though something with a lethal allure to his perception existed in his vicinity. This pulling force was incredibly potent, and his control over his awareness was gradually waning. It felt akin to water reaching a boiling point, bubbling restlessly. Chunmu's complexion turned pale. The situation was deteriorating. A sense of helplessness welled up from deep within him. It felt as if a voice was urging him to give up, to surrender, to cease struggling against such fatigue and anguish. He bit down on his lip, oblivious to the fact that he was nearly biting it raw. Behind him, Yi suddenly froze. Her gaze fell upon Chunmu's back, where she noticed a small patch of sweat gradually spreading. Within minutes, his shirt had become soaked, clinging to his skin. Yi found this curious and nudged Feng Jie beside her, gesturing with her lips. Feng Jie, look, what's wrong with him? Feng Jie cast a glance, dismissively replying, who knows? That bumpkin's problems are of no concern to us, that if he dies, good riddance. It saves me the trouble of exacting revenge. Could he be ill? Yi inquired with a hint of worry. Why should we care if he is sick? Feng Jie scoffed. That bumpkin bruised my shoulder. If he dies, it serves him right to Yi. Why are you so concerned about him? Yi shook her head. It's not concern. After all, we are classmates. You just have a soft heart, Feng Jie remarked, glancing at the principal on stage before adding. That old coot sure can talk. With that, she resumed her nap at a thin, Faint white halo lay beneath the seats, as calm as a mirror of light. The few individuals Chunmu had noticed earlier now wore grave expressions, beads of sweat trickling down their foreheads. Chunmu's condition was more dire than theirs. Despite his utmost efforts, he could not contain the tumultuous awareness within him. It felt as if it might detach at any moment. The once uniformly dispersed awareness around his body now fluctuated wildly, trembling violently, and no matter how hard he tried to control it, the previously submissive awareness refused to heed his command. Curse it! Chunmu's forehead was lined with veins, yet his mind remained clear. He realized that if this continued, his perception would surely collapse entirely. All his efforts to cultivate his awareness would be in vain. What to do? What to do? Even the mysterious card held no information on this matter. He rapidly reviewed everything he knew, yet found no fragments of wisdom. Time was slipping away. He was nearing a breaking point. The violent turmoil of his awareness contorted his expression into one of profound agony, unnoticed by those around him. Only Yiyo observed the sweat-soaked expanse of Chunmu's back. She contemplated approaching him, but hesitated, ultimately resigning to her seat that he had to do something. The consequences of inaction were too terrifying to contemplate. He understood all too clearly what a complete collapse of perception would signify for him, that in many respects, perception bore striking similarities to energy, that its core lay structure. Variations in energy structure lead to drastically different effects. The same held true for perception. Structure. That damned structure. Suddenly, it struck him, the tail-spinning vortex. That crystal-clear, rapidly spinning tail vortex. Thus far, it was the energy structure he was most familiar with, the one he understood best. Beyond it, he knew nothing of any other energy structures. There was no time left for hesitation, for choices, or judgments. His perception teetered on the brink of collapse. Without delay, Chunmu cautiously focused on the core of his perception, the area of least turbulence that he carefully urged the operation of his awareness, fearing that even a slight misstep could trigger a complete breakdown. The tail vortex was not merely a simple rotation. Structurally, it comprised numerous segments, each exceedingly small. Every segment adhered to a specific rotational pattern, while their interactions followed a unique rhythm. However, Chunmu's understanding remained superficial. He could not grasp the intricacies of this pattern. What allowed it to accelerate after being projected? Yet for now, his knowledge of the tail vortex's structure sufficed. With his guidance, the inner layers of awareness began to rotate slowly. Gradually, their rotation quickened, building speed. Unbeknownst to him, a small vortex of perception began to form within him. All of Chunmu's focus was directed toward this tiny vortex. He needed to carefully control the rotation of these perceptions, ensuring their speed remained within a manageable threshold. He recalled that the faster the tail vortex spun, the greater its power. Yet this also implied increased instability, that he had no desire for a volatile entity that could explode within his body. The vortex's velocity incrementally increased, and it began to draw in the slightly outer layers of perception, compelling them to spin alongside it. Soon, the number of perceptions comprising the vortex grew, its absorption capacity becoming increasingly formidable. Its speed escalating correspondingly, that a wave of panic surged within Chunmu. It was a fear of the unknown. He had no idea what might transpire if this continued, but he knew that he was bound to encounter trouble. Yet, as the perception vortex expanded, he found his ability to control its rotational speed waning. Like a great whale siphoning the rivers, the once tumultuous awareness had merged entirely into the perception vortex. Only then did Chunmu realize that peculiar structures of energy surrounded his body. Could these structures be the root cause of his chaotic awareness? Before he could react, the last vestige of his perception was absorbed into the vortex. What unfolded next astonished him. The rapidly spinning vortex suddenly exhibited a powerful repulsive force. These uniquely structured energy bodies were ejected forcefully. Had one been beneath the seats, it would have appeared as though a stone had been cast into the pale, white halo, sending forth concentric waves that rippled outward at a breathtaking speed. What had once been a smooth, glass-like surface of the halo became chaotic, trembling violently in a brief span. Simultaneously, intense disturbances erupted simultaneously from over a dozen locations. With a crack, it was as if a mirror had shattered into countless fragments. The layer of pale, white halo fragmented into innumerable shards, the subtle energies dissipating into the air. Qing Qing's countenance shifted. And before she could react, she heard Zhu Gao emit a low groan, his face paling in an instant. The other students from the Xing Yuan beside Zhu Gao also changed color, with a crash. The measuring device in Zhu Gao's hand shattered into pieces, its cards equally marred, each one rendered unrecognizable. Even Wang Zhe, who typically maintained his composure, appeared shaken that a few members of the Kashio department let out cold snorts. As if mocking Zhu Gao's presumption, the students from Xing Yuan beside Zhu Gao erupted in anger, preparing to rise. Yet upon seeing Qing Qing and Wang Zhe, they restrained themselves. Qing Qing quickly placed her hand on Zhu Gao's forehead, and after a moment, spoke solemnly, "You will need to rest for about a month. During this time, refrain from using your perception." "What happened?" Wang Zhe asked urgently. His power paled in comparison to Qing Qing's, and he had sensed nothing. Yet he was astonished that someone could break Zhu Gao's formidable technique. Had they encountered a master? There exists a master, presumably from the Caxiu faction, who suddenly launched an assault, catching those individuals off guard, leading to a combined effort that shattered the star inducement. However, it has been clarified that there are 8 individuals in Caxiu, 3 in the card creation faction, and 2 more lurking in the right corner ahead. The slender man's complexion regained a hint of color, yet the strain in his voice revealed the difficulty he faced while speaking. The crowd was taken aback. They had not anticipated the slender man's severe injury to the extent that even speaking posed a challenge. The whereabouts of the master remained unknown to me. The slender man's words were tinged with a sense of unwillingness. Star inducement is an exceptionally unique and enigmatic technique. Within the entire Star Academy, only a handful can wield star inducement with proficiency. The creation of star inducement cards is an arduous task, and even within the Academy, few possess the skill to craft them. Consequently, those who specialize in this field are even scarcer, particularly since it is not a combat card and has historically been overlooked. Nonetheless, this does not imply a lack of understanding of star inducement cards, and on the contrary, they are held in high regard and trepidation. While star inducement cards pose no harm to ordinary individuals, they are undoubtedly perilous for those with heightened sensitivity. More often than not, they serve as a form of detection card, specifically targeting advanced Caxiu practitioners. In their presence, even the more formidable Caxiu practitioners find themselves exposed. Under normal circumstances, given Chun Mu's perceptual strength, star inducement cards would not inflict harm upon him. However, his sensitivity far exceeded the strength of his perception. Adequately sensitive, yet not sufficiently powerful, by a stroke of fortune, the star inducement card inflicted damage upon him. This was something the slender man had not anticipated. His intention was merely to probe the number of hidden masters. But he stumbled upon someone like Chun Mu. The star inducement circles unleashed by the card were forcibly torn asunder by Chun Mu, and the masters within those circles swiftly seized the opportunity to strike. With over 10 masters retaliating simultaneously, it was inevitable that the slender man would sustain injuries. That IT was fortunate that the structure of the star inducement offered him some protection. Otherwise, against such a multitude, surviving would have been a miracle. Qing rose to her feet, casting her gaze toward the Caxiu faction. She too sensed the fluctuations transmitted by the star inducement. Being of the same lineage as the slender man and possessing greater strength than he, she comprehended certain aspects even better than he did. Yet, she too could not pinpoint the exact location of that mysterious master. She only sensed the general vicinity of his presence, scanning her surroundings. She regrettably found no suspicious targets. Chun Mu maintained his usual demeanor, his perception firmly restrained within his body. The rotational speed of his perception had diminished, now spinning slowly, which brought him some relief. As long as the rotation remained slow, there was no imminent danger. Yet, regardless of his efforts, the rotating perception could not revert to its original state, that he was uncertain whether this change was beneficial or detrimental. A lingering sense of apprehension remained within him, preventing him from dispersing his perception around his body. What exactly was that peculiar energy body he had encountered? Even now, he felt a twinge of fear. Leaning back and discovering that his back was entirely soaked. Why had those energy bodies suddenly vanished? He remained perplexed. Little did he realize that he was the one who had delivered the most lethal blow. His complexion began to normalize as he pondered within, wondering who had emitted that peculiar energy body. Casually surveying his surroundings, he noted that no one exhibited any unusual behavior. Chun Mu was taken aback. Could it be that others were unaffected? Why did they not seem to have any sensations? In terms of perception, there were many here who surpassed him. How could they not feel anything? His heart raced, a chill coursing through him as he questioned who it might be. Was it targeted at him? This thought immediately heightened his tension. Was it the Star Academy? Had they discovered him? If such an odd attack were indeed from the Star Academy, he would not be overly surprised. Yet, where had he revealed any weaknesses? Could it have been her? The image of the girl named Qingqing he had encountered that day suddenly sprang to mind. Suppressing the terror within, Chenmu endeavored to calm himself that if the Star Academy had truly discovered him, what actions would they take? Surely, they would launch a more proactive assault, rather than being so cautious. The more he contemplated, the more chaotic his thoughts became, prompting him to close his eyes and rest. The recent events had been exceedingly perilous, depleting both his physical and mental energy with his eyes closed. He unwittingly fell asleep. Coincidentally, Qingqing's gaze swept past, and upon seeing Chenmu, she felt a sense of familiarity. After a moment of reflection, recalling the events of that day and observing Chenmu's attire, she couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Noticing his rhythmic snores, she smiled and turned her gaze away. Chenmu had no idea how long he had slept, but upon awakening, he found the grand hall nearly deserted. With only a few individuals remaining, that he hurried toward his dormitory, feeling a bit anxious about the unknown changes occurring within his perception. Uncertain of any potential adverse effects, he realized he had acted recklessly this time. As he approached the dormitory area, he furrowed his brows. The lights in the dormitory area blazed brightly, and a cacophony of noise filled the air, with several people seemingly singing at the top of their lungs. Upon entering the corridor, the buzzing in his ears intensified, that he finally understood why the dormitory for sponsored students was situated in such a remote location. Evidently, the school faculty had anticipated this, even after closing his room door. The sounds of singing still faintly reached him. It wasn't until he entered the bathroom that those sounds were effectively muffled. Thus, Chenmu settled into the bathtub, commencing an examination of the perception within his body. In the 75th segment, within a fleeting moment, his perception revolved slowly inside him, resembling a tailless shuttle formed from perception. Yet, compared to the crystalline tailless shuttle card, it appeared more primitive and coarse. Its surface was uneven, with varying thickness in certain areas. The perception instinctively coalesced into a shuttle shape, rotating slowly without requiring his guidance. Was this a blessing or a curse? Chenmu felt a mix of worry and curiosity. He attempted to activate the gauge on his hand, triggering the tailless shuttle card, and soon, a crystalline tailless shuttle appeared on his fingertip, buzzing merrily as it spun, that he meticulously observed each detail of this process. He finally discerned the differences in his perception compared to before. Previously, his perception resembled gas, easily controlled, yet not particularly swift. Now, however, it was entirely different. With a mere thought, slender threads of perception shot forth from the rotating tailless shuttle at incredible speed. The connection between Chenmu and his perception had become far more sensitive, with each thread akin to a nerve, allowing him to detect the subtlest changes. These fine threads of perception seamlessly acted as a medium, linking the energy within the energy card to the tailless shuttle card, enabling him to visualize the tailless shuttle before him. How swift! Chenmu struggled to contain his jubilation. His control over the speed of perception had increased exponentially compared to before, and maneuvering these slender threads was unusually effortless. Currently, Chenmu could deploy the tailless shuttle card at twice the frequency of before. Such an unexpected gain filled him with immense joy, and this was all thanks to those slender threads of perception. He experimented with various peculiar methods to manipulate the fine threads of perception, and they consistently exhibited remarkable agility. Eventually, feeling fatigued, Chenmu ceased his attempts with perception, gradually regaining his composure from the earlier elation. He began to reflect on the events of that day. The structure of that energy body was truly strange. Although he had only caught a glimpse, it left a profound impression on him. The perilous nature of the situation he had encountered that day still haunted him. Throughout the ordeal, he had possessed virtually no capacity to retaliate, let alone defend himself, that if not for his fortuitous instinct to adjust his perception at the last moment, it would have undoubtedly collapsed. The collapse of perception is catastrophic for both Caxiu practitioners and card creators alike, that if his perception had truly crumbled, he would have been rendered utterly useless. Fortunately, he had turned misfortune into fortune today. Yet the question remained: who was responsible? Why had only he been affected while others remained unscathed? Having continuously restrained his perception and unwittingly observed, he had naturally failed to notice the expressions of those who had been driven into a corner by the star inducement circles released by the Slender Man. By the time he returned to normalcy, everyone else had long since recovered, creating the illusion that someone was targeting him. Subsequently, despite Shenmue's best efforts to unravel the mystery, he found no clues. If the Star Academy had indeed discovered him, there would be no need for such covert methods. He didn't believe they would harbor any reservations about a nameless individual like him. After pondering, he was unable to draw any conclusions and reluctantly set the matter aside. Even if the Star Academy had uncovered his presence, there was no way he would simply withdraw from Dongwei Academy. When faced with a Demoness or the students of the Star Academy, he would prefer the latter. However, these individuals were truly raucous. The entire building was in an uproar. Even in the bathroom, he could faintly hear the distant noise. These fools, Chunmu smiled wryly. Early the next morning marked Chunmu's first official class. Sitting in the raucous classroom, dressed in an incongruous outfit and remaining taciturn, he appeared as an anomaly, utterly out of place in his surroundings. However, not all students are incorrigible. Chunmu observed several individuals seated quietly, awaiting the arrival of their instructor, that IT remained uncertain how many among them, like himself, had come for the Star Academy, with some time before the class commenced. Chunmu flipped through his textbook. The devilish woman had assigned him to the card-making department, a field with which he was most familiar, far more so than the art of evasion or lethal encounters, which he found much less appealing. Yet, life is often rife with unwelcome realities. The things we cherish most are frequently those we cannot possess. Chunmu became engrossed in his reading, finding the organization of this textbook to be clearer than that of any he had previously purchased. Indeed, attending school had its advantages. Suddenly, his gaze flickered. He sensed someone approaching. Despite his engrossed state, he remained vigilant. Externally, he feigned ignorance, keeping his focus on the textbook. With a resounding clap, a large hand struck the open pages before him. Chunmu lifted his gaze, encountering a brawny male student, towering at approximately 185 centimeters. Clad merely in a tank top that struggled to contain his muscular physique, that he noticed several female students casting envious glances at the imposing figure. However, what stirred his caution were the fleeting glimmers in the eyes of a few individuals seated quietly in the corner. There was something intriguing about them. Clearly, these individuals were not to be underestimated. His mind raced as he processed the implications of having a few unfamiliar faces infiltrate his class. He was uncertain of their identities, but the sooner he identified them, the better. That he had no desire to be undermined in secrecy. From a young age, he understood that covert attacks were the hardest to anticipate to his classmates. Chunmu appeared momentarily paralyzed with fear. "Country bumpkin, I heard you knocked in a Fengjie." The muscular male's words were harsh, his beady eyes glaring menacingly at Chunmu. Meanwhile, Fengjie sat with a cold smirk, her head held high in arrogance, while Yaya beside her displayed a look of pained sympathy. Ignoring the confrontation, Chunmu focused intently on the suspicious individuals. The two most dubious were a fellow in a garish shirt, whose expression hovered between a smile and something else, and another seated in the far corner. His face shadowed, eyes half closed, surrounded by empty seats that no one dared occupy, that a young boy beside Chunmu, his face twisted in fear, hastily vacated his seat for another. "Hey, are you deaf? I'm talking to you." The muscular male's demeanor darkened, and he reached out to seize Chunmu. Chunmu's contemplation was abruptly interrupted, yet his reflexes were swift. He raised his left hand, grasping the muscular male's wrist. The reaction of the man in the garish shirt was one of intrigue, while the shadowed figure's half-closed eyes suddenly sparkled with interest. Chunmu noted their responses, and an idea sparked within him. "Well, this little guy dares to resist." The muscular male grinned wickedly, his other hand swinging toward Chunmu. In a flash, Chunmu resolved to act, but he tilted his head slightly, evading the incoming slap, and with a twist of his waist, he closed the distance to the muscular male's embrace, driving his knee forcefully into the man's abdomen. The classroom fell into stunned silence, all eyes wide as they witnessed the muscular male double over in pain, clutching his stomach, unable to emit a sound, before collapsing to the floor moments later. Chaos erupted, screams, cheers, and whistles filled the air, with many reveling in the pandemonium. Chinmu observed that although the two suspicious individuals maintained their composure, their eyes betrayed their recognition of the significance behind his strike. He resumed his seat, displaying a calm demeanor as if the incident had been nothing more than a trivial interruption. Having captured the attention of those two, he had achieved his goal that he had intended to remain inconspicuous. Yet this brute had forced his hand. Reflecting on the situation, he realized this was the second muscular male he had dispatched. Turning his gaze, it landed upon Feng Jie. It dawned on him that both muscular incidents seemed intricately linked to her. While he had his reasons for demonstrating his prowess today, he did not wish for such confrontations to become a daily occurrence. Rising, he made his way toward Feng Jie, instantly silencing the classroom. Some audacious individuals wore expressions of eager anticipation, eager to witness what would unfold next. Feng Jie turned pale. She had not anticipated Chinmu to be such a ruthless character. She realized she had committed a grave error. As Chinmu approached, she involuntarily trembled, for his face bore an unsettling tranquility, devoid of any hint of the earlier tumult. That it was this very calmness that instilled fear in her. Reaching Feng Jie's desk, Chinmu fixed her with a steady gaze. Beside her, Yi's complexion paled, and unable to bear the thought of Feng Jie facing harm, she blurted out, "What do you intend to do?" Chinmu did not even flinch, pondering what lesson to impart upon the woman before him. "Oh, dear classmate, there is no need to be so angry. Beautiful women occasionally make minor mistakes. It's only fair to forgive them. After all, what man could be so petty?" A voice, laced with a hint of flippancy, emerged from behind. The speaker was the man in the garish shirt, his face perpetually adorned with a smirk upon meeting Chinmu's gaze. He introduced himself, "I am Lin Jiao," and added, "Your skills are quite impressive." The praise was delivered with just the right amount of astonishment that even someone as stoic as Chinmu felt a surge of satisfaction. "Yao Ku," Chinmu introduced himself succinctly. "Let us put this matter behind us, shall we?" Lin Jiao responded gracefully, though his flamboyant attire did little to enhance his image. Many students exchanged disdainful glances. It was audacious to discuss face-saving on a first encounter. As if Lin Jiao fancied himself a significant figure, they awaited Chinmu's rebuttal. Very well. To everyone's surprise, Chinmu acquiesced readily. Lin Jiao appeared unfazed by this response, smiling gently. "Thank you, Brother Yao. Might I propose we share a meal this evening?" Chinmu contemplated and nodded. "All right." Thus, the incident dissipated, leaving those who craved drama thoroughly disappointed. Nonetheless, they had witnessed Chinmu's ferocity, and none were foolish enough to intervene at that moment. The muscular male remained curled on the floor, still clutching his abdomen, his body twitching intermittently, prompting onlookers to wonder just how forceful Chinmu's blow had been. What chilled Chinmu was the realization that for a full half hour, no one had even glanced at the fallen muscular male, let alone offered assistance to take him to the hospital. These privileged youths were indeed callous, treating life with utter disregard. Even Feng Jie, who had instigated the confrontation, made no effort to check on the man who had defended her. Though visibly shaken, she engaged animatedly with Lin Jie. In comparison, the ruffians Chinmu had previously encountered exhibited a greater sense of camaraderie and loyalty. Chinmu returned to his studies, finding the allure of his textbook far more compelling than the ostentatious girls in the classroom. He was engrossed in the creation of a basic energy card, essential knowledge for every aspiring card maker, and he savored the content, aware that while he possessed familiarity with the subject, certain principles remained elusive to him. Since the perceptual shift he experienced the day prior, he had become acutely aware of energy structures. The energy released by basic cards was formless and gentle, posing no harm, rather than dismissing their fundamental nature. He had resolved to devote substantial time to mastering them. The more rudimentary the form, the more easily one could grasp the essence of the matter. This was a fundamental truth. After half an hour, the instructor finally arrived, a middle-aged man of approximately 40, dressed in a neat suit, though his speech was somewhat mumbled, requiring Chinmu to strain to comprehend. Clearly, the school was indifferent to its so-called sponsored classes. The instructor, throughout the lesson, paid no heed to the muscular male sprawled on the floor, as if he were invisible. That it was evident that this was not his first encounter with such a scenario. However, the teacher's proficiency was commendable, at least in Chinmu's view, far superior to the previous instructor, Jia Ming. That today's lecture focused on basic energy cards, and with Chinmu's wealth of experience, he found a profound resonance with the material. Previously, he had struggled with theoretical concepts, making modifications to basic energy cards largely by emulating other structures. However, as the instructor elaborated, many previously opaque concepts became crystal clear. This epiphany was exhilarating. Chenmu listened with rapt attention. Oblivious to the few who observed him from the shadows, the classroom buzzed with noise. Some students slept, others chatted, and the sound of sunflower seeds cracking filled the air. These privileged youths were far from earnest in their studies. They were merely biding their time. As the lesson neared its conclusion, the teacher cast a glance around the classroom, hesitated momentarily, and then announced, the school would be hosting a competition for the creation of low-level illusion cards. With no restrictions placed upon the participants, this contest boasts prizes of unprecedented value. As he spoke of the rewards, a rare flicker of excitement appeared on his face. The first prize winner will receive the renowned pen de Zhong from Master Kua Haofeng. The students below continued their chatter, seemingly unperturbed, prompting the teacher to wear a wry smile, shaking his head as he thought to himself that conveying this to such a bunch of layabouts was akin to playing music to a cow. He carelessly distributed flyers regarding the competition. Perhaps it was best to keep these people in the dark, he mused, shaking his head as he departed the classroom with his lesson plan in hand. The students, who had long been restless, immediately scattered in all directions. However, Chenmu's heart surged with excitement. These individuals were oblivious to who Kua Haofeng was, but how could he not know? Kua Haofeng, a master craftsman of pens, had passed away 15 years ago, that he is regarded as the most distinguished pen maker of the past century, and every collection of his is a treasured possession. For any card maker, possessing a set of Master Kua Haofeng's pens is an irresistible temptation. Even someone as composed as Chenmu could not help but feel exhilarated upon hearing this news. The significance of crafting pens to a card maker is self-evident, akin to the importance of combat cards to a battle-oriented card cultivator. Chenmu was certain that this competition would stir the entire Dongwei Academy. No student in the card-making department could resist such a lure. What a grand gesture indeed, as Chenmu absorbed this astonishing news. He picked up the flyer to scrutinize the competition requirements. As he read through the details, he suddenly felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. Lin Jiuhei, let's go eat. Lin Ke's words jolted Chenmu back to reality. He endeavored to appear nonchalant, nodding in agreement. All right. Rising, he deftly folded the flyer and tucked it into his pocket. Noticing Chenmu's actions, Lin Ke displayed a hint of curiosity as he remarked, "Are you interested in this?" "Not particularly," Chenmu replied with a neutral expression, inquiring, "Where shall we eat?" "How about Su Xiangju? I've heard the food there is quite delightful." Lin Jiu snapped his fingers. Exuding a familiarity with the place, Su Xiangju is an upscale restaurant within Dongwei Academy, characterized by its classical decor, that a curtain of flowing water at the entrance creates an ethereal ambience. And upon entering, one is enveloped in tranquility, as if the water curtain separates them from the outside world. The two were greeted by a garden-like scenery, with an ancient-style courtyard allowing light to filter in. And the slightly humid air invigorated their spirits. The layout was exceptionally clever, and even someone as stoic as Chenmu found himself harboring a measure of fondness for the surroundings. Winding their way through the establishment, guided by a waiter, they entered a small private room. Dongwei Academy is indeed a remarkable place. Even this restaurant maintains such high standards. It truly astonishes me, Lin Jiu exclaimed as they settled in. Chenmu picked up the tea on the table, sipping it thoughtfully. Although he maintained a calm exterior, his heart raced with tension, unwilling to let his guard down. Seeing Chenmu in silence, Lin Jiu paid it no mind, leisurely sipping his tea before glancing at Chenmu and laughing. Today, Brother Yao's strike was truly decisive, broadening my horizons. That I had heard tales of the Yao family's card cultivators being exceptionally fierce in close combat. And witnessing it today was indeed no exaggeration. Yao family? Chenmu was unfamiliar with the Yao family Lin Jiu mentioned, suspecting that Lin Jiu had mistakenly identified him as someone from that lineage. However, he did not clarify, merely continuing to drink his tea. By the way, which position does Brother Yao hold in the Yao family? Lin Jiu asked with a grin, suddenly tossing out, "I wonder how Brother Yao felt yesterday?" Chenmu abruptly raised his head, his gaze narrowing sharply on Lin Jiu, finally uttering his first word since entering Su Xiangju. "Is it you?" Lin Jiu's heart raced, and he quickly waved his hand. his expression one of bemused disbelief. How could it possibly be me? My strength is nowhere near sufficient to wield a star induction card. Star induction card. Chenmu's expression relaxed slightly as he instinctively mulled over the term. Ah, it's quite normal that Brother Yao hasn't heard of the star induction card. I only learned of it by chance that IT's quite renowned in the Star Academy, Lin Jiu elaborated. The star induction card can release a star induction circle. It is said that once mastered at an advanced level, it can disorient one's senses, leading to collapse. Its power is formidable. The more acute the senses, the more susceptible one is to the star induction circle's effects. However, mastering the star induction card is no easy feat. High talent is required for advanced practice. Currently, there are very few students at the Star Academy specializing in the star induction card, and the individual who used it yesterday was quite skilled. Over the years, the Star Academy has declined, and given their inherent seclusion, only they know who possesses true prowess within. Lin Jiu spoke. His tone was laden with sentiment. Chenmu absorbed the information, offering a vague response. Indeed impressive. Nonetheless, this world is filled with experts. We cannot allow the Star Academy to monopolize the limelight, Lin Jiu remarked with a hint of cold amusement. Even if the star induction card is formidable. It has been countered before, has it not? I fear that Bamboo Stick Brother is now severely injured. With a feigned air of triumph, Lin Jiu laughed heartily, but he couldn't help noticing that Chenmu's expression remained unchanged, causing a chill to run through him. This individual has achieved an exceptional level of emotional control. When did the Yao family produce such a formidable character? His mind raced at, oh, are there experts capable of contending with the Star Academy? Chenmu inquired, curiosity piqued, realizing that it was likely this expert who had aided him in escaping the star induction, that I'm not certain who it is, but that person's abilities are indeed impressive. To break the star induction card, their strength is beyond what we can fathom. Lin Jiu suddenly realized, laughing heartily. Of course, Brother Yao's prowess is still uncertain. I have high expectations for you that I am not as capable. Chenmu concluded succinctly. Lin Jiu chuckled, though he felt some confusion. The Yao family was known for its brute strength, and external commentary often suggested they lacked cunning. Yet this Yaoko before him was as unyielding as a rock. No matter how he attempted to entice him with words, there was no reaction. Chenmu, too, was engaged in contemplation. Although he was unaware of Lin Jiu's affiliations, it was evident that they shared a common goal. While he was still uncertain which faction Lin Jiu belonged to, one thing was crystal clear. Lin Jiu was well informed, speaking of many matters Chenmu had never encountered before, such as the Yao family and the star induction card. The two fell into a mutual silence, the atmosphere growing somewhat peculiar. After a hasty meal, they politely bid each other farewell. Upon returning to his dormitory, Chenmu promptly activated the communication card in his possession, which contained only one number. The devil woman's that a luminous screen materialized before him, revealing the image of the devil woman. That I need information regarding a faction called the Yao family and the Star Academy's star induction card. Chenmu stated directly. The devil woman's gaze remained indifferent as she nodded. Understood. Thus concluded the first exchange between the two via the communication card. After shutting off the device, Chenmu suddenly recalled the flyer. He retrieved it from his pocket and meticulously reviewed its contents. That in a matter of moments, he discerned the true purpose behind the so-called illusion card creation competition. He recalled how that little girl, named Tang Tang, had reacted to the mention of the encounter illusion card. The requirements outlined were tailor-made for him, with victory going to the participant whose illusion card contained the most dynamic imagery. Chenmu was certain that they were targeting him, or more precisely, the techniques he had mastered regarding card crafting. Casually discarding the flyer into the trash bin, he pondered that while the pen set was indeed precious, the value of his own life was far greater. A distinction Chenmu could easily make. Could the techniques of card crafting truly be so alluring? Even the Star Academy was not exempt. Chenmu fell into a deep reverie that in the low-level illusion card club. Baiji Yuan and Wang Hao were engaged in hushed conversation. Have you found anything? Why does this family harbor such trepidation towards Chenmu to the extent of wanting him dead? Even offering such substantial terms? Baiji Yuan's expression was grave. Based on the current intelligence, it appears that Zhuo Xen met his demise at Chenmu's hands. Chenmu possesses a remarkably powerful battle card, and it is rumored to be associated with a set of card shadows. Wang Hao added. Card shadows? Baiji Yuan's brow furrowed deeper. What sort of card shadows would warrant such drastic measures from the Zhou family? We're not entirely sure, Wang Hao replied, anxiety etched across his face. Continue investigating, Bai Zhiyuan commanded decisively. Yes, Wang Hao responded promptly, then cautiously added, Lazy has been in a foul mood these days. He might be dissatisfied with our lack of action. Sighing, Bai Zhiyuan rubbed his temples. This is unavoidable. Now is not the time to sever ties with the Zhou family, especially considering the terms they've offered are hard to refuse. That I will seek an opportunity to discuss this with him. Wang Hao bowed slightly, understanding, and then respectfully exited Bai Zhiyuan's office. Bai Zhiyuan's expression fluctuated, a mixture of regret and resignation evident. The devil woman's efficiency was remarkable, and soon, Chenmu received pertinent information regarding the Yao family. Strangely, however, information regarding the Xingyo cards remains elusive. The Yao family, a modest clan, is one of the few remaining fallen card-shaper families that still adheres to close-quarters combat. Chenmu was surprised to find that Lin Jiao possessed such extensive knowledge about such a small family. Indeed, this fellow's insights are truly profound. What caught his attention was another piece of information. The previous head of the Yao family had spent 5 years in the Moing, a prestigious institution located in the Balian district. One of the 6 great academies that IT stands as an equal rival to the Xingyuan. And while the latter is shrouded in mystery, discussions surrounding the Moing evoke a different sentiment altogether. Balian district is already renowned among the 5 Huazone districts for its fierce populace, where the people are fiery and highly martial. In recent years, the Moing has also seen a surge of talented individuals. And it is said that internal competition there is exceedingly fierce, even acquiring a reputation for brutality. And oh wonder Lin Jiao would suspect him to be affiliated with the Yao family. Upon this realization, Chenmu felt a sense of clarity. The methods of the devilish woman are indeed formidable, as she had procured quite detailed information about the Yao family. The Yao family specializes in close-quarters combat techniques, excelling in a protective card known as the fish scale armor, which envelopes the body in a powerful energy shield. Coupled with their combat training from a young age, once they close in, it becomes an exceedingly troublesome affair. That it is no surprise that Lin Jiao would associate him with the Yao family. The strike he delivered to that muscular man today must have indeed linked him to the Yao lineage in Lin Jiao's eyes. Proficient in combat, bearing the surname Yao, and harboring an interest in the Xingyuan. These coincidences culminated in Lin Jiao's erroneous judgment that in truth, many card shapers possess some combat skills, such as those specializing in the Flame Dragon. Most of them learn various fighting techniques. However, these card shapers do not take it to the extremes as the Yao family does. For them, combat skills are merely auxiliary means. Lin Jiao likely did not anticipate that Chun Mu's methods were but those of a street brawler, hardly qualifying as true combat skills. Yet, after this period of training, his reflexes and strength had indeed increased significantly compared to before, which is why his strike had a startling effect. After thoroughly reviewing the information regarding the Yao family, Chun Mu found it to be a fitting cover for his identity. Most crucially, the Yao family has the backing of the Moing, a fact that proves immensely beneficial to him. It is likely that this is precisely what Lin Jiao values most. His emergence today was undoubtedly deliberate as a novice. He knows nothing and understands little, that if left to undertake this task alone, he would be utterly lost. However, with an ally, even a mutually exploitative one, he could acquire a wealth of information. This is far preferable to navigating the unknown entirely on his own. Yet, to capture others' attention and forge cooperative relationships, one must possess sufficient strength. Thus, his strike today was delivered with considerable force. Now, having established a connection with Lin Jiao, he felt a deep sense of satisfaction. The intelligence gleaned today was of paramount importance that on one hand, he understood that yesterday's events were not directed at him, which alleviated the tension in his heart. On the other hand, information regarding the Xingyo cards and the Yao family is invaluable to him at this juncture. Suddenly, he recalled the gloomy-faced individual from earlier today, wondering about their origins. After mulling over this, Chenmu commenced his training. He remembered the devilish woman's words. In darkness, survival becomes easier. Closing the lights and curtains, he trained silently in the dark like a ghost. Early the next morning, as per his routine, Chenmu rose to practice his physical exercises before heading to class. The classroom was sparsely populated, as those who had partied all night were likely still asleep at this hour. Lin Jiao greeted Chenmu with a cheerful smile, to which Chenmu nodded in acknowledgement. The glances from the other students toward Chin-Mu were tinged with fear, as his actions the previous day had branded him as a villain. This scene was familiar to him. Street thugs often wore such expressions when confronted with a formidable opponent. He casually glanced at the corner, where the gloomy man sat quietly. Engrossed in class, Chin-Mu remained focused and did not allow his thoughts to distract him. After all, the devilish woman had not stipulated when he should achieve results. As a novice, being overly anxious would only lead to revealing flaws. Thus, he chose to pay close attention to the lesson. Unlike Lin Jiao and the others, Chin-Mu genuinely loved the study of card creation. He found the material intriguing and did not perceive the teacher's lecture as dull at times. He felt a strange illusion that he was truly here to learn the craft of card making. Yet, whenever he returned from his engrossed state, a bittersweet sensation lingered within him. If only he were merely an ordinary student. The ongoing grand card-making competition, with its significant prizes, indeed stirred excitement throughout the campus. Just as Chin-Mu had anticipated, almost every capable student participated, and even the teachers from the card-making department eagerly signed up. However, this was of no concern to him, as Chin-Mu had resolved to observe from the sidelines. The weekend soon arrived, one of the 2 days in the week when Eastway Academy permitted students to venture outside. Reflecting on the past week, aside from getting to know Lin Jiao, he had gained little regarding matters related to the Xingyuan. Conversely, his greatest acquisition had been knowledge about card creation. He attended every class without fail, diligently completing the exercises assigned by the teacher without submitting them. Upon returning to the villa, the devilish woman's demeanor remained unchanged. After assessing Chin-Mu's training results and offering guidance on a few mistakes, she did not inquire about his experiences at school. Since she did not ask, Chin-Mu was more than happy to continue his training. That night, in a dark corner, Chin-Mu suddenly opened his eyes. That moment, the door was gently pushed open. "Get up, change your clothes." The devilish woman tossed a set of black attire to Chin-Mu. He asked no questions and promptly changed. Suddenly, she threw him a fruit from the ghost-face flower, which he caught deftly. Placing it in his mouth, he bit down hard, and when he glanced in the mirror, his face was adorned with an eerie mask. Looking up, he saw the devilish woman already covered in a similar visage. "Let's go." Grabbing Chin-Mu, she leapt out the window. The scene before him blurred instantly, and the sound of rushing wind filled his ears. After a while, Chin-Mu gradually acclimated to the speed. Previously, while observing the devilish woman's movements, he had felt little. However, after learning some stealth techniques during this period, he came to appreciate her remarkable skills. She moved like a wisp of smoke, gliding through the shadows. She always managed to blend seamlessly with her surroundings, making it nearly impossible to detect her presence. Several times, they brushed past pedestrians, yet none noticed their existence. Even with Chin-Mu in tow, the devilish woman headed towards the outskirts of the city. What could she possibly want in the wilderness at such a late hour? Chin-Mu couldn't help but feel puzzled. The 77th session, a chilling encounter. Chin-Mu had always believed that the devilish woman was far more familiar with the jungle than with the villa they resided in. Her pace was remarkably swift, a perfect blend of strength and agility. Although this was not his first encounter with her, he could not help but be awed. Compared to her, he felt clumsy as a water buffalo while running. Suddenly, the devilish woman slowed her pace, becoming more cautious. Observing this, Chin-Mu immediately softened his breathing. After their initial incident, he had developed blind trust in the devilish woman's hearing. She advanced silently, carrying Chin-Mu as if she were a stealthy leopard approaching her prey. Dressed in tight black attire, they melded into the dense night of the jungle. The occasional chirping of insects rendered the surroundings eerily tranquil. The devilish woman's steps grew slower, her movements increasingly deliberate. Upon reaching a large tree, she suddenly climbed the branches with the grace of a cat. Even while carrying Chin-Mu, her movements were remarkably light, making not a whisper of sound. The branches beneath them were thicker than Chin-Mu's waist. And the devilish woman set him down gently, that he dared not be careless, his own movements light. Fortunately, his training had significantly improved his balance, allowing him to stand firmly on the branch. The devilish woman suddenly pointed ahead, signaling Chin-Mu to look. He was momentarily taken aback, but quickly turned his gaze. Two figures were not far away, manipulating map cards and seemingly marking positions on them. Their voices reached him faintly. "They should be in this direction, but it seems we need to delve further." This was a man's voice. "Yes, but it's getting late. We should head back that we can return tomorrow night." The speaker was a girl. Chen Mu froze, recognizing the girl's voice. The image of a young woman named Qingqing surfaced in his mind. Upon closer inspection, her figure indeed bore a resemblance. Who? Qingqing suddenly turned her head towards Chen Mu and the devilish woman-esque position. Whoosh! The devilish woman beside Chen Mu darted forward. Her speed akin to lightning. Qingqing's gentle eyes turned frosty, and she coldly declared, trying to escape. In an instant, she glided like a wisp of smoke toward the direction the devilish woman had taken. The echoes of her words lingered in the jungle. Chen Jiu, there's another one. The previously bewildered Chen Jiu's eyes sharpened, his gaze piercing toward Chen Mu's location. Chen Mu's scalp tingled, and without a moment's hesitation, he leapt from the tree and bolted away. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A flurry of moonlit blades shot through the air like raindrops from behind him. With heightened tension, Chen Mu's expression changed. He dared not hesitate, rolling to the side just in time to narrowly evade the razor-sharp blades. Should he be struck by those razor-like blades, Chen Mu would be torn to shreds in an instant, for he bore no protective scales. Rising despite being caked in mud, he swiftly changed direction and sprinted with all his might. Fearing that any delay would result in a perilous encounter with the deadly blades, they grazed perilously close to him as they whizzed past, causing his heart to race almost into his throat. He was merely an ordinary man. Although he had undergone a period of rigorous training under the devilish woman, he remained just that, an ordinary man. Thus, when confronted with such a dire situation, his first response was one of sheer terror, the terror of death. He ran as if possessed, plunging headfirst into even the densest thickets. His throat burned with exertion, and his chest heaved like a box under immense pressure. He bent over, hands on his knees, his mind a blank slate until just moments ago. The surroundings were eerily silent, as if even the insects had sensed the danger and ceased their chirping. Chen Mu could only hear the sound of his own ragged breath. Was he safe? Bewildered, he glanced around, realizing he had nearly depleted his strength from the frantic sprint, that he had lost track of time, unsure of how long he had been running. Fatigue washed over him, leaving him feeling on the verge of collapse. It seemed he had managed to shake off that terrifying foe, and a sense of relief washed over him. After a moment's reflection, he altered his course once more, this time moving with utmost caution, leaving little trace of his passage. The complexity of the jungle terrain made flight improbable. Such an endeavor would require exceptional aerial maneuvering skills. Yin Qingjiu clearly lacked such prowess, and his stamina paled in comparison to Chen Mu's. He could only watch helplessly as Chen Mu vanished into the thick foliage, praying that his blades would find their mark. However, fortune did not favor him, as all his blades fell short, leaving his expression darkened. Almost as if he were about to burst into tears, that he could not fathom how long they had concealed themselves, utterly oblivious to their surroundings that don't pursue him. Chen Jiu, a frail voice belonging to Qingqing, echoed in Yin Qingjiu's ear. Startled, he turned around, only to be met with a visage that left him aghast. Chen Mu had successfully navigated the jungle, somehow finding the right direction. He could not help but feel a flicker of gratitude. Having narrowly escaped death, surely he was destined for greater fortune. However, without the devilish woman, he could only enter through the city gates. Shedding his dark garb and removing the ghastly mask from his face, he stowed it away and confidently strode through the city gates. Upon entering, he headed straight for the villa. Having left his keys behind, he had to scale the wall to gain entry, a trivial task for him at this juncture. Yet after searching the entire villa, he found no trace of the devilish woman. Had she not returned? A sense of foreboding crept into Chen Mu's heart. He sat in the grand hall, sipping on a refreshing drink. Awaiting the return of the devilish woman, as dawn broke, she still did not appear. His heart began to sink. The intense exertion from the previous night had left him utterly exhausted. The slight alcohol content in his drink soon took effect, and he collapsed onto the sofa in the hall, falling into a deep slumber. When Chen Mu finally opened his eyes, it was already Sunday afternoon. His first action was to scour the villa once more, room by room, but there was still no sign of her. Attempting to call the devilish woman's communication device, he was startled to hear it ringing from her room. It then dawned on him that she had not taken her communicator the previous night. What could have happened? A sense of dread settled deeper within him. Though he harbored no fondness for the devilish woman, he believed that her decision to allow him entry into the East Guard Academy without fear of his escape indicated she possessed means to control him. What those means might be, he could not fathom. Yet, he was acutely aware that such methods could very well be lethal. If the devilish woman were to perish, what would become of him? The color drained from Chun Mu's face entirely. Chapter 78. Astonishing news. While Chun Mu continued to wait for the devilish woman, he received no news whatsoever. The weekend passed in a haze of fear and anticipation, and he reluctantly returned to the East Guard Academy. As soon as he arrived, he was met with shocking news. The Star Institute's exchange program had concluded. They were preparing to leave. Chun Mu questioned his hearing, momentarily lost in thought. Lin Jiu wore a bittersweet smile. The Star Institute's strategy is ruthless. Retreating to advance, damn it, whose idea was this? Truly impressive. They brought a whole crowd here, and now they just plan to leave without a word. What kind of nonsense is this? Regaining his composure, Chun Mu felt his mind struggle to keep pace. Stammering, where did you hear this news? The entire school is aware of it. They're leaving this afternoon. Everyone, without exception. Lin Jiu's face contorted with frustration. And now we're the ones in trouble, neither here nor there. Is this some sort of joke? As his chaotic thoughts began to settle, Chun Mu had to concede that the Star Institute's maneuver was exceptionally clever, that if everyone was withdrawing, what would happen to those left behind? Individuals like Lin Jiu found themselves in a precarious predicament. Although Chun Mu was uncertain of the Star Institute's objectives, he surmised that they held all the clues and were unafraid of others discovering them. While Dongshan Guard City was not particularly prosperous, its location along the federal border attracted numerous adventurers, and the area had long been traversed by countless explorers. Yet, with the sudden withdrawal of the Star Institute, those factions that had been observing them lost their target. All they could do was wait for the Star Institute to return. The most unfortunate were those like Lin Jiu, who, without the order to retreat, would be left to linger. Chun Mu felt as though he had swallowed bitter gall. His frustration mounting, he had infiltrated the East Guard Academy, living in constant fear, training day and night, that IT was akin to a soldier who had prepared for years only to be informed that world peace had been declared, and the military would be disbanded. The frustration was palpable. The Star Institute was departing, but what about him? The devilish woman remained absent, and he could not shake the suspicion that she might have been killed by the girl named Qingqing. If that were the case, it would undoubtedly be the worst outcome. Both the devilish woman and Qingqing were formidable experts, towering figures in his eyes. Even someone like In Shinjiu, who paled in comparison to Qingqing, seemed unattainable to him, that he often speculated about the nature of the confrontation between the devilish woman and Qingqing. He harbored a persistent feeling that the Star Institute's sudden withdrawal was somehow linked to the devilish woman. The abrupt retreat of the Star Institute's exchange students nearly plunged the East Guard Academy into chaos. Meanwhile, rumors swirled in the marketplace, suggesting that the honeymoon period between the East Guard Academy and the Star Institute had ended. People speculated endlessly about the reasons behind the Star Institute's sudden decision to withdraw all exchange students. Yet both the East Guard Academy and the Star Institute maintained a unified silence on the matter. The Star Institute's retreat not only affected the East Guard Academy, but also dealt a significant blow to the entire Dongshan Guard City. Subsequently, the East Guard Academy faced a wave of withdrawals. Numerous students opted to leave, catching the administration off guard. Lin Jiu was among them. Before departing, he bid farewell to Chun Mu. Upon learning that Chun Mu intended to stay, he expressed sympathy. The other sullen boy in their class also left. And now, fewer than 3/5 of the students remained in Chun Mu's sponsorship class. However, Chun Mu could not leave. No, he dared not leave. He awaited the devilish woman's return, unwilling to gamble with his life. He had no choice but to stay put. Fortunately, the villa was stocked with ample funds, ensuring he would not have to worry about money for quite some time, that he resumed a normal routine of study and training. And if it weren't for the persistent thorn in his heart, life could be described as blissful. He did not abandon his daily training. Who could say what challenges lay ahead? Had it not been for that training, he would have perished in the jungle during his last encounter. And this experience directly influenced his attitude towards training. That as the shock of the Star Institute's departure gradually faded, the East Guard Academy began to regain its tranquility. Chun Mu no longer had to don the absurd attire of a nouveau riche, and the previously closed gates of the academy finally swung open. He decided to return to the villa each day. Yet the devilish woman remained elusive. Besides her, he was also preoccupied with thoughts of Lei Zi. Under the cover of night, Chun Mu wandered the streets. With the devilish woman missing, his disguise could not be shed. If she never returned, would he forever bear this facade? If the devilish woman were to remain absent indefinitely, his most likely fate would be death. rendering such questions moot. It seemed that with the departure of the Star Institute's exchange students, the vibrant nightlife of Dongshan City had dimmed slightly. Chen Mu strolled to the entrance of the Vico group. Upon his arrival, he found the area teeming with people, a testament to the substantial popularity Vico had amassed over the years. An outdoor T-shaped stage had been erected in the square before the Vico group. Amidst the crowd, Chen Mu's mind raced with thoughts. Inexplicably, he sighed softly within. His gaze remained fixated on the stage. For by observing how today's opening ceremony commenced, he could discern whether Lei Zi was faring well. He had not dared to return to Pollington Town, although it had undergone a transformation. He could not guarantee he would fool everyone. Suddenly, the lights around him dimmed, and the crowd let out a collective sigh, quickly falling silent. Smoke billowed from the stage, enveloping it in a shroud. Glimmers of light pierced through the haze. But clarity remained elusive, and a delicate melody floated through the air, ethereal and elusive, like fine threads appearing and disappearing. The audience below was acutely aware that the performance was about to commence, each individual holding their breath in anticipation, eager to capture the delicate strains of the music. Gradually, the melody became distinctly audible, interwoven with a faint sound of flowing water. The notes rang out like distant chimes, while the water murmured softly, growing increasingly clear in the ears of the spectators as the mist began to dissipate. Once the fog had cleared and the scene before them was revealed, a chorus of astonished gasps filled the square. Before the crowd lay a verdant valley, embraced by ancient trees, their trunks entwined with lush, dripping vines. The heart of the valley flowed a pristine stream, its crystal-clear waters glistening as they meandered gently. Such breathtaking beauty captivated the onlookers. Despite knowing it to be merely an illusion, many found themselves entranced. That moment, several graceful women appeared, wading through the stream with an elegant gait. Their garments, varied in style, predominantly featured soft hues of azure and pure white, blending harmoniously with the enchanting scenery. They picked flowers, frolicked in the water, leaned against the rocks, or walked barefoot, exuding a myriad of charming expressions, flawlessly embodying the essence of refined femininity. The audience, having never witnessed such an exquisite fashion showcase, erupted into applause, excitement prompting many to rise to their feet. That a smile crept across Chen Mu's lips. The scene before him was all too familiar. Every illusion card used for the opening had been crafted by his own hands. The subsequent sets promised to be even more dreamlike, having drawn inspiration from the illusions of the lower-tier Illusion Card Club's Starlight Performance Hall. Featuring the Diamond Set series, knowing that Lei Zi was safe eased the weight from his heart, that he believed that tonight's Vico showcase would create a sensation throughout the Dongshan Weiqing. And as the chief planner, Lei Zi would undoubtedly gain significant recognition. Chen Mu genuinely felt delighted for Lei Zi. Behind the scenes, however, Lei Zi, listening to the intermittent applause from the front, felt an overwhelming sadness. A hand rested on his shoulder. It was Lan Feng. She had long been captivated by Lei Zi's talent, and their relationship had solidified. Noticing his melancholy, she couldn't help but approach him. "That I'm fine." Lei Zi managed a strained smile. The two had already decided to leave Dongshan Weiqing. In truth, he had no need to be present tonight. Directing from the sidelines was not his forte, and others were in charge. As for his remuneration, the Vico group had already settled it. He had even declined the invitation from the president of the lower-tier Illusion Card Club, Bai Yuan. His disappointment with the president was profound, bordering on anger, that he had not anticipated the president's indifference towards Chen Mu's situation, and he had noticed many suspicious figures lurking near his residence. Lei Zi understood that if these individuals were acting without the president's consent, they would never dare to behave so brazenly. Thus, he had turned down the president's invitation. His expenses were significantly less than Chen Mu's, and with the payment from Vico, he found himself financially comfortable. His only regret was not being able to complete the Master's Legend card shadow alongside Chen Mu, and his greatest remorse stemmed from having initially encouraged Chen Mu to join the lower-tier Illusion Card Club. Had Mu not participated, none of the subsequent events would have transpired, and Mu would not now be in such a precarious situation. "Let us go," he said, offering a smile to Lan Feng. Lan Feng grasped Lei Zi's hand tightly. Their belongings had long been prepared, and they could depart Dongshan Weiqing at any moment. Lan Feng understood Lei Zi's feelings well. She too was perplexed by the president's unexpectedly disheartening actions. once a formidable expert capable of sweeping away hundreds in a day. He should have been a protected figure. Chinmu had left midway. As long as he knew Lei Zi was alive, he felt satisfied that as he retreated from the crowd, Chinmu suddenly felt a wave of disinterest wash over him. Just as he was about to leave, his peripheral vision caught sight of a familiar figure. It was Lei Zi. Chinmu nearly called out instinctively, but he quickly realized and clamped his mouth shut. It was indeed Lei Zi, holding hands with Lan Feng. Lei Zi bore a look of fatigue, the earlier restlessness visibly absent, replaced by a newfound maturity. One hand clasped Lan Feng's, while the other carried a suitcase. Were they planning to leave? While a hint of melancholy lingered, Chinmu also perceived this as a wise choice. Suddenly, Chinmu's gaze sharpened, that he noticed two individuals stealthily trailing behind Lei Zi and Lan Feng, both wearing combat-grade devices. Chinmu instantly recognized them as Kashus. Without making a sound, he stealthily fell in behind them, his senses heightened and movements exceptionally nimble, utilizing the shadows cast by the street. He moved with the stealth of a cat, maintaining a close watch on the two. Chinmu blended into the darkness, his motions swift yet imbued with an eerie quality. The two pursuers were woefully inept to concealment, their figures almost fully illuminated by the streetlight. Glancing at his surroundings, Chinmu suddenly leaped over a wall. He crouched between two water tanks on a rooftop, waiting as he bit into the ghostly fruit he had brought. Feeling it squirm against his face, his murderous intent surged within him. Lei Zi and Lan Feng soon came into view. The two behind them dared not close the distance too quickly, only emerging once Lei Zi and Lan Feng reached the end of the alley. Chinmu had already primed the tailless shuriken card on his right index finger. Since his perception had undergone a transformation, his control over the shuriken had become significantly more adept, carefully modulating the speed of the shuriken. Its high-velocity spin became nearly silent. Just as Lei Zi and Lan Feng rounded the corner, the two pursuers cautiously continued along the alley, their expressions wary, intent on not alarming their targets. Suddenly, a strange, piercing shriek sliced through the AN ambush. One of the Kashus activated their device, but before he could warn his companion, he noticed a finger-sized blood hole appear in his partner's forehead. His face, once the adversary exhibits any signs of movement, he will instantly launch an attack, that he activates the communication card, preparing to report to his superiors. Chapter 79, Bitter Struggle. Danyu patrols the skies above the Eastern Commerce Guard City. A daily ritual that has persisted since the death of Yu Ge. Deep down, he is aware that such actions hold little significance. Yet, he feels compelled to do something, to honor Yu Ge's memory. It was Yu Ge who nurtured him, and every ounce of his skill, as well as his current status, has been bestowed upon him by Yu Ge's guidance, that in his heart, Yu Ge is closer to him than a biological brother. His sole aspiration now is to avenge Yu Ge. Everything else, women, wealth, can be cast aside, that he must exact this revenge. Amidst the vastness of the night, the luminous glow emitted by the holographic advertisements illuminates the dark cityscape with splendor. The distant mountains and wilderness loom like silent giants. Observing silently, Dania's air current card is skillfully maneuvered, allowing him to fly with remarkable ease and speed. Suddenly, a brief, piercing shriek pierces the air, causing Danyu to freeze mid-flight. In the darkness, his wide eyes seem to flicker with flames that he will never forget that shriek. The perpetrator is not far away. Suspended in midair, he scans his surroundings incessantly. However, the dim light of the night renders his visibility poor. At that moment, his communicator suddenly buzzes that it's one of his subordinates. Have they also sensed the situation? As he keeps a vigilant eye on his surroundings, he answers the communicator. "Boss." The frantic voice of his subordinate abruptly ceases, followed by the sickening crack of a bone splintering on the glowing screen. A terrifying visage materializes. A dark gray, face devoid of vitality, adorned with dark red spots that appear even more grotesque in the night. The face vanishes as the communicator's screen goes dark, that he knows his subordinate has perished. Danyu is jolted, yet he refrains from asking questions, for he understands that none are necessary. He has already glimpsed the murderer. Approximately 500 meters away on the rooftop of a nearby residential building, cradling his fallen comrade. The subordinate's neck has been twisted, his head hanging limply. Chinmu exhales, gently placing the lifeless form on the ground. His heart races. Yet this time, compared to the peril he faced in the jungle, he feels significantly more composed. Considering his past experiences, Chenmu can't help but chuckle bitterly to himself, casting a glance at the attached wall lotus perched on his knees. He marvels at its ingenuity that he had just firmly attached it beneath the eaves, mere inches away from the enemy's feet, separated only by a thin floorboard. Concealed beneath the enemy's very noses, he awaited the opportune moment. Unfamiliar with Cassius's combat style, his initial thought was merely to evade. After all, his objective had been achieved. Lazy had likely vacated the Eastern Commerce Guard city, and he had disrupted the enemy's plans. For a novice like Chenmu, this was already a commendable outcome. Unexpectedly, the enemy dispersed the fiery rain sand. Presenting him with an opportunity, he stealthily ascended the rooftop, approaching Cassius from behind, but he refrained from using perception. Knowing that Cassius was highly attuned to it, a moment's carelessness could betray him. Instead, he opted for the simplest and most direct method. His strength had grown immeasurably since before, and this time, he struck with remarkable decisiveness. Gazing into Cassius's vacant, unfocused eyes, Chenmu felt no exhilaration. Reflecting on the past, he had only killed in self-defense. Now, he was actively pursuing murder without fear, but he chose not to disturb any belongings on Cassius's person. Wishing to leave no trace, just as he was about to leap from the rooftop, he suddenly detected a faint, subtle ripple of perception nearby. Chenmu swiftly turned his head, and beneath the ghostly flower, his face drained of color. His feet felt electrified, and he dared not hesitate. Leaping down to Aes's feet left the rooftop, a chilling sensation coursed through his back, searing pain almost causing him to curl into a ball midair. A brilliant blue light narrowly grazed his back, vanishing into the sky ahead. The fiery pain confirmed he had sustained an injury. Gritting his teeth against the agony, he spread his body wide in the air. The ground rapidly loomed closer, and his mind remained eerily calm. Upon landing, he instinctively curled into a ball, rolling along the ground. The pressure on his back wound made him stifle a groan. Yet at this moment, he could not afford a moment's pause. Suddenly, he lunged to the left. This maneuver had been practiced countless times. The explosive force made it seem as though he had sprung from the ground. Crash! Another blue beam struck precisely where he had just been, leaving a fist-sized charred crater in the ground, emitting wisps of smoke. Chenmu's heart raced. Had that hit him, today would have marked his end. Fortunately, the clutter in the courtyard provided ample cover, allowing him to weave through the debris like a serpent, but if not for the relentless barrage of blue beams, this scene would have mirrored his usual training sessions. The piles of junk created significant interference for Dainyu in the sky. Each time he thought he had hit the wretched foe, he missed that in a matter of seconds. Chenmu was drenched in sweat. Each evasion required every ounce of his strength, leaving no room for relaxation. Within those fleeting moments, the enemy had unleashed dozens of blue beams, transforming the courtyard of the residence into a chaotic battlefield. He had no chance to catch his breath. He was surviving on sheer willpower. Chenmu's entire focus was on evasion, leaving him utterly incapable of counterattacking. Not to mention, even a fraction of a second's pause would lead to being torn apart by the dazzling blue light. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a door ahead. Without hesitation, he propelled himself from the ground, crashing through the door like a cannonball. Inside was a warehouse, filled with goods. Two blue beams struck the outer wall, creating two fist-sized holes, with the residual energy leaving shallow craters on the ground. Chenmu's breath became labored, mud caking his face. Sweat from his back seeped into the wound, causing him to gasp in pain. Yet he had no time to tend to his injury. Bang! Two more blue beams pierced the outer wall, this time striking the burlap sacks inside the warehouse. With a loud pop, the bags burst open. Damn! It's flour! Chenmu found himself enveloped in a cloud of white, obscuring his vision, but he hadn't anticipated that the sacks contained flour. The room was filled with a fine powder, rendering everything nearly invisible. This was untenable. If he remained here, death would be inevitable. Calmly assessing the situation, Chenmu realized that these materials would do little to shield him from the blue beams. Remaining here would be a gamble with fate. Although the enemy could not see him, he would struggle to evade their attacks. Moreover, he found himself at an absolute disadvantage. If the enemy summoned reinforcements to encircle him, escape would be impossible. However, the warehouse had no other exits. Not even a window. Where could he flee? The outer wall was as fragile as a biscuit against the blue beams, yet it was sturdy enough to withstand his fists. Using the tailing dart would only create a hole the size of a finger. Serving no purpose, that it seemed his only hope lay with the tailing dart card. Resolutely, Chenmu approached one of the holes created by the blue beams. Peering through, he spotted the enemy. Recognition dawned upon him. He realized that the blue beams he had encountered today were identical to those he had faced before. Suddenly, an unprecedented surge of murderous intent surged within him, that it was this very individual. If it weren't for them, he would have been living a peaceful life. Rather than worrying daily about whether he would survive until tomorrow, a chilling glare filled Chenmu's eyes. He had resolved that even if it cost him his life, he could not let this individual escape. Buzzing, a crystalline tailing dart materialized at his fingertip. This time, he held nothing back. The dart spun faster and faster, the buzzing intensifying. Instead of launching it immediately, he controlled the dart to continue accelerating. The vibrations transitioned from low to high, gradually sinking into silence. The tailing dart whirled at a heart-stopping velocity. Sweat trickled down his forehead as Chenmu gritted his teeth, determined to persevere. He intended to settle this in one decisive strike. The longer he delayed, the more unfavorable the situation became for him. Bang! More blue beams struck around Chenmu, sending splintered debris flying into his face. He didn't spare a glance, fixating solely on the dart in his hand. The faster it spun, the greater its power, but also the more unstable it became. He could not afford to lose focus. The enemy was unable to ascertain his precise position and continued to bombard the not-so-large warehouse with blue beams. The outer wall of the warehouse was riddled with holes, teetering on the brink of collapse. Chenmu slowly raised his right hand, moving as gently as if cradling a fragile treasure. The expression beneath the ghostly flower was devoid of emotion. His demeanor was chillingly calm, that he glanced at the enemy, his finger poised to strike. Whoosh! A strange explosive sound erupted, trailing off with a lingering resonance. This howl was unlike any he had heard before. It began deep and thunderous, only to suddenly escalate into a piercing shriek. In the sky, the great bull's expression shifted, and the blue light swirling around his body increased from 5 to 7 beams. In the blink of an eye, the 7 beams of blue light intertwined, transforming before him into a blue shield of light. Like a bolt of lightning, the tailless shuttle crashed into this luminous barrier. With a sharp crack, reminiscent of shattering glass, the semi-transparent blue shield fragmented into dozens of shards, dissipating into the primordial energy that vanished into the air. The great bull stared at his chest in disbelief. Suddenly, he realized that his action bore an uncanny resemblance to that of Yugu just before his demise. Mere seconds later, a jet of blood erupted from his left chest like a fountain. Almost simultaneously in the warehouse, Chenmu coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, collapsing backward that a wave of excruciating pain surged through his chest, leaving him feeling hollow within. His condition was dire, perhaps even worse than he had anticipated. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, he was still alive. Covered in mud, Chenmu suddenly broke into a smile. Struggling to rise, he found he lacked the strength even to lift a finger, but he summoned every ounce of energy to stand. He had to leave this place immediately. If he waited for the arrival of his adversaries' companions, escape would become impossible. The commotion had been so loud that he was certain someone would come rushing out soon. With his legs heavy as lead, Chenmu was about to depart when he suddenly turned back to the corpse of the Kashu that had emitted blue light, rummaging through its remains. Indeed, it was from the Zhua family. Chenmu murmured to himself, his voice laced with an anger barely contained. The business card in his hand bore the identity of his foe. He tossed it aside and turned to leave. Within minutes, more people began gathering in the vicinity. Above, Kashu flew by intermittently. Zhua Tianlin was jolted awake. Nearly at 4 o'clock, he glanced at the 3 corpses and, with a calm demeanor, inquired, "What happened?" Minghui, well aware of his master's temperament, knew that if Zhua Tianlin were to erupt in rage, it would be inconsequential. However, if he remained composed, it meant his inner fury had reached its zenith. Minghui dared not provoke Zhua Tianlin at this moment and cautiously replied. 2 individuals were tasked with tracking Lei Zi and Lan Feng to locate Chenmu. The results of the investigation have revealed that they died earlier than the Great Bull. The emphasis in Zhua Tianlin's voice was low. Yet every soul in the hall dared not breathe. Minghui forced a wry smile, but quickly provided the answers Zhua Tianlin sought. They were killed by Chenmu. Two met their end in a manner akin to UXI, while the other was slain by having its neck snapped. Neck snapped? Zhu Tianlin's pupils dilated, fixating intently on Ming Hui. A chill ran through Ming Hui, yet he dared not shy away from Zhu Tianlin's gaze. Feigning composure as he confirmed, yes. The traces indicate a standard assassination technique. Ha! A sardonic smile crept across Zhu Tianlin's lips. Assassination techniques. It appears our little friend has grown increasingly formidable, consistently surprising us. Ming Hui felt a dryness in his throat. Those who walk in darkness are the most despised and troublesome entities for every family and faction. They are also the least likely to harbor grudges, although they have layers of protection. Countless individuals of status and identity fall victim to assassination each year. If I am not mistaken, the one who saved our little friend in the jungle last time was indeed a master assassin. Ming Hui speculated. Zhu Tianlin lowered his head, his expression shifting unpredictably. After a full half-minute, he finally raised his head, enunciating each word. Find Ming Hui's heart raced. Though parched, he nodded without hesitation. Understood. By the way, what about Lei Zi? Zhu Tianlin suddenly inquired. They have already left Dongshang Weiqing. Their whereabouts unknown, that we cannot use him to lure Qinmu into a trap. However, from yesterday's battleground, we discovered bloodstains that do not belong to our people. Qinmu must have been injured. He should still be within the city. Ming Hui analyzed. Tomorrow, I will personally visit the guard office. They will provide assistance. This time, we must find him at all costs, Zhu Tianlin stated indifferently, his tone imbued with a strong sense of inevitability. Qinmu's current condition was extremely precarious at that moment. He lay on the bed like a lifeless dog, his upper body bound in bandages. A gaping wound on his back caused him immense pain. However, what troubled him most was not this injury, but rather his perception that in the final strike of the day, he had nearly exhausted all of his perceptive abilities. The tailless shuttle had not detonated in his hands, and he felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Yet now, he felt hollow within. The vortex of tubular perception had vanished, leaving him akin to an ordinary person. He was uncertain how long this state would persist, and a vague worry settled within him. Unlike external injuries, his understanding of perception remained rudimentary. The less he comprehended, the more anxiety he felt. Reflecting on the day's battle, Qinmu believed that his survival was primarily due to luck. Trapped in the warehouse, not a single beam of blue light shot his way. This was nothing short of fortuitous. Today, he had employed every tactic at his disposal, dodging tailless shuttle strikes, wall-hugging lotus techniques, and springy shoes. He had utilized nearly all his means. Though every muscle ached, a faint sense of pride blossomed within Qinmu. Regardless of the circumstances, he had defeated 3 Kashu today. Such an achievement could only be described as glorious, especially considering one of them was an intermediate Kashu. Was this truly his doing? Qinmu found it hard to believe. Not long ago, he had been a mere boy with no ability to resist. Relentlessly pursued. Yet today, he had managed to eliminate 3 Kashu. Gazing at the figure in the mirror, tightly bound in bandages, Qinmu chuckled, but the smile was laden with bitterness and helplessness. Chapter 8, Poverty. A single word. Qinmu spent a full 3 days recuperating at home. This marked his first absence from classes since entering Dongwei Academy. His back injury was merely a minor issue. The greater concern lay with his perception. It was not until the 3rd night that he sensed some stirring within his perception, which filled him with both joy and apprehension. Unbeknownst to him, wanted posters had been plastered across every corner of the city, prominently featuring his former likeness. In these posters, he was successfully portrayed as a deranged and ruthless murderer, with 4 lives claimed at his hands. Specifically targeting women and children. It had been a long time since Dongshang Weiqing had witnessed such a major incident. Fear gripped the populace, leading parents to refrain from allowing their children outside alone. The exorbitant bounty further attracted the interest of numerous Kashu in the tranquil waters of the simple water world. Qinmu relaxed his breathing, cautiously nurturing his scant perception. The aftereffects of fully activating the tailless shuttle had been severe. His current perceptive abilities were merely 1/3 of their previous level. Only slightly better than when he had no cards at all. As his condition improved, he resolved to return to school. He understood how rare the opportunity to learn was and did not wish to squander time in bed. As soon as he stepped outside, he was met with the sight of the wanted posters. Strangely, he felt little anger, as if he were a detached observer of a matter entirely irrelevant to him. Calmly, he walked past the posters. Long ago, he had abandoned any naive notions about life. He was not surprised that the Zwa family could reach this point. The images displayed were indeed eerily similar to his former appearance. The Zwa family's influence was undeniably vast, capable of unearthing his previous records and leveraging connections within the guard office to issue these posters. Seeing the staggering bounty listed, he believed countless Kashu and underground operatives were frantically searching for him at this very moment. To label him as a murderer, particularly one targeting women and children, was a vicious tactic. He had become a rat scurrying across the street, with nowhere to hide. Alas, they could hardly fathom that he had completely transformed into a different person. Chun Mu scoffed inwardly, reminding himself to exercise caution and avoid revealing any telltale signs. Upon returning to class, Chun Mu noticed that the classroom was sparsely populated, with only a few students present. Everyone seemingly ignored his entrance, except for a classmate named Yi, who displayed a hint of surprise in her gaze. What did her astonishment signify? Chun Mu pondered internally as he took his seat with an expression of tranquility. In this class, skipping lectures was a common occurrence, making Chun Mu's consistent attendance somewhat conspicuous. Unbeknownst to him, the teacher had begun to take notice of him as well. After all, he was one of the few students willing to engage in learning. The teachers were not lacking in ability. They had been assigned to the sponsorship class largely due to their temperament and personalities. Initially, they had faced tremendous challenges. The students' behavior was atrocious, almost beyond comprehension. Skipping class, sleeping, chatting, snacking, there was nothing they would not dare to do. Just as the teachers were on the verge of despair, they suddenly discovered that one student consistently attended class, surprising them. When they realized that Chun Mu's foundational knowledge was fairly decent and his comprehension was not entirely lacking, they immediately felt invigorated that IT was akin to discovering an oasis in the desert, bringing immense joy. After a discussion among the teachers, they decided to focus on cultivating Chun Mu. His foundation was not particularly strong. He had not undergone systematic learning and had only absorbed fragmented knowledge. Thus, when these teachers began to teach earnestly, Chun Mu felt he was gaining tremendously that he refrained from involving himself in the affairs of other students, quietly dedicating himself to his studies. Given his previous display of strength, his classmates regarded him with a healthy respect and no one dared to provoke him. Even the class's acknowledged leader, Feng Jie, would adopt a more subdued demeanor whenever she encountered Chun Mu. Shedding her usual arrogance, Chun Mu meticulously concealed his abilities, wishing to attract no one's attention. Consequently, he consistently completed his assignments to a standard that, while satisfactory, left his teachers, who held high hopes for him, feeling rather disappointed. In the curriculum for the beginner group, some rudimentary techniques for crafting 3-star illusion cards were also taught. Chun Mu quickly discerned that the difficulty of creating these 3-star illusion cards was significantly lower compared to the similarly ranked tail-shedding shuttle cards. He experimented with several variations of 3-star illusion cards, each exhibiting considerably less power than the tail-shedding shuttle cards. Their sole advantage seemed to lie in their affordability. Nevertheless, these few 3-star illusion cards still cost Chun Mu a considerable sum. Life soon returned to a semblance of tranquility as he devoted himself diligently to his studies. His perception continued to recover, albeit at a painfully slow pace. After 2 months, it had only regained 2/3 of its former capacity. The devilish female figure had yet to make an appearance. Chun Mu resolved to set this matter aside, concluding that excessive contemplation offered no benefit, so why dwell on it, given his current level of perception? Maneuvering the tail-shedding shuttle cards proved somewhat taxing, but he had not missed a single day of the training imparted by the devilish woman. Though these were merely foundational exercises, that grueling battle had imparted a valuable lesson. Any power, when wielded skillfully, can unleash formidable force. Now that his perception was compromised, he was compelled to seek alternatives that he had mastered evasive training to the point of redundancy. Achieving further improvement in this area had become exceedingly challenging. The devilish woman had not provided him with advanced techniques. Thus, considering all factors, he set his sights on the arrowfish challenge. His perception had diminished significantly compared to before, which in turn shortened his reaction time. To succeed in the arrowfish challenge, he needed to enhance his bodily control and reaction speed. However, the inherent danger of the arrowfish challenge rendered it unsuitable as a regular training exercise. After much contemplation, Chun Mu decided to create a simplified version of the water world for daily practice, which he named arrowfish training. This represented an unprecedented challenge for him. He had to analyze the function of each of the 12 cards. Consider the role of the mysterious card within this context, and discern the connections between them. During a break, Feng Xiang suddenly called out to Chun Mu, "I've reviewed your recent assignments. You've done quite well," he remarked with a smile, the only student in the class to receive such a gesture from him. Observing Chun Mu's attentive expression, Feng Xiang continued, "There's no need to be nervous that I'm only here to check in on you. The year-end also coincides with the upgrading examinations. Although it may be a bit early for you, I encourage you to give it a try and experience the atmosphere of the upgrading exam." The so-called upgrading examination refers to the assessments for advancing from beginner to intermediate and from intermediate to advanced levels. Currently, Chunmu was in the beginner group, and failing the upgrading exam would mean he remained in that tier indefinitely. Feng Xiang handed him an illusion card, stating, "The branches of subjects related to intermediate card crafting and the specific requirements for assessment are outlined here. Take a look when you have time." The beginner group covered only fundamental courses, resulting in no distinction between classes. However, in the intermediate group, subjects began to specialize, allowing students to submit requests for upgrading exams based on the branch they wished to study. There were no strict requirements for submitting applications, but due to the considerable difficulty of the exams, few students managed to pass each time that in the intermediate group, individuals were not limited to selecting just one specialized subject. Many adept students often opted for 2 or 3, or even more branches. However, for a student who had only been enrolled for a few months, the upgrading exam was evidently an unrealistic endeavor. Thus, Feng Xiang merely intended for Chun Mu to experience the atmosphere of the upgrading exam. Chun Mu nodded in acknowledgement as he accepted the illusion card that he encountered numerous challenges while creating the arrowfish training setup. Of the 12 cards, only one pertained to the arrowfish training, in addition to the aquatic environment card and the funding card, totaling 3 cards. The difficulty of crafting these 3 cards was not overly high for Chun Mu at this stage. As for the materials, they were relatively easy to procure. The pressing issue lay in how to combine them into a cohesive whole, in the simple water world. This function was fulfilled by the mysterious card. Yet he possessed only one of those. Upon remaking the 3 cards, Chun Mu's experience was entirely different from the last. Many previously unclear aspects gained new insights, and the entire crafting process flowed seamlessly, akin to a gentle stream. Integrating the 3 cards organically consumed much of Chun Mu's mental energy that he experimented tirelessly, but soon found himself compelled to pause, confronted by another dilemma: finances. Chun Mu had become so engrossed in his research that his expenses for card crafting had soared, and he had unwittingly depleted most of his remaining funds. All of this money had been left behind by the devilish woman, and he had unreservedly spent nearly all of it without funds. He could not continue his research. The only asset of value he possessed now was the villa. Yet selling the villa was out of the question, though he would not mind moving back into subsidized housing. The issues were more complex that if he moved, how would the devilish woman locate him? Moreover, if he sold the villa, his currently concealed identity would be immediately compromised, after a period of not worrying about finances. Chun Mu found himself back at square one. Furthermore, he could no longer earn money through card crafting, nor could he venture into lower-tier card clubs. This was indeed a perplexing predicament as he walked along the street. Chun Mu's mind was consumed with thoughts of making money. However, this was clearly not his forte. After much contemplation and countless moments of frustration, he still could not devise a feasible plan. Was he truly going to have to halt his experiments? With a sigh of regret, he lamented that if only Lei Zi were here. With his clever mind, finding a new source of income would be a trivial task. He, on the other hand, was in dire straits. Her shuttle had broken down. Clad in a vibrant t-shirt and ultra-short denim shorts, her long, fair legs were enough to take one's breath away, with her tall stature and exquisite features. She had long been the object of many admirers. At that moment, she helplessly leaned against her latest model of the Silver Star shuttle, a striking sight that caused passers-by to glance back repeatedly. Suddenly, her eyes lit up as she spotted someone. Chun Mu was leisurely walking towards her. "Chun Mu! Chun Mu!" she called out, waving her arms excitedly. Chun Mu's train of thought was interrupted. He looked up and saw Yiya frantically gesturing at him. After a fleeting glance, he intended to continue on his way. The relationship between him and Yiya could hardly be described as amicable. On the contrary, there seemed to be some unresolved tension. Seeing Chun Mu try to walk away, Yiya, in a moment of urgency, dashed in front of him. Her movements mirrored those from their last encounter, legs apart and arms outstretched, blocking his path. Did I ask there's something you need? Chenmu's inquiry was curiously reminiscent of their previous exchange. That my shuttle is broken. Could you help me fix it? Yi implored, her expression pleading. Otherwise, I won't be able to attend school. Half of Yi's demeanor was feigned. She did not particularly care about attending classes. Her affluent background meant she had little need to exert effort in card crafting, rendering her academic pursuits rather lackluster. Since the fallout with Chenmu, she had felt a tinge of remorse. Chenmu's fierce and decisive demeanor had left a lasting impression on her. Additionally, she had observed that he was the most diligent and hard-working student in the class. A stark contrast to the image of a nouveau riche she had initially perceived, that in a sea of students whose sole aspirations revolved around indulgence. Encountering such a quiet and industrious individual was indeed peculiar. She had longed for an opportunity to converse with Chenmu, but he consistently vanished after class and spoke little while at school. Today, she finally seized a chance, her heart secretly elated while her face displayed even greater urgency. Yi's tall figure towered over Chenmu, making him appear as mere embellishment beside her beauty. Her alabaster legs, contrasted against Chenmu's somewhat sallow complexion, radiated an irresistible allure. The shuttle? Chenmu glanced at Yi's silver star, but suddenly thought of Lei Zi's incessant mentions of wanting to purchase a shuttle. I can't repair it. Chenmu replied candidly. He had only ridden public shuttles a handful of times, let alone high-end ones like the Silver Star. Please have a look for me. I truly have no other options. Yi's big eyes glistened with unshed tears. Whether Chenmu could fix it was of little concern to her. She merely wished to use this opportunity to bridge the gap between them. She felt a flicker of curiosity towards him. If I break it, I won't compensate you. Chenmu stated after a moment's contemplation that a look of relief washed over Yi's face. The tears that had threatened to spill and the sorrow that had clouded her features vanishing in an instant. She eagerly nodded. No problem, no problem. The failure rate of shuttles had always been a concern, which was why those with any degree of skill preferred to study airflow cards. The core technology of shuttles relied on airflow cards, harnessing the powerful currents they generated as propulsion, complemented by a suitably aerodynamic design to facilitate flight. However, as a mature mode of transportation, shuttles still left much to be desired. For instance, the core airflow cards, due to the inherent properties of their materials, lacked durability. Yet the airflow they produced was remarkably potent, meaning the thrust generated was formidable. Despite the numerous protective measures that have been implemented, the core airflow card remains susceptible to damage or destruction under such immense thrust. The rationale behind Chenmu's agreement is rather straightforward. It is a rare opportunity to gain profound insights into the shuttle, and even if it were to be damaged, it would not matter. During his time with Lei Zi, Chenmu had tirelessly experimented with various rudimentary cards, having dismantled many household items akin to thermal pots and fresh food cabinets, that he approached the task with a surprising ease. The market price for a Silver Star shuttle reaches an astonishing $3,500,000, categorizing it unequivocally as a luxury vehicle. However, with the assurance that damage would be inconsequential, Chenmu boldly commenced his disassembly. The luxurious vehicle, accompanied by a striking beauty, exuded an air of nobility. Meanwhile, Chenmu, who was climbing in and out, resembled a mere mechanic. Within its trunk lay a set of small repair tools, which proved invaluable to him. At present, the shuttle lay in disarray, with Chenmu holding the airflow card extracted from it. This card was significantly larger than a conventional card, with a thickness akin to a finger, resembling a substantial slab in his hand. It was a 3-star airflow card, albeit with certain modifications compared to standard versions. These alterations allowed for a more concentrated airflow production, albeit at the expense of flexibility. The issue resided within this card, as one of its structures had sustained damage. Only through either repairing this card or replacing it with a brand new one could the shuttle take flight once more. With the focus shifted back to the card, Chenmu felt a surge of confidence. This airflow card is damaged, that I can repair it, but you will need to compensate me, he stated calmly, gazing at Yi. Compensate? Yi questioned incredulously, taken aback that someone assisting her would ask for payment. I only have 30,000 udi, she replied hesitantly, still processing the situation. Then it will be 30,000 udi, Chenmu replied at Yi nodded, somewhat bewildered. The structure of the 3-star airflow card was still somewhat complex for Chenmu, and repairing it required a higher level of skill. However, perhaps spurred by the financial incentive, he adeptly restored the card. Rather than adhering strictly to the original structure, he made subtle modifications. Once the airflow card was repaired, Chunmu reassembled the shuttle to its original state. Skeptical, Yi activated the shuttle, only to find that it indeed functioned properly. "Here you go," she said, promptly transferring the 30,000 udi, though the act of demanding compensation left her feeling slightly unsettled. Departing without so much as a farewell, her initial interest in Chunmu waned, overshadowed by his request for payment. Unperturbed, Chunmu felt a wave of happiness at having received the 30,000 udi. While it was not a large sum, it alleviated his financial strain somewhat, but he had never considered that his request for compensation might be inappropriate. To him, it was a perfectly normal transaction without any grounds for doubt. What truly delighted him was not the 30,000 udi, but the new opportunity this incident had presented that as Yi returned to school. Her discomfort deepened. The notion of classmates helping each other, yet demanding payment, struck her as morally questionable. How could she have ever appreciated such a person? Thus, when she spotted Chunmu entering the classroom, particularly with that gem-encrusted feminine degree device in hand, and recalled the 30,000 udi from earlier, her disdain intensified. That it's not as if he lacks money, yet he is so calculating. How utterly mercenary. Even more infuriating was that Chunmu entered the classroom without sparing her a glance, as if the events of that morning had never transpired. For Chunmu, the matter was concluded. Time was precious, and he could not afford to waste it. That he focused intently on the teacher's lecture, his expression occasionally revealing deep contemplation. These past few months had been crucial for him. His knowledge and understanding had begun to systematize, while the principles elucidated in that mysterious card allowed him to approach existing knowledge with a heightened perspective. Unbeknownst to him, his comprehension of card production had undergone a dramatic transformation. Meanwhile, Yi gazed at Chunmu, perplexed. She could not fathom the intense concentration emanating from him, which exuded an inexplicable charm. It was as if she sensed a powerful, uplifting energy radiating from him, a stark contrast to the mercenary man she had encountered earlier. Has the little girl developed a crush? Teased Feng Jie, poking fun at Yi. What nonsense are you spouting? Yi retorted, rolling her eyes. This nouveau riche is hardly worth my affections. Her dismissive glance was so captivating that it nearly ensnared the souls of the boys secretly observing her. Feng Jie chuckled softly. You've clearly been watching him all morning. That I'm merely curious. I can't quite see through him, Yi whispered, recounting the morning's events. Upon finishing, she noticed Feng Jie regarding her with a strange expression. What's with that look? She inquired. Feng Jie sighed. Don't play with fire. It's fine to have fun with men, but don't get emotionally involved or else. Feng Jie, you're acting oddly today. The two of them soon fell into playful banter, their conversation drifting to other topics. As soon as class ended, Feng Jie snatched Yi's shuttle key, declaring, I'm using the car today, before Yi could respond. Feng Jie had already disappeared from sight. That on the weekend, Chunmu planned to visit Amei City, the closest city to Dongshangwei City. The long shuttle train station was teeming with people, and Chunmu idly watched the holographic card advertisements playing in the hall. The long shuttle train was a convenient means of reaching Amei City, taking approximately 6 hours. Regrettably, his abilities were still too limited. Otherwise, the prospect of soaring through the wilderness using an airflow card would be immensely pleasurable. Finally, it was time for Chunmu to board the train. As a first-time passenger on the long shuttle train, he felt a sense of novelty. However, that novelty quickly waned as the entire journey took place underground, meaning they would be traversing 6 hours beneath the surface. With dangers lurking in the wild, people had turned their attention underground. In the present day, the Tianyao Federation boasted a highly developed underground transport system, with networks sprawling like a spider's web beneath the entire Federation. Long-distance travel could be quite tedious. Yet to cater to passengers, a player was available every 5 rows of seats, broadcasting entertainment programs to help pass the time. The emerging product known as Card Shadow was met with unanimous acclaim during this period. The player before them was showcasing pre-recorded content. The technology utilized by the long shuttle train was remarkably advanced, requiring only a master player to project the images simultaneously onto various players. This technology had been invented by a low-level holographic card club in Dongshangwei City. Next, we present a lesser-known Card Shadow. So far, we have not discovered any information regarding its author. It is rumored that this card shadow has only circulated within a small vicinity of Dongwei Academy, yet we are astounded by the exceptional quality of its production and the captivating story it tells. Far surpassing other card shadows available on the market. Of course, this is merely my personal opinion. Notably, this card shadow quickly captivated the entirety of Dongwei Academy upon its release. Presently, acquiring a complete set for collection has proven exceedingly difficult, as no one is willing to part with it. This illustrates the immense allure of this card shadow. Our editor invested considerable effort to procure a copy at a high price, which we now share with you. The sole regret is that this card shadow remains unfinished, and its mysterious author appears to have vanished. It is reported that some students at Dongwei Academy are planning to organize a team to continue the story. Without further ado, let us enjoy a tale unfolding amidst the interstellar expanse of the Han-Hai Legend of the Master Scribes. The player began to showcase the legend of the Master Scribes card shadow. Chen-Mu felt a surge of mixed emotions upon witnessing the familiar characters and stories. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the carriage, as over 99% of the occupants had never seen this card shadow before, and they were immediately captivated by its brilliance. Outside the carriage, the dark, rocky walls sped by in a blur as time gradually elapsed. 6 hours could be described as neither long nor short. However, passengers soon discovered that by the time the long shuttle train arrived at its destination, the card shadow had yet to conclude. Many intrigued travelers approached the train staff to inquire about the card shadow's details. Amidst the admiration of the crowd, one of the producers of Legend of the Master Scribes, Chen-Mu, disembarked in Ame City. Foam caught a glimpse in her rearview mirror of a deep green shuttle. The driver was someone she knew well. His name was Wen Timing, that he ranked among Feng's least favored individuals. Handsome yet notoriously flirtatious, known around the school by the moniker Gentle to Dawn, implying a fleeting charm that was infamously shallow. It was said he previously associated with Aragon. Recently, he had been relentlessly pursuing Foam, akin to a persistent piece of chewing gum that one cannot shake off. Foam mentally cursed him numerous times, wondering why the unfortunate fellow who had perished in school had not been this pretty boy. Although Wen Tianming bore a somewhat effeminate appearance, his driving skills were exceptionally proficient. The initial encounter between the two was marked by a thrilling street race. On that occasion, he found himself unable to maneuver his green Swift Wind vehicle, as Foam relentlessly pursued him from behind, rendering him immobile. It was precisely this incident that piqued his interest in Foam. Subsequently, every day after school, he would approach her with playful banter. His swift vehicle, combined with his exceptional driving skills, led Foam to never triumph over him in their encounters. What infuriated her the most was his smug expression, which made her grit her teeth in frustration. Feng's driving abilities were not significantly inferior to Wen Tianming's. However, the performance of his Swift Wind far exceeded that of her Blue Rain Bug. Today, fortune had it that her car was malfunctioning, prompting her to seize Yaya's keys. Although the Silver Star vehicle was sophisticated, its performance capabilities were not particularly impressive. Feng was quite familiar with the performance of various high-end vehicles, and the Silver Star was no exception. It seemed that she would once again be the target of this fellow's teasing today. The moment she spotted the green vehicle, her mood soured, and she instinctively turned the steering wheel. Suddenly, the Silver Star executed a sharp turn, startling Feng. It was inconceivable. The Silver Star's responsiveness could not be this acute. The force she had applied earlier should have resulted in a turning angle of approximately 25 degrees. Yet the recent maneuver seemed to exceed 40 degrees. That a 40-degree turn was not particularly extraordinary, as many high-end vehicles could achieve it, but the Silver Star was not among them. Was it possible that Yaya had modified the Silver Star? Unlikely. She quickly dismissed this notion. Was it merely an illusion? In the rearview mirror, her abrupt turn had flung the unsuspecting Wen Tianming away. However, he swiftly regained control and closed the gap once more. Casting a glance at the towering buildings ahead, Feng resolved to make another attempt. She turned the steering wheel sharply to the left, then flicked it back and executed a lightning-fast right turn. The scenery before her transformed dramatically, and her eyes sparkled with excitement. The Silver Star traced a beautifully graceful S-shaped trajectory through the gaps between the two staggered skyscrapers. It was a flawless S-drift. The entire maneuver was seamless, fluid, and swift as lightning, akin to a nimble silver swallow. Wen Tianming clearly did not anticipate the Silver Star's agility. As he beheld the rapidly approaching buildings, he hastily decelerated. narrowly skimming past them and breaking into a cold sweat. Observing Wen Tianming's predicament in the rearview mirror, Feng couldn't help but whistle in delight. Her hands remained steady on the wheel, alternating between left and right. As the Silver Star, typically not known for its agility and turns, exhibited an unexpected vigor today, making Feng eager to apply all her cornering techniques that in a mere moment. When Tianming's vehicle vanished amidst the towering structures behind the Silver Star, the frustration that had accumulated over the past few days dissipated in an instant, leaving Feng feeling utterly exhilarated. She dialed Yaya's number, but as soon as Yaya answered, she complained, "Sister Feng, you took my car? Now I have to hitch a ride with Tang Tang to get back to oh, don't be upset, little Yaya. Come here, let your sister give you a kiss," Feng teased, but she couldn't contain her curiosity and asked, "Yaya, has your Silver Star been modified?" "Modified?" Yaya replied, puzzled, shaking her head that no, I never race. "Has anyone tampered with your car?" Feng inquired hastily. "Tamper with my car?" Yaya was baffled that IT broke down this morning, and it was Yao Ke who fixed it. He even asked me for 30,000 udi. What's wrong? Is there another issue? No. Feng quickly shook her head, smiling, that I was just asking. All right, I won't keep you, that I need to focus on driving. Without waiting for Yaya to protest, she ended the call. Yao Ke, she murmured, her crimson-painted fingers lightly tapping on the steering wheel as she pondered. This was Chun Mu's first venture outside the Eastern Commerce Guard city, that as he walked the streets of Amicheng. He felt no trepidation despite the unfamiliar surroundings. He sought out an elderly man and made his way to the card street of Amicheng. This street, approximately 3.5 kilometers long, was predominantly lined with businesses related to cards. That as he strolled along Card Street, he glanced at the sign of a shop and decided to enter. That it was a card repair shop. For most people, cards were akin to clothing. When damaged, they simply replaced them, rarely opting for repairs. However, when a particular piece of clothing held special significance for its owner or was difficult to acquire, people were inclined to restore it to its original state. This shop was modestly sized, and its decor could only be described as ordinary. "Hello, how may I assist you?" the shopkeeper greeted warmly. However, upon learning that Chen Mu merely sought to take on some card repair tasks, the shopkeeper's enthusiasm waned. Yet when he discovered that Chen Mu was a student of the Eastern Guard Academy and saw his student ID, his demeanor transformed back to one of eagerness. Generally speaking, the card makers seeking business at their shop were often inexperienced novices. That in contrast, the Eastern Guard Academy was the most prestigious institution in the vicinity. The shopkeeper promptly presented a stack of cards, primarily around the 3-star level, which had accumulated dust over time. That in the shopkeeper's eyes, 3-star cards represented a considerable headache. Repairing a damaged 3-star card required the skills of an intermediate card maker. However, those with intermediate qualifications rarely took on such minor tasks, resulting in a backlog of 3-star cards at the shop. The shopkeeper silently congratulated himself on his good fortune, guessing that this student was merely seeking pocket money. Students from the Eastern Guard Academy typically came from affluent families and did not lack funds. This notion was further reinforced as his gaze fell upon the gem-adorned device in Chun Mu's hand. His expression shifted to one of greater respect. One by one, Chen Mu sifted through the pile of cards, selecting those he felt confident he could repair, ultimately choosing 15. What is the payment arrangement?" Chun Mu inquired. The shopkeeper cautiously regarded him and hesitated before stating, 20,000 for each card. "How does that sound?" A 3-star illusion card generally cost hundreds of thousands, with typical repair shops charging around 50,000 udi for each card, and rare cards commanding even higher fees. However, this was merely a small shop, and offering Chun Mu this price left little profit for him. Nevertheless, the shopkeeper was pragmatic, recognizing that as long as these cards remained in storage, he would earn nothing. By accepting a lower profit now, he would gain a reputation, allowing his shop to stand out among local repair establishments. That it was inconceivable to find an intermediate card maker willing to repair a card for 20,000 udi. "All right," Chen Mu replied, gathering the cards. "I'll bring them over next weekend." "Excellent." The shopkeeper's face lit up with joy as he quickly retrieved a contract. Chen Mu carefully reviewed it before signing. This idea had stemmed from when Chen Mu repaired a 3-star airflow card for Yaya that morning. He had acquired the skills to repair certain 3-star cards, thus uncovering a potential source of income. The repair fees for 1-star and 2-star illusion cards were exceedingly low, netting him only 1 or 200 udi per card, which was merely a drop in the bucket for his current needs. Consequently, he focused his attention on 3-star cards. Unfortunately, he lacked the title of intermediate card maker. Otherwise, he would earn at least 50,000 udi for each card repaired. Chinmu felt quite satisfied with his trip to Amicheng, that if he could repair 15 cards in a week, that would yield an income of 300,000 udi weekly, though this amount fell short of covering his research expenses. It was the best solution he could devise. Chapter 83. The Mud Eel Airflow Card. Having secured the business, Chinmu returned to Eastern Commerce Guard City that same day. He preferred to travel the 6-hour journey to Amicheng without attracting attention. The power of the Zhou family loomed large in Eastern Commerce Guard City, but beyond its borders, it held little sway. Had it not been for the need to wait for the devil woman, he would have left long ago. Upon returning home, Chinmu immediately set to work. The technical nature of card repair required significant skill, and he had much to learn through practice. Although he had previously succeeded in repairing a 3-star airflow card, the variety of 3-star cards he now faced necessitated extensive preparation that if this were in the past, he would never have dared to pursue such endeavors. However, now at the Eastern Guard Academy, he could access relevant materials even for structures he had never encountered before. The workload was substantial, but the knowledge he gained was equally vital in repairing cards. He could not damage the original card. Thus, he had only one chance to repair each card. This compelled him to ensure thorough preparation. 4 skilled card makers, repairing 15 3-star cards would take no more than 3 hours. Yet for Chinmu, completing this task within the week would be quite an achievement, that he devoted the remaining time on the weekend to this endeavor. Not stepping outside his home, the sheer variety of 3-star cards was so vast that even seasoned card makers could not guarantee they had encountered every type, let alone Chinmu, a novice. What? Yaya exclaimed, her alluring cherry lips parted in surprise as she gazed at Sister Feng, shaking her head vigorously. I'm not going. You go if you want, Sister Feng. He can't possibly be as formidable as you say. I reckon in our school, aside from the advanced group, only Tang Tang's brother could rival him. Should I go ask Tang Tang for you? Feng let out a sigh, acknowledging, indeed, Zhutingyi is quite formidable. I am well aware of that. However, this fellow disregards everyone. Many have attempted to approach him through Tang Tang for the creation of cards, yet all have been rebuffed. Although your relationship with Tang Tang is amicable, I suspect Zhutingyi will remain unyielding in this matter. Almost immediately, her face lit up with excitement as she lowered her voice intentionally. This Yaoke possesses remarkable skills. Can you believe it? Your silver star is capable of executing an S-shaped drift. That is truly impressive. Yaya, unable to grasp the concept of an S-shaped drift, shook her head resolutely. If you wish to seek him out, go ahead. I have no desire to deal with that mercenary. If you wanted to create a card, you have no idea how much you might be extorted. Her expression was one of indignation, clearly still irked by the previous incident. Yaya, I implore you. Feng desperately shook Yaya, then leaned in, her vibrant red lips dangerously close to Yaya's cheek. To sweeten the deal, I could sacrifice a bit of my charm and kiss you a few times. How about 10? Or perhaps 20? The two beautiful women struck a rather suggestive pose, leaving their classmates nearby gaping in astonishment, swallowing hard. That I'm terrified. Yaya's face flushed crimson, and she hastily begged for mercy, unable to endure the attention of the onlookers. However, she soon pondered, how much have you prepared? This fellow likely demands a substantial sum. Feng bit her lip. As long as the airflow card he creates meets my requirements, I shall offer 1 million udi. Are you out of your mind? Yaya exclaimed, that price is nearly enough to purchase a silver star. You would spend it on a single airflow card. If he can meet my specifications for the airflow card, I will pay him. Feng gritted her teeth. You don't understand. I am nearly driven to madness by that lecherous Wentiming. Lecher. Yaya looked at Feng in surprise, clearly not expecting someone to push the formidable Feng to such an extent. Just then, Chinmu walked into the classroom, prompting the two to lower their voices immediately. Chinmu's mind was filled with various structures of 3-star cards, many of which he did not fully comprehend. These were problems he needed to address today. He intended first to visit the library, that if he still could not resolve them by the end, he would seek out Feng Xiang, which was one of the benefits of having a teacher. As class began, Chinmu temporarily set these issues aside to focus on the lecture. He knew his knowledge base was still too shallow as soon as class ended, and he prepared to leave. He suddenly sensed someone approaching. Yaya and Feng. Yaoke, I have a business proposal for you. Are you interested? Yaya asked with a cold expression, still brooding over the events of the previous morning. What business? The term piqued Chenmu's interest as he glanced at the two. Did you alter the original structure of the airflow card while repairing my shuttle? Yaya fixed her gaze intently on Chenmu. He nodded, calmly asking, is it broken again? Yaya and Feng exchanged shocked glances, realizing the calm demeanor of Chenmu only added to his enigmatic aura to know. Yaya quickly shook her head. Feng wants to ask you to create an airflow card for the shuttle. She will provide some data parameters. Of course. She will offer a certain remuneration. Feng, feeling somewhat anxious, interjected, as long as you can produce it, I am willing to pay 1 million UDI.1 million. Chenmu was taken aback, secretly lamenting how these wealthy heirs could easily burn through money to $1 million for a specialized airflow card for a shuttle. This was the first time he had heard of such extravagance. He glanced at the two with skepticism, contemplating the true nature of their conversation. Noticing Chenmu's expression, Yaya felt a surge of annoyance, puffing out her chest proudly. What's wrong? Are you afraid we can't afford to pay? Chenmu averted his gaze, turning it to Feng. What parameters? Feng, elated, exclaimed, follow me. She then took the lead, pulling Yaya along. Chenmu trailed behind them as they entered a teaching building in the northwest corner of the school. Surveying his surroundings, he had never been here before. Numerous students populated the area, each displaying expressions of excitement and anticipation, engaging in hushed discussions about topics he could not quite comprehend. Feng and Yaya attracted many curious glances. And Chenmu, walking closely behind them with an air of nonchalance, also garnered significant attention, that he disliked the feeling of being scrutinized, but for the sake of that 1 million UDI, he steeled himself to follow. Upon entering the building, Chenmu began to question whether he had wandered into a repair shop. The ground was cluttered with assorted parts, and a peculiar odor filled the air. This place served as a hub for various card machinery clubs within the school, home to some of the most talented individuals in this domain, with occasional teachers coming here to oversee projects. Feng was careful to navigate around the scattered components while introducing the space to Chenmu. Yaya frowned, covering her nose with one hand, cautiously avoiding the risk of soiling her expensive shoes with any oil stains. What is card machinery? Chenmu inquired. You don't know what card machinery is? Feng looked at him in astonishment before quickly explaining. It refers to machinery that utilizes card technology, such as shuttles, which also fall under this category. Chenmu nodded in understanding. Many are fond of card machinery. You will see all sorts of peculiar devices here, as well as some fascinating competitions. Some individuals may not excel academically, but they possess remarkable talent in this field. Feng evidently held a deep admiration for those skilled in card machinery. Chenmu's expression remained placid, yet internally he was in agreement. While cards are incredibly versatile, they are not omnipotent. More often than not, they require a medium. The most frequently utilized are those card machines, such as shuttles or thermal pots. Although advanced illusion cards can indeed manifest energy entities, they are exorbitantly priced and consume vast amounts of energy, making them unaffordable for the average person. The renowned Master Roki chose this path long ago. However, these students, although their creations may seem intricate to Chenmu, lack practical utility. Compared to the Master Roki of yesteryear, they fall significantly short, even when compared to the lower-tier illusion card clubs specializing in basic illusion cards. Chenmu has always held little interest in items devoid of practical value. His purpose for coming this time was solely in pursuit of that 1 million UDI. The basement of this teaching building was partitioned into numerous repair rooms, all rented out by various clubs at a considerable price. The first floor was dedicated to a specialized card machinery arena, allowing enthusiasts to test their wild ideas that, of course, using the facilities required payment. As Feng provided her explanation, Chenmu couldn't help but marvel at the school's prowess in generating revenue, far superior to that of Lazy. Nevertheless, to ensure safety, after collecting hefty fees, the school still offered commendable services. For instance, all these repair rooms were reinforced, and their energy supply systems have been modified. Those who enjoy card machinery are naturally affluent individuals, considering Feng's willingness to spend 1 million UDI for an airflow card. He understood that engaging in card machinery was far more costly than card creation. The trio arrived at a repair room housing several stylish shuttles to Hi. Huahua. Feng called out loudly, stopping in front of a red shuttle. A head emerged from beneath the shuttle, positioned just beneath Feng's skirt due to the angle. Feng Jie, you're wearing black today, the man remarked with a loud whistle, grinning lewdly. Yaya, startled, took a step back. Smack, without hesitation, Feng stomped her foot on the man's face, and a piercing scream erupted beneath her. After grinding her foot down a couple of times, she finally withdrew her leg, satisfied. Feng Jie, what brings you here today? Missing me, perhaps? The man, named Hua Hua, had changed out of his work uniform into a plaid shirt, his hair resembling a bird's nest, and his smile added a hint of lewdness, though the footprint on his face was rather conspicuous. Indeed, I've missed you, Feng replied with a sultry smile, her long legs poised as if to kick. Hua Hua, alarmed, leaped aside. Noticing Chen Mu's impassive expression, Feng quickly ceased her playful antics. My friend intends to assist me in creating an airflow card for the shuttle. I wanted to inquire about your opinion that I aim to reassemble a shuttle.in airflow card. Hua Hua scrutinized Chen Mu with a skeptical gaze. What year are you in? In my class. Feng hurriedly interjected, fearing Hua Hua's disdain would provoke Chen Mu. Just answer quickly. No need for extraneous chatter, that I in Feng's eyes. Chen Mu's temperament was unpredictable and potentially ruthless. Hua Hua shrugged, spreading his hands. If you say so, I shall remain silent. His expression swiftly turned serious. What type of shuttle do you desire? Chen Mu recalled the exhilarating sensation of weaving through the high rises and blurted out, a cornering shuttle. But you're not racing. Why do you need a cornering shuttle? Hua Hua appeared puzzled. A cornering shuttle, as its name implies, excels in maneuverability rather than speed. Typically, shuttles fly in the air, minimizing the likelihood of encountering obstacles unless flying at low altitudes. How fun! Feng's eyes sparkle, that if you want a cornering shuttle. The requirements for the airflow card will be quite demanding, that I happen to have a classic Loach airflow card, but it's a collector's item and cannot be used. This particular airflow card is most suitable for constructing a cornering shuttle. But regrettably, it is no longer available for purchase. That Hua Hua's demeanor turned serious. The name Mud Eel Airflow Card piqued Chen Mu's curiosity. He found it perplexing how an airflow card could be associated with such a creature as the mud eel. He uttered his first words upon arriving here. Could you possibly show me that airflow card? Feng chimed in beside him. I've long heard about your mud eel. Let us take a look. Hua Hua, rather agreeable, dashed into the repair room storage area and soon emerged with a card roughly the size of a book, though perhaps it would be more accurate to describe it as a panel. Chen Mu received the card and scrutinized it closely before him. Hua Hua cautioned, be careful, don't drop it. Indeed, this airflow card differed significantly from the one used in the Yaya Silver Star shuttle. The Silver Star's airflow card emitted a highly concentrated airflow directed in a singular direction, whereas this card could release multiple streams of airflow, capable of converging or dispersing at will. The contrast between the two stemmed from their structural differences. The design of the Mud Eel airflow card was more intricate, and its manufacturing complexity was considerably higher. Upon closer inspection, Chen Mu noted that it could release 7 streams of airflow in various directions, each adjustable in magnitude. He had never encountered such a sophisticated airflow card before, that he was familiar with the structure of the Samsung airflow card, having made modifications to the Silver Star's card. Coincidentally, his alterations bore a striking resemblance to the Mud Eel's card, though the latter's design was more refined, featuring a greater number of diversion structures and a significantly higher level of difficulty in its construction. Furthermore, the Mud Eel airflow card excelled in precision control compared to his modifications. In comparison, his adjusted Silver Star card seemed rather rudimentary. This Mud Eel airflow card is a limited edition. Only 30 have ever been produced throughout the Federation. And mine is number 18, that I once sought someone to replicate it, but those skilled in crafting airflow cards are exceedingly rare. The individuals I consulted were either uninformed or lacked the requisite skill. In short, no one has managed to replicate it. Hua Hua implied skepticism regarding Chen Mu's abilities, his youthful face under the bird's nest hairstyle betraying a hint of arrogance. Feng shot a fierce glare at Hua Hua, hoping to avoid provoking Chen Mu. Yet Hua Hua, undeterred, jested Sister Feng, is this your new beau? Oh my, it seems quite serious. You're defending him like this. It's not your usual style that if those handsome fellows knew how easily you were tamed. I wonder what they would think. Yaya, observing the exchange, struggled to suppress a laugh, ultimately bursting into giggles. Feng's face flushed crimson. Hua Hua feigned astonishment, exclaiming, Sister Feng actually blushing. This gentleman's charm is truly overwhelming. Casting a cautious glance at Chen Mu, who remained absorbed in examining the Mud Eel airflow card, seemingly oblivious to their banter, Feng sighed with relief, only to be overwhelmed with anger moments later. Grabbing a wrench from the floor, she stormed toward Hua Hua with fury. Hua Hua shrieked, and leapt away like a monkey, causing Yaya to double over with laughter. Chinmu remained entirely unaware of the commotion around him. His focus was wholly consumed by the card in his hands. The sheer intricacy of the card brought him immense pleasure as he began to methodically deduce its structure and clarify the designer's line of thought. This was his expertise. Before entering the Dongwei Academy, his learning journey had been one of solitary exploration that, in his view, perfectly replicating the works of other card makers held little value. What he truly sought to learn was how these master artisans approached problem-solving, their thought processes, and how they translated their concepts into tangible card designs. The ingenious designs of these masters never failed to astound him. The Mud Eel Airflow card was no exception, although classified as a 3-star card. Its manufacturing difficulty far exceeded that of ordinary cards of the same level. The only card Chinmu had created that surpassed it in complexity was the tail-removing shuttle card. Other cards, including the 12 from the Simple Water world, simply could not compare. It seemed that only a card of such substantial size could accommodate such a labyrinthine structure that Chinmu peeled back the layers of its exterior to trace its underlying principles. He could not help but marvel internally. The card contained a total of 112 spiral structures and 44 string structures, illustrating its remarkable complexity. That it was easy to imagine how overwhelming such intricacies would be for an average person, let alone a typical card maker. However, the most crucial and unexpectedly surprising aspect of the card lay in its 3 connection points, which were arranged in a triangular formation across the card's surface. Their structures were not particularly complex, even somewhat inconspicuous. Yet to Chinmu, these points represented the card's most valuable feature. These 3 nodes possessed a rudimentary structural function, already exhibiting a degree of functionality akin to that of a foundational card. Without knowledge of foundational theory, Chinmu believed this would be the greatest hurdle to overcome. Gradually, an increasingly vivid schematic of the airflow card formed in Chinmu's mind. The interwoven lines no longer appeared daunting or inscrutable. As his awareness returned, he noticed the 3 individuals engaged in playful banter, and a sense of accomplishment lightened his heart. Upon noticing Chinmu had lifted his head, the trio halted their antics. "What do you think?" Feng inquired, her expression tense. "That I will provide you with the materials list in 3 days," Chinmu replied calmly. Hua erupted into laughter, as if he had heard the most absurd joke, exclaiming incredulously, "What? 3 days? Hey buddy, you look pretty earnest at first glance, but I didn't expect you to be such a braggart. Do you think you're Zhuotingi? Impressive. Even Zhuotingi wouldn't dare boast that he could produce a mud eel in 3 days. You really do have some nerve." Chinmu remained unperturbed by Hua's skepticism, not even glancing his way as he strode toward the exit, tossing over his shoulder, "I'll send you the materials list shortly." Feng and Yaya exchanged glances and hurried after him. Hua watched the 3 depart, whistling loudly and shaking his bird-like hair, muttering to himself, 3 days, these days, are people bragging without any preparation? Returning to the classroom, they found it empty. Chinmu seated himself, retrieved paper and pen, and swiftly began to write. Half a minute later, he handed Feng a sheet filled with various materials. Upon seeing the extensive list, Feng was taken aback. "So much? We will commence as soon as the materials are ready. Prepare 100,000 udi," Chinmu stated, gathering his belongings and departing. Leaving the 2 in astonishment, that as he walked, Chinmu continued to contemplate the structure of the Mud Eel Airflow card. The lines were exquisite, akin to a work of art. This card presented him with an entirely new perspective. Cards of the same level, if one were willing to delve deeply, could yield masterpieces rivaling those of higher tiers. While high-level airflow cards might unleash more powerful streams, achieving the complexity of the Mud Eel was not merely a matter of rank. Rank did not encompass everything. This reminiscence brought to mind the Simple Water world. Who would have thought that 12 low-level cards could produce such astonishing results? Yet, the thought of his envisioned simpler version of the Simple Water world, which still lacked a viable plan, caused him a twinge of headache. Moreover, he still had numerous uncertainties regarding card restoration, and he certainly had no time to relax upon returning home. He checked each room, but the devil woman was still nowhere to be found. The fleeting joy he had felt was soon overshadowed by a hint of gloom. After a simple dinner, he plunged back into his work. The following day, as soon as he entered the classroom, Feng approached him. "All the materials are ready. When will you begin the fabrication?" Her tone was laced with skepticism. Although she had initially championed the endeavor, Chenmu's assertion that he could complete the Mud Eel Airflow card in 3 days made her hesitate. When Chenmu handed her the materials list, she felt a flicker of concern. Unexpectedly, this seemingly extensive list of materials cost her only 100,000 udi, an astonishingly low price that caught her off guard. In contrast, Yaya beside her scoffed, muttering disdainfully about Chenmu's stinginess. "All right, I'll have it for you in 3 days," Chenmu stated nonchalantly. The Mud Eel Airflow card did not require any precious materials, consisting entirely of very ordinary components. The impressive sight of 100,000 udis worth of ordinary materials piled together was still quite striking. Fortunately, his strength had significantly increased. He casually found a discarded burlap sack, stuffed the materials inside, and bore it home on his shoulder without a shred of dignity. Behind him, Feng and Yaya stared in astonishment. This card represented the largest one Chenmu had crafted to date. Yet, condensing a sack full of materials into a single card necessitated numerous processing steps. With 112 spiral structures and 44 string structures, a solid foundation in craftsmanship was essential. For Chenmu, who had spent years creating one-star energy cards, this posed no issue. He could even produce them with greater finesse. The 3 crucial connection points, having already studied foundational principles, were equally not a challenge. The only difficulty he faced was in perception. His sensory abilities had yet to fully recover to their peak condition. The card's intricate structures posed a considerable challenge to maintain complete awareness, and he found it quite taxing. With beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, Chenmu finally let out a sigh of relief. Before him lay a pristine, complete card, identical to the Mud Eel Airflow card he had seen last time. This was a flawless replication, yet what left Chenmu feeling rather exhilarated was his pitiable perception. Were it not for the heightened sensitivity of his perception compared to before, accomplishing such a complex structure with his current level of perceptual strength would have been immensely challenging. Fortunately, he had managed to complete it, and the process had been relatively smooth. Gazing at the card before him, Chenmu felt a sense of satisfaction that in Huahua's workshop, Huahua, Feng, and Yaya watched the simulation card machine with anxious expressions. This machine, roughly the size of a shuttle, featured a simpler structure, retaining only the most essential components of the shuttle. Additionally, the section designed for inserting airflow cards was mobile, allowing for the insertion of various airflow cards at any moment. Presently, it housed the Mud Eel Airflow card crafted by Chenmu that he declined to participate in the testing activities and hurried to the library instead. The simulation card machine boasted 7 directional exhaust ducts, making it one of the most complex shuttle structures to date. Capable of turning in 7 different directions, it was well known that increasing the number of exhaust ducts would enhance maneuverability, yet the difficulty of control would also rise exponentially. Initially, Huahua's simulation card machine had only 4 exhaust ducts, which was the highest record among the shuttles he had assembled. The addition of 3 more was solely for testing the Mud Eel card. As the 7 exhaust ducts flexibly rotated in all directions, a torrent of airflow filled the workshop when they simultaneously released air, nearly blinding the 3 onlookers. Wow! My goodness! What am I witnessing? Mud Eel! It truly is Mud Eel. I feel as though I'm dreaming, Huahua exclaimed, his words tumbling over each other, his gaze fixated on the 7 rotating exhaust ducts of the simulation card machine, utterly entranced. Has he succeeded? Yaya asked aloud, her eyes glued to the machine, while Feng snapped back to reality, nodding vigorously with excitement. He has succeeded. He truly has. At that moment, Feng's heart surged with emotion. She was about to possess an exceptionally remarkable cornering shuttle. Amidst her exhilaration, her feelings were quite complex. It dawned on her that he was indeed a master card creator. She believed that if news of someone successfully crafting the Mud Eel Airflow card were to spread, Yao Ke would instantly become a dazzling star at the Dongwei Academy. She was fully aware of the reputation of the sponsorship class on campus. Having a student capable of creating the Mud Eel Airflow card in such a class would certainly be a dramatic turn of events. Yaya gasped in disbelief, covering her mouth, unable to fathom that the stingy fellow was indeed a card crafting expert. Yet a wave of further doubt washed over her. But why was he in the sponsorship class? Reflecting on Chenmu's past actions, she realized that aside from 2 instances of direct involvement, he had maintained an exceedingly low profile, rarely showcasing his card-making skills. From his initial brash demeanor to the subsequent calm and composed nature, he seemed to have transformed entirely. Yaya, with her keen perception,
was filled with doubts. Chen Mu, engrossed in his work, was unaware of their thoughts. After completing the tests, Feng promptly paid 1 million udi, which greatly pleased him. Dealing with straightforward clients was a delightful experience, especially after receiving such a substantial sum. Nevertheless, he soon immersed himself in another lucrative venture. Compared to crafting the mud eel card, repairing 3-star cards proved far more intricate and involved numerous challenges. However, finding a big spender was not an easy task, and Chenmu could only console himself, diligently focusing on his repair work. While Chenmu toiled away at repairing cards, he remained oblivious to the significance of being able to create the mud eel airflow card. Nor did he foresee the implications it would have for him. In the 85th segment, Fire Mayfly, Chenmu successfully repaired 12 out of 15 3-star cards. The remaining 3 posed too great a challenge. Particularly given his current perceptual strength, having learned from past experiences, he approached his perception with heightened caution. The increase in perception was gradual, so he dedicated more time to mastering delicate control that he discovered that the fine perceptual threads emanating from the shuttle-like vortex perception column were particularly suited for precise manipulation. They were sensitive, slender, and numerous. Repairing 12 3-star cards left him feeling quite accomplished. Among these 12 cards were several exquisite specimens, some of which broadened his horizon significantly. One card, in particular, caught his attention. It was a 3-star illusion card. This illusion card differed markedly from any 3-star illusion card Chenmu had previously encountered, boasting a remarkably unique structure. Upon activation, it could form a spherical energy shield. This was the first protective illusion card Chenmu had ever seen. However, on its own, it was not particularly special. What surprised him was that this energy shield could change shape under perceptual control, even conforming closely to the skin. This reminded him of the scale garment illusion card mentioned in the information gathered by the devilish woman during her investigation of the Yao family. Though he was unsure if there was any relation between the two that compared to the ordinary blazing dragon illusion card. This one, though also a 3-star, was vastly superior in both conception and intricacy. Throughout the week, Chenmu felt himself progressing rapidly. The Mud Eel Airflow card and the 12 3-star cards significantly expanded his perspective and ideas. Collectively, these 12 cards could yield an income of 240,000 udi. He began to take a liking to the work of repairing cards, as it allowed him to encounter an array of bizarre and fascinating cards, an area where he felt notably deficient in knowledge. During the weekend, he visited the store in Ame City once more. After the store owner inspected the 12 cards, he promptly paid Chenmu without hesitation. Chenmu did not linger, selecting another 15 cards before returning home. On the journey, the long shuttle continued to play the card film Legend of the Master, Madam Ning. This is the Chantai card shop. The card you sent for repair last time has been completed. When will you come to collect it? The card? When was that? Madam Ning inquired, puzzled, as she did not recall having sent any cards for repair. Half a year ago, you entrusted us with the repair of a 3-star card. Recently, our shop was fortunate to welcome a mid-level card maker, and your card has finally been restored. You may collect it now. The shop owner replied politely, though the mention of a mid-level card maker was a mere fabrication. I remember now. Madam Ning suddenly recalled that half a year ago, she had sent her father's heirloom, which was the card he cherished most, for repair. However, she had not held out much hope at the time, as her family's fortunes had dwindled significantly. The cost of hiring a professional card maker for repairs was exorbitant, so she had to settle for a small shop. What is the fee? Madam Ning asked anxiously, clearly taken aback by the shop owner's mention of a mid-level card maker. She did not have much money on hand, but selling her father's heirloom was out of the question, according to our agreement. You need to pay 22,000 udi, the shop owner said with a beaming smile. Madam Ning instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Although 22,000 udi was not a small sum for her, it was within her means to pay. All right, I will come to collect it right away, she decided decisively. Upon seeing her father's heirloom restored to its former glory, tears streamed down Madam Ning's face. Approximately 30 years old, she wore a long, azure dress. Though her appearance was not striking, her demeanor was serene, instantly endearing her to others. She served as a teacher at a primary school. Her father had been a somewhat renowned card repairer during his lifetime. The Ning family was prominent in Ame City, being among the original inhabitants who first settled there. Seeing Madam Ning in tears, the shop owner felt a bit flustered. However, Madam Ning quickly regained her composure.
Wiping away her tears, her voice still slightly choked as she softly thanked the shop owner. I truly appreciate your help. Oh dear, your words make me feel utterly ashamed. This card has been here for 6 months. And it was only completed today. I feel quite guilty myself. The shop owner said, rubbing his hands together hastily, that he dared not treat this gentle lady with indifference, despite her simple attire suggesting a modest life. Being a local, the shop owner knew more about Madame Ning than the average person. Regardless, I must thank you. Madame Ning beamed with joy, leaving the shop owner momentarily entranced. Do you happen to have the contact information for that card maker? I would like to personally express my gratitude to him. Madame Ning inquired earnestly. Yao Ku. Just as school had ended, Chen Mu was called over. Turning around, he saw Feng and Yaya behind him, with Feng being the one who had called out to him. Without uttering a word, Chen Mu regarded them, waiting for them to state their purpose. Do you have time? The card you made, the mud eel, has been put to use. The new shuttle has just been completed. Would you like to come see it? Feng said cheerfully, with Yaya glancing at him as well. After a moment's thought, Chen Mu too was curious to see what the shuttle created using the mud eel airflow card looked like. So he nodded sure. Once again arriving at the underground repair shop, he found it bustling with activity compared to the previous visit's solitude. The workshop was surrounded by a crowd of excited individuals engaged in animated discussions. Many were gathered around Hua, who stood proudly, his bird's nest hairstyle conspicuously illuminated by the lights. Noticing Chun Mu in the crowd, Hua's expression shifted instantly. The smug expression on his face instantly faded as he struggled to extricate himself from the crowd, eagerly positioning himself beside Chen Mu. Hey, brother Yao has arrived. Hua's tone was now laced with a hint of flattery, a stark contrast to the disdain he had previously displayed. The cool figure before them was indeed a master at crafting mud eel airflow cards. In their line of work, skill was paramount, an epitome of technical superiority. Chen Mu had earned his respect through sheer talent. Moreover, for Hua and his companions, a formidable card maker could provide immense assistance. If one were to speak of genius in card creation, it would undoubtedly be Zhutingyi. However, Zhutingyi hailed from an affluent family, where even a single hair strand was thicker than their thighs. To curry favor with him required considerable self-worth. Furthermore, Zhutingyi had a fearsome reputation. Who would dare approach him? Chen Mu noticed a shuttle parked prominently in the center, covered with a blue tarpaulin. Tightly secured, is this the new shuttle? Chen Mu inquired, tilting his head towards Hua. Yes. Hua nodded vigorously, his head bobbing like a chick pecking at grains. They all scrutinized Chen Mu, their minds racing to decipher his background. None of them knew him, and they couldn't fathom Hua's attitude towards him. Who is this guy? They whispered among themselves, yet no one had the answer. Hey Hua, why don't you introduce this cool guy? Spoke a muscular man with a head full of silver hair. The repair shop fell silent, all discussion ceasing as every gaze converged on Chun Mu and Hua. This is Brother Yao, a friend of Sister Feng, and he is indeed a master card maker. Hua introduced proudly. The silver-haired muscular man, nicknamed Wrench, was renowned for his expertise in various adjustments within the circles of Dongwei Academy. A master card maker? Wrench's expression turned serious. May I ask which grade and class Brother Yao is in? Dongwei Academy had numerous card makers, but those worthy of the title master were few and far between. Clearly, Wrench did not recognize Chen Mu among the masters he had in mind, that he shares a class with Feng. Hua interjected eagerly. A laughter erupted in the once serene repair shop. Everyone was well aware of Feng's class affiliation. Is it possible for a sponsorship class to produce a master card maker? Feng's expression suddenly turned cold. What? Do you have any objections? Wrench chuckled. They are merely astonished that your class could produce a master. However, the tone of his voice conveyed an unmistakable skepticism. Amidst the laughter, Chen Mu remained tranquil to him. The attitudes of these individuals bore no significance, and he felt no obligation to prove anything to them. Moreover, he had never considered himself a master card maker, for crafting the mud eel airflow card. He merely regarded it as a common trade. That a mocking expression crossed Hua's face. TSK. So a card maker capable of producing mud eel airflow cards isn't deemed a master after all. This remark. The laughter in the repair shop was abruptly silenced. That he made mud eel? Wrench's face registered astonishment, though disbelief was more prevalent. Hua rolled his eyes, retorting, Did you think the mud eel just materialized from nowhere?
Ice and tea at yours. Wrench hurriedly inquired, the my mud I sent for sale. It's my lifeblood. No one gets it. Not even if they wanted to. Hua Hua declared with pride. Sister Feng spent $1 million to have brother Yao create one for her. That a collective gasp arose from the crowd, uncertain whether it was the million or the revelation of Chen Mu's capability that astonished them. Wrench stared at Chen Mu in wonder. Though $1 million was a considerable sum, it wasn't exorbitant for a mud eel airflow card. What astonished him more was that this individual, known as Yao Ke, possessed such high-level card-making skills. The reputation of the mud eel airflow card was widespread in their circle, renowned for its 7-directional controllable airflow and its rarity. Additionally, the complexity of replicating such a card was exceedingly high. The once dull and silent Chen Mu suddenly appeared enigmatic in the eyes of the onlookers. All gazes shifted from disdain and skepticism to surprise, incredulity, and respect. Chen Mu remained as composed as ever, showing no signs of emotional fluctuation despite the change in their attitudes. Look at him. He truly embodies the demeanor of a master. Indeed, without such poise, could one create a mud eel? I sensed he wasn't an ordinary person. They murmured, occasionally stealing glances at Chen Mu. All right, everyone, quiet down. Hua Hua spread his arms, signaling for silence. His demeanor shifted from carefree to serious, a stark contrast to his earlier frivolity that I don't know who leaked this information. But since we are all here, I am truly honored. Hua Hua proclaimed. Initially, I had not anticipated that Brother Yao could indeed create a mud eel. Everyone knows how challenging that is, but to my surprise, Brother Yao genuinely accomplished it. Frankly, I was dumbfounded. The crowd, understanding the gravity of the moment, fell silent and listened intently to Hua Hu Idareti that moment. I had a singular thought. I must not squander the opportunity presented by the mud eel. To get a chance to experiment with a mud eel is a rare privilege. Hua Hua was visibly excited. Thus, I proposed numerous designs for Sister Feng's shuttle before ultimately finalizing its structure. With a dramatic flourish, Hua Hua pulled back the blue tarpaulin. Fire Mayfly. A uniquely designed shuttle emerged, its vertical, flat body tapering at the rear, allowing for remarkable agility and movement, appearing larger than its front. Its deep red and bright yellow hues intertwined, resembling a flickering flame. Even at rest, it captivated the onlookers. Wow! Feng exclaimed, unable to believe her eyes as she beheld the dazzling shuttle. At first glance, she was enamored by its breathtaking design. The repair shop erupted with excitement. This unparalleled masterpiece igniting the passions of those who adored shuttles. They flocked forward, eagerly examining every detail. Meanwhile, Wrench and others pulled Hua Hua aside, engaging in discussions about design intricacies that Feng's eyes sparkled with delight. Feeling as though countless stars were dancing before her, she longed to leap into the shuttle immediately. On the side, Yi displayed a look of envy. This shuttle was simply too stunning. Chen Mu scrutinized it closely, but found himself lacking expertise in shuttle design. Apart from its peculiar shape, he could not discern what made it extraordinary, that he couldn't comprehend why anyone would be willing to spend over $1 million on such a creation. Silently, he began to withdraw from the throng. Preparing to leave he took a few steps away. He suddenly halted. This was adjacent to Hua Hua's repair shop, another repair space. The owner of this room must have been within Hua Hua's workshop, for it was now empty, littered with an array of bizarre objects. One inconspicuous item caught Chen Mu's attention. Its diameter was approximately 30 centimeters, resembling a disc-shaped base. The structure was not overly complex. With 3 intercrossing frameworks among the scattered parts, it was unremarkable, yet Chen Mu immediately recognized its presence. Upon it rested 3 cards. Chen Mu was irresistibly drawn to this object. The 3 cards were arranged on 3 metal frameworks, each equipped with a slot. Among them was an energy card, another an airflow card, and the last was a 3-star illusion card. Whenever it came to cards, Chen Mu was quick to make judgments. This 3-star illusion card could generate a jujube-shaped energy shield, presumably to protect the base. Had he not repaired an energy shield illusion card previously, he might not have recognized this one. However, the current energy shield illusion card was far inferior to the one he had previously restored. Intrigued, Chen Mu closely examined the card device. Although he did not fully grasp the principles behind it, he could discern the designer's intentions regarding the use of the cards. This was the first time he encountered a device that allowed 2 cards to function simultaneously.
Brother Yao is also interested in card devices. A voice suddenly came from behind him. Chenmu glanced up to see Wrench, the silver-haired, muscular man who had earlier asked him a question. Observing those eager to test the shuttle, Chenmu countered with a question of his own. Why aren't you going to watch the trial run? Wrench grinned, a hint of nonchalance in his demeanor. Anything Hua Hua creates is bound to be remarkable. Moreover, true adjustments cannot be discerned from mere trial runs. They require professional calibration that I doubt Feng possesses the patience for that. Considering Feng's temperament, Chenmu agreed. That makes sense. Who would have thought Brother Yao could replicate a mud eel? Truly impressive. Even Zhutingyi might not achieve that, Wrench remarked. His interest peaked as he observed Chenmu, though his words carried a deeper meaning. Chenmu felt a slight chill. He hadn't anticipated that crafting the mud eel would evoke such thoughts from Wrench to TO him. It was straightforward and it's quite simple. Chenmu replied casually, unwilling to concede the task's difficulty, as that would imply a level of prowess he did not wish to claim. The Wrench paused for a moment, taken aback by Chenmu's words, which seemed to resonate with a sense of familiarity towards Zhutingyi. As he pondered the deeper implications of Chenmu's statement, he was suddenly interrupted. What is this? Chenmu inquired, pointing at the dish-shaped base on the ground. This is a flying device I constructed, intended for the competition. Haha, rather rudimentary, I must admit. Brother Yao, I humbly seek your guidance. Despite the Wrench's robust appearance, his manner of speaking was both measured and accommodating, not at all like that of a mindless brute. A competition, an event organized among clubs, where flying devices navigate through a network of firepower, with the one reaching the finish line first declared the winner. Initially, it tests the agility of the flying devices as well as the operational skills of the participants. I'm rather clumsy myself and can only conceive of rather simplistic methods. Using a phantom card? An energy shield? Brother Yao, you truly discerned it at a glance. Indeed, I thought it best to simply add a protective shield to withstand the challenges. Perhaps a clever loophole of sorts. The Wrench chuckled heartily at a splendid idea. Chenmu nodded. This plan, indeed, represented a brute force overcoming finesse that he then voiced his lingering question. How did you resolve the issue of using two cards simultaneously? While the Wrench hesitated, raising his hands in a gesture of uncertainty. This technology took me quite some time to develop conditions. Chenmu interjected decisively. Brother Yao, you are indeed forthright, the Wrench laughed heartily. Although I spent over $1 million on this 3-star Phantom card, its performance is rather mediocre. I was hoping you could assist me in crafting an Energy Shield Phantom card with the materials provided by me. If you agree, I shall gladly share all my insights regarding this structure. Agreed. Chenmu readily consented. ITSA deal. The Wrench exclaimed with delight that in that case. Allow me to elaborate on this parallel structure in detail. Upon returning home, Chenmu felt quite pleased. The Wrench's parallel structure had greatly inspired him. After struggling for so long to find a breakthrough for the simplified version of the fluid world, he finally glimpsed a ray of hope. His task now was to thoroughly assimilate the knowledge acquired from the Wrench today. Over the weekend, Chenmu once again visited Ame City. An invitation? He asked. Somewhat perplexed, the shopkeeper quickly nodded. Indeed, Lady Ning wishes to express her gratitude to you in person. Noticing the disinterest etched on Chenmu's face, the shopkeeper added hastily, Lady Ning is a wonderful person. Truly a member of the Ning family, despite having lived alone all these years. Unable to resist, the shopkeeper reminded Chenmu of Lady Ning's status. Please convey my thanks for her kindness. Chenmu contemplated for a moment before declining. Repairing cards is merely my profession. There is nothing worthy of commendation. Moreover, I have numerous matters to attend to and little time. Indeed, he had been inundated with responsibilities lately. With the most challenging problems resolved, he also needed to embark on the creation of the simplified version of the fluid world. Additionally, he owed the Wrench a phantom card for the energy shield. However, his words in the shopkeeper's ears carried a hint of arrogance. The shopkeeper internally sighed, pondering how to respond to Lady Ning. Yet he could not afford to offend this young man, as he would be relying on Chenmu's expertise in the future. Furthermore, the likelihood of encountering significant figures among the families of the East Guard Academy students was exceedingly high. This time, he had also brought back 10 3-star cards. Though his finances were currently ample, he remained cautious. There were countless demands for funds, and a single misstep could lead to financial strain. After 2 full weeks, Chenmu's training with the arrowfish was finally completed, and he did not entirely adopt the wrench as parallel structure, but rather integrated it into a card. Strictly speaking, replacing the parallel structure with a single card, that he named this card the parallel card, that it possessed only the ability to allow multiple cards to be used simultaneously, with no additional functions. This also marked the first card he crafted that lacked a standard structure. In a sense, he had invented an entirely new card that he felt no pride from this achievement, as the parallel structure was the wrench's innovation, and he had merely compressed it into a single card. Moreover, compared to the effect of the mysterious card that created the simplified fluid world, the performance of this parallel card could only be described as mediocre. Along with the parallel card and the energy card, the training with the arrowfish required a total of 5 cards, which meant he needed to exchange for a gauge with 5 slots. He purchased a standard 5-slot gauge, which cost him nearly 500,000, prompting him to consider whether he ought to study the structure of the gauge that up to this point, this latest version of the arrowfish training had cost him an entire million. Spending $1 million here and there had numbed him to these figures. All 5 cards had been inserted into the gauge, and he pressed the activation button that a brand new simplified fluid world. A simplified fluid world crafted by Chenmu himself. And although this world was exceedingly rudimentary, it filled him with a sense of accomplishment upon entering. Countless bubblefish swam leisurely before him, swimming in schools. Yet do not underestimate these adorable bubblefish. Their speed and agility were indistinguishable from the triangular arrowfish within the simplified fluid world. The water pressure here was identical to that of the simplified fluid world. Training within this realm posed no risk of injury. While the round-headed, round-bodied bubblefish might bump into him, the sensation was merely a mild one, leaving no pain or scars. Chenmu was confident that if he trained dodging in this environment, he would surely conquer the arrowfish challenge in the simplified fluid world, but he was curious about what rewards he might receive upon completing the arrowfish challenge. His daily training regimen had now expanded by 1. However, when would the devil woman return? Chenmu felt a twinge of anxiety. It had been several months since the devil woman had vanished without a trace. Without her return, he had no choice but to continue maintaining this facade. He had no authority to choose otherwise. Back at the academy, news of Chenmu's creation of the mud eel had already spread throughout the class. His classmates now looked at him with a mix of respect and admiration. A stark contrast to the simple fear they had previously harbored that it was quite amusing, to say the least. The news of Chenmu crafting the mud eel airflow card had circulated widely among the sponsorship classes, where many of the young elites were fond of card mechanics and modifications. Thus, they understood the value of the mud eel. Yet throughout the academy, Chenmu remained relatively obscure. Mud eel? What is that? The diligent students held a dismissive attitude towards the young elites who fiddled with card mechanics and modifications, naturally paying little attention to such news. Furthermore, they believed that if a card-making expert were to emerge from the sponsorship class, it would only be possible if the East Guard Academy had become a prestigious institution akin to the Star Academy. Yet, the adoring gazes of his classmates served as a constant reminder for Chenmu. Posters calling for his capture were plastered everywhere outside, and one misstep could lead to dire consequences. That he now felt fortunate that the Energy Shield Phantom card he created for the wrench did not completely replicate Lady Ning's card. The Phantom card for the wrench was slightly stronger than an ordinary Energy Shield Phantom card, yet still fell within acceptable limits. During this time, numerous individuals had approached him, hoping to purchase the Mud Eel card. Feng's fiery Mayfly had become the most famous shuttle among the East Guard Academy's modification circles. Many even considered it to be the most agile shuttle in the entire Dongshanghai city. However, Chenmu had turned down all these requests. While money was important, it was clear that life was far more precious. Chapter 87. 8 million. Upon seeing Zhutingyi walk through the door, Zhuting immediately bounced over. Linking her arm through his, "Brother, did you miss me?" she asked, tilting her face up adorably, that a flicker of warmth crossed Zhutingyi's icy gaze, and the fatigue of recent days seemed to evaporate in that instant. With a gentle smile, he ruffled Zhuting's hair and asked, "What happened today that has you so cheerful?" "I rode on Sister Feng's fiery Mayfly today. It was so much fun. Such a nimble shuttle. Like a fish, and it's so beautiful," Zhuting exclaimed, nearly bouncing with excitement. Zhutingyi was unfamiliar with the fiery Mayfly, but could guess its nature. Seeing Zhuting so elated, his own gloomy mood brightened considerably. "Ha, if you like it so much, shall I get you one as a gift?" "Oh yes, please." Zhuotanga's face lit up with joy, almost as if she might fly with happiness. However, her expression quickly turned serious. But, brother, the fiery mayfly is not for sale. Zhuotingi gently smoothed Zhuotanga's furrowed brow and said, "What do you mean it's not for sale? No matter how expensive, I'll buy you a good one." "All right, but Zhuotang attempted to say more, but Zhuotingi interrupted. All right, no more frowning. You'll ruin your looks. Leave this matter to your brother." Just then a servant approached. "Young master, the master requests your immediate presence in the study." "Understood." Zhuotingi's expression returned to its usual calm as he affectionately patted Zhuotangi's head and walked towards his father's study. Noticing Zhuotingi's somewhat gaunt figure, Zhuotingi's concern flickered briefly in his eyes. Yet his demeanor remained as unperturbed as ever. "You called for me?" Zhuotingi asked respectfully, having begun to gradually take over family affairs as he grew older, being the next patriarch of the Zhuo family. "Yes, have a seat," Zhuotianlin responded gently. Zhuotingi sat up straight, his back rigid, awaiting his father's admonition. "Your progress during this period has been remarkable." Zhuotianlin, in a rare moment, commended his recent work. Observing Zhuotingi, who remained composed and unruffled, devoid of any trace of arrogance, a wave of relief washed over him. After a brief pause, he continued, "In the future, your time at school will diminish significantly. I am growing old. You must begin to learn to take over the family affairs. However, from what I see now, you are doing splendidly." "Indeed," Zhuotingi replied with a slight bow. "Oh, by the way, have you heard any news about Qinmu?" "Not yet." Then you may resume your tasks." Zhuotingi exited the study. His mood mirrored the gloomy weather outside, that a heavy stone seemed to weigh upon his heart, although he had long been aware of his fate. The reality of the day left him feeling unsettled. He understood that his father's call, though lacking in explicit discussion, conveyed a clear message. It was time for him to bid farewell to school. The image of his father's weary demeanor when he mentioned growing old surfaced in Zhuotingi's mind, causing a pang of sorrow to strike him, leaving his mouth dry with bitterness. For the Zhuo family, a card maker, regardless of their merits, could never surpass the importance of the family patriarch. From the moment of his birth, he had no choice. Suddenly, he caught sight of Zhuotang frolicking joyfully in the courtyard, and his spirits lifted considerably that he dialed Hong Tao's communication card. Since Wang Zhe from the Star Academy had last guided him, Hong Tao had been exceptionally diligent, training tirelessly day and night. Upon answering, Hong Tao exclaimed, "How long has it been since you last graced the school? This slothfulness is quite excessive. You are, after all, part of the discipline office." Zhuotingi maintained an impassive expression. "You know my circumstances all too well." Hong Tao hesitated, fully aware of Zhuotingi's recent situation. Yet, this was a challenge every scion of a prominent family must confront, especially someone like Zhuotingi, who was already designated as the future clan leader. "I say, you have been rather ruthless in framing Qinmu. Haven to you, at least he once assisted us." Hong Tao hastily shifted the topic, feigning surprise. The one had noticed bore Qinmu's likeness, and both he and Zhuotingi had a vivid recollection of Qinmu bravely stepping forth with a chair during the previous incident. Instantly recognizing him, Hong Tao had no intention of defending Qinmu. There was no need to offend the Zhuo family over such trivial matters that he merely regarded it as a piece of amusing gossip. "I have come to seek your assistance with a matter." Zhuotingi disregarded Hong Tao's previous comments and stated directly. Hong Tao looked puzzled. "You actually require my help? Today is truly full of oddities. Tang Tang has taken a fancy to a shuttle called Fire Mayfly, the very one in Lin Feng's possession. It is a modified vehicle. Please investigate who crafted it and procure one for me. I am willing to pay a premium." He spoke calmly. Zhuotingi's gaze remained fixed on his sister, who was engrossed in play. "So it is our little princess who desires it." "No problem. Consider it done," Hong Tao declared, thumping his chest with enthusiasm. Zhuotang was beloved by all, and Hong Tao was no exception, showering her with affection. Having resolved this matter, Zhuotingi redirected his focus, walking steadily forward. For he still had many tasks left unfinished. Qinmu was drenched in sweat, as if he had just emerged from the water. In truth, he had indeed just come from a watery environment. The training for arrowfish, no, more accurately termed bubblefish training, occurred underwater. The formidable resistance of the water had proven arduous for him, especially as the duration of training extended. The need to exert force throughout his entire body in the water left him with pervasive soreness. Lacking the guidance of the devilish woman, he was left to navigate this challenge alone. The evasive techniques and underwater power application she had taught him needed further refinement, and it was clear he would require considerable time and effort. Fortunately, from the beginning, he had never perceived this as an easy endeavor. The devilish woman had yet to return. After gazing out the window for a moment, Chunmu succumbed to sleep in the darkness. The classroom buzzed with excitement, as if they were fervently discussing some intriguing topic. Upon reaching the classroom door, Chunmu noticed this unusual phenomenon. For such a group of rascals, the early hour and high attendance were as improbable as the sun rising from the west. As Chunmu entered the classroom, the noise abruptly diminished, followed by an eerie silence as all eyes turned towards him. That a flicker of surprise coursed through Chunmu. Instinctively, he glanced at himself, finding nothing amiss. Amidst their collective gaze, he maintained his composure, though his mind was alert. Step by step, every nerve in Chunmu tightened. Should even the slightest disturbance occur, he would be ready to react. The atmosphere felt almost palpable, and he tread carefully, striving to maintain an expression indistinguishable from his usual demeanor. The few steps from the doorway to his seat felt unusually prolonged at that moment. The atmosphere was undeniably bizarre. Unbeknownst to him, beads of sweat had formed on his back. He was indeed feeling apprehensive. Even after taking his seat, the classroom remained eerily quiet. The silence was finally shattered by Feng and Yi, who rushed to his desk. Feng exclaimed with excitement, "Yaoke, you are incredible!" Beside her, Yi gazed at Chunmu with wide eyes, seemingly searching for something extraordinary about him. "What is going on?" Chunmu feigned calmness, still unclear about the situation. "You don't know?" Yi asked, astonished. Chunmu shook his head. "I am unaware." After scrutinizing Chunmu's expression and finding no signs of deceit, Yi tentatively remarked, "You won the arm wrestling match in the competition yesterday." "Oh." Upon hearing this, Chunmu felt it might not be a bad thing, gradually relaxing. "You are not even a bit excited. How can you not be thrilled?" Yi stared at him as if he were an alien. Chunmu was rendered speechless. Only this group of utterly bored individuals would find such a competition worthy of excitement. Indeed. How can you not be thrilled?" Feng chimed in, equally exuberant, "That we watched that competition yesterday. It was spectacular. You should have seen the faces of those guys when the arm wrestler triumphed. Haha, it was fantastic. All the firepower was absorbed by the energy shield." "Oh," Chunmu replied nonchalantly, his heart finally eased. It turned out the commotion was due to this incident. There was no danger after all. Reflecting on his earlier reaction, he realized it had been somewhat excessive. Later, we learned that the energy shield card for the arm wrestler was actually made by you. "You are truly remarkable. Just now, the arm wrestler came looking for you. The prize for this competition was 10 million, and with the bets, the arm wrestler made at least 30 million this time. According to the rules, he must give you a quarter of that. Wow, that's nearly 8 million. I have never earned such a sum in my life." Yiyo expressed with envy. Her admiration stemmed not from the money itself, but from the impressive feat of Chunmu earning such a substantial amount. 8 million? Chunmu was taken aback. This figure might very well be the largest sum he had ever encountered. Yet he felt no greed for the money, having exchanged merely a 3-star illusion card for parallel structures with the arm wrestler. He already felt he had gained immensely. This group was spending money like mad. This was Chunmu's second thought. However, limited to these two reflections, he soon returned to his normal state, and no wonder those individuals had looked at him oddly earlier. They were likely stunned by the prospect of 8 million. Chunmu mused. Chapter 88. The frustration of Hong Tao. This is it, Hong Tao thought. After extensive inquiries, he finally discovered who had crafted the shuttle known as Fire Mayfly. His purpose today was to find the individual named Hua Hua. Personally, he harbored a strong dislike for this group, perceiving them as idlers with no ambition. However, since it was a request from Zhutingyi, it was a different matter altogether. Their friendship ran deep, and given Zhutingyi's character, he seldom sought favors. Since he had chosen to speak up this time, Hong Tao was determined to fulfill his request. It's just a shuttle. Although his influence was not as significant as Zhutingyi's, he believed that no